and health where pale distemper pinned. I looked for freedom in the jail, and faith where perjuries prevail. But fate supreme, whose stern decree to sorrow matched my destiny, all possible relief withdrew, because thimpossible I kept in view. Next day Anselmo went to the country after having told Camilla that in his absence Lothario would take charge of the family and dine with her every day. He therefore desired her to treat him with all the respect due to his own person. Camilla, being a woman of honor and discretion, was disgusted at this order and bade him consider how unseemly it was for another man to sit at the head of his table in his absence, at the same time begging that if his directions proceeded from his diffidence in her capacity, he would for once put her management to the trial and be convinced by experience that she was equal to a more important charge. Anselmo replied that such was his pleasure, and her province was to bow the head and obey, upon which she though unwillingly submitted. Next day he set out accordingly, and Lothario went to his house, where he met with a very kind and honorable reception from Camilla, who never gave him an opportunity of being alone with her, but was always surrounded by her servants, generally attended by her own maid, whose name was Leonela, for whom her mistress had a particular affection, because they had been brought up together from their infancy in the house of Camilla's parents. And when she married Anselmo 192, she accompanied her to his house in quality of waiting woman. During the first 3 days, Lothario did not declare himself, although he had opportunities immediately after the table was uncovered, while the servants were at dinner, which Camilla always ordered them to finish with all expedition. Nay, she gave directions to Leonela to dine every day before the cloth was laid for herself, that she might always be in waiting, but her maid's thoughts were too much engrossed by her own amusements, the enjoyment of which required such time and opportunity as often hindered her from obeying the commands of her mistress, so that she frequently behaved as if she had received orders to leave them alone. But the dignified presence of Camilla, the gravity of her countenance and awfulness of person, were such as effectually bridled Lothario's tongue, yet the energy of virtue in having this very effect redounded the more to the disadvantage of them, both for though his tongue was restricted, his thoughts had a full and free opportunity of contemplating at leisure the charms both of her mind and person, which were sufficient to captivate not only an heart of flesh, but even a statue of stone. Lothario, by gazing at her during those opportunities, beheld how worthy she was to be beloved, and this conviction began gradually to sap his regard for his friend, so that he made 1,000 resolutions to quit the city and go where he should never more be seen by Anselmo or be exposed to danger from the beauty of his wife. But all these were baffled by the pleasure he had already felt in seeing and admiring her charms. He constrained himself and combated his own inclinations in order to expel and efface that satisfaction when he was alone. He condemned his own madness and reproached himself as a false friend and worthless Christian. He made 1,000 reflections and comparisons between himself and Anselmo, and they all terminated in this conclusion, that the madness and rash confidence of his friend greatly exceeded his own infidelity, and that if he could excuse himself to heaven for what he intended to do as easily as to mankind, he had no reason to dread any punishment for the crime. In short, the beauty and other accomplishments of Camilla, together with the opportunity which the ignorant husband put into his hands, entirely overthrew the integrity of Lothario, who, giving way at once to the dictates of his passion, began at the end of 3 days, during which he had been at continual war with his desires, to address himself to Camilla with such disorder and amorous discourse that she was utterly astonished, and rising up went to her own chamber without answering one word. But this coyness did not abate Lothario's hope, which always increases with a man's love. On the contrary, he redoubled his efforts, while she, perceiving him behave so wide of expectation, did not well know what conduct to espouse, but thinking it would be both unseemly and unsafe in her to grant him another opportunity, she determined that very night to send a message to her husband, and actually dispatched a servant to him with the following letter. Romans 7, the continuation of the novel, called The Impertinent Curiosity. It is a common observation that an army without a general and a garrison without a chief make but a very indifferent appearance. But I say that a young married woman without a husband makes a worse, especially when his absence is not the effect of absolute necessity. For my own part, I find myself so uneasy and unable to support our separation that if you do not return immediately, I must go and pass my time at my father's house, though I should leave yours without a guard, for I believe he that you left, if he was designed for that purpose, hath more regard to his own pleasure than to your advantage. And since you are wise, I have nothing more to say, nor is it proper I should. When Anselmo received this letter, he was convinced that Lothario had began 193 the enterprise, and that his wife had behaved according to his wish. Rejoiced beyond measure at this information, he answered by a verbal message that she should by no means leave the house, for he would return in a very little time. Camilla was astonished at this reply, which perplexed her more than ever, as she durst neither stay in her own house nor go to her father's, for in staying at home she endangered her honor, and in going to her parents she transgressed the commands of her husband. In fine, she resolved upon that which was worst of all, namely to remain where she was determined not to avoid Lothario, that the servants might not observe her situation, and she was already sorry for what she had written to Anselmo, being afraid he would imagine Lothario had perceived some levity in her conduct, which encouraged him to lay aside the decorum he ought to have preserved. Confident of her own virtue, she trusted to God and her conscious prudence, by the help of which she thought she could in silence refill all the felicitations of Lothario, without giving her husband any farther information, lest it should involve him in some trouble or dangerous dispute. Nay, she was even industrious in inventing some excuse for Lothario in case Anselmo should ask the reason that induced her to write such a letter. With these sentiments, which were more honorable than prudent and advantageous, she next day sat listening to Lothario, who exerted himself in such a manner as to shake her fortitude, which with all her virtue was barely sufficient to hinder her eyes from giving manifest indications of the amorous compassion that his tears and addresses had awakened in her breast. All this tenderness which Lothario observed inflamed his passion the more, and thinking there was a necessity for shortening the siege, while this opportunity of Anselmo's absence lasted, he assaulted her pride with the praises of her beauty, for nothing sooner succeeds in overthrowing the embattled towers of female vanity than vanity itself, employed by the tongue of adulation. In short, he so assiduously undermined the fortress of her virtue, and plied it with such irresistible engines, that though she had been made of brass, she must have surrendered at mercy. He wept, entreated, promised, flattered, feigned, and importuned with such earnest expressions of love as conquered all her reserve. At last he obtained a complete triumph, which, though what he least expected, was what of all things he most ardently desired. She yielded, chaste Camilla yielded, but what wonder, since even Lothario's friendship gave way, a clear and incontestable proof that love is to be conquered by flight alone, and that no person whatever ought to engage such a powerful adversary hand to hand, because nothing but force divine can subdue that human power. Leonela alone was privy to the weakness of her mistress, which the two new lovers and false friends could not possibly conceal from her knowledge, and Lothario did not choose to tell Camilla the contrivance of Anselmo, who had given him the opportunity of accomplishing his design, that she might not undervalue his love, by supposing that he courted her by accident, without being at first really enamored of her charms. Anselmo, returning in a few days, did not perceive the loss of that which, though he preserved with the least care, he prized above all other possessions, but going in quest of Lothario, whom he found in his own lodging after a mutual embrace, he desired he would tell him the news that must determine his life or death. The news which I have to give you, my friend, said Lothario, are these: you have a wife who truly deserves to be the pattern and queen of all good women. The expressions I used to her were spent in the air, my promises were despised, my presents rejected, and some tears that I fain most heartily ridiculed. In short, Camilla is the sum of all beauty, and the casket in which are deposited honor, affability, modesty, and all the qualifications that dignify and adorn a woman of virtue. Here, take back your money, which I have had no occasion to use. The chastity of your spouse is not to be shaken by such mean considerations as those of promises. 194, and presents. Be satisfied, Anselmo, and make no more unprofitable trials, since you have drishad crossed the sea of those doubts and suspicions which are and may be entertained of women. Seek not to plunge yourself anew into the dangerous gulf of fresh difficulties, by using another pilot to make a second trial of the strength and tightness of the vessel, which you have received from heaven to perform the voyage of this life. But consider yourself as in a safe harbor where you ought to secure yourself with the anchor of sound reflection and remain, until you are called upon to pay that tax from which no human rank can exempt you. Anselmo was infinitely rejoiced at this information of Lothario, which he believed as implicitly as if it had been pronounced by an oracle. But nevertheless, he besought him to continue his addresses merely for curiosity and amusement, though not with the same eagerness and diligence which he had used before he desired him to write verses in praise of Camilla under the name of Chloris, promising to tell his wife that he, Lothario, was in love with a lady whom he celebrated under that fictitious name in order to preserve the decorum due to her character, and he assured him that if Lothario did not choose to take the trouble of making verses, he himself would compose them for the occasion. You shall not need, said Lothario. The muses are not quite so averse, but they visit me sometimes. You may tell Camilla what you have mentioned concerning my pretended love. And as for the verses, if not adequate to the subject, they shall at all events be the best I can make. This agreement being concerted between the impertinent husband and treacherous friend, Anselmo returned to his own house, and asked Camilla what she wondered he had not mentioned before, namely the meaning of that letter which she had dispatched to him in the country. She answered that she then fancied Lothario looked at her with more freedom than he used to take when Anselmo was at home, but now she was undeceived and convinced of its being no more than mere imagination, for he had of late avoided all occasions of being alone with her. Anselmo said she might make herself entirely easy from that quarter, for he knew that Lothario was in love with a lady of fashion in the city whom he celebrated under the name of Chloris, and even if he was free of any such engagements, there was nothing to be feared from the honor of Lothario and the friendship subsisting between them if Camilla had not been previously advertised by her secret gallant of this supposed love of Chloris, with which he intended to hoodwink her husband, that he might sometimes indulge himself in her own praise. Under the cover of that name, she would without doubt have been distracted with jealousy, but thus instructed, she heard him without surprise or concern. Next day, while they were at dinner, Anselmo entreated his friend to repeat some of the verses he had composed in praise of Chloris, who, being utterly unknown to Camilla, he might securely say what he pleased, though she were of her acquaintance. Answered Lothario, I should not think myself bound to conceal my passion, for when a lover praises the beauty, and at the same time bewails the cruelty of his mistress, her reputation can suffer no prejudice. But be that as it will, I own I yesterday wrote a song on the ingratitude of Chloris, which you shall hear. Roman 1. When night extends her silent reign, and sleep vouchsafes the world to bless, to heaven and Chloris I complain of dire and affluent distress. Roman 2. When ph bus led by rosy morn, at first his radiant visage shows, with tears and sighs and groans forlorn, my soul the bitter plaint renews. Roman 3. When from his bright meridian throne, the dazzling rays descend amain, with aggravated grief I moan, and night brings back the woeful strain. Thus to my vows and prayers I find my Chloris deaf and heaven unkind. The song was approved by Camilla, and much more so by her husband, who applauded it to the skies, and observed that the lady must be excessively cruel who could resist such a true and pathetic complaint. What said Camilla is everything true that we are told by the poets when they are in love. What they rehearse as poets, answered Lothario, is not always truth, but what they affirm as lovers is always from the heart. You are certainly in the right, replied Anselmo, with a view of supporting and giving sanction to Lothario's sentiments in the opinion of Camilla, whose indifference about her husband's artifice was now equal to her love for his pretended friend, pleased therefore with his performances, because she very well knew that his inclinations and compositions were inspired by and addressed to her, who was the true Chloris. She desired him, if he had any more songs or verses, to repeat them. I have another, said Lothario, but I believe it is not so good, or rather, it is less tolerable than the last. However, you shall judge for yourself. Here it is. Roman 1. Yes, cruel maid, I welcome death, and though I perish undeplored, Thy beauty, with my latest breaths, shall be applauded, and adore Roman 500 Roman 2, though lost in dark oblivion's shade. Bereft of favor, life, and fame, my faithful heart, when open laid, will show thine image and thy name. Roman 3, these relics I preserve with care, my comfort in disastrous fate, for steeled and whetted by despair, my love new force acquires from hate. Unhappy those who darkling sail, where stars and ports and pilots sail. This song was commended as much as the first by Anselmo, who in this manner added link to link of the chain with which he enslaved himself, and secured his own dishonor, for then Lothario disgraced him most, when he thought himself most honored, and every step that Camilla descended towards the very center of contempt, she, in the opinion of her husband, mounted to the very summit of virtuous reputation. About this time, happening to be alone with her maid, I am ashamed, dear Leonela, said she, when I consider how I have undervalued myself, for I ought to have made Lothario employ a great deal of time in purchasing the entire possession of my favors, which I so willingly surrendered at once, and I am afraid that he will look upon my sudden yielding as the effect of levity, without reflecting upon the violence of his own addresses, which it was impossible to resist. Let not that give you the least disturbance, madam, answered Leonela, for there is no reason why a thing should lose its estimation by being freely given, if it is actually good in its kind, and worthy of esteem. Nay, it is a common saying, that he who gives freely gives twice. There is also another common observation, replied Camilla, that which is easily got is little valued. You are not at all affected by that observation, resumed Leonela, for love, they say, sometimes flies, sometimes walks, runs with one, creeps with another, warms a third, burns a fourth, wounding some, and slaying others. In one moment it begins, performs, and concludes its career, lays siege in the morning to a fortress which is surrendered before night, there being no fortress that can withstand its power. This being the case, what cause have you to be alarmed or afraid? This was the power that assisted Lothario by making use of my master's absence as the instrument of his success, and what love had determined must of necessity have been concluded during that period before Anselmo could by his return prevent the perfection of the work. Opportunity is the best minister for executing the designs of love, and is employed in all his undertakings, especially in the beginning of them. This I know to be true more by experience than hearsay, and I shall one day tell you, madam, that I am a girl of flesh and blood, as well as your ladyship. Besides, your ladyship did not yield until you had discerned in the looks, sighs, protestations, promises, and presence of Lothario his 196 whole soul, undisguised, and adorned with such virtues as rendered him worthy of your love. Let not therefore these scrupulous and whining reflections harass your imagination, but assure yourself that Lothario's love and yours are mutual, so that you may think yourself extremely happy in being caught in the amorous snare by a man of worth and honor, who not only possesses the 4 qualities beginning with S, which ought to be the case of all true lovers, but also a whole alphabet of accomplishments. Listen, and you shall hear how cleverly I will recount them. He is, in my simple opinion, amiable, benevolent, courageous, diverting, enamored, firm, gay, honorable, illustrious, loyal, mettlesome, noble, obedient, princely, qualified, rich, and the SS, as I have already observed. Then he is trusty, vigilant. The X does not suit him, because it is a harsh letter. Y stands for youth, and Z for zeal in his attachment to you. Camilla laughed at the alphabet of her maid, whom she found more knowing in the affairs of love than she pretended to be, and this knowledge indeed she confessed, disclosing to her mistress an intrigue that she carried on with a young man of a good family in town. Camilla was disturbed at this information, fearing that her honor ran some risk from their correspondence, and when she pressed her to confess whether or not it had been brought to the last extremity, she, without the least symptom of shame, answered in the affirmative, for it is very certain that the failings of mistresses divest their servants of all modesty, because seeing their ladies trip, they think themselves entitled to halt, without being at the trouble to conceal their defect. Camilla, thus circumstanced, could fall upon no other expedient than that of cautioning her maid against betraying her to the person who was her gallant, and beseeching her to keep her own intrigue secret, that it might not fall under the observation of Anselmo and Lothario. Leonela promised to be upon her guard, but managed her affairs with so little discretion that she confirmed Camilla in the apprehension of losing her reputation by the carelessness of her maid for the bold, and immodest Leonela, seeing that her lady's conduct was not the same as formerly, had the assurance to introduce and conceal her lover in the house, conscious that although her mistress should perceive, she durst not detect him in that situation. Among other disadvantages incurred by these slips of women of fashion, they become slaves to their own servants, and find themselves obliged to connive at their impudence and vice. This was the very case of Camilla, who, though she more than once observed Leonela engaged with her gallant in one of the chambers, far from reprimanding her on that score, she gave opportunities of concealing him, and did all she could to prevent his being seen by her husband. But all their caution could not screen him from the notice of Lothario, who, perceiving him come out of the house one morning at break of day, and not knowing who he was, at first mistook him for a phantom, but seeing him run away and seek to hide himself with care and concern, he soon changed that simple opinion for another which would have ruined them all, had not Camilla found out an expedient to prevent their destruction. He was so far from thinking that this man, whom he saw coming out of Anselmo's house at such an unseasonable hour, had gone in on Leonela's account, that he did not even remember there was such a person in the world. On the contrary, he was firmly persuaded that Camilla, who yielded so easily to his addresses, had acted in the same manner to some other person. For this additional misfortune attends a loose woman, that she loses her credit, even with the man by whose importunities and entreaties her honor has subdued. Nay, he believes that she will be more easily won by another than by him, and implicitly credits every suspicion that may arise from that unjust inference. On this occasion, Lothario's good sense failed, and 197 all his cautions seemed to vanish, since regardless of everything that was right or reasonable, without farther examination, he hied him to Anselmo before he was up, where, impatient and blind with the jealous fury that preyed upon his entrails, and inflamed with the desire of being revenged upon Camilla, who had given him no offense, he expressed himself thus: "You must know, Anselmo, that for some days past I have had a continual struggle with myself, endeavoring to suppress that which I no longer either can or ought to conceal from your knowledge. The fortress of Camilla is at last surrendered and submitted entirely to the dominion of my will. This I have delayed imparting to you until I should be certain whether her compliance was owing to some transient flash of affection, or to the desire of trying the sincerity of those addresses which by your own direction were carried on. And I likewise concluded that if she was a woman of honor and virtue, as we both imagined, she would ere now have given you an account of my solicitation. But finding that still undone, I take it for granted she means to keep her promise of giving me an interview in the wardrobe the very next time you go to the country, and here it was where Camilla actually used to entertain him. But I should not wish that you would run precipitately into any scheme of vengeance, however, as the crime is committed in thought only before an opportunity offers of performing that promise. Camilla may change her mind and repent of her weakness, wherefore, as you have hitherto in whole or in part followed my advice, I hope you will treasure up and observe one which I shall now offer, that you may, without the least possibility of being deceived, carefully and cautiously satisfy yourself, so as to take such measures as your prudence shall suggest. You may pretend that you are going as usual for 2 or 3 days to the country, and in the meantime conceal yourself in the wardrobe, where you will find tapestry and plenty of other things for the purpose. From thence you with your own eyes, as I with mine, will observe the conduct of Camilla, and if unhappily you should find more cause to fear than to hope, you may in person revenge your own wrongs with silent safety and discretion." Anselmo was thunderstruck at this declaration of Lothario, which came upon him when he least expected it, for he already looked upon Camilla as a conqueror in the fictitious assaults of his friend, and had actually began to enjoy the glory of her triumph after having stood silent for a long time with his eyes fixed upon the ground. "Lothario," said he, "you have acted up to the expectation of my friendship. I will adhere to your advice in everything. Do what you please. I hope you will keep this unexpected affair as secret as the nature of it requires." His false friend promised to observe the caution, but soon as he quitted the apartment, repented of everything he had said, reflecting how foolishly he had proceeded, and that he might have punished Camilla by means less cruel and dishonorable. He cursed his own folly, condemned his precipitation, and endeavored to find out some expedient to undo what he had done, or at least bring it to some favorable issue. At length, he resolved to disclose the whole to Camilla, as there wanted not opportunities of being with her alone, and that very day being together, she made use of the first that happened, addressing herself to him in this manner: Know, my dear Lothario, that my heart is ready to burst with one affliction, which is so grievous that it will be a wonder if I survive it. Leonela is arrived to such a pitch of impudence that every night she introduces a gallant into the house, and remains with him till morning, very much at the expense of my reputation, as the field is left open for any malicious construction, upon seeing a man come out of my house at such unseasonable hours. And the misfortune is, I dare neither chide nor chastise her for her audacity, for her being privy to our correspondence, puts a bridle in my mouth, obliging me to be silent on the subject of her folly, from which I fear some mischance will befall us. When Camilla began this discourse, Lothario imagined it was an artifice to deceive and persuade him that the man he had seen coming out of the house had been there on Leonela's account only, but seeing his mistress weep, and in the utmost affection entreat him to find out some remedy for this inconvenience, he was convinced of the truth, and covered with shame and remorse for what he had done. Nevertheless, he desired Camilla to make herself easy, and promised to fall upon some method to curb Leonela's insolence. He then told her what, instigated by the rage of jealousy, he had disclosed to Anselmo, who by his appointment was to conceal himself in the wardrobe, that he might have an incontestable proof of her infidelity. He begged pardon for his madness, with advice how to remedy it, and to extricate himself from the labyrinth in which he was involved by his own imprudence. Camilla was astonished at the discourse of Lothario, whom she chid and reprimanded with great reason and resentment for the groundless suspicion which had driven him to such a mad and mischievous resolution. But women, having naturally more invention than men, can boast of either for a good or bad occasion, though sometimes they fail in premeditated schemes. Camilla instantly thought of a cure for this seemingly incurable dilemma, and bade Lothario prevail upon her husband to conceal himself in the appointed place the very next day, for she hoped to reap such advantage from his concealment as that for the future they should enjoy each other without the least fear or interruption. She, therefore, without disclosing to her lover the whole of her plan, desired him to take care, when Anselmo was hid, to come at Leonela's call, and answer every question she should ask in the same manner as he would reply if he did not know that her husband was within hearing. Lothario insisted upon knowing the particulars of her scheme, that he might with more security and success perform his cue. But Camilla assured him he had nothing to do but answer her questions with truth and sincerity, being unwilling to make him previously acquainted with her design, lest he should disapprove of that which to her seemed so necessary, and recommend another, which perhaps she might not think so effectual. Accordingly, Lothario took his leave, and next day Anselmo, under pretense of going to his friend's country house, set out, but soon returned to his hiding place. Camilla and her maid having purposely given him an opportunity of getting in unseen, there he remained in a state of perturbation, which may be easily conceived to harass the breast of a man who expected to see with his own eyes the bowels of his honor dissected, and found himself on the brink of losing that supreme bliss which he thought he possessed in his beloved Camilla. She and her maid, by this time certified of his being there, went to the wardrobe, which Camilla no sooner entered than, heaving a profound sigh, "Dear Leonela," said she, "rather than execute the design which I conceal from your knowledge, that you may not endeavor to prevent, would it not be better for you to take this poniard of Anselmo and plunge it in my unfortunate bosom? Yet do not, Leonela, for it were unreasonable that I should be punished for another's crime. I want first to know what the daring and licentious eyes of Lothario have discerned in my conduct, that should encourage him to declare a passion so guilty as that which he hath owned so much to my dishonor, and the prejudice of his friend. Go to that window, Leonela, and beckon to him, for doubtless he is now in the street, expecting to succeed in his wicked intention. But I shall first execute mine, which is equally honorable and severe." "Alas, madam," answered the cunning and well-instructed Leonela, "how do you intend to use that fatal poniard? Are you determined to take away your own life, or that of Lothario? By sacrificing either the one or the other, you will entirely ruin your own reputation. You should rather stifle your wrongs than give that wicked wretch an opportunity of finding us here alone. Consider, madam, that we are but weak women, and he a determined man who, blinded by his guilty passion, may by force deprive you of that which you value more than life. Before 199 you can execute your purpose upon him, a plague upon my master Anselmo, for allowing that impudent fellow to be so free in his house. Besides, madam, should you kill him, as I believe you intend to do, what shall we do with him? After he is dead, nothing, my friend, replied Camilla. But let Anselmo bury him, for he ought to take pleasure in the task of interring his own infamy. Go and beckon to him, I say, for every moment I delay, my just revenge seems to injure afresh that fidelity which I owe to my husband. All this conversation was overheard by Anselmo, whose sentiments were entirely changed by what Camilla said, and when he understood that she intended to kill Lothario, he was inclined to come out and discover himself in order to prevent the deed. But he was diverted from that resolution by the desire of seeing the issue of his wife's gallant and virtuous determination, purposing, however, to appear seasonably enough for the safety of his friend. About this time, Camilla, throwing herself upon a couch, was seized with a violent fit, during which Leonela wept bitterly, exclaiming, "Ah, woe is me! Must I then see expiring in these unfortunate arms the flower of human virtue, the queen of excellent wives, the pattern of chastity," with other epithets of the same kind, which nobody could have heard without esteeming her the most faithful and afflicted damsel upon earth, and her mistress, another persecuted Penelope. Camilla, having soon recovered from her fit, said to her woman, "Why don't you go and call this the most faithful friend that ever was seen by the day, or shrouded by the night? Make haste, go, run, fly. Let not the fire of my rage be consumed by your delay, and the just vengeance I mean to take evaporate in curses and unsubstantial threats. I go," answered Leonela, "but you must first give me that poniard, lest in my absence you do a deed to make all those who love you weep to the end of their lives. Go, dear." "Leonela," replied her mistress, "and fear nothing, for although in your opinion I may be rash and even unreasonable in thus resenting the affront upon my honor, I shall not behave like that Lucretia who 'tis said killed herself, though innocent, without having first punished the villainous cause of her misfortune. If I must die, I will at least fall fully revenged of him, who is the occasion of my being here, to bewail his audacious behavior, which I am sure proceeded from no misconduct of mine." Many entreaties did she use before Leonela would go and call Lothario, but at length she prevailed. The maid went out to seek him, and in her absence Camilla uttered the following soliloquy: "Good heaven, would it not have been more prudent to dismiss Lothario as usual than to give him this occasion of thinking me vicious and immodest, even though that opinion can only last until I have an opportunity of undeceiving him? Yes, certainly, but I shall not think myself revenged, nor the honor of my husband sufficiently vindicated, if he escapes so smooth and clean from this snare into which his wicked inclinations have decoyed him. Let the traitor pay with his life for the enterprise of his lascivious desire. The world shall know, if even the affair be made public, that Camilla not only preserved her affection for her husband inviolate, but also took vengeance on the man who thought to impair it. Yet methinks I ought to disclose the whole to Anselmo, but I have already touched upon the subject in the letter I sent to him when he was in the country, and his omitting to apply a remedy to the evil I then hinted at must certainly be owing to his own integrity and unsuspecting heart, which would not suffer him to believe that the breast of such a constant friend could harbor one thought to the prejudice of his honor. Indeed, this was my own opinion until his behavior became intolerably licentious, and his presence, promises, and tears fully manifested his guilty purpose. But wherefore these reflections does a gallant resolution stand in need of hesitating advice? No traitor, avaunt hither, vengeance enter, thou false perfidious wretch, come quick, be speedy, die, and let the consequence be what 200 it will. Pure and unspotted, I came into the possession of him whom heaven appointed to be my husband and my lord, and equally pure shall I leave his embrace, though bathed in my own chaste blood, and imbrued in the tainted gore of the falsest friend that ever friendship saw. So saying, she brandished the drawn dagger in her hand, and stalked across the room with such disordered steps and violent gestures that she seemed to have lost her senses, and looked more like a desperate ruffian than a delicate wife. All this transport and agitation was perceived with astonishment by Anselmo, where he stood concealed behind the tapestry. He thought he had now seen and heard enough to dispel suspicions of a stronger kind than those he entertained, and even wished that the proof might proceed no farther by Lothario's. Failing to keep the appointment, for he was afraid that some sudden unlucky accident might happen, being therefore on the point of showing himself, and running to embrace and undeceive his wife, he was prevented by seeing Leonela return with his friend, whom Camilla no sooner beheld than drawing a line before her with the dagger, she said, "Take notice, Lothario, if you attempt to pass this line, or even approach it, the moment I perceive your intention, I will plunge the poignard in my breast. Without offering the least reply, therefore, to this declaration, I desire you will listen to some questions I mean to ask, which you may answer as you shall think proper. In the first place, tell me, Lothario, if you know my husband Anselmo, and what station he maintains in your opinion, and then be as explicit in your sentiments of me. Answer without perturbation or difficulty, for the questions I ask are easily solved." Lothario was not so ignorant, but that he had conceived her design from the moment of her desiring him to advise Anselmo to conceal himself, and therefore his replies were so seasonable, and corresponded so exactly with her aim, that this fiction had all the air of the most genuine truth. "Beauteous Camilla," said he, "I did not imagine you had sent for me with a view of asking questions so foreign to the purpose for which I come. If you meant to delay the promised bliss, you might have protracted the assignation to a more distant term, for the nearer the prospect of enjoyment is, the more grievous will the disappointment be. But that you may have no cause to complain of my refusing to answer your demands, I will own that I know your husband Anselmo, with whom I have been intimate from our most tender years of the friendship, as you know, subsisting between us. I will say nothing that I may not bear witness to the wrong which love, the powerful excuse of greater crimes, compels me to commit you to. I know and rate as high as you can possibly be in his esteem. For a prize of less value, I should not have acted so unbecoming my own character, or transgressed those laws of perfect friendship, which I have broken and violated at the instigation of that mischievous and irresistible power. Since thou art self-convicted so far, replied Camilla, thou mortal enemy to all that merits love, with what face darest thou appear before her who is the mirror that reflects him, and in which thou oughtest to have seen how little reason and encouragement thou hadst to wrong his honor? But unfortunate that I am, I have found out the cause that induced thee to forget thyself so far. It must have been some lightness of carriage in me, immodesty I will not call it, because it could not be the effect of deliberate determination, but must have proceeded from a neglect of some of those forms which women often inadvertently omit before those whom they think they can entertain without ceremony. Otherwise, tell me, traitor, when did I ever answer thy addresses with any word or sign that could awaken in thy breast the least glimpse of hope to accomplish thy infamous aim? Did I not always reject and reprove thy amorous protestations with rigor and severity? And when were thy promises and presents believed and accepted? But as I think no person could long persevere in such a flagitious intention without being supported by some sort of hope, I am willing to 201 lay the blame of your impertinence at my own door, since without doubt some failure of care in me hath enabled you to exert yours so long, and therefore I will inflict upon myself the punishment that your crime deserves. But that you may see, in being thus inhuman to myself, it was impossible for me to deal mildly by you, I have invited you hither to be witness of the sacrifice I mean to offer to the injured honor of my noble husband, whom you have aggrieved to the utmost of your power, I myself being accessory to the wrong, because I have not industriously enough avoided all occasion, if I gave you any of favoring and countenancing your wicked inclinations. I say the suspicion I have that some levity of mine engendered such frantic sentiments in your bosom gives me the utmost pain, and prompts me to chastise my indiscretion with my own hands, rather than make my fault more public by submitting to another executioner. But if I must perish, my fall shall be accompanied with the death of him whose blood will satisfy the vengeance which I already in some measure enjoy, when I consider that wheresoever I go, I shall have before mine eyes the victim I offered to the most disinterested justice in punishing the wretch who hath reduced me to this despair. So saying, she assaulted Lothario with incredible force and agility, manifesting such eagerness to plunge the poignard in his breast that he himself doubted whether her endeavors were feigned or real, and was actually obliged to exert his whole strength in defending himself from Camilla, who acted this strange imposture so much to the life, that in order to give it the greater appearance of truth, she resolved to color it with her own blood for seeing or. Feigning that she could not touch Lothario, she cried, "Though fate denies me the full satisfaction of my just desire, it cannot rob me of one part of my revenge." With these words, struggling to disengage her dagger hand, which was held by Lothario, she at last succeeded in directing her poignard to a part of her body, which she thought she might slightly wound without danger. She sheathed it between her shoulder and left breast, and fell upon the floor as in a swoon. Leonela and Lothario were astonished and confounded at this event, and still dubious whether or not Camilla was in earnest when they saw her stretched upon the ground, and bathed in her own blood. Lothario ran in the utmost fright and consternation to draw forth the dagger, but perceiving what a superficial wound she had made, he recovered of the terror which had began to seize him, and could not help admiring anew the uncommon sagacity, prudence, and discretion of the beautiful Camilla. That he might therefore proceed in the part he had to act, he began to make long and sorrowful lamentation over the body, as if she had been really dead, imprecating 1,000 curses not only upon himself, but also upon him who was the original cause of this disaster. And as he knew that Anselmo was listening, said such melancholy things that whosoever had heard him would have pitied his case as much as that of Camilla, though they had believed her actually dead. Leonela lifted her up, and laying her on the bed, earnestly entreated Lothario to find some person who would cure her privately, and begged he would advise her with regard to what she should tell Anselmo about her lady's wound, in case he should return before she was cured. He said she might tell him what she pleased, for he was then in no condition to give any profitable advice about the matter. He only desired her to fall upon some method of staunching the blood, and declared that, for his own part, he would go where man should never see him. He accordingly departed with the appearance of infinite grief and anxiety, and when he found himself alone in a private place, crossed himself with amazement at the invention of Camilla and the artful behavior of her maid. He could easily conceive that Anselmo was by this time thoroughly convinced of his having a second Portia for his wife, and was impatient to see him, that they might together extol her behavior, which, though imposture, had more appearance of truth than anything 202 of the same kind that had ever been practiced. Leonela, as she was desired, stopped her lady's blood, of which there was just enough to give credit to her artifice, and washing the wound with a little wine, bound it up as well as she could, uttering such sorrowful expressions all the time as would have been sufficient, without any previous lamentation, to persuade Anselmo that his wife was the mirror of chastity. Leonela's complaints were joined by those of her mistress, who taxed herself with cowardice and pusillanimity in having lost the best opportunity she should ever have of parting with that life which she abhorred. She consulted her maid about disclosing the whole affair to her beloved spouse, but this scheme Leonela opposed, observing that it would lay her master under an obligation of taking vengeance on Lothario, a satisfaction he could not enjoy without exposing himself to great danger, and that a virtuous woman, far from seeking to involve her husband in quarrels, was in duty bound to keep him free of all such disputes by every method in her power. Camilla seemed to approve of her maid's prudence, and promised to follow her advice, but said it would be necessary at all events to invent some excuse to Anselmo about the wound, which he could not fail of observing. Leonela assuring her that they could never tell a lie even in jest. The mistress replied, "What shall I do then, child? For I would not attempt to frame and maintain a falsehood, even though my life depended upon it. Since therefore we know not how to extricate ourselves otherwise, we must e'en discover the naked truth rather than run the risk of being detected in a lie. Don't give yourself any farther uneasiness, madam," said Leonela. "By tomorrow morning I shall have found some expedient. Perhaps the wound, being where it is, may be concealed from his view, and heaven vouchsafe to favor our upright and honorable intention. Compose yourself, dear madam, endeavor to calm the perturbation of your spirits, that my master may not perceive your disorder, and leave the consequence to my care, and that of heaven, which never fails to favor the righteous design." Anselmo listened with the utmost attention to this tragedy of the death of his honor, which was represented with such exquisite and surprising address, that the actors seemed really transformed into the very characters. They feigned he longed impatiently for night, and an opportunity of escaping unseen, that he might fly to his worthy friend Lothario, and receive his congratulation upon the precious jewel he had found in this vindication of his wife's virtue. They took care to furnish him with the occasion he wanted, and he, without letting it slip, ran immediately in quest of Lothario. It would be difficult to describe the eagerness of his embraces at meeting, or to recount the expressions he used in the overflowings of his satisfaction, and the extravagant praises he bestowed on Camilla. All these Lothario heard, without being able to manifest the least signs of joy. His reflections taxed him with the deceit he had practiced, and the injury he had done his unsuspecting friend Anselmo. Took notice that he did not seem to participate in his pleasure, but believed his concern proceeded from the thoughts of having been the occasion of Camilla's wound. He therefore, among other things, told him to make himself easy on that score, for the hurt must certainly have been very slight, as they had agreed to conceal it from his knowledge, and since there was no bad consequence to be apprehended, he hoped for the future to enjoy in mirth and good humor the friendship of his dear Lothario, by whose industry and mediation he now saw himself raised to the most sublime pitch of human felicity. At the same time, he signified that his desire and design was to pursue no other amusement than that of composing verses in praise of Camilla that should transmit to latest posterity the remembrance of her worth. Lothario commended his laudable determination, and promised to contribute all that lay in his power towards the rearing of such an illustrious edifice, so that Anselmo, being the most agreeably deceived of any man that ever lived, led, by the hand 203, to his own house, the very man who, though in his opinion the instrument of his glory, was the total perdition of his fame. Camilla received him with a countenance expressing resentment, but a soul brimful of joy, and their secret correspondence continued uninterrupted for a few months, at the end of which, the wheel of fortune having performed a full circle, the intrigue, which had been hitherto so artfully concealed, was discovered, and Anselmo's impertinent curiosity cost him his life. Roman 8. The conclusion of the impertinent curiosity. A little more of this novel remained to be read, when Sancho came running in great confusion from the garret, where his master Don Quixote lay bawling aloud, "Come hither, gentlemen, make haste to the assistance of my master, who is this precious minute engaged and grappled in the toughest battle that ever my eyes beheld. Egad, he has given that same giant, the enemy to my lady, the Princess of Micomicona, such a backstroke as hath sliced off his head as smooth and clean as the skin of a turnip." "What do you mean, brother?" said the curate, closing the book. "Are you in your right wits, Sancho? How the devil can your master be fighting with a giant who is 2,000 leagues from hence?" That instant they heard a great noise in the apartment, and Don Quixote proclaiming aloud, "Stay, villain robber caitiff, here I have thee, and thy cimeter shall not avail." Then he began to strike furiously at the walls, and Sancho exclaimed, "Don't stand here listening, but go in and part the fray, or lend your assistance to my master, though I believe that will be needless by this time, for the giant is certainly dead, and giving an account to God of his wicked and misspent life. Nay, I saw with my own eyes his blood running about the floor, and his head cut off laying on one side, as a large wine bag may. I be hanged," cried the innkeeper at these words, "if this Don Quixote or Don Devil has not cut open one of the skins filled with red wine that stood at his bed's head, and the wine that ran out is mistaken by this simple fellow for blood." So saying, he rushed into the apartment with the whole company at his heels, and found the knight in a very ludicrous situation. He appeared in his shirt, which was too scanty before to cover his thighs, and still shorter behind by 6 inches at least, and displayed a pair of long lank legs embrowned with hair, and not extremely clean. His head was covered with a little red greasy nightcap, belonging to the landlord, round his left arm. He had wrapped the blanket of his bed, to which Sancho, for good reasons known to himself, bore an inveterate grudge, and in his right he wielded his drawn sword, with which he laid about him at a furious rate, talking as if he was actually at blows with the giant. But what was very surprising, his eyes were shut all the time, and he was fast asleep dreaming of this encounter, for his imagination was so much engrossed by the adventure he had undertaken to achieve as to make him dream that he was already arrived in the kingdom of Micomicon, and engaged in single combat with his gigantic adversary, instead of whom he hacked the wine-bags so furiously that the whole room was afloat with their contents. The innkeeper no sooner perceived this havoc than, incensed to the last degree, he assaulted Don Quixote with his clenched fists and began to pummel him so severely that if the curate and Cardenio had not interposed, he would soon have put an end to the adventure of the giant. Yet, for all that, the poor knight did not awake, until the barber, fetching a kettle of cold water from the well, soused him all over. Even then, though sleep forsook him, he did not recollect the situation he was in, and Dorothea, seeing him so slight and airily equipped, did not choose to be a spectator of the combat between her adversary and protector. Meanwhile Sancho went about the room, prying into every corner, and searching for the giant's head, which, when he could not find, I know, said he, that everything goes by enchantment in this house. The last time I was in this very spot, I received 204 a great many thwacks and thumps, without seeing a soul or being able to guess from whence they came. And now this head is vanished, though I saw it cut off with mine own eyes, and the blood spout out of the body like water from a fountain. What dost thou talk of blood and fountains, thou enemy of God and his saints? Cried the innkeeper. Don't you see, rascal, that there is no blood or fountain, but the skins that are pierced, and the red wine that swims about the room? I hope the soul of him who pierced them will swim in hell. I know nothing of the matter, replied Sancho, but that on account of my not finding the head, I shall see my earldom dissolve like salt in water. Thus the squire, though awake, was more extravagant than Don Quixote in his dream. Such an impression had his master's promises made upon his imagination. The phlegmatic temper of the squire, together with the mischievous disposition of the knight, well-nigh distracted the landlord, who swore that they should not now as formerly go away without paying, and that all the privilege of their errantry should not exempt them from paying both reckonings to the last farthing for the damage they had done, even to the bits of leather for patching the wineskins that were cut. The curate, by this time, had got hold of the hands of Don Quixote, who, believing he had now finished the adventure, and was in presence of the Princess Micomicona, fell upon his knees before the priest, saying, Renowned Princess, your highness may henceforth live secure of what that misbegotten wretch can do, and I from this day forward am acquitted of my promise, which is now by the assistance of heaven above and the favor of her for whom I live and breathe happily and fully performed. Did not I tell you so? Cried Sancho, hearing these words. You see I am not drunk, and may take notice that my master hath put the giant in pickle. The holidays will certainly come round, and the earldom fit me to a hair. Who could refrain from laughing at the follies of the master and man? They occasioned abundance of mirth to every one present, except the landlord, who cursed himself to the devil. At length the barber, curate, and Cardenio, with no small difficulty, put the knight to bed again, where he fell fast asleep in an instant like one who had been excessively fatigued. They left him to his repose, and went out to console Sancho for his disappointment, losing the giant's head. But they found it a harder task to pacify the innkeeper, who was driven almost to despair by the sudden death of his wine-bags. Besides, the landlady began to cry in a whimpering tone. In an unlucky minute, an evil hour, did this knight-errant enter my doors, for I am sure I never beheld him without paying dearly for the sight. The last time he was here, he refused to defray a whole night's expense of supper, lodging, straw, and barley for himself and his squire, his horse, and his ass, saying that he was a knight-errant forsooth. God send him and all other knights-errant upon errands that will tend to their sorrow, and therefore was not obliged to pay for anything, because it was not ordained in the registers of chivalry. Then this gentleman coming after him t'other day borrowed my tail, and though I have got it again, it is a good penny the worse for the wearing, the hair being plucked off in such a manner as makes it unfit for my husband's purpose. And to finish and conclude the whole, my bags are broke, and my wine spilt. Would I could see his heart's blood in the same condition. But he must not think to get off so easily, for, by the bones of my father and my mother's soul, they shall pay for everything upon the nail, or may I never be called by my own name again, or believed to be my father's own child. These and other expressions of the same kind were uttered with great bitterness by the landlady, and her faithful servant Maritornes joined in the exclamation, while the daughter held her peace, and from time to time smiled at their indignation, which at last was appeased by the curate, who promised to give them satisfaction to the best of his power, for the loss they had sustained in bags and wine, and in particular for the damage done to the tale which they valued so highly. And Dorothea comforted Sancho by telling him that as soon as ever it should 205 appear that his master had actually cut off the giant's head, and she should find herself in quiet possession of her kingdom, she would bestow upon him the best earldom in her gift. The squire was consoled by this promise, and assured the princess that he was certain he had seen the giant's head by the same token that he had a huge beard that flowed down to his middle, and that the whole was now vanished, because everything in that house was performed by enchantment, as he had found by woeful experience the last time he had lodged in that apartment. Dorothea said she was of the same opinion, desiring he would himself no uneasiness, for everything would be for the best, and succeed to his heart's content. The quiet of the house being thus re-established, the curate wanted to read the remaining part of the novel, which he perceived already drew near a close, and Cardenio, Dorothea, and the rest entreating him to finish the story, he, with a view of pleasing them as well as himself, proceeded in these words. Anselmo, being now satisfied of his wife's virtue, enjoyed himself without the least disturbance or care, while Camilla, in order to disguise her real sentiments, affected always to frown upon Lothario, who, as a farther sanction to this stratagem, desired Anselmo to excuse him from coming to his house, since it was plain that Camilla was disgusted at his presence. But the infatuated Anselmo would by no means comply with this request, so that this unhappy husband was in 1,000 shapes the author of his own dishonor, while in his own opinion he was laying up a store of happiness and reputation. About this time, Leonella's desire of gratifying her own loose wishes carried her to such a pitch of imprudence that she gave her wantonness the rein, without the least caution, conscious that her mistress would conceal her conduct, and even advise her how to carry on the intrigue, without the least danger of being detected. At length, however, Anselmo one night heard somebody walking in her apartment, and endeavoring to get in and see who it was, found the door shut against him. This circumstance increased his desire. He made a violent effort, and the door flew open, upon which he entered, and seeing a man leap out of the window into the street, ran hastily to lay hold or get sight of him. But he was disappointed in both by Leonella, who, hanging upon her master, cried, "Hold, dear sir, be not surprised, nor seek to pursue the person who is fled. He was here on my account, and is as good as my wedded husband." Anselmo would give no credit to her words, but blinded with passion drew his poniard to stab Leonella, whom he commanded to reveal the truth on pain of immediate death. She, terrified by his threats, answered, without knowing what she said, "Spare my life, good sir, and I will disclose things of greater importance than you imagine." "Speak." Then cried Anselmo, "or thou shalt instantly die." "At present," replied Leonella, "I am in such perturbation that I cannot possibly make a distinct confession. Delay your vengeance till tomorrow morning, and then you shall hear something that will strike you with astonishment. Meanwhile, be assured that he who leaped out of the window is a young man of this city, who has given me a promise of marriage." Anselmo, being somewhat pacified by this declaration, resolved to grant the respite she demanded, though he never dreamed of hearing anything to the prejudice of Camilla, of whose virtue he was satisfied and secure. He therefore quitted the room, in which, however, he locked up Leonella, telling her she must continue in that place until she should have made this promised discovery. Then, going to Camilla, informed her of everything that had passed, together with the promise her maid had made of discovering things of great importance. It is almost needless to say that Camilla was disturbed at this information. The terror that took possession of her was such that, believing with good reason too Leonella would actually disclose to Anselmo every circumstance of her infidelity, she had not resolution enough to wait the issue of her suspicion, but that very night, while her husband was asleep, collected the best of her jewels with some money, and getting out of the house 206, without being perceived, fled to Lothario, and recounted what had happened, at the same time beseeching him to put her in a place of safety, or accompany her to some retreat where they should be secure from the search of Anselmo. Such was the confusion of Lothario at the news of this unexpected event, that he could not answer one syllable, nor for some time resolve upon what was to be done. At length, he proposed to carry Camilla to a monastery, the abbess of which was his first cousin, and, his mistress consenting to the proposal, he conducted her thither, with all the dispatch which the nature of the case required, and leaving her to the care of his relation, quitted the city that very night, without imparting the cause of his absence to any living soul. Next morning, soon as it was day, Anselmo, without perceiving that Camilla was gone so eagerly, did he long to hear this confession of her maid, arose, and went directly to the room in which he had confined her. But he no sooner opened the door and entered the apartment than he perceived the sheets of the bed tied together, hanging out of the window, a manifest proof that Leonela had lowered herself down into the street by means of that contrivance. He then returned with a good deal of chagrin to communicate his disappointment to Camilla, whom, when he could not find, he was seized with the utmost consternation, especially as none of the servants could give the least account of her departure. But chancing in the course of his inquiry to find the coffers open and the best part of her jewels carried off, he began to comprehend his disgrace, and concluded that Leonela was not the cause of his misfortune. Dispirited with this reflection, he did not stay to dress, but went in a most disconsolate situation to give an account of his mishap to his friend Lothario. And when he understood from his servants that their master had gone out in the night, and carried all his ready money along with him, he had well lost his senses. To crown his misery, he returned to his own house, which was deserted by all his servants, and found himself the most solitary being in nature. He knew not what to think, say, or do, and his judgment began to be impaired, for upon recollection, he perceived that he was in an instant deprived of wife, friend, and servants, renounced by heaven, and what he felt more deeply than any other part of his disaster, destitute of honor, by the misconduct of Camilla, from which he dated his utter destruction. At length, after a long internal struggle, he resolved to go to the country house of his friend, where he had been when he furnished the opportunity of planning his own ruin. Accordingly, having locked his door, he mounted his horse, and almost fainting under the burden of his woes, set out for that place. But scarce had he traveled one half of the way, when, harassed by his shocking reflections, he was obliged to alight and tie his horse to a tree, at the root of which he threw himself down, giving vent to the most lamentable sighs that ever were heaved. There he remained till the twilight, about which time, perceiving a man coming on horseback from the city after salutation, he asked what news was stirring at Florence. The strangest, replied the citizen, that have been heard these many days. It is publicly reported that Lothario, the intimate friend of Anselmo the rich, who lived at St. John's, hath this last night carried off the wife of his friend, who is also missing. This discovery was made to the governor by Camilla's maid, who was detected in letting herself down by a sheet from one of the windows of Anselmo's house. In short, I do not know the particulars exactly, but the whole city is astonished at this event, which they could never have expected from the intimacy of the two gentlemen, who were so strictly united in the bands of amity as to acquire the title of the two friends. Do you know what road Lothario and Camilla have taken? Said Anselmo. That is not yet discovered, replied the traveller, though the governor hath used great diligence in the inquiry. Anselmo wished him a good evening, and the citizen, having returned the compliment, proceeded on his journey. These unhappy news reduced this ill-fated husband to the verge of death as well as distraction. He mounted, however, as well as he could, and arrived at the house of his friend, who had not as yet heard of his misfortune, but seeing him so exhausted, ghastly, and pale, imagined he had met with some grievous disaster. Anselmo begged to be put to bed immediately, and furnished with pen, ink, and paper. Thus provided, he was left alone, and the chamber locked at his own desire. Then the remembrance of his misfortune began to be so heavy upon his soul that he plainly perceived his end approaching, and being desirous of declaring the cause of his strange and sudden death, he took up the pen. But before he could execute his design, his breath failed him, and he expired a victim to that sorrow which was occasioned by his own impertinent curiosity. His friend, finding it grow late, and that Anselmo had not called, went into his chamber to inquire about his health. There he found him lying upon his face, one half of his body in bed, and the other on the table, with a pen in his hand, and a written paper lying open before him. The gentleman, having spoke to him, without receiving any answer, took him by the hand, and feeling him cold and stiff, concluded he was dead. Surprised and concerned to the last degree, he called up his family to be witnesses of this melancholy event, and knowing the paper to be Anselmo's own handwriting, read the contents in these words: "I am deprived of life by my own impertinent curiosity. If the news of my death reach Camilla's ears, let her know that I forgive her infidelity, for she was not bound to perform miracles, nor I under any necessity of expecting them at her hands. Since, therefore, I have been the contriver of my own dishonor, there is no reason that so far he had written, but life had forsaken him. Before he could finish the sentence, next day, his friend sent an account of his death to his parents, who were already informed of his mischance, also of the convent to which Camilla had retreated, and where she now lay at the point of accompanying her spouse in his last indispensable journey, not so much on account of Anselmo's death, as in consequence of the information she received concerning her absent lover. It was said that though she was now a widow, she would neither quit the convent nor take the veil. But in a little time the news arrived of Lothario's being killed in a battle which was fought between the renowned Captain Goncalo Fernandez de Cordova and Monsieur de Lautrec, in the kingdom of Naples, whither this too late repenting friend had made his retreat. This event was no sooner known than Camilla professed herself a nun, and in a few days yielded up her life, a prey to grief and melancholy. Such was the untimely end to which they were all brought from a beginning of whim and indiscretion. This novel, said the curate, is not amiss, but I cannot think the story is true, and if it be feigned, the author has erred in point of invention, for it cannot be supposed that any husband would be so mad as to try this dangerous experiment of Anselmo. Had it been related of a gallant and his mistress, it might have passed, but with regard to a husband and his wife it is altogether improbable. However, the manner of narrating it is not disagreeable. Chap Roman 9, an account of other strange adventures that happened at the inn. At that instant, the landlord, standing at the inn door, exclaimed, "There is a noble company. Odd, if they halt here we shall sing for joy." "What company?" said Cardenio. "4 men," replied the innkeeper, "who ride with short stirrups, each of them equipped with lance target, and masked, with a lady on a side saddle, dressed in white and veiled, and 2 attendants on foot. When the priest asked if they were near, he answered, so near that they are already at the gate." Dorothea, hearing this information, put on her veil, and Cardenio withdrew 208 into Don Quixote's apartment. Immediately the whole company, announced by the landlord, entered the inn-yard, and the 4 horsemen, who were persons of genteel mien and carriage, instantly alighting, went to help the lady from her horse, when one of them, taking her in his arms, placed her in a chair that stood by the door of the room in which Cardenio had concealed himself. All this time neither she nor they took off their masks, nor uttered one syllable, but when she was seated, she heaved a profound sigh, and let her arms fall down on each side like a person fainting with weakness, while the footman led the horses into the stable. The curate, being curious to know who those persons were so remarkable in their silence and dress, went up and put the question to one of the laqueys, who answered, "Truly, Signia, we are as ignorant in that particular as you are, though they seem to be people of condition, especially he who took the lady in his arms, because all the rest behaved to him with great respect, following his directions in everything with the utmost punctuality. And pray, who may the lady be?" said the priest. "We know as little of her as of the man," replied the laquey, "for during the journey I have never once beheld her face. I have often heard her sigh bitterly, and utter piercing groans, in every one of which she seemed to yield her very soul. But it is not to be wondered at that we should know so little of their affairs. My companion and I, having attended them 2 days only for meeting us on the road, they entreated and persuaded us to accompany them as far as Andalusia, promising to pay us handsomely for our trouble. "Have you never heard one of them named?" resumed the curate. "Never once," answered the young man. "They travel with surprising silence. Nothing is heard but the sobs and sighs of the poor lady, which move us to compassion. We firmly believe that she is forced upon this journey, and gather from her dress that she is a nun, or, which is more probable, going to take the veil, and finding herself very little inclined to that way of life, is melancholy at the prospect." The curate said nothing was more probable, and leaving the laquey, returned to Dorothea, who by this time, out of natural sympathy with the affliction of the masked lady, had approached and accosted her in these words: "What is the matter with you, dear madam? If you labor under any indisposition which the practice and experience of women can relieve, my assistance is heartily at your service to this kind. Offer no reply was made by the sorrowful lady, who, notwithstanding the other's repeated entreaties, would not open her mouth, until the person who by the lacquey's information was chief of the company, addressing himself to Dorothea, said, "Do not fatigue yourself, madam, in making proffers of service to that woman, who cannot be grateful for any favor she receives, nor importune her for any reply, unless you desire to hear some falsehoods proceed from her." My lips," said the hitherto silent lady, "were never profaned with falsehood. On the contrary, my present misfortune is owing to my sincerity, and my abhorrence of lies. Of this assertion you yourself are too sensible, since your own perfidy and falsehood are the effects of my constancy and truth." These words were distinctly overheard by Cardenio, who was only separated from them by the door of Don Quixote's chamber, and they no sooner reached his ear than he cried aloud, "Good heaven, what do I hear? What voice is that which struck my sense?" The lady, being exceedingly surprised at that exclamation, turned about her head, and not seeing the person that pronounced it, started up, and ran towards the apartment from whence it seemed to come, but was prevented by her conductor, who would not suffer her to move one step farther. In the disorder occasioned by her struggle, her mask dropped off, and discovered a countenance of incomparable and amazing beauty, even though disguised with paleness and horror, for her eyes rolled about to every corner which her sight could reach with such eagerness and wildness that she looked like a woman possessed. Dorothea and all present were infinitely concerned at these symptoms, the meaning of which they could not understand. Meanwhile, the cavalier 209 was so busied in holding her fast by the shoulders that he could not attend to his mask, which also fell to the ground, and Dorothea, lifting up her eyes towards him as he held the lady in his arms, perceived that this cavalier was no other than her own husband, Don Fernando. No sooner did she recognize his features than, fetching a long and melancholy sigh from the very bottom of her soul, she fell backward in a swoon, and if the barber had not been at hand to support her, would have certainly come to the ground. The curate ran instantly to take off her veil that he might sprinkle water on her face, which was immediately known by Don Fernando, who held the other lady in his arms, and was thunderstruck at the sight. He would not, however, quit Lucinda, who struggled to get loose. She and Cardenio, having by this time recognized each other by their mutual exclamations, he had also overheard the groan uttered by Dorothea when she fainted, and believing that it proceeded from Lucinda, rushed out of his apartment in a fright, when the first object he beheld was Don Fernando clasping her in his arms. This nobleman knew him immediately, and all three, namely Lucinda, Cardenio, and Dorothea, were struck dumb with astonishment, and seemed insensible of what had happened, gazing in silence at one another. Dorothea directed her eager view to Don Fernando, who stared at Cardenio, whose eyes were fixed upon Lucinda, who looked wishfully at him. But the first that broke silence was this last, who addressed herself in these words: "To Don Fernando, suffer me, Signia, in regard to your own character, since you are deaf to every other consideration, to cleave to that wall of which I am the ivy, to avail myself of that prop from which you could not disengage me, with all your importunities, promises, and threats. Behold, how heaven by unusual and mysterious means hath brought me to my true and lawful husband, and since you know by dear-bought experience that nothing but death can expel his image from my breast, let this plain demonstration, since all other attempts are vain, convert your love into rage, your friendship into hate, and instantly deprive me of life, which I shall yield with pleasure in the presence of my legal lord, who will then perhaps be convinced of the fidelity I preserved to the last moment of my existence." In the meantime, Dorothea, being recovered from her swoon, had listened to Lucinda's declaration, by which she discovered her situation and name, but perceiving that Don Fernando neither quitted his hold nor answered one word to her solicitation, she exerted her whole strength in falling down on her knees before him, and having shed a large quantity of tears from her beautiful eyes, accosted him in these words: "My dear lord, if your eyes were not dazzled and obscured by the rays of that sun, which you hold eclipsed within your arms, you would perceive that she who thus kneels before you is the unhappy, so long as you are pleased she should be so, and forlorn. Dorothea, I am that humble country maiden whom your generosity or passion vouchsafed to raise to the honor of calling you her own. I am she who, confined within the bounds of modesty, lived a contented life, until, moved by your importunities, and seemingly upright dresses, she opened the gates of her reserve, and surrendered to you the keys of her freedom and offering. but ill requited as plainly appears by that hard fate, in consequence of which I am found in this place, and also find you in your present situation. Nevertheless, I would not have you imagine that I came hither induced by any dishonorable motives, but that the sorrow conceived at seeing myself forsaken and forgotten by you was the sole cause of my retreat. You desired I should be your own, and that desire you accomplished so effectually, that although your inclinations may be changed, it is impossible you should cease to be mine. Consider, my lord, that my unparalleled affection may counterbalance the beauty and birth of her, for whom I am abandoned. You cannot be the fair Lucinda's husband, because you are already mine, nor she become your wife, while she appertains to Cardenio, and it will be a much easier task if you reflect upon it impartially to recall your love for her who adores you than to gain the affection of one by whom you are 210, abhorred. You solicited my unsuspecting heart, you importuned my integrity, you was not ignorant of my lowly station, and know in what manner I yielded to your will, so that you have no subterfuge, nor the least room to say you was deceived. If this be the case, as doubtless it is, and you be a Christian as well as a gentleman, why do you such evasions delay to make the end as happy as the beginning of my fortune? If you will not receive me as what I really am, your lawful wife, at least admit me into the number of your slaves, for in whatever shape I belong to you, I shall account myself fortunate and blessed. Do not therefore, by renouncing me, entirely give scandal an opportunity of impeaching my honor. Make not my parents miserable in their old age. Their faithful services to your father merit a more kind return. If you think your blood will be debased in mixing with mine, consider that almost all the great families on earth have undergone the same intercourse, and that the woman's quality in no manner affects illustrious descents. Besides, true nobility consists in virtue, and in that shall I have the advantage over you if you deny and oppose the justice of my claim. In fine, the last argument I shall use is this: whether you are pleased or displeased with your destiny, I am your lawful wife. Witness your own words, which neither are nor ought to be false, if you value yourself on that for which you undervalue me. Witness your handwriting and heaven above to the testimony of which you appealed for the performance of your promise. And if all these should fail, your conscience will never cease whispering to you amidst your pleasures in vindication of this truth, which will disturb your most exalted enjoyments. This supplication, enforced with other arguments, was pronounced so feelingly by the afflicted and weeping Dorothea that tears of sympathy were shed by all present. The companions of Don Fernando, not excepted he himself, listened without answering one word until she had made an end of her address, and began to utter such woeful sighs and groans as were almost sufficient to melt an heart of brass. Lucinda stood gazing upon her with equal compassion for her sorrow and admiration of her beauty and good sense. Nay, she would have gone and offered her all the consolation in her power, had she not still been kept fast locked in the arms of Don Fernando, who, full of confusion and surprise, after having for a good while fixed his eyes upon Dorothea with great attention, opened his arms, and leaving Lucinda at liberty, said, "You have conquered, beauteous Dorothea. The victory is yours, for so many truths conjoined are surely irresistible." Lucinda was so faint and weak that when Don Fernando quitted her, she would have fallen to the ground had it not been for Cardenio, who had placed himself behind her ravisher, that he might not be known. But now, laying aside all fear and resolving to adventure everything, he sprung to the assistance of Lucinda, and, catching her in his arms, "If," said he, "it be the will and pleasure of pitying heaven that you should find repose, my faithful, constant, and charming Lucinda, I think you can enjoy it nowhere so securely as in these arms, which now receive and formerly encircled you, when fortune was pleased that I should call you mine." At these words she gazed upon him with great eagerness. She had before began to recognize his voice, and now, recollecting his features like a person deprived of judgment, who disregards all decency and form, she threw her arms about his neck, and joining her lips to his, "Yes, my dear Cardenio," said she, "you are the real lord of this your slave, in spite of adverse fate, and all those threats, though greater than they are that persecute my life, which now depends on yours alone." An unexpected sight was this to Don Fernando and all the bystanders, who were not a little surprised at what they saw, while Dorothea, observing her husband change color and signify an inclination of being revenged upon Cardenio by laying his hand upon his sword, ran with incredible agility, and 211, clasping his knees, which she kissed, held him so firmly embraced that he could not move, saying, while the tears trickled from her eyes, what means my only refuge to do on this unexpected occasion. Your own wife is now kneeling before you, and she, whom you desire to wed, is in the arms of her lawful husband. Consider whether it be just or possible for you to undo that which heaven hath done. Why should you seek to unite yourself with one who, disdaining all opposition and inconvenience, and confirmed in her own constancy and truth, even before your eyes, lets fall from hers a shower of tenderness into the bosom of her lawful spouse? For the sake of God and of yourself, I entreat and beseech you that this remarkable recognition may not only fail to increase your indignation, but even diminish it in such a manner that these two lovers may, without any impediment from you, enjoy each other as long as heaven will permit them to live in this self-denial. You will manifest the generosity of your noble and illustrious soul, and convince the world that you are governed more by reason than by appetite." While Dorothea pronounced these words, Cardenio, though he held Lucinda in his arms, kept his eyes still fixed upon Don Fernando with full resolution, if he attempted anything to his prejudice, to defend himself as well as he could against his adversary and all his adherents, although it should cost him his life. But this young nobleman's friends, together with the curate and barber, not forgetting honest Sancho Panza, who were present at the whole affair, interposed, and making a circle about him, begged earnestly that he would be pleased to consider the tears of Dorothea, and if what she alleged was true, as they firmly believed, it was no longer suffer her to be defrauded of her just and reasonable hope. They desired him to observe that in all appearance it was not by accident, but the immediate direction of Providence, that they had all met together so unexpectedly in this place, and the curate entreated him to reflect that death alone could divide Lucinda from Cardenio, that though they might be parted by the edge of the sword, they would look upon death as the greatest blessing that could befall them, and that, in a case of this kind, which admitted of no other remedy, it would be his wisest course to constrain and conquer his own passion, and demonstrate the generosity of his heart, by permitting of his own free will these two lovers to enjoy that state of happiness which heaven had ordained for their lot, that he should contemplate Dorothea's beauty, which far from being excelled was equaled in few or none, and to her beauty add the consideration of her humility and excessive love. Above all, take notice that if he valued himself upon being a gentleman and a Christian, he could do no less than perform the promise he had given, and in so doing act in conformity to the will of God, and satisfy the discreet part of mankind, who are very sensible that it is the prerogative of beauty, even in a low estate, when accompanied with virtue, to be lifted up to the highest rank, without any disparagement to the person who thus raises it to an equality with himself. And since the irresistible force of inclination must prevail, provided there be nothing criminal in the means, he is not to be blamed who acts according to its dictates. To these arguments were added so many of the same sort, that the valiant heart of Don Fernando, nourished by illustrious blood, relented, and he was overcome by the force of that truth, which, however inclined, he could not deny the signal of his surrender, and yielding to this reasonable and just proposal was his stooping down and embracing Dorothea, to whom he said, "Rise, madam. It is not just that she who reigns in my soul should lie prostrate at my feet, if hitherto I have given small proof of what I now profess. Perhaps my omission hath been owing to the appointment of heaven, that by giving you an opportunity of manifesting the sincerity of your love, I might know how to esteem you according to your deserts. I beg, therefore, you will not upbraid me with my misconduct and unkind neglect, since the same force and occasion that attached me to you was the cause of my endeavor to disengage myself, that you may be convinced of the truth. Behold and contemplate the eyes of the now contented Lucinda, in which you will find 212 an excuse for all my errors. And since she hath found and attained her heart's desire, and my utmost wish is fulfilled, in thus retrieving you, may she live in peace and quiet for many happy years with her Cardenio, and may heaven grant the same felicity to me with Dorothea." So saying, he embraced her again, pressing his lips to hers with such tenderness that it required his greatest efforts to forbear giving with his tears indubitable signs of his affection and remorse. But those endeavors did not succeed with Lucinda Cardenio and every other person present, who began to weep so plentifully either at their own happiness or the satisfaction of their friends, that one would have thought some grievous misfortune had happened to the whole company. Even Sancho blubbered, though he afterwards owned that his sorrow proceeded from seeing that Dorothea was not, as he imagined, the queen of Micomicon, from whom he expelled such favors. This universal admiration and thaw having lasted some time, Cardenio and Lucinda fell upon their knees before Don Fernando, whom they thanked for his generosity in such polite terms that he scarce knew what answer to make, but raised and embraced them both with demonstrations of uncommon courtesy and affection. Then, asking Dorothea how she had come to that place so distant from her own home, she with great elegance and brevity repeated what she had before recounted to Cardenio, and her husband and his company were so pleased with her narration that they wished it could have been spun out to a much greater length, so gracefully did she relate her own misfortunes. Her talk being finished, Don Fernando informed them of what had happened to him in the city after he found in Lucinda's bosom the paper in which she declared herself Cardenio's wife. Seeing that she could not possibly be his, he said he was determined to put her to death, and would actually have executed his purpose had not her parents interposed. He then quitted the house full of shame and resentment, resolving to revenge himself with the first opportunity, and next day understood that she was gone off without anybody's knowing whither she had directed her flight. At length, however, in a few months, he got notice that she was in a certain monastery, where she intended to spend her whole life, if she could not enjoy it in the company of Cardenio. He no sooner received this intimation than, choosing these three gentlemen for his companions, he went straight to the place of her residence, but without speaking to her or making himself known, lest the monastery should be more strictly guarded on his account. He waited, therefore, until one day he found the porter's lodge open, when, leaving two of his friends to secure the door, he entered the monastery with the other in quest of Lucinda, whom he found in the cloisters talking with a nun, and snatching her off without giving her a moment's time for recollection, carried her instantly to a place where they provided themselves with necessaries for their journey. This exploit they were enabled to perform with safety, because the monastery stood in the middle of a field at a good distance from any village or town. He said Lucinda no sooner perceived herself in his power than she fainted away, and when she recovered the use of her senses, did nothing but weep and sigh without speaking one word, so that, accompanied with silence and tears, they had arrived at that in which he looked upon as the heavenly goal, where all earthly misfortunes are happily terminated. Roman 10. A continuation of the history of the renowned Princess Micomicona, with other pleasant adventures. Sancho heard everything that passed with no small anxiety of mind, seeing the hopes of his preferment vanish into smoke, the beautiful Princess Micomicona transformed into Dorothea, the giant into Don Fernando, and his master in a sound sleep, little dreaming of what had happened. Dorothea could not persuade herself that all her good fortune was not a dream. Cardenio entertained the same opinion, which was also embraced by Lucinda, while Don Fernando gave thanks to heaven for its favor in extricating him from that labyrinth of perplexity 213, in which he was at the point of losing his reputation and soul. In fine, every person present was well satisfied and rejoiced at the happy issue of such intricate and desperate affairs. The curate represented everything in the right point of view with great discretion, and congratulated the parties concerned on the felicity they had acquired. But she whose joy was most vociferous was the landlady, who loudly exulted in the promise of Cardenio, and the curate, who had undertaken to pay her with interest for the damage she had sustained on Don Quixote's account. Sancho alone, as we have already observed, was afflicted, unfortunate, and sad, and going to his master, who was just awake, said with a lamentable tone, "Sir Knight of the Rueful Countenance, your worship may now sleep as long as you please, without giving yourself the trouble of slaying the giant or restoring the princess to her throne. That whole affair is already brought to a conclusion." "I really believe what you say," answered the knight, "for I have been engaged with the giant in the most obstinate and outrageous combat that I believe I shall ever fight in all the days of my life." With one backstroke slam went his head to the ground, and discharged such a quantity of blood that it ran like rills of water along the field. "Rather like red wine, your worship should say," replied the squire, "for I must inform you, if you do not already know it, that the dead giant is no other than a wine bag, and the blood 18 gallons of good red wine, which was contained in its belly. The head you cut off is the whore my mother, and the whole affair is gone to the devil. What does the lunatic mean? Said Don Quixote. Are you in your right senses, Sancho? Rise, sir, resumed the squire, and see what a fine piece of work you have made, and what a score you have run. You shall behold the queen converted into a private lady called Dorothea, with many other strange events, at which, if you take them right, you will be hugely astonished. I shall not wonder at anything of that kind, replied his master, for thou mayst remember the last time we were in this house, I told thee that every incident which happened was conducted and brought about by enchantment, so that we need not be surprised if the same power should prevail at present. I should be of your worship's opinion, answered Sancho, if my blanketing had been of the same stamp. But that was not the case, for it was really and truly a substantial tossing. This very innkeeper, whom we saw today, held a corner of the blanket, and canted me into the air with great strength and nimbleness, passing 1,000 waggish jokes, and laughing at me all the while, from whence I concluded, simple and sinner as I am, that as I knew their persons, there was no enchantment in the case, but abundance of bruising and bad fortune. Well, heaven will make the amends, said the knight. Meanwhile, reach me my clothes, for I want to go forth and examine those events and transformations which thou hast mentioned. While Sancho was helping him to dress, the curate gave Don Fernando and his company an account of Don Quixote's madness, and the artifice they had used to disengage him from the poor rock, to which he imagined himself exiled by the disdain of his mistress. He also recounted all those adventures that Sancho had imparted to him, at which they were not a little surprised, and laughed immoderately, agreeing in opinion with everybody who knew the knight that it was the strangest extravagance that ever entered a disturbed imagination. The priest, moreover, observed that since the good fortune of Dorothea obstructed the progress of their design, there was a necessity for inventing another plan that should bring him home to his own house. Cardenio proposed that they should prosecute the scheme they had already begun, and Lucinda would act and represent the part of Dorothea. No, said Don Fernando, that must not be. Dorothea shall still proceed with her own invention, for as it cannot be far from hence to the habitation of that honest gentleman, I shall be glad to contribute towards his cure. And when he understood that they would arrive in 2 days at his house, were it farther off, said he, I should go 214 with pleasure to assist in such a laudable design. At that instant, Don Quixote came forth, armed at all points, with Mambrino's helmet battered, as it was upon his head, his shield braced upon his arm, and his pole or lance in his hand. Don Fernando and his companions were amazed at this strange apparition, when they beheld such a rueful length of face, so withered and tawny, together with his ill-sorted armor and the solemnity of his gait. They gazed upon him in silent expectation of what he would say, while he, with infinite gravity of aspect, fixing his eyes upon Dorothea, accosted her in these words: Fair lady, I am informed by this my squire that your greatness is annihilated, and your quality undone, by being changed from your former rank of queen and sovereign princess into the condition of a private damsel. If this hath been done by the necromancy of the king your father, who is perhaps afraid that I should not be able to give you the assistance required, I say he neither knows nor ever did know the half of that art which he professeth, and that he is but little conversant in the history of chivalry, for had he read and perused it with such leisure and attention as I have bestowed upon that subject, he would have found that on every occasion knights of much less reputation than I possess have achieved much more difficult enterprises than this. It being a matter of small moment to kill a pitiful giant, let him be as arrogant as he will, for not many hours ago I saw myself engaged with one, but I choose to be silent rather than have my veracity called in question, though time that unmasks all things will show, when we least expect it, that you was engaged with wine-bags, and not with a giant, cried the innkeeper, who was silenced by Don Fernando, and forbid to interrupt the knight's discourse in any shape whatever, so that Don Quixote proceeded, saying, in fine, if the father of your disinterested highness hath performed this metamorphosis on your person for the causes I have mentioned, I hope you will give no credit to such considerations, for there is no danger upon earth through which my sword will not open a way, and by laying the head of your adversary in the dust, in a few days invest yours with that crown to which you have an undoubted right. Here Don Quixote left off speaking in expectation of a reply from the princess, who, knowing it was Don Fernando's pleasure that she should continue the deceit until the knight could be brought back to his own house, answered with equal gravity and grace, whosoever hath told you, most valiant knight of the rueful countenance, that I am changed and transformed from what I was, has not adhered to the truth in his information. Indeed, I am somewhat changed by certain fortunate events, which have happened even beyond my own expectation. But nevertheless, I have not ceased to be what I was, nor altered that resolution which I have always maintained of taking the advantage of your valiant and invincible arm. Wherefore, dear sir, be so good as to do justice to the honor of the father who begat me, and look upon him as a man of sagacity and foresight, since, by the science he possessed, he found such an easy and effectual path to the cure of my misfortune. For I firmly believe that were it not for you, I should not now be so happy as I am, as the greatest part of these gentlemen can truly witness. Nothing then remains, but that we set out tomorrow, because we could not propose to travel far today. And as for the success on which my hopes are built, I leave it entirely to God and the worth of your heroic breast. Don Quixote, hearing these words, turned to Sancho in the most violent indignation, saying, I protest, sirrah, you are the most malicious little slanderer in Spain. Say you, rascal, you vagabonded not you tell me just now that the princess was transformed into a private gentlewoman called Dorothea, and that the head which I know I cut from the giant's shoulders was the whore your mother, with many more foolish particulars, which threw me into the greatest confusion that I ever felt since I was born. By heaven, here he turned up his eyes and bit his lips. I have a strong 215 inclination to commit such slaughter upon thee as will be an instructive warning to all the lying squires who shall henceforth attend knights-errant in the course of their adventures. Pray be pacified, good your worship, cried Sancho. I may possibly be deceived in what concerns the change of my lady Princess Micomicona, but as to the giant's head being a wine-bag, and the blood no other than good red wine, I am not mistaken, as I shall answer to God for the skins that were slashed are still to be seen by your worship's bedside, and the whole room is flooded with the wine. But the proof of the pudding is in the eating of it. You will be convinced when Mr. What I call him, our landlord here, makes out a bill of the damage he has suffered. As to the rest, I am rejoiced from my soul to find that the Queen's Majesty is the same as usual, because it concerns me as well as any other neighbor's child. I tell thee, Sancho, replied Don Quixote, that thou art distracted. Forgive me, that is enough in all conscience, said Don Fernando. There is nothing more to be said on this subject. I think the princess judges very prudently in deferring her journey till tomorrow, because the day is already far advanced. Let us therefore spend this night in agreeable conversation, and at the approach of day we will in a body attend the gallant Don Quixote, that we may be witnesses of the unheard-of exploits which he will doubtless perform in the course of this vast enterprise he hath undertaken. It is my duty and resolution to serve and attend you, answered the knight, and I have the most grateful sense of your favor and good opinion, which I shall endeavor to justify, though it should cost me my life, or even more if more I can pay. Many compliments and proffers of service passed between Don Fernando and Don Quixote, but they were interrupted by the arrival of a traveler, who by his garb seemed to be a Christian slave, lately escaped from Barbary, for he was clad in a coat of blue cloth, wanting a collar with short skirts and half-sleeves. His breeches and cap were of the same stuff, and he wore date-colored buskins with a Moorish scimitar flung in a shoulder belt across his breast. He was followed by a woman dressed in the Moorish habit, mounted upon an ass with a veil over her face, a brocaded bonnet on her head, and a mantle that flowed from her shoulders to her heels. The man was robust and well-proportioned, seemingly turned of 40, with a brownish complexion, large whiskers, and a well-furnished beard. In short, his mien was so genteel that if he had been properly dressed, they would have taken him for a man of birth and quality. Soon as he entered the gate, he called for a private apartment, and seemed very much concerned when he understood that all the rooms of the inn were engaged. However, he went to the lady in Moorish dress, and lifted her off in his arms, upon which Lucinda Dorothea, the landlady, her daughter, and Maritornes flocked around her, their curiosity being excited by the novelty of the garb, which none of them had ever seen before, and Dorothea, who was always good-humored, mannerly, and discreet, concluding that both she and her conductor were chagrined at their want of a chamber, spoke to her thus: Be not uneasy, madam, at your want of accommodation here. It is the inconvenience of almost all inns, But if you will be pleased to partake with us, pointing to Lucinda, perhaps you will find that in the course of your journey you have been fain to put up with harder fare." The veiled lady made no answer, but only rising from her seat, signified her thanks by crossing her hands upon her bosom, bending her body, and bowing her head, so that from her silence they conjectured that she must be a native Moor, and that she could not speak any Christian language. Her attendant, who had hitherto been 216, employed in something else, perceiving that the company had made a circle about his companion, who could make no replies to their interrogations, said to them, "Ladies, this young woman understands little or no Spanish, and speaks no language but that of her own country, so that she is incapable of answering any questions you may have asked." "We have asked no questions," said Lucinda, "but only made her an offer of our company for this night, with a share of our lodging, and what accommodation is to be had. And this we tender with that hearty goodwill which obliges us to serve all strangers, especially those of our own sex, who stand in need of our assistance." "Dear madam," replied the conductor in her name, "and in my own, I return you 1,000 thanks, and highly esteem your proffered favor, which on this occasion, and from such persons as your appearance proclaims you to be, must certainly be very kind and condescending." "Signia," said Dorothea, "is this lady Christian or Moor? By her silence and her dress, we are induced to believe she is not what we could wish her to be in her body and dress," replied the stranger. "She is a Moor, but altogether a Christian in her soul, for she longs ardently to be a professed convert to our faith." "Then she is not baptized," resumed Lucinda. "She has had no opportunity," said the captive, "since she quitted Algiers, which is her native country, and hitherto hath never been in such imminent danger of her life as to make it necessary, before she is instructed in all the ceremonies enjoined by our Holy Mother Church. But if it please Heaven, she shall be baptized very soon, with decency suitable to the quality of her person, which is greater than either her dress or mine seems to declare." This intimation raised the curiosity of all the spectators to know who this Moor and captive were, but nobody chose to ask the question at that time, which seemed more proper for reposing themselves than relating the history of their lives. Dorothea, taking her by the hand, seated the stranger close by her side, and entreated her to take off the veil. She looked at her conductor, as if she wanted to know what the lady desired, and he told her in Arabic that they entreated her to be uncovered, at the same time advising her to comply with their request. She accordingly unveiled herself, and discovered a face so amiable that Dorothea thought her handsomer than Lucinda, who in her turn gave her the preference to Dorothea, and all present concluded that if any creature upon earth could vie with them in beauty, it was this Moorish lady, who in the opinion of some of the company excelled them both in certain particulars. As beauty therefore has the privilege and energy to conciliate minds and attract affections, every body present was seized with an inclination to serve and cherish the charming Moor. Don Fernando asked her name of the captive, who answered Lela Zoraida. This she no sooner heard than, understanding the question which had been put to the Christian, she pronounced with great eagerness, sweetness of concern, "No, Zoraida Maria," Maria signifying that her name was Maria, and not Zoraida. These words, with the affecting manner in which they were expressed, brought tears from the eyes of some of the hearers, especially the women, who are naturally tender and compassionate. Lucinda embraced her affectionately, saying, "Yes, yes, Maria, Maria." And to this the Moor replied, "Yes, yes, Maria Zoraida Makanj," which in the Arabic signifies no. Meanwhile it grew late, and the innkeeper, by order of Don Fernando's attendants, prepared with great diligence and care as good a repast as he could possibly provide, so that when supper time arrived they sat down all together at a long haltable, for there was neither round nor square one in the house. They forced the head and principal seat, in spite of all his excuses, on Don Quixote, who desired that the Princess Micomicona might sit by the side of her protector, next to her Lucinda, and Zoraida placed themselves, being fronted by Fernando and Cardenio, at whose left hand sat the captive and the other gentlemen, while the curate and the barber took their station close to the ladies. In this manner they supped with vast satisfaction, which was 217, still increased, when Don Quixote, leaving off eating and inspired by the same spirit that moved him to harangue among the goatherds, began the following dissertation: "Verily, gentlemen, if it be duly considered, great and unexpected events are seen by those who profess the order of knight-errantry. What inhabitant of this earth, if he should now enter the gates of this castle, and behold us seated in this manner, could conceive or credit that we are what we are, who could imagine that this lady on my right hand is the great queen whom we all know her to be, and that I am the knight of the rueful countenance so celebrated by the voice of fame. Now there is no manner of doubt that this exercise and art exceeds all others hitherto invented by man, and that it ought to be more esteemed, because it is more exposed to danger. Away with those who give letters the preference over arms. I affirm that such people, whosoever they are, know not what they say, for the sole reason to which they adhere in this decision is that the labor of the body is exceeded by that of the mind, and that the profession of arms is altogether as corporeal as the exercise, an office of a common day laborer that requires nothing more than bodily strength, as if that which is called soldiership by us who profess it did not include acts of valor which none but persons of uncommon genius could execute, or as if the toil of a warrior who has the charge of an army or commands in a town that is besieged doth not affect the mind as well as the body. Is it to be supposed that by mere corporeal strength he can penetrate and discover the intention of the enemy, to anticipate designs, baffle stratagems, surmount difficulties, and prevent the mischief that is to be dreaded, are all efforts of the understanding in which the body hath no share. If the profession of arms therefore requires genius as well as that of letters, let us see which of the two requires most mental toil, and this question may be determined by considering the end and aim of each, for that occupation deserves the highest esteem which hath the noblest purpose in view. The end and scope of letters. I speak not here of that divine learning, whose aim is to raise and conduct the soul to heaven, to an end so infinite no intention whatever can be compared. I speak of human learning, the ultimate end of which is to regulate distributive justice, render to every one his due, and to understand and to protect the equitable laws, an aim certainly generous and highly commendable, yet not so deserving of the most sublime praise as the profession of arms, the object and the end of which is peace, the greatest good that mortals can enjoy. For the first blessed news which this world and mankind heard were those pronounced by the angels on that night which was our day, when they sung in the air, Glory be to God on high, and on earth peace and good will towards men. And the salutation which the best master either in heaven or upon earth taught his adherents and favorites, which was to say, when they entered any house, Peace be to this house. Nay, he himself at different times said, My peace I give unto you, my peace I leave with you, peace be among you, a jewel and legacy well worthy of him who left it, a jewel without which there can be no felicity either on earth or in heaven. This peace is the genuine aim of war, for arms and war are the same, and this being taken for granted, the end of war is nobler than that of learning. Wherefore, let us next consider the bodily toil sustained by each, that we may see on which side the balance lies in that particular. In this sensible manner did Don Quixote continue his discourse, from which nobody that heard him could distinguish that he was mad. On the contrary, his audience, confiding chiefly of gentlemen, to which title the profession of arms is annexed, they listened with great pleasure while he proceeded thus. The hardships of a student, I say, are these: first of all, poverty, not that all students are poor, but that we may suppose the worst that can happen. And when I have named his indigence, the whole of his misfortune is mentioned, for he that is poor can enjoy nothing that is good, but must endure necessity in all its forms, sometimes 218 hunger, sometimes cold, sometimes nakedness, and often all three together. Nevertheless, his necessity is not so great that he eats, though perhaps later than usual, or though he may feed upon the leavings of the rich, or, which is the greatest misery to which a scholar can be reduced, go a-sopping, as they term it. Then they are always admitted to some charitable person's fireside or chimney corner, where if they cannot warm themselves effectually, they may at least defy the cold, and at night they sleep under cover. I need not descend to minute particulars, such as want of linen, scarcity of shoes, flimsy and threadbare clothes, nor the surfeits which they so eagerly incur when their good fortune sets a plentiful table in their way. By this path, rough and difficult as I have already described it, after many tumblings, slidings, risings, and fallings, they at last attain to the wished degree, which being gained, we have seen many who have passed with a favorable gale of fortune through these quicksands and straits of Scylla and Charybdis, I say, we have seen many such command and dictate to the world, from a chair of state their hunger being changed into satiety, their cold into refreshment, their rags into gay apparel, and the mats on which they lay to the richest damask and finest Holland a recompense which their merit most justly enjoys, but their labors, when fairly stated and compared, are infinitely short of the warriors, as I shall now clearly demonstrate. Chap Roman 11, the sequel of Don Quixote's curious discourse on the subjects of learning and war. The night proceeded thus, since we began with the student representing his poverty in all its circumstances. Let us see if the soldier be more wealthy, and we shall find that poverty itself is not poorer, for he is restricted to his miserable pay, which comes always late, if ever, or to what he can plunder by force, with the imminent danger of his life and conscience, and frequently his nakedness is such that his slashed buff doublet serves him instead of coat shirt, and all other parts of apparel in a winter campaign. While he remains in the open field, he has nothing to mitigate the severity of the cold, but his own breath, which, as it proceeds from an empty place, must, I believe, be cold contrary to all the rules of nature, but stay till the approach of night, when it is to be hoped his bed will make amends for all these inconveniencies, and this, if it be not his own fault, will never offend in point of narrowness, for he may measure as many feet of ground as he thinks sufficient, and there tumble about at pleasure, without any danger of discomposing the sheets. Then, instead of the day and hour of receiving the degrees of his art, comes the day of battle, in which his head is adorned with the doctoral torsel, made in form of a pledget, to stuff the wound made by some ball, which perhaps hath gone through his temples, or left him maimed of a leg or arm. And even if this should not happen, but merciful heaven guard, and preserve him safe and sound, he continues as poor as ever. He must risk himself in several more rencounters and battles, and be victorious in each, before his circumstances be bettered. But these miracles rarely happen. Tell me, gentlemen, have you considered what a small proportion those who make their fortunes by war bear to those who perish in the field? Doubtless, you must answer that there is no sort of comparison, that the slain are scarce to be numbered, while the living who are recompensed for their services may be comprehended within 3 figures of arithmetic. The case of 219, the learned is quite the reverse, for one way or another they are all provided, so that though the toil of a soldier is greater, his reward is much less. To this observation it may be replied that it is far more easy to reward 2,000 scholars than 30,000 soldiers, for the first are recompensed with offices which must, of course, be bestowed on people of their profession, whereas the others can enjoy no reward, except a share of the property belonging to their master, whom they serve. Even this impossibility strengthens my asseveration. But waiving that consideration, which would lead us into a most intricate labyrinth, let us return to the preeminence which arms have over learning, a point hitherto undecided. Of such force are the reasons alleged on both sides of the question, one of which in favor of the last is that without letters the profession of arms could not be supported, because there are laws to which war itself is subject, and all laws fall within the province of letters and learned men. To this observation the partisans of the other opinion reply that no laws could be maintained without arms, which preserve the constitution, defend kingdoms, guard cities, scour the highways, and clear the seas of piratical corsairs. In short, that without arms all republics, kingdoms, monarchies, cities, journeys by land and voyages by sea would be exposed to the horror and confusion that attend unbridled war, while it continues in all its licentious privilege and force. It is a general and established maxim that everything ought to be esteemed in proportion to what it costs. Now, to become eminent in letters costs the student much time, watching, hunger, nakedness, vertigoes, indigestion, and their consequences, which are in part mentioned above. But to acquire in a regular manner the character of a good soldier, a man must undergo all these inconveniences in an incomparably greater degree, because he is every moment in danger of losing his life. What fear of indigence and poverty can seize and harass the student's apprehension equal to that which must possess the soldier besieged in a fortress, who, being placed sentinel or guard in some ravelin or cavalier, perceives the enemy at work, undermining the very spot whereon he stands without daring to stir from his post or avoid the danger by which he is so imminently threatened. All he can do is to give notice of what passes to his captain, who must endeavor to baffle the foe by some countermine while he remains upon the place in terror and expectation of being suddenly whirled aloft into the clouds without wings, and of falling thence headlong into the profound abyss. If this danger seems inconsiderable, let us see whether it be equaled or exceeded in the grappling of two galleys by their prows in the midst of the extended ocean, when they are locked and fastened into each other, and the soldier hath not an inch more than 2 feet of the beak to stand upon, while he sees himself threatened and opposed by as many ministers of death as there are cannon in the enemy's vessel, and these within a spear's length of his body, and is sensible that if his feet should chance to slip, he would instantly visit the profound bosom of the sea, yet nevertheless, with an intrepid heart, incited and transported by honor, he bears the brunt of their whole artillery and endeavors by that narrow passage to board the adverse vessel. And what is very much to be admired is that as soon as one falls never to rise again, till the general resurrection another occupies his place, and should he also drop into the sea 220, which like an enemy gapes to devour him another, and another still succeeds, without the smallest intermission, an instance of gallantry and boldness, the greatest to be found in all the extremities of war. Happy were the ages past, while strangers to those infernal instruments of artillery, the author of which is, I firmly believe, now in hell, enjoying the reward of his diabolical invention, that puts it in the power of an infamous coward to deprive the most valiant cavalier of life, for often in the heat of that courage and resolution that fires and animates the gallant breast there comes a random ball, how or from whence no man can tell, shot off perhaps by one that fled, and was afraid at the flash of his own accursed machine, and in an instant puts an end to the schemes and exigence of a man who deserved to live for ages. This very consideration makes me almost own that I am sorry for having chosen this profession of a knight-errant in this detestable age, for though no danger can daunt my resolution, it gives me some uneasiness to think that powder and shot may deprive me of the opportunity of making myself famous and renowned through the whole globe for the valor of my arm and the keenness of my sword. But let the will of heaven be fulfilled. If I accomplish my aim, I shall be more esteemed, because I have faced more danger than ever was incurred by the knights-errant in ages past. While the rest of the company were employed in eating, this long harangue was uttered by Don Quixote, who never thought of swallowing a morsel, though Sancho frequently put him in mind of eating his supper, observing that he would afterwards have time enough to say what he pleased. The hearers were moved with fresh concern at seeing a man who, in every other subject, seemed to have a large share of sense and discernment, lose it so irrecoverably whenever the discourse turned upon the cursed mischievous theme of chivalry. The curate observed that there was a great deal of reason in what he had advanced in favor of arms, and that he himself, though a graduate, consequently a man of letters, was entirely of the knight's opinion. Supper being ended, and the table uncovered, while the landlady, her daughter, and Maritornes were busied in fitting up the garret of Don Quixote de la Mancha, in which it was determined the 3 ladies should pass the night by themselves, Don Fernando entreated the captive to recount the story of his life, which he imagined must be both uncommon and entertaining from the specimen they had already seen in his arriving, thus equipped in company with the fair Zoraida. To this request, the stranger answered that he would willingly obey his command, though he was afraid the company would not find the relation to their liking, but nevertheless, rather than fail in point of obedience, he was ready to make it. The curate and whole company thanked him for his complaisance, and joined in the request, and he, seeing himself besought by so many, said there was no occasion for entreaties, where they might so effectually command. Lend me your attention, therefore, and you shall hear a true story, perhaps unequaled by those fictions, which are usually adorned with all the curious and profound artifice of composition. At this preamble all present adjusted and composed themselves, and he, perceiving the general silence in which they waited for the performance of his promise, began in this manner with a grave and agreeable voice. Chap Roman 12, in which the captive recounts his life and adventures. In a certain place among the mountains of Leon, my family had its origin more beholden to the liberality of nature than to the smiles of fortune, though amidst the narrowness of circumstances which prevails in that country, my father had the reputation of being rich, and really was, so had he. Possessed the art of preserving, as he practiced the means of spending his estate. This liberal and profuse disposition was owing to his having been a soldier in his youth, the army being a school 221 in which the miser becomes generous, and the benevolent man grows prodigal for a covetous soldier. Is a monster which is rarely seen. My father exceeded the bounds of liberality and bordered upon those of prodigality, a disposition of very little service to a married man who has children to succeed him in rank as well as name, and he had no less than 3, all of them sons, already at an age to choose for themselves, the old gentleman finding it impossible, as he said, to resist the bent of his inclination, was resolved to deprive himself of the means that induced and enabled him to spend so lavishly by giving up his estate, as without money Alexander himself must have seemed frugal. One day, therefore, calling us all 3 together into his chamber, he delivered himself in these or the like words: sons, to say, I love you is no more than to say, and know you are my own children, though it would seem that I do not love you by my squandering away the fortune which is your due, but that you may be henceforth convinced that I love you like a true parent, rather than seek your destruction like a stepfather. I am resolved to execute a plan which I have formed a good while ago and digested with the most mature deliberation. You are now of an age to choose settlements for yourselves, or at least to pitch upon employments which in your riper years may conduce to your honor and advantage. My intention is to divide my estate into 4 equal parts, 3 of which you shall receive among you in equal shares, without the least difference or distinction, and the 4th I will reserve for my own sustenance and support, while heaven will be pleased to protract the days of my life. But after you have received your portions, I should be glad to find you inclined to follow the paths which I shall propose. We have a saying in Spain, which I believe is very true, as indeed all proverbs are, because they are short sentences dictated by long and sage experience. That which I mean contains no more than these words: the church, the court, or the sea, as if it more fully expressed the following advice: he that would make his fortune ought either to dedicate his time to the church, go to sea as a merchant, or attach himself to the court, for it is commonly observed that the king's crumb is worth the baron's batch. This I mention, because I wish and desire that one of you would follow letters, another merchandise, and a 3rd serve his sovereign in the field, since it is difficult to obtain an office at court, and although much wealth cannot be expected, there is a great deal of valor and reputation to be acquired in war. In 8 days I will give each of you his share in ready-money, without defrauding you of 1 farthing, as you will see by my distribution. Tell me, therefore, if you are willing to follow my advice in what I have proposed, said my father, addressing himself to me as the eldest, after having dissuaded him from parting with his estate, and desired him to spend as much of it as he pleased, observing that we were young men, and capable of making our own fortunes. I concluded with saying I would obey his will, and for my own part choose to serve God and my king in adhering to the exercise of arms. My 2nd brother made the same offer, proposing to set sail for the Indies, and employ his stock of ready money in traffic. The youngest, and I believe the wisest, said he would qualify himself for the church by going and finishing his studies at Salamanca. We having thus agreed in the choice of our different employments, our father embraced us all affectionately, and within the time he had proposed, performed his promise of giving us our portions, which, to the best of my remembrance, amounted to 3,000 ducats each, for an uncle of ours paid ready money for the whole estate, that it might not be alienated from the family. In 1 day all 3 took leave of our worthy father, when I, thinking it a piece of inhumanity to leave him so straitened in his old age, prevailed upon him to accept 2,000 of the 3 I had received, as the remainder was sufficient to accommodate me with all the necessaries of a soldier. Each of my 222 brothers, induced by my example, gave him back 1/3 of their shares, so that he remained possessed of 4,000 ducats in cash and the value of 3,000 more in land, which he did not choose to sell. At length, I say, we took leave of him, and that uncle whom I have mentioned, not without great concern, and many tears on all sides, they charging us to seize every opportunity of making them acquainted with our adventures, either in prosperity or adversity. Having given this promise, and received their embraces and blessing, one took the road to Salamanca, another went to Seville, and I set out for Alicant, where I understood there was a ship taking in a lading of wool for Genoa. 22 years are now elapsed since I left my father's house, and during all that time, though I have written several letters, I never received the least information concerning him or my brothers. What hath happened to myself within that period, I will now briefly relate. Embarking at Alicant, I had a favorable passage to Genoa, from whence I went to Milan, where I provided myself with arms and some gay military furniture. Then I departed for Piedmont with a resolution of enlisting in the service, and being upon the road to Alexandria de la Paglia, was informed that the great Duke of Alva was on his march into Flanders. Upon receiving this intimation, I changed my design, attended him to the Low Countries, served in all his campaigns, and was present at the death of the Counts Egmont and Horn. There I obtained an ensign's commission in the company of a famous captain of Guadalajara, whose name was Diego de Urbina. But after I had been some time in Flanders, the news arrived of the league between His Holiness Pope Pius V of happy memory and the Spanish monarchy against their common enemy, the Turk, who about that time had by means of his fleet made a conquest of the famous island of Cyrus, which was under the dominion of the Venetians, a most lamentable and unfortunate loss. It was certainly known that the most serene Don John of Austria, natural brother to our good King Philip, was to be general of this league, and the vast preparations for this war were publicly reported. All these rumors raised and excited within me the desire and resolution of being present in a campaign of such expectation, and though I had strong hopes, and indeed certain promises of being promoted to the rank of a captain, as soon as a vacancy should happen I chose to quit that prospect and go, as I actually did, to Italy. And luckily for me, Don John of Austria was then at Genoa, just going to embark for Naples in order to join the Venetian fleet, which he afterwards found at Messina. In short, I served in that most happy campaign, and was advanced to the rank of captain of foot, which honorable post I obtained more by good fortune than merit. And that day, which was so fortunate for Christendom, on which the world was convinced of the error they had espoused in believing the Turks invincible by sea, on that day, I say, when the Ottoman pride and insolence were humbled, and broke among so many happy Christians, their present, and sure those who fell were happier than the living victors. I alone was unfortunate, for instead of receiving a naval crown, which would have been my reward had I lived in the Roman ages, on the night that succeeded that glorious day, I found myself a captive loaded with chains, and this was the cause of my misfortune. Achali, king of Algiers, a bold and fortunate corsair, having attacked and mastered the Capitan galley of Malta, in which there remained only 3 knights alive, and these desperately wounded the vessel commanded by John Andrea Doria, in which my company was stationed, hastened to her relief, and I, doing my duty on that occasion, leaped into the enemy's ship, which, disengaging herself immediately from our galley that was grappled with her, my soldiers were prevented from following their officer, and I found myself alone among my foes, whom, by reason of their numbers, I could not resist. Therefore was obliged to submit, after having been almost 223 covered over with wounds. And Achali, as you have heard, gentlemen, having saved himself with his whole squadron, I remained his prisoner, the only sad person amidst the general joy, and captive among so many that were set free, for full 15,000 Christians, who came into the action chained to the Turkish oars, that day recovered their long-wished for liberty. I was carried to Constantinople, where Selim, the Grand Turk, created my master general of the sea for having done his duty in the battle, and as a proof of his valor brought off the high standard of Malta next year, which was that of 7-2. I rode in the Capitan galley of the 3 lanthorns at Navarino, where I saw and observed the Christians lose the opportunity of taking the whole Turkish fleet in the harbor, for all the Levantines and Janissaries belonging to it laid their account with being attacked in port, and had actually got in readiness their knapsacks and passamacs, which are a kind of shoes, in order to go on shore and seek their safety in flight without waiting for the assault. Such was the consternation that prevailed among them, but heaven ordained things to happen in another manner, not through any error or neglect of the general who commanded the expedition, but on account of the sins of Christendom, it being the will and permission of God that we should never want executioners to chastise us. In short, Achali retreated to Madon, which is an island almost contiguous to Navarino, where he disembarked his men, fortified the mouth of the harbor, and remained until Don John set sail on his return in this expedition. The galley called the Prize, commanded by a son of the famous corsair Barbarossa, was taken by the Capitan Galley of Naples called the Schulf, the commander of which was that thunderbolt of war, that father of his soldiers, that fortunate and invincible chief, Don Alvaro de Bassan, Marquis of Santa Cruz, and I cannot help mentioning what happened at the taking of this prize. The son of Barbarossa was so cruel and treated his captives so inhumanly that when the rowers perceived the Schulf ready to board, and in a fair way of taking her, they quitted their oars all at once, and seizing the captain who stood upon the strentrel, calling to them to row lustily, they tossed him forwards from bench to bench, and bit him so severely as he went along that, before he passed the mainmast, his soul passed into hell. Such was his barbarity, as I have already observed, and such the revenge which their hatred to him inspired. We returned to Constantinople, and during the following year, which was 73, understood that Don John had taken Tunis, wrested that whole kingdom from the Turks, and put Muley Hamet in possession of the whole, thus cutting off all the hopes of a restoration from Muley Hamida, the most valiant and most cruel Moor of his time. The Grand Signior was deeply affected with his loss, and practicing that sagacity which is peculiar to all those of his family, clapped up a peace with the Venetians, who were much more desirous of it than he. Next year, being 7-4, he attacked the Golta and fort which Don John had left half finished near Tunis, and on all these occasions I was present, being tied to the oar without the least hope of freedom, especially by ransom, for I was resolved not to write to my father an account of my misfortune. At length, the Golta and fort were both lost, having been besieged by 75,000 Turkish soldiers regularly paid, and upwards of 400,000 Moors and Arabs from the other parts of Africa, this multitude being provided with a vast quantity of warlike stores and ammunition, and attended with such a number of pioneers that by throwing handfuls of earth they might have covered both the places. They came to besiege the Golta, which had been counted impregnable, was first taken not through any fault of the besieged, who performed all that men could do in its defense, but because experience showed that trenches could be made with ease in that loose sand under which 224, though water was commonly found at the depth of 2 spans, the Turks at that time dug as many fathoms without finding one drop, and so filling a vast number of sacks, raised their works so high as to overlook the fort. Then mounting this cavalier with cannon, kept such a firing as rendered it impossible for the garrison to make any longer defense. It was a common opinion that our troops ought not to have shut themselves up in the Golta, but opposed the disembarkation in the plain. However, those who talk in that manner speak at random, and must be persons of small experience in such affairs, for if the whole garrison in both places scarce amounted to 7,000 soldiers, how could such a small number, though ever so valiant, take the field, and at the same time defend the forts against such a multitude of foes? And how could the forts be possibly maintained without supplies in an enemy's country when they were hemmed in by such a numerous and obstinate army? But others thought, and I am of the same opinion, that heaven manifested a particular grace and favor to Spain in permitting them to destroy that rendezvous and pretense of mischief, that sink sponge and devourer of infinite sums of money, which were there unprofitably spent, without serving any other purpose than that of preserving the memory of its being the most happy conquest of the invincible Charles V, as if it was necessary for those stones to support his fame, which is already immortal. The fort was also yielded, though the Turks won it by inches, for the garrison behaved with such gallantry and resolution that in 22 general assaults the enemy lost upwards of 25,000 men, and of the 300 Spanish soldiers that remained alive, they did not make one prisoner who had not been wounded during the siege. A clear and certain proof of the obstinate valor with which the places were defended a small fort or tower that stood in the middle of the lake, under the command of Don Juan Zanigara, a Valencian knight and celebrated soldier, surrendered upon terms, but Don Pedro Puertocarrero, general of the Golta, was made prisoner, and, though he did all that man could do in defense of the place, he was so deeply affected by the loss of it that he died of grief on the road to Constantinople, whither they were carrying him captive the general of the fort, whose name was Gabrio Cerbellon, a Milanese gentleman, a great engineer and excellent soldier, was likewise taken prisoner, and in these two forts perished many persons of note, among whom was one pagan de Oria, a knight of St. John, a gentleman of a most generous disposition, as appeared from his excessive liberality to his brother, the famous Juan Andrea de Oria, and what made his death still more lamentable was that he perished by the hands of some Arabs to whom, seeing the fort already lost, he trusted himself, relying upon their promise to carry him disguised in a Moorish dress to Tabarca, which is a small port or settlement belonging to the Genoese who fish for coral on that part of the coast. Those perfidious Arabs cut off his head, which they carried to the general of the Turkish navy, who fulfilled upon them our Castilian proverb, which imports that though we love the treason, we abhor the traitor. For it was reported that he ordered them all to be hanged, because they had not brought him alive. Among the Christians who were taken in the fort was one Don Pedro de Aguilar, a native of some town in Andalusia, who had been an ensign in the garrison, a soldier of great worth and rare endowments, particularly blessed with a happy talent for poetry. This circumstance I mention because it was his fate to belong to our galley, where he was my companion at the oar and fellow-slave, and before we departed from that harbor, he composed 2 songs by way of epitaph upon the Golta and the fort. As I have them both by heart, I believe it will not be disagreeable to the company if I repeat them. When the captive mentioned Don Pedro de Aguilar, Don Fernando looked at his companions, who smiled, and when the stranger was going to repeat the songs, one of the 3 said to him, "Before you proceed, I beg the favor to know what became of that 225, Don Pedro de Aguilar." "All that I know of the matter," replied the captive, "is that after having stayed 2 years at Constantinople, he made off in the habit of an Arnaut with a Greek spy, but I do not know whether or not he obtained his liberty, though I believe be succeeded for about a year, after I saw the same Greek at Constantinople, but I had not an opportunity to inquire about the success of their scheme. Then I can satisfy you in that particular," resumed the cavalier. "Don Pedro is my brother, and now lives at home in good health and easy circumstances, blessed with a wife and 3 hopeful sons. Thanks be to God for the great mercies bestowed upon him," answered the captive, "for in my opinion there is no happiness on earth equal to that of liberty regained. Besides," said the gentleman, "I retain in my memory the songs which my brother composed be so good." "Then," replied the stranger, "as to entertain the company with them, for doubtless you can repeat them more perfectly than I can." "With all my heart," said the cavalier, "that upon the Golta runs thus." Roman 13, the continuation of the captive's history. Roman 1, ye happy shades whose deeds renowned have freed you from encumbering clay, from this low scene where woes abound, ascending to eternal day. Roman 2, with glorious zeal your bosoms glowed, your bodies braved excessive toil, your blood with that of pagans flowed, to drench the hostile barren soil. Roman 3, your lives, but not your courage failed. Death sealed your just victorious claim. In joy still honored and bewailed, immortal happiness and fame. "These are the very words which I remember," said the captive, "and if my memory does not fail me," replied the gentleman, "the other upon the fort is this." Roman 1, lo, from yon ruins on the Desart plain, oppressed with numbers in unequal fight, 3,000 souls of Christian warriors slain, to happier regions winged their joyous flight. Roman 2, yet not before in vain they had essayed the force and vigor of their dauntless arms, till wearied and reduct though undismayed, they welcomed death encompassed with alarms. Roman 3 on Afric's coast, as records tell. The scene of past and present woes. More valiant bodies never fell. More spotless spirits never rose. The songs were not disliked, and the captive, rejoicing at the good fortune of his comrade, proceeded thus in his narration. The Golter and forts being taken, the Turks ordered the first to be dismantled, the other being quite demolished before it was surrendered, and that this might be done with the less trouble and greater dispatch, it was undermined in 3 parts, but they could by no means blow up the old walls, which seemed to be the weakest part, while that which was executed by Fratton was destroyed with great facility. In short, the victorious fleet returned in triumph to Constantinople, where in a few months happened the death of my master Achali, who went by the name of Achali Fartax, which in the language of that country signifies the scabby renegado, for such he actually was. And it is a custom among the Turks to bestow epithets upon people derived either from some defect or virtue inherent in them. This method they practice because they have but 4 families distinguished by particular names, and these are descended from the house of Ottoman, so that the rest, as I have observed, adopt some appellation, either from the blemishes 226 of the body or the virtues of the mind. This leper therefore tugged at the oar during 14 years as slave to the Grand Signia, and when he was turned of 34 apostatized out of resentment against a Turk, who struck him at the oar, renouncing his religion, that he might be able to revenge the affront. Such was his gallantry and conduct, that without practicing those vile steps and methods by which the Sultan's favorites are raised, he was promoted to the throne of Algiers and afterwards created general at sea, which is the 3rd post in the empire. He was a native of Calabria, a man of good morals, and behaved with great humanity to his slaves, who to the number of 3,000 were at his death, in consequence of his last will divided between his renegados and the Grand Signia, who is also co-heir with the children of all his deceased subjects. I fell to the share of a Venetian, who had been a common sailor when he was taken, and Achali had such an affection for him that he enjoyed the greatest share of his favor, and became the most cruel renegado that ever was known. This man, whose name was Azanaga, acquired great riches, and even succeeded to the crown of Algiers, to which place I accompanied him from Constantinople with some degree of satisfaction at the thoughts of being so near my own country, not that I intended to send home an account of my unhappy fate, but to see if fortune would not prove more favorable at Algiers than at Constantinople, where I had laid 1,000 schemes for my escape, without having an opportunity of putting one of them in execution. But I was in hope of finding at Algiers some other more effectual means of obtaining that which I so ardently desired, for the hope of gaining my liberty never forsook my breast. On the contrary, when all my pains, efforts, and expectations miscarried, far from abandoning myself to despair, I endeavored to find out some new expedient, which, though ever so frail and unsubstantial, served to support my spirits and flatter my imagination. Thus I made shift to live within a house or prison called a bath, in which the Turks confined the Christian captives, whether belonging to the king or private persons, or of that class which they call magazine slaves. These are the captives of the council, who serve the state in public works and other kinds of day labor, and find great difficulty in obtaining their freedom, because they belong to the community, and have no particular master with whom they can treat concerning their ransom, even though they can command money for the purpose. In these baths, as I have already said, some private persons lodge their slaves, especially when their ransom is agreed upon, and there they remain secure and at their ease until it arrives. Neither do the king's captives, who are to be ransomed, go out to work with the rest of the crew, except when the money is delayed, and then, that they may be induced to write with more importunity, they are sent out with the rest to cut wood, an office of no small mortification and toil. As they knew I had been a captain, I in vain assured them that I had neither interest nor money. They put me into the number of those who were to be ransomed, loading me with a chain, rather to denote my condition than to secure my person, so that I spent my time in that bath among a great many cavaliers and people of fashion, who were thus marked and designed for ransom. And though we were sometimes, nay, almost always, exposed to hunger and nakedness, nothing gave us so much pain as to hear and see upon every occasion the new and unheard of cruelties which my master exercised upon the Christians. He was every day hanging one, impaling another, maiming a third, upon such slight occasions, frequently without any cause assigned that the Turks themselves owned. He acted thus out of mere wantonness or barbarity, as being naturally of a savage disposition, and an inveterate enemy to the whole human race. The person who used the greatest freedom with him was a Spanish soldier called Cervantes Saavedra, who 227, though he did many things which those people will not soon forget in attempting to regain his liberty, he never gave him one blow, nor ordered him once to be chastised, nor even chid him with one hasty word. And yet the least of all his pranks was sufficient, as we thought, to bring him to the stake. Nay, he himself was more than once afraid of being impaled alive. If time would permit, I could here recount some of that soldier's actions, which perhaps might entertain and surprise you more than the relation of my own story. But to return to the thread of my narration, just over the yard of our prison were the windows of a rich and principal Moor. But according to the custom of the country, they were rather like peepholes than windows, and even these covered with very thick and close lattices. One day I chanced to be on the terrace of our jail, with 3 of my companions, passing the time in trying which of us could leap farthest in our shackles. The rest of the Christians being gone out to work, I casually lifted up my eyes, and perceived a cane with a handkerchief tied to it, held out at these little openings I have mentioned, and waving to and fro as if by way of signal for some of us to go and catch it. This object was no sooner observed than one of my companions ran hastily to the place that was directly under it to see if the cane would be dropped, or what would be the consequence. But when he arrived, it was pulled up and moved from one side to another, as if a man should signify his dissent from any proposal by shaking his head. When the Christian returned, the cane was lowered again with the same motion as at first, upon which another of our company tried the experiment, but succeeded no better than the first. A third went, and miscarried like the other 2. Observing their disappointment, I was resolved to try my fortune also. Accordingly, I had no sooner placed myself under the cane than it was dropped, and fell down within the bath just at my feet. I snatched it up immediately, and untied the handkerchief, in which I found, not containing 10 ziones, which are pieces of bad gold current among the Moors, each of them valued at 10 reals of our money. It would be superfluous to say that I rejoiced at this windfall. Indeed, my joy was equal to my surprise, for I could not conceive from whence that present could come, especially to me, the circumstance of the canes being refused to every other person, plainly showing that the favor was intended for me. I pocketed this lucky sum, broke the cane, returned to the terrace, and looked at the window, through which appeared a very white hand that opened the lattice, and hastily shut it again. From this circumstance we understood, or at least imagined, that we owed the present to some lady who lived in that house, and in token of thanks made our obeisance in the Moorish manner, by bowing the head, bending the body, and crossing the hands upon the breast. Soon after this ceremony, a small cross made of cane was held out at the window, and immediately withdrawn, a signal which confirmed us in the opinion that we were befriended by some Christian woman who lived as a slave in that house. But this supposition was changed when we reflected upon the whiteness of the hand and the bracelets which we had perceived, and then we concluded that she must be one of those Christian renegades whom their masters frequently take to wife, and even think themselves fortunate in having such an opportunity, for they esteem them much more than the women of their own nation. But all our conjectures were wide of the truth. From this day forward, our whole entertainment was to gaze at the window as the north in which the star of the cane had appeared, but full 15 days elapsed before we had another glimpse either of that or the hand, or indeed of any other signal. And during this interval, though we endeavored by all the means in our power to learn who lived in that house, and whether or not there was a Christian renegado in it, we never could get any other information, but that it belonged to a rich Moor of great note called Agimorato, who had been alcalde of Pata, an office of great honor among that people. 228. But when we least expected another shower of ziones, the cane reappeared all of a sudden with another handkerchief, and a larger knot than before. And this occurrence happened as formerly, when none but ourselves were in the bath. We made the usual experiment, each of my 3 companions going towards it, as at first without success, until I approached, and then it was immediately dropped. I untied the knot, within which I found 40 crowns in Spanish gold, and a paper written in Arabian characters with a large cross at the head of the page. I kissed the sacred sign, put up the money, returned to the terrace, where we made our obeisance. The hand appearing again, I made signs that I should read the letter, and then the window was shut. We were equally pleased and perplexed at this event, for none of us understood Arabic, and although our impatience to know the contents of the paper was very great, the difficulty of finding an interpreter was still greater. At length I determined to trust a renegade, a native of Mercia, who had professed himself my friend, and given me such pledges of his fidelity as obliged him to keep any secret I should think proper to impart. For those renegades who intend to return to Christendom usually carry about with them certificates signed by the principal captives, attesting in the most ample form they can devise that such a renegade is an honest man who hath always been obliging to the Christians, and is desirous of making his escape with the first opportunity. Some there are who procure these testimonials with a good intention. Others use them occasionally as the instruments of their craft for going to rob and plunder on the Christian coasts. If they should chance to be shipwrecked or taken, they produce their certificates, and observe that these papers will show the real design of their coming on a cruise with Turks, which was no other than to take the first occasion of returning to their native country. By these means they escape the first fury of resentment, and are reconciled to the church without suffering the least damage. But when they see their opportunity, they return to Barbary and reassume their former way of life, whereas those who procure recommendations with a good design make use of them accordingly, and remain in peace among the Christians. Such a renegado was this friend, who had obtained certificates from all my companions, conceived in the strongest terms of confidence and applause, for which had he been detected, the Moors would have burned him alive. I knew that he could both speak and write the Arabian tongue, but before I would disclose the whole affair, I desired him to read that paper which I had found by chance in a corner of my cabin. He opened it accordingly, and having pored and perused it a good while, muttering between his teeth, I asked if he understood the contents. He answered in the affirmative, bidding me, if I chose to have the literal meaning, furnish him with pen and ink, that he might translate it the more exactly. I accordingly accommodated him with what he desired, and when he had made an end of the translation at his own leisure, he said, this that I have written in Spanish is the literal meaning of that Moorish paper, and you are to take notice that wheresoever you meet with the words Lela Marian, they signify Our Lady, the Blessed Virgin. The paper contained these words: when I was a child, my father had a woman slave, who in my own language taught me the Christian worship, and told me divers things of Lela Marian. This Christian died, and I am sure her soul did not go to the fire, but to Allah, for I saw her twice after her death, and she advised me to go to the land of the Christians, where I should see Lela Marian, by whom I was beloved. I know not which way to go. Many Christians I have seen from this window, but not one who seems so much a gentleman as yourself. I am very beautiful and young, and have a great deal of money in my possession. If thou canst find out any method of carrying me to thy country, thou shalt there be my husband, if thou art so inclined. But if that be contrary to thy inclination, I shall not be uneasy, for Lela Marian will provide me with a spouse. I write this 229 with my own hand. Let nobody read it, but such as you can trust. Beware of the Moors, for they are altogether deceitful. Therefore I am very much concerned, for I would not have it disclosed to any person whatever, because if it should come to my father's ears, he would instantly cause me to be sunk in a well, and covered with stones. I will fasten a thread to the cane, to which thou mayest tie thine answer. And if thou hast not a proper person to write for thee in Arabic, let me know by signs, for Lela Marian will help me to understand them. May she and Allah preserve thee by means of this cross, which I often kiss, according to the direction of my deceased slave. You may easily conceive, gentlemen, whether or not we were surprised and rejoiced at the contents of this paper. Indeed, the symptoms of joy and admiration appeared so plain in our behavior that the renegado suspected it was not found by accident, but actually written and addressed to one of our company. He accordingly entreated us to tell him if his conjecture was true, protesting that we might safely trust to his fidelity, and assuring us if we would favor him with our confidence, he would venture his life in procuring our freedom. So saying, he pulled from his bosom a crucifix of metal, and with many tears swore by the God represented under the form of that image, in whom he, though a wretched sinner, fully and faithfully believed, that he would be trusty and secret in everything we should please to communicate. For he firmly believed, and as it were prognosticated, that by means of her who had written the paper we should all obtain liberty, and he accomplish that which he had so much at heart, namely his readmission into the bosom of his holy mother church, from which he through his ignorance and guilt had been like a rotten member, divided and cut off. This declaration he made with so many tears and signs of repentance that we unanimously agreed to entrust him with the affair, and accordingly gave him an account of everything that had happened without suppressing one circumstance. and showed him the window at which the cane appeared, so that from thence he had took his mark of the house, resolving to inform himself with great care and caution of the name and quality of those who lived in it. Meanwhile, we were all of opinion that there was a necessity for answering the billet, and there being a person present who could perform that office, the renegado that instant wrote in Arabic what I dictated, which was literally, as I shall now repeat, for of all the material circumstances of that affair, not one hath escaped my memory, which will retain them all to my last breath. In short, this was the answer which I sent to the beautiful. My dear lady, mayest thou be protected by the true Allah, and that blessed Mary, the real Mother of God, who, because she loves thee, hath put it into thy heart to go to the land of Christians. Beseech her, therefore, that she will be pleased to teach thee how thou mayest obey her commands, for she is so benevolent that she will grant thy request. For my own part, and in behalf of those who are my fellow prisoners, I promise to serve thee with our whole power, even unto death. Fail not to write, and give me notice of what thou shalt resolve to do, and I will always answer thy letters. For the great Allah hath favored us with the friendship of a Christian captive, who can speak and write thy language, as thou wilt perceive by this paper. Wherefore thou mayest communicate thy will and pleasure to us without fear, as to thy offer of becoming my wife. When thou shalt be safely settled in the land of the Christians, I pledge myself that on the faith of a good Christian, and know that those of our religion perform their promises more punctually than the Moor's God and his mother Mary take my dear lady into their holy protection. This letter being written and sealed, I waited 2 days until the bath was empty, and then went to the usual place on the terrace to look 230 for the cane, which in a little time appeared. I no sooner perceived the sign, though I could not see who made it, than I held up the letter to make her understand that she should fasten a thread to the cane, but that was already done, and I tied the paper to it accordingly. In a little time our star appeared again, loaded with the white flag of peace, which being dropped, I took it up and found in different coins of gold and silver to the amount of 50 crowns, which increased our satisfaction 50-fold, and confirmed us in the hope of obtaining our freedom. That same night our renegade returned, and told us he was informed the house was inhabited by that same Moor I have mentioned under the name of Ajamorato, who was excessively rich, and had only one daughter to inherit his whole fortune, that by the current report in the city she was the most beautiful woman in Barbary, and that many of the viceroys who went thither had demanded her in marriage, but she would never yield her consent. He likewise understood that she had once a Christian slave who had died some time ago, so that all these circumstances agreed with the contents of her letter. We then consulted with the renegade about the means of transporting ourselves with the Moorish lady into Christendom, and at length we came to the resolution of waiting for another intimation from Zoraida, which is the name of her who now desires to be called Maria, for we plainly perceived that by means of her, and no other, we should be enabled to surmount all the difficulties that occurred. Having come to this determination, the renegado bid us give ourselves no uneasiness, for he would either procure our liberty or forfeit his own life. The bath being full of people during 4 days, no cane appeared all that time, at the end of which the usual solitude prevailing, we perceived it, with a handkerchief so pregnant as to promise a most happy birth. I stood under it, the whole was dropped as usual, and I found in the handkerchief another paper with 100 crowns in gold, without any mixture of other coin. The renegade being then present, we carried him to our cabin, where we desired him to read the letter, which he interpreted in these words. I know not, dear sir, how to give directions about our passage into Spain, nor hath Lela Marian told me, though I have earnestly implored her assistance. But what may be easily effected is this: I will from this window furnish you with a great quantity of money, so that you may ransom yourself and your companions, and going to the land of the Christians purchase a bark with which you may return for the rest, and you will find me in my father's garden, which is by the gate of Barbazan, close to the seaside. There I shall be during the whole summer with my father and servants, and from thence you may in the night carry me to the bark without fear. But remember, thou shalt be my husband, otherwise I will pray to Marian to chastise thee. If thou canst depend upon no other person for purchasing the bark, ransom thyself. For that purpose I know thou wilt be more apt than any other body to return, because thou art a gentleman and a Christian. be sure to inform thyself well about the garden. When I see thee walking where thou art at present, I shall know the bath is empty, and provide thee with more money. Allah preserve thee, my dear gentleman. These were the contents and purport of the second paper, which being read in presence of us, all each proposed himself as the person to be ransomed, promising to go and return with the utmost punctuality. I likewise offered myself for that purpose, but the renegado opposed the proposal, saying that he could by no means consent that one should be set free before we had all obtained our liberty, because experience had taught him how ill those who are free perform the promises they have made in their captivity. For prisoners of note had often practiced the expedient of ransoming one of their number to go to Valencia or Majorca with money to purchase an armed bark and return for his companions, but they never saw his face again, for having 231 once obtained his own liberty, the dread of losing it again by returning blots all manner of obligations out of his remembrance. As a confirmation of the truth of what he alleged, he briefly recounted a case which had lately happened to some Christian gentlemen, attended with the strangest circumstances ever known even in these parts, where the most uncommon and surprising events occur almost every day. In short, he told us the most practicable and prudent scheme was to give him the money we should receive for our ransom, with which he would purchase a bark at Algiers under pretense of becoming merchant and trading to Tetuan and the other places on that coast, and that being master of the vessel he would soon contrive the means of disengaging us from the bath and getting us all on board, especially if the Moorish lady should perform her promise in supplying us with money sufficient to pay the ransom of our whole company, in which case, being no longer slaves, we might embark with the greatest ease and safety. Even at noonday, the greatest difficulty that occurred was the backwardness of the Moors to allow a renegade to purchase or command a vessel, unless it be a large cruiser for pirating, because they suspect, especially if he be a Spaniard, that his sole motive in buying a small bark is to make his escape into Christendom. But he undertook to remedy that inconvenience by giving a share of the bark and profits of the merchandise to a Tangerine Moor, by which means he should be master of the bark, and of consequence have it in his power to accomplish the whole affair. Although in the opinion of me and my companions there was no better plan than that of sending to Majorca for a bark, as the Moorish lady had proposed, we durst not contradict the sentiments of the renegade, lest he, being disobliged by our acting contrary to his intention, should make a discovery of our correspondence with the fair Moor and endanger not only our lives, but also that of Zoraida, for which we would have willingly sacrificed our own. We therefore determined to rely upon God and the renegado, and immediately wrote an answer to Zoraida, importing that we would adhere in everything to her advice, which was as prudent as if it had been dictated by Lela Marian, and that it depended solely upon her either to hasten or retard the negotiation, pledging my faith anew to become her spouse. In consequence of this intimation, the very next day, when the bath happened to be empty, she at different times, by means of the cane and handkerchief, transmitted 2,000 crowns in gold, with a paper signifying that on the first Jama, which is Friday, she should set out for her father's garden, but before her departure supply us with more money, and desired us to inform her if we should find that insufficient, for she would give us as much as we could desire. Her father having such vast sums that he would never be sensible of what she took, especially as all his keys were in her possession, we immediately accommodated the renegado with 500 crowns for the purchase of the bark, with 800 more. I ransomed myself, depositing the money with a Valencian merchant then residing at Algiers, who bargained for my ransom with the king, and obtained my freedom upon giving his word to pay the money on the arrival of the first ship from Valencia. For if he had paid it immediately, the king would have suspected that the ransom had been some time at Algiers, and that the merchant had hitherto detained it for his own convenience. In short, my master was so contentious that I durst by no means disburse the money at once. On the Thursday, before the fair Zoraida removed to her father's country house, she gave us another 1,000 crowns, and apprised us of her departure, entreating me as soon as I should be ransomed to make myself acquainted with her father's garden, and find some opportunity of going thither to see her, I answered in few words that I would obey her in everything, desiring she would fervently recommend us to Lela Marian in all those prayers which she had learned of the slave. This affair being transacted, means were concerted for ransoming my 3 companions, lest seeing me at liberty and themselves confined, since I had 232 money enough to procure their freedom, they should be chagrined and tempted by the devil to do something to the prejudice of Zoraida, for although their honor and integrity might have secured me against any such apprehension, I would not run the smallest risk, and therefore took care they should be ransomed by the same canal through which my liberty was obtained, depositing the whole sum required in the merchant's hands, that he might with more certainty and confidence act the part of their bondsman, though we never disclosed to him our secret commerce with Zoraida for fear of what might happen. Chap Roman 14, the continuation of the captive's adventures. Before 15 days had elapsed, our renegado had purchased a stout vessel capable of containing 30 persons at least, and to secure what he had done with a favorable pretext, he made a voyage to a place called Sargel, about 30 leagues from Algiers towards the coast of Iran, where there is a great traffic of dried figs, and he made 2 or 3 trips of this kind in company with the Tagarin Moor, already mentioned. The Moors of Aragon are in Barbary called Tagarins, and those of Granada go by the name of Mudéjars, though these last are in the kingdom of Fez, called Elches, being the people whom the king chiefly uses in his wars. I say, then in every passage, the renegado brought his bark to an anchor in a small creek within 2 bow shots of Ajimorato's garden, and there purposely employed himself and his Moorish rowers in practicing the Zala, or attempted that in jest, which he intended to execute. Earnest, he went frequently to Zoraida's garden on pretense of asking fruit, which he always received from her father, though he did not know him. But although, as he afterwards owned, he wanted to speak with Zoraida, and tell her that he was the person appointed by me to carry her off to the land of the Christians, that she might be satisfied and secure of his fidelity, he never had an opportunity of executing his design, for the Moorish women avoid the sight of their own countrymen and the Turks, unless when they are commanded to appear by their parents and husbands, though they talk and converse with Christian captives even more freely than decency allows. I should have been very much concerned had he spoke with her, because it would perhaps have given her great uneasiness to see renegades entrusted with the affair, but God, who ordained all for the best, gave him no opportunity of fulfilling his well-meaning intention. Perceiving how securely he traded to and from Sargel and anchored, when, where, and how he pleased his partner, submitting to his direction in all things, and that I being ransomed, there was nothing wanted but some Christians to row, he desired me to pick out those who should accompany me exclusive of my friends who were ransomed, and bespeak them for the Friday following, which he had appointed for the day of our departure. Seeing him thus determined, I spoke to a dozen Spaniards, all of them able-bodied rowers, and people who could easily get out of the city, and indeed it was no small difficulty to find so many at that conjuncture, for no fewer than 20 galleys being then out upon the cruise, almost all the rowers were employed, so that I should not have found those I have mentioned had not their master stayed at home that summer to finish a vessel which he had on the stocks. All I said to them was that next fright in the evening they should slyly slip out of the city one by one and betake themselves to Ajimorato's garden, where they should wait my coming, and I directed every one by himself, if he should meet with other Christians at the rendezvous, to say nothing, but that I had ordered him to wait for me in that place. This point being settled, another precaution still more necessary remained untaken. This was to advertise Zoraida of the situation of our affairs, that she might be prepared and guarded against surprise at our sudden assault, before she could think it possible that the Christian bark was arrived. Resolved 233 therefore to see and speak with her if possible one day before our departure, I went to the garden on pretense of gathering some herbs, and the first person I met was her father, who spoke to me in a language used through all Barbary, and even at Constantinople, between the captives and the Moors, it is neither Arabic nor Castilian, nor indeed peculiar to any nation, but a mixture of different tongues, by which we may make shift to understand each other. I say, he asked, in this sort of jargon, who I was, and what I wanted in his garden. I answered that I was a slave belonging to Arnaut Mami, who I knew to be an intimate friend of his, and that I wanted a few herbs for a salad in consequence. Of this answer, he inquired whether or not I was to be ransomed, and what my master demanded for my freedom. And while we were thus conversing together, the fair Zoraida came out into the garden. She had already perceived me from a window of the house, and as the Moorish women make no scruple of showing themselves to Christians, with whom, as I have already observed, they are not at all shy, she without any hesitation walked towards the place where I was standing with her father, who no sooner saw her than he called at a distance, desiring her to come up. It would be a difficult task for me at present to describe the exceeding beauty, the genteel mien, the gay and rich ornaments with which my beloved Zoraida then presented herself before mine eyes. I shall only observe that the pearls about her beauteous neck and ears outnumbered the hairs of her head on her ankles, which were bare according to the custom of the country. She wore carcaxes, by which name the bracelets for the feet are called. The Morisco language of the purest gold, set with such a quantity of diamonds, that she afterwards told me her father valued them at 20,000 ducats, and those she wore upon her wrists were of equal richness. The pearls, though in such a vast number, were extremely fine, for the greatest pride and magnificence of the Moorish women lie in pearls and embroidery. Consequently, there is a greater quantity of pearls and seed pearl in Barbary than in all the other nations of the world, and Zoraida's father had the reputation of possessing the greatest number and the best in Algiers, together with a fortune of 200,000 Spanish crowns, of all which she who is now mine was once mistress. Whether with the assistance of all these ornaments she appeared beautiful or not, and what she must have been in her prosperity, may be conjectured by what remains after the great fatigues she hath undergone, for it is well known that the beauty of some women hath its days and seasons, and is diminished or increased according to the circumstances that happen, being improved or impaired, nay, often totally destroyed by the passions of the mind. In short, she approached in all the pomp of dress and all the excess of beauty, at least to me, she seemed the most beautiful creature I had ever seen, which circumstance, joined to the obligation lay under, made me look upon her as an angel sent from heaven for my delight and deliverance. When she came up, her father told her in their own language that I was a captive belonging to his friend Arnaut Mami, and had come for a salad, upon which she took up the discourse, and in that jumble of languages before mentioned asked if I was a gentleman, and why I did not ransom myself. I answered that I was already ransomed, and that she might see in what esteem I was with my master by the sum he received for my freedom, which was no less than 1,500 sultanins. To this observation she replied, truly, if thou hadst belonged to my father, he should not have parted with thee for twice the sum, for you Christians always dissemble, and call yourselves poorer than you really are, with a view of imposing upon the Moors. That may be sometimes the case, madam, said I, but I adhered to the truth in bargaining with my master, and will deal honestly with all mankind. She then asked how soon I intended to depart, and I answered, tomorrow. I believe there is a French ship in the harbor to sail in the morning, and I have some thoughts of taking my passage on board of her. Had not you better stay till the arrival of a vessel from 234 Spain, said Zoraida, than trust yourself with the French, who are no good friends of yours? No, madam, answered, though as there is a Spanish ship expected, if she arrives immediately, I believe I shall wait for her, but it is more likely that I shall sail tomorrow, for the desire I have to see myself in my native country with those I love is too strong to let me wait for any other convenience, let it be ever so good. Without doubt, said Zoraida, thou art married in thy own country, and therefore desirous of being with thy wife. I am not yet wedded, I replied, but under promise of being married at my return. And is the woman beautiful to whom thou hast pledged thy faith? Said she. So beautiful, answered I, that to compliment her and tell thee the truth, she is the exact resemblance of thyself. Her father laughed heartily at this declaration, saying, truly, Christian, she must be very handsome indeed, if she resembles my daughter, who is the most beautiful woman in this kingdom. Look at her, and thou wilt see whether or not I speak truths. In the greatest part of this conversation, Ajamorato served as interpreter for his daughter, he being better acquainted with this spurious language, which, though she understood a little in consequence of its being much spoke among the Moors, she explained her meaning by signs oftener than by words. While we were engaged in this and other such conversation, a Moor ran towards us crying aloud that 4 Turks having got through the pales or leaped over the garden wall were gathering the fruit. Though it was not yet ripe at this information, the old man and Zoraida started for the Moors are commonly, and as it were naturally afraid of the Turks, especially the soldiers who are so insolent and imperious to their Moorish subjects, that they treat them worse than if they were slaves. Accordingly the father said to Zoraida, "Daughter, retire to the house, and lock thyself up while I go and talk to those dogs. And thou, Christian, turning to me, gather thy herbs and depart in peace, and Allah send thee safe into thy own country." I made my obeisance, and he went in search of the Turks, leaving me alone with Zoraida, who pretended to go homeward according to her father's desire. But no sooner was he out of sight among the trees of the garden than she came back with her eyes drowned in tears, saying, "Aimsi Cristiano, aimsi," signification of which address is, "Thou art going away, Christian, thou art going away." "Yes, madam," answered I, "but by no means without you. On the next Jama expect me, and be not afraid when you see us, for we shall certainly go to the land of the Christians." I made shift to express myself in such a manner that she understood this and everything else that I said, and throwing her arm about my neck, began to walk towards the house with a slow and faltering pace. But it pleased fortune, which might have proved very unlucky, had not heaven otherwise ordained, that while we walked in this attitude with her arm about my neck, we were observed by her father on his return from having sent away the Turks, and we immediately perceived ourselves discovered. Nevertheless, Zoraida, prompted by her discretion and presence of mind, would not take her arm from my neck, but on the contrary, coming closer to me, let her head drop upon my bosom, and her knees sunk under her as if she was fainting, while I seemed to support her with a sort of strained civility. The father, seeing his daughter in this situation, ran towards us with great concern, and asked what was the matter, but she, making no reply, doubtless, said he, "She hath fainted with the fright occasioned by the insolence of those dogs." Then taking her out of my arms, he supported her in his own, while she, fetching a deep sigh, the tears still continuing in her eyes, repeated, "Aimsi Cristiano, aimsi." "Begone, Christian, begone. There is no necessity for the Christian's departure," said the father. "He hath done thee no harm, and as the Turks are gone already, be not disturbed. Thou hast no cause to be uneasy, for as I have already said, the Turks at my entreaty went out 235, as they had come in. Indeed, sir, said I, they have discomposed her very much, as you observe. But since she desires me to go, I will not stay to give offense. Peace be with you. I will, with your permission, return to this garden for herbs, if they should be wanted, for my master says there are none better to be found in any other place. Thou mayest come as often as thou wilt," answered Agimorato. "What my daughter says is not out of resentment against thee or any other Christian, but instead of bidding the Turks begone, she applied the words to thee, or else thought it was time for thee to go and gather thy herbs." I then took leave of them both, and she, as if her soul had been rent from her body, went away with her father, while I, on pretence of culling my salad, went round the whole garden at my pleasure, observing all the entries and outlets, together with the strength of the house and every convenience that might tend to facilitate our purpose. Having thus reconnoitered, I went and communicated my observations to the renegado and the rest of my companions, longing eagerly for the hour of seeing myself in peaceable possession of the blessing which fortune presented in the beauteous and charming Zoraida. At length, the intervening time elapsed, and the long-wished-for day and period arrived, when all of us, following the order and plan which had been often canvassed, and at last settled, after the most mature deliberation, our desires were happily accomplished. On the Friday, after I had spoke with Zoraida, Morinego, which was the renegade's name, anchored his bark at nightfall opposite to the place where my charming mistress resided, and the Christians who were to row in consequence of my directions lay already concealed in different corners all around the place, waiting for me with impatience, joy, and desire of attacking the vessel which was in view, for they were ignorant of our confederacy with the renegade, and believed that they must win and maintain their liberty by force of arms in killing all the Moors who belonged to the bark. Wherefore, as soon as I and my companions appeared, those who were hid came and joined us immediately about the time when the city gates were shut, so that not a soul was to be seen in the fields. Being all met together, we were in some doubt whether we should go immediately for Zoraida, or first of all secure the Moorish rowers belonging to the bark. While we hesitated on this point, the renegado, arriving, asked what we waited for, observing that now was the time, the Moors being altogether unguarded, and the greatest part of them actually asleep. We told him the subject of our doubt, upon which he assured us that it was of the greatest consequence to make ourselves first masters of the bark, a precaution which might be easily taken without running the least hazard, and then we could go in quest of Zoraida with greater security. His advice was unanimously approved, and therefore, without farther delay, we followed him as guide to the vessel, into which he leaped, and drawing a cimeter, called, in the Moorish language, "Let none of you stir on pain of death." The Christians were at his back in an instant, while the Moors, being naturally pusillanimous, hearing their master talk in this manner, were seized with consternation, and as there were few or no arms on board, suffered themselves without the least resistance to be fettered by the Christians, who performed this office with infinite dexterity, and dispatch threatening to put them all to the sword, if any one of them should raise his voice or attempt to make the least noise. This scheme being executed, we left one half of our number to guard them, and with the rest using the renegado still, as our guide went to Agimorato's garden door, which fortunately opened with as much ease as if it had not been locked, so that without being perceived, we proceeded to the house with great silence and composure. The adorable Zoraida, who stood waiting for us at window, no sooner perceived people at the door than she asked with a low voice if we were Nazarini, which in their language signifies Christians. I replied in the affirmative, desiring her to come down. When she knew my voice, she 236 made no delay, but without answering one syllable, came down in a moment, opened the door, and appeared so beautiful and richly dressed as to surpass description. Transported at the sight, I took her hand and kissed it most devoutly. The renegado and my two companions did the same, and the rest, though ignorant of the occasion, followed our example, thinking we expressed our thanks and acknowledgments to her as the instrument of our deliverance. The renegado asked in the Morisco tongue if her father was in the house, and she, assuring him that he was asleep in his own apartment. Then it will be necessary, said Morinego, to wake and carry him off together with everything of value in this agreeable habitation. Touch not my father, said she, and take my word for it, there is nothing valuable in this house but what I have secured, which is enough to make you all rich and happy. Stay a little, and thou shalt see. So saying, she went back into the house, protesting she would immediately return, and desiring us to make no noise. I then asked the renegade what had passed between them, and when he told me, charged him to do nothing that should be disagreeable to Zoraida, who soon returned with a coffer so full of golden crowns that she could scarce support the weight. But our evil fortune ordained that her father should wake in the interim and hear a noise in the garden, upon which he started up, and running to the window, no sooner perceived that we were all Christians than he began to bawl in Arabic with vast vociferation, "Christians, Christians, thieves, thieves," and his cries threw us all into the utmost terror and confusion. However, the renegado, seeing the danger we were in, and how much it imported him to achieve the enterprise without being detected, ran up to Agimorato with infinite agility, being accompanied with some others of our company, as I could not leave Zoraida, who by this time had fainted in my arms. In short, those who entered the house managed him so well that in a moment they brought him down with his hands tied, and an handkerchief in his mouth, to hinder him from crying, threatening all the while that if he presumed to speak it would cost him his life. His daughter covered her eyes that she might not see her father in that condition, while he was astonished at sight of her, little thinking how willingly she had put herself in our power. And our feet being then more necessary than our hands, we with great industry and dispatch returned to the vessel, where we were expected with impatience by those we had left, who had began to fear we had met with some mischance. Before 2 hours of the night had elapsed, we were all safe on board, where we untied the hands of Zoraida's father, and took the handkerchief out of his mouth, though the renegado commanded him again to be silent on pain of death. Seeing his daughter also in our power, he began to sigh most bitterly, more especially as he perceived her lie quietly in my arms, without resisting, complaining, or the least appearance of constraint. But he was fain to hold his tongue, lest the renegado should put his repeated threats in execution. Zoraida, now seeing us embarked, and on the point of manning the oars, while her father and the other Moors remained fettered as prisoners among us, bade the renegado desire in her name that I would be so good as to dismiss the Moors and set her father at liberty, for she would rather throw herself into the sea than behold a parent, who loved her so much, dragged into captivity. On her account, Morinego, having made me acquainted with her request, I consented to the proposal, but he said it was by no means expedient, because should we leave them there, they would instantly alarm both town and country, so that some light frigates would be sent out in pursuit of us, and then we should be so beset, both by sea and land, that it would be impossible for us to escape. He proposed therefore to set them at liberty on the first Christian land he should make. We were all of the same opinion, which was also embraced by Zoraida, to whom he imparted the reasons which hindered us from complying immediately with her desire. Then each of our valiant rowers laid hold of his oar with joy, silence, and 237 alacrity, and recommending ourselves to the protection of God, we took our departure, directing our course towards the island of Majorca, which was the nearest Christian land, but the north wind beginning to blow, and the sea becoming rough, it was impossible to steer our course, and we were obliged to row along shore towards Oran, not without great apprehension of being discovered from the town of Sargel, which lies upon that coast, about 60 miles from Algiers. We were also afraid of meeting in those parts with some of the galleys, which frequently come thither from Tetuan to trade, though each of us singly and all of us together presumed that if we could fall in with a merchant vessel not fitted out or manned for a corsair, far from losing our liberty again, we should make ourselves masters of a ship, in which we might perform our voyage with more security. While we thus coasted along, Zoraida lay with her head in my bosom, that she might not see her father in distress, and I could hear her imploring Lela Marian to assist us in our design. When we had rowed about 30 miles, daybreaking discovered that we were about 3 gunshots distant from the shore of a desert country, where not a soul appeared to detect us. But for all that we plied hard to get a little farther off to sea, which was now somewhat calmer, and having made about 2 leagues, directed the men to row by turns, that we might refresh ourselves with the provisions of which we had plenty in the bark. But the rowers said it was then no time to be idle, and desired the rest to bring them victuals, which they would eat while at work, protesting that they would by no means quit their oars. This hint was accordingly taken, and a fresh gale springing up, we were obliged to lay aside our oars and make sail directly for Oran, for it was impossible to follow any other course. All this was done with great expedition. We sailed at the rate of 8 miles in an hour, without any other dread than that of falling in with some corsair. We ordered some victuals to be given to the Moors, who were consoled by the renegadoes, telling them that they were not slaves, and should have their freedom with the first opportunity. The same declaration he made to Zoraida's father, who answered, I might expect any other favor from your generosity and courteous behavior, O Christians, but you must not think me so simple as to believe you will give me my freedom, for you would never have run such risk in depriving me of it, with a view of restoring it so liberally, especially when you know who I am and the advantage you may reap from my ransom, which if you will now propose, I here promise to pay your utmost demand for myself and this unhappy daughter, or for her alone, who is the better part of my soul. So saying, he wept with such bitterness as moved us all to compassion, and obliged Zoraida to lift up her eyes, when seeing the tears trickle down from his aged cheeks, she was melted, and rising from the place where I supported her, went to embrace her father. Then joining her face to his, the two uttered such a tender lamentation as drew tears of sympathy from the eyes of almost all those who heard it. But when Ajamorato perceived her so gaily dressed, with all her jewels about her, he said, with some surprise in their language, What is the meaning of this finery, my child? Last night, before this terrible misfortune happened, I saw thee in thy ordinary and common dress, but now, though thou hadst neither time nor any happy tidings to solemnize with such ornaments and finery, I see thee decked in all the richest apparel I could contrive or bestow upon thee, while fortune was much more favorable than at present. Answer me in this particular, at which I am more concerned and surprised than at the mishap which hath befallen us. The renegado interpreted to us all that the Moor said to his daughter, who made no answer to his question. But when he saw on one side of the bark the coffer in which she used to keep her jewels, which he knew he had left at Algiers when he moved to his country house, he was still more confounded, and asked how that casket had fallen into our hands, and what it contained. To this question the renegado replied 238, without waiting for Zoraida's answer, "You need not weary yourself, Signia, in putting so many questions to your daughter, for I can satisfy you in one word. Know then that Zoraida is a Christian, that she hath filed off our chains, and converted our captivity into freedom, that she came hither of her own accord, and is now, I believe, as well satisfied with her present condition, as one delivered from darkness to light, from death to life, and from affliction to triumph." "Daughter," cried the Moor, "is that which he affirms true?" "Yes," replied Zoraida, "that thou art actually a Christian, and the very person who hath put thy father into the hands of his enemies," resumed the old man. "I am a Christian, 'tis true," said Zoraida, "but not the person who reduced you to this situation, for my desire never extended so far as either to leave or render you unhappy, my sole intention being to provide for my own welfare." "And how hast thou provided for it, my child?" replied the father. "Put that question to Lella Marion," said she, "who will inform you better than I can." Scarce had these words reached the ears of Ajamorato than with incredible agility he darted himself headlong into the sea, where without all doubt he must have perished, had not his large entangling robes helped to keep him afloat. Zoraida, shrieking, begged we would save her father, upon which we all exerted ourselves, and laying hold of his upper garment, pulled him on board, already half drowned, and deprived of all sensation, when she was so much affected with his condition, that she uttered a most tender and doleful lamentation over him, as if he had been actually dead. Having turned him upon his face, a great quantity of water ran out of his mouth, and he recovered the use of his senses in the space of 2 hours, during which, the wind shifting, we were driven towards the shore, and, by main dint of rowing, kept from running aground. But by good fortune we arrived in a creek formed by a small creek or promontory known among the Moors by the name of Cava Rumia, which signifies the wicked Christian woman, there being a tradition among them that Cava, on whose account they lost their possessions in Spain, is interred in that place. For Cava in their language implies a wicked woman, and Rumia signifies Christian, so that they look upon it as a bad omen when they are obliged by necessity to drop anchor here, and, except in cases of emergency, they never attempt it, though to us it was by no means the shelter of a wicked woman, but a secure harbor in stormy weather. Having placed sentinels on shore, without quitting our oars, we made another meal of what the renegado had provided, and prayed heartily to God and the blessed Virgin to favor and assist us in bringing such a fortunate beginning to a happy conclusion. We then determined, at the entreaty of Zoraida, to set her father and the Moors, whom we had fettered on shore, because she had not resolution enough, nor could her tender disposition endure to see her parent and countrymen in the condition of captives. We accordingly promised to gratify her desire at our departure, since we ran no risk in setting them at liberty in that uninhabited place. Our prayers were not so vain as to be rejected by heaven, that sent a favorable wind and a smooth sea, inviting us to proceed with alacrity in the voyage. We had undertaken this, we no sooner perceived than, unbinding the Moors, we put them all on shore one by one, to their no small astonishment. But when we came to dismiss Zoraida's father, who by this time had recovered the entire use of his senses, "Christians," said he, "do you think that bad woman rejoices at my freedom through filial piety? No, surely, but merely to be rid of the check which she would receive from my presence, in seeking to gratify her vicious desires." 239. Do not imagine that she hath been induced to change her religion, because she believes that the Christian faith is preferable to ours. No, she hath apostatized, because she understood that in your country she might indulge her loose inclinations more freely than in her own. Then, turning to Zoraida, while I and another Christian held him fast, that she might not commit some desperate action, he said, "O infamous wretch, and ill-advised maiden, what blindness and distraction hath prompted thee to put thyself in the power of these dogs, who are all our natural foes? Cursed be the hour in which thou wast engendered, and cursed be the gaiety and indulgence in which I brought thee up." Perceiving that there was no likelihood of his ending his exclamations for some time, I presently set him on shore, where he proceeded with his reproaches, imprecations, and complaints, imploring the mediation of Mahomet with Allah to confound, overwhelm, and destroy us. And when we had sailed out of hearing, we could perceive him act his despair, pulling his beard, and rolling himself upon the ground. Nay, once he raised his voice in such manner that we could distinctly hear him pronounce, "Return, my beloved daughter, return to the shore. I forgive all that is past. Leave with these men the money which they already have in their possession, and return to comfort thy disconsolate father, who, if thou forsakest him, will lie down and breathe his last upon this barren sand." This pathetic address was heard by Zoraida, who lamented his affliction with the utmost sensibility. Though she could make no other reply than this: "Allah grant, my dear father, that Lela Marian, who was the cause of my conversion, may console you in your distress. Allah knows I could not do otherwise than I have acted, and that these Christians owe nothing to any particular goodwill I bore them, for if I had not assisted and accompanied them in their escape, but remained at home with you, it would have been impossible for me, in conference of the earnest solicitations of my own soul, to execute that which in my opinion is as righteous as it is infamous and wicked in yours." But these words never reached the ears of her father, whom, by this time, we could not perceive. I therefore endeavored to console my amiable mistress, while the rest were intent upon our voyage, which was so much favored by a fair wind that we laid our account with being next day on the coast of Spain. But as good fortune seldom comes pure and single, unattended or unpursued by some troublesome and unexpected circumstance, it was ordained by heaven, perhaps, in consequence of the curses imprecated by the Moor upon his daughter, for such curses are to be dreaded, let the parent be what he will. I say heaven ordained that, when we were a good way off at sea, with a flowing sheet, 3 hours of the night being already spent, the oars lashed up, because the fair wind made it unnecessary to use them, and the moon shining with remarkable brightness, we perceived a large round vessel, with all her sails out, steering a little upon the wind right athwart our hawse, and so near that we were obliged to shorten sail, that she might not run foul of us, while she clapped her helm o'er, that we might have time to pass. Those upon deck hailed us, asking who we were, whence we came, and whither bound. But as they spoke in French, the renegado said, "Let no man answer, these are French privateers, who make prize of everything that falls in their way." Thus cautioned, we made no reply, but sailed on, leaving the ship a little to windward, when all of a sudden they discharged 2 pieces of cannon, loaded in all appearance with chain shot, for one of them cut away our mast in the middle, which with the sail fell overboard into the sea, and the other, coming a moment after, took us amidships, and laid the side of the bark entirely open, without doing any other mischief. Seeing ourselves going to the bottom, we began to cry aloud for assistance, beseeching the people in the ship to save us from perishing. Then they brought to, and hoisting 240 out their boat or pinnace, it was instantly manned by a dozen of Frenchmen, well armed with their muskets and lighted match, who, rowing up to us, and seeing how few we were, as also that our bark was on the point of foundering, took us in, observing that this misfortune had happened because we had been so uncivil as to refuse an answer to their hail, while the renegado, without being perceived, took up the coffer in which Zoraida's treasure was contained, and threw it into the sea. In short, we went on board with the French, who, when they had informed themselves of everything we could impart for their purpose, as if they had been our enemies, plundered us of all that we had taken from Zoraida, the very bracelets she wore upon her ankles. But their behavior to her gave me the more anxiety, as I was afraid that, after having pilfered all her rich and precious jewels, they would proceed to rob her of that which was of greater value, and which she herself esteemed infinitely more than all the rest. But the desires of those people extend no farther than to money, and with that they can never satiate their avarice, which then engrossed them so much that they would even have robbed us of the wretched garments we wore in our captivity, if they could have applied them to any sort of use. Nay, some among them proposed to wrap us all together in a sail and throw us into the sea, because they intended to trade in the ports of Spain under pretense of being Bretons, and if they carried us thither alive, their depredation would be discovered, and themselves chastised accordingly. But the captain, who had with his own hands rifled my beloved Zoraida, said he was satisfied with the prize he had got, and resolved to touch at no port in Spain, but pass the Straits of Gibraltar in the night, or take the best opportunity of so doing that should occur, and return to Rochelle, from whence he had sailed on the cruise. They therefore agreed to give us their boat, with what necessaries we should want to finish the little that remained of our voyage. This promise they actually performed the next day at a small distance from the Spanish coast, at sight of which all our poverty and vexation vanished from our remembrance, as if we had never endured them. Such is the transport occasioned by liberty regained. It might be about noon, when we were put into the boat, with 2 casks of water and some biscuit, and the captain, moved to compassion at the distress of the lovely Zoraida, gave her to the amount of 40 crowns in gold, and would not suffer his soldiers to strip her of the clothes, which she now wears, so that at parting, instead of complaining of the hard usage we met with, we thanked them kindly for the benefit we had received at their hands. They steered right before the wind for the straits, while we, without minding any other compass than that of the land that appeared ahead, plied our oars so vigorously that at sunset we were near enough to conclude that we could easily reach the shore before the night should be far advanced, but that night being dark, without any moonshine, and everybody on board ignorant of the coast, some of our company judged it unsafe to row ashore, while others insisted upon our running that hazard, even if we should land among rocks, or in some uninhabited part of the country, that we might be secured from the just apprehension of meeting with some rovers from Tetuan, who are frequently in the beginning of the night in Barbary, and in the morning on the Spanish coast, where, having taken a prize, they return the same day and sleep at home in their own houses. Of these contrary opinions, we chose that of rowing gently towards the shore, with intent, if the smoothness of the sea would permit, to land at the first convenient place. In consequence of this resolution, a little before midnight, we arrived at the foot of a huge and lofty mountain, though not so rocky towards the sea, but that there was a little space left for commodious landing, the boat being run ashore, and all of us disembarked. We kissed the ground, and with tears of unutterable joy returned sincere thanks to our gracious Lord for his unparalleled protection vouchsafed to us in the 241 voyage. Then we took out the provision, and dragging her on shore, ascended a vast way up the mountain, not being as yet able to quiet our apprehensions or persuade ourselves, though it actually was so, that the soil we trod was Christian ground. The day broke much later than we could have wished, and about this time we gained the summit of the mountain, purposing to look from thence for some village or shepherd huts. But although we viewed the whole country around, we could neither discern village, house, highway, path, nor the least trace of human footsteps. Nevertheless, we determined to penetrate farther into the country, since it could not be long before we should discover some person who would give information. But what gave me the greatest concern was to see Zoraida traveling on foot among the flinty rocks, for though I sometimes took her on my shoulders, she was much more fatigued with seeing me weary than refreshed by finding herself exempted from walking, and therefore would not allow me to take any more trouble of that kind, but proceeded with infinite cheerfulness and patience, while I led her by the hand all the way. In this manner we had gone about a quarter of a league, when our ears were saluted by the sound of a small sheep bell, which was a sure sign of a flock's being somewhere not far off. Looking therefore attentively to discover it, we perceived a young shepherd sitting with great composure at the root of a cork tree, smoothing a stick with his knife. When we called to him, he raised his head and started nimbly up, and as we afterwards understood, the renegade and Zoraida, who were in Moorish dress, being the first objects that presented themselves to his eyes, he thought all the corsairs of Barbary were upon him, and running with incredible swiftness into a wood that grew near the place where he was, he began to cry as loud as he could, bawl, "The Moors! The Moors are landed! The Moors! The Moors! To arms! To arms!" These exclamations threw us all into a perplexity, but reflecting that his cries would alarm the country, and that the cavalry of the coast would immediately come and see what was the matter, it was agreed that the renegade should pull off his Turkish robes and put on a slave's jacket, with which one of our company accommodated him, though he himself remained in his shirt. This being done, we recommended ourselves to God, and followed the same road which we saw the shepherd take, expecting every moment to see ourselves surrounded by the cavalry of the coast. Neither were we deceived in our expectation, for in less than 2 hours, having crossed those thickets and entered a plain on the other side, we descried about 50 horsemen riding briskly towards us at a hand gallop, upon which we halted until they should come up. But when they arrived, and instead of the Moors, they came in quest of, beheld so many poor Christian captives, they were utterly confounded, and one of them asked if we were the people who had been the occasion of a shepherd's calling to arms. I answered in the affirmative, and being desirous of telling him who we were, whence we came, and what had happened to us, one of our company, knew the horseman who accosted us, and without giving me time to speak another word, said, "Thanks be to God, gentlemen, for having conducted us to such an agreeable part of the country, for if I am not mistaken the ground we now tread belongs to Velez Malagond. If the years of my captivity have not impaired my remembrance, you Signia who ask that question are Pedro Bustamante my uncle." Scarce had the captive pronounced these words, when the cavalier threw himself from his horse, and ran to embrace the young man, saying, "Dear nephew of my life and soul, I now recollect thee. Thy supposed death has been mourned by myself, my sister, thy mother, and all thy relations who are still alive, for heaven hath been pleased to spare their lives, that they might enjoy the pleasure of seeing thee again. I knew thou wast at Algiers, and from the information of thy habit, and that of all your company, I guess you have made a miraculous escape. Your conjecture is true," replied the young man, "and we shall have time 242 to recount the particulars. As soon as the horsemen understood we were Christian captives, they alighted, and each of them made a tender of his horse to carry us to the city of Velez Malaga, which was about 1.5 leagues from the place where they found us. Some of them went to bring the boat round to the city after we had told them where she lay, others took us up behind them, and Zoraida rode with the Christian's uncle. All the people came out to receive us, being apprised of our arrival by one of the troopers who had pushed on before, not that they were surprised at the sight of the captives freed or Moors in captivity, for the inhabitants on that coast are accustomed to see great numbers of both, but they were amazed at the beauty of Zoraida, which was at that instant in full perfection, the fatigue of her journey cooperating with the joy they felt in seeing herself in a Christian country without the fear of being lost, having produced such a bloom upon her countenance, that unless I was then prejudiced by my affection, I will venture to say the world never produced, at least I had never seen a more beautiful creature. We went directly to church to make our acknowledgments to God for his mercies, and as soon as Zoraida entered, she said she perceived some faces that resembled Lela Marian. We told her these were the images of the Blessed Virgin and the Renegado, as well as he could informed her of their signification, that she might adore them, as if each was actually the person of Lela Marian, who had spoke to her, so that, having naturally a good understanding, with a docile and discerning disposition, she easily comprehended what he said upon the subject. From thence they conducted us to our lodgings in different families of the town, the Renegado, Zoraida, and I being invited by the Christian who escaped with us to the house of his father, who was moderately provided with the good things of this life, and treated us with the same affection he expressed for his own son. 6 days we tarried at Velez, during which the Renegado, having informed himself of what was necessary for him to do, went to the city of Granada, there, by means of the Holy Inquisition, to be readmitted into the bosom of our most sacred church. The rest of our company departed each for his own home, leaving Zoraida and me by ourselves, destitute of everything but the few crowns which she received from the courtesy or the French corsair. With part of these I bought the animal on which she arrived at this inn, and hitherto have cherished her with the affection of a parent and the service of a squire, without using the prerogative of a husband. We are now upon the road to the place of my nativity, to see if my father be still alive, and if either of my brothers has been more fortunate than myself, though as heaven hath made Zoraida my companion for life, fortune could not have possibly bestowed upon me any other favor which I should have valued at so high a rate. The patience with which she bears the inconveniences attending poverty, and the zeal she manifests to become a Christian, is so great and extraordinary as to raise my admiration and engage me to serve her all the days of my life. But the pleasure I take in this office, and in the prospect of seeing her mine, is disturbed and perverted by reflecting that possibly in my own country I shall not find a corner in which I can shelter the dear object of my love, and that time or death may have made such alterations in the fortune and lives of my father and his other children that I shall scarce meet with a soul that knows me. This, gentlemen, is the substance of my story. Whether or not it be agreeable and uncommon, I leave to the decision of your better judgment, assuring you that I wish I could have related it more succinctly, though the fear of tiring you hath made me suppress a good number of circumstances. Chap Roman 15, of what farther happened at the inn, with many other particulars worthy to be known. Here the captive left off speaking, and Don Fernando said to him, "Really, Signor Captain, the novelty 243 of your strange adventures is equaled by your agreeable manner of relating them. Your whole story is uncommon surprising and full of incidents that keep the hearers in admiration and suspense. And such is the pleasure we have received from it, that though the narration should have continued till tomorrow morning, we should rejoice at your beginning it anew." When this compliment was past, Cardenio and all the rest of the company offered to serve him to the utmost of their power, with such affectionate and sincere expressions of friendship, that the captain was extremely well satisfied of their goodwill. Don Fernando, in particular, promised that if he would go home with him, his brother the Marquis should stand godfather to Zoraida, and that he for his part would accommodate him in such a manner that he should return to the place of his nativity with that authority and ease to which he was entitled by his birth and merit. The captive thanked him in the most courteous manner, but declined accepting any of his generous offers. It was now night when a coach arrived at the inn, attended by some men on horseback, who demanded lodging, and the landlady made answer that there was not in the whole house an handful of room unengaged, be that as it was said one of the horsemen who had entered the gate, "There must be some found for my lord judge." At mention of that name, the hostess was disturbed, saying, "Signor, the greatest difficulty is my want of beds. But if his lordship hath brought one along with him, as I suppose he hath, he is very welcome to come, and my husband will quit our own apartment to accommodate his worship." Be it so, said the attendant. By this time, a person had alighted from the coach, who by his garb immediately showed the nature of his rank and office, for his long robe with high sleeves tucked up plainly distinguished him to be a judge. As the servant had affirmed, he led by the hand a young lady seemingly 16 years of age, dressed in a riding suit, and so sprightly, beautiful, and genteel as to raise the admiration of all who beheld her, so that those who had not seen Dorothea, Lucinda, and Zoraida, then present, would have thought it a very difficult talk to find another woman of equal beauty. Don Quixote, seeing the judge and young lady as they entered, pronounced with great solemnity, "Your worship may securely enter and recreate yourself in this castle, which though narrow and inconvenient, there is no narrowness and inconvenience in this world but what will make room for arms and letters, especially if they have for their guide and conductor such beauty as that which accompanies the letters of your worship, in the person of that amiable young lady, to whom not only castles ought to open and unfold their gates, but also rocks divide and mountains bow their heads at her approach. Enter, I say, this paradise, where you will find stars and suns to accompany that heaven which you have brought hither. Here you will find arms in perfection and beauty in excess." The judge marveled greatly at this address of the knight, whom he earnestly considered, no less surprised at his figure than his words. Without knowing what reply to make, so much was he confounded at both, when he was relieved by the appearance of Lucinda, Dorothea, and Zoraida, who, upon hearing the news of their arrival and the landlady's description of the young beauty, had come out to welcome and receive her. The beauteous ladies of the inn welcomed this beauteous damsel, while Don Fernando, Cardenio, and the curate paid their compliments to the judge in the most civil and polite terms. He was more and more astonished at what he saw and heard, though he could easily perceive that his fellow-lodgers were persons of rank and consequence, but the mean visage and figure of Don Quixote baffled all his conjectures. Compliments having thus passed on all sides, and the conveniences of the inn being duly considered, it was agreed as before that all the ladies should sleep together in the forementioned apartment, and the men sit in another room to guard them. The judge was very well satisfied that his daughter, for such the young maiden was, should lodge with the other ladies, she herself willingly consenting to the proposal. 244. And what with part of the innkeeper's narrow bed and the half of that which the judge brought along with him, they made shift to pass the night more agreeably than they expected. The captive, who from the first moment he beheld the judge felt his heart throb with a sort of intimation that this was his own brother, asked of one of the servants that attended him his master's name with the place of his nativity. The footman replied that his name was the licentiate Juan Perez de Viedma, and born, as he had been informed, in the mountains of Leon. This information, together with what he himself had before observed, confirmed him in the opinion that he was his brother, who by his father's advice had followed his studies. Transported with this discovery, he called aside Don Fernando, the curate, and Cardenio, to whom he imparted the affair, and assured them that the judge was his own brother, by the servant's report so far on his way to the West Indies, in quality of Supreme Judge of Mexico, he understood also by the same canal that the young lady was his daughter whose birth had cost the mother her life, and that he was very much enriched by his wife's fortune, which had been settled on the children of the marriage. The captive therefore consulted them about the method he should take to make himself known, or rather to be assured beforehand, whether upon the discovery his brother would be ashamed of his poverty, or receive him with the bowels of affection. Leave that talk to my conduct, Signor Captain, said the curate. There is all the reason in the world to believe that you will meet with a brotherly reception, for the virtue and prudence that appear in his courteous demeanor give no indications of his being proud and unnatural, but rather declare that he knows how to consider the accidents of fortune in the right point of view. Nevertheless, replied the captain, I would not willingly disclose myself of a sudden, but prepare him by some roundabout insinuation. I have already told you, answered the curate, that I will manage the affair to your mutual satisfaction. By this time, the cloth being laid, and everybody sat down to table, except the captive, and the ladies who supped in their own apartment, the curate addressed himself to the judge, saying, I had once a comrade of your lordship's name at Constantinople, where I was a slave for many years. He was one of the bravest soldiers and best officers in the Spanish infantry, but his misfortunes were equal to his valor and ability. Dear sir, cried the judge, what was that officer's name? He was called Ruy Perez de Viedma, replied the priest, and a native of some town in the mountains of Leon. He told me a circumstance that happened between his father, two brothers, and himself, which, had it not been affirmed by a person of his veracity, I should have looked upon as one of those tales which old women tell by the fireside. In winter, for he said his father divided his estate equally among his three sons, whom he at the same time enriched with advice more salutary than any that ever Cato gave. This, I know, the choice he made of going into the army succeeded so well, that in a few years, by his gallant behavior, and without any other assistance than that of his extraordinary virtue, he rose to be captain of foot, and saw himself in the straight road of becoming a field officer very soon. But there, where he had reason to expect the smiles of fortune, she proved most unkind, he having lost her with his liberty on that glorious day of the battle at Lepanto, in which it was found by so many Christians I was taken in the Golta, and after various vicissitudes we happened to be fellow slaves at Constantinople, from whence he was transported to Algiers, where he met with one of the strangest adventures that ever was known. Then the curate briefly recapitulated the story of Zoraida, to which the judge listened with more attention than ever he had yielded on the 245 bench. But the priest brought it no farther than the period when the French corsairs plundered the Christians who were in the bark, describing the poverty and distress to which they had reduced his comrade and the beautiful Moor, and observing that he did not know what farther befell them, nor whether they had arrived in Spain or been carried into France. The captain stood at some distance behind, listening to what the curate said, and observing the emotions of his brother, who, seeing that the curate had made an end of his story, uttered a profound sigh, saying, while the tears gushed from his eyes, O Signor, if you knew how nearly I am concerned in what you have related, you would not wonder at these tears, which in spite of all my fortitude and discretion trickle from mine eyes. That valiant captain whom you have mentioned is my father's eldest son, who, being more brave and noble-minded than my youngest brother and me, chose the honorable exercise of arms, which was one of the three paths proposed by our father in his advice. As you seem to have been informed by your companion in adversity, I followed that of letters, in which God hath been pleased to reward my diligence with that station, which you see I now maintain. My younger brother is at present in Peru so rich that his remittances to my father and me have made large amends for the small sum he carried with him at first, and even enabled the old gentleman fully to indulge his liberal disposition, empowering me also to prosecute my studies with more honor and decency. Until I acquired the post I now enjoy, my father is still alive, though daily pining with the desire of hearing from his eldest son, and putting up petitions to heaven incessantly, that his own eyes may not be closed forever, until he shall have seen those of his firstborn in life. What gives me a great deal of surprise is that a person of his discretion should, in the midst of such trouble and affliction, or even in his prosperity, omit writing to father, for if he or either of us had known his situation, he should have had no occasion to wait for the miracle of the cane in obtaining his liberty. But at present, the uncertainty of his fate gives me the greatest concern, as it is doubtful whether those French have set him at liberty or taken away his life to conceal there. Robbery. This apprehension will convert the joy and satisfaction with which I undertook my journey into melancholy and despondence. So, my dear brother, would to heaven I knew where thou art, that I might go and free thee from all trouble and affliction, though at the expense of my own, who shall carry the news of thy being alive too. Our aged father, that although thou art shut up in the deepest dungeon of Barbary, thou mayest be delivered by my brother's riches, and my own, O generous and lovely Zoraida, who shall requite thy benevolence to my brother, be present at the regeneration of thy soul, and assist at the nuptials, which would afford such pleasure to us all. These and many other exclamations the judge pronounced with such symptoms of sorrow at the news he had received of his brother that all the hearers sympathized with him in the expressions of his grief, the curate seeing everything succeed to his own expectation. And the captain's desire was unwilling to protract the judge's anguish, and the impatience of the whole company, so rising from the table, and going into the other apartment, he led out Zoraida, who was followed by Lucinda Dorothea, and the young lady lately arrived, then taking in his other hand the captain, who stood waiting to see what he intended, he went into the room where the judge and the rest of the gentlemen sat, and presenting them both said, "Dry your tears, my lord judge, and enjoy the completion of your wish. Behold your worthy brother and virtuous sister-in-law, this is Captain Viedma, and that the beautiful Moor who behaved so generously to him in his distress. The French 246 corsairs have reduced them to this extremity, that you may have an opportunity of displaying the liberality of your noble breast." The captain ran to embrace his brother, who kept him off with both hands fixed on his shoulders, that he might consider him the more attentively, but no sooner did he recollect his features than he flew into his arms, and shed a flood of tears of joy, while the greatest part of those who were present wept in concert at the affecting scene. The expressions of both the brothers and their mutual demonstrations of affection are, I believe, scarce to be conceived, much less described. They briefly recounted their adventures to each other, and manifested the genuine flame of fraternal affection there. The judge embraced Zoraida, making her a tender of all his wealth there. He commanded his daughter to receive her with open arms there. The mutual caresses of the beautiful Christian and lovely Moor renewed the tears of the whole company. There Don Quixote silently observed these surprising accidents, which he wholly attributed to the chimeras of knight-errantry. There it was concerted that the captain and Zoraida should return to Seville with his brother, from whence they could advertise their father of the liberty and arrival of his son, that the old gentleman, being still able to undertake such a journey, might come and be present at the baptism and nuptials of his daughter-in-law, as it would be impossible for the judge to go far out of his way, because he was informed that in a month the flota would set sail from Seville for New Spain, and it would be extremely inconvenient for him to lose his passage. In short, the whole company were exceedingly rejoiced at the captive's good fortune, and 2/3 of the night being already exhausted, they agreed to retire and repose themselves during the remaining part of it, while Don Quixote undertook to guard the castle from the assaults of any giant or wicked adventurer that might possibly covet the vast treasure of beauty which it contained. Those of his acquaintance thanked him for his courteous offer, and afterwards gave an account of his strange disorder to the judge, who was not a little diverted with the detail of his extravagance. Sancho Panza alone was distracted at their sitting up so late, though in point of lodging he was better accommodated than all the rest, for he made his bed of the furniture of his ass, which cost him so dear, as will hereafter be seen. The ladies having retired to their apartment, and every other person disposed of himself as tolerably as he could, Don Quixote went out to keep guard at the castle gate according to his promise, and a little before morning the ladies were serenaded by a voice so clear and well-tuned as to attract the attention of them all, especially of Dorothea, who was awake and lay in the same bed with Donna Clara de Viedma, the judge's daughter. Nobody could imagine who the singer was, the voice being single and unaccompanied by any instrument, and seeming to come sometimes from the stable and sometimes from the courtyard. While they listened with equal surprise and attention, Cardenio came to the door, saying, "You that are not asleep, take notice. and you will hear the voice of a mule driver who chants most enchantingly. When Dorothea told him that they had heard it already, he went away, while she, employing her whole attention, when he began to sing again, could plainly distinguish the following words. Romans 16, the agreeable story of the young muleteer, with many other strange incidents that happened in the inn. Roman 1, tossed in a sea of doubts and fears. Love's hapless mariner, I sail, where no inviting port appears, to screen me from the stormy gale. Roman 2, at distance, viewed a cheering star, conducts me through the swelling tide, a brighter luminary far than Palinurus ear descry. Roman 500. Roman 3, my soul attracted by its blaze, still follows where it points the way, and while attentively I gaze, considers not how far I stray. Roman 4, but female pride, reserved and shy, like clouds that deepen on the day, oft shroud it from my longing eye, when most I need the genial ray. Roman 5, O lovely star, so pure and bright, whole splendor feeds my vital fire. The moment thou dennest thy light, thy lost adorer will expire. Here the musician pausing. Dorothea thought it was pity Clara should not hear such an excellent voice, therefore, by gently jogging, she waked her, saying, I ask pardon, my dear Clara, for disturbing you, but my intention in so doing was to regale you with one of the best voices that ever you heard. Clara, being still half asleep, did not at first understand what she said, which at her desire Dorothea repeated, and the young lady listened accordingly, but scarce had she heard 2 lines of the song, which was now resumed, when she began to tremble as violently as if she had been seized with a severe fit of the ague, saying, while she hugged Dorothea, Ah, dear lady of my life and soul, why did you wake me? The greatest favor that fortune could at present bestow would be to keep both my eyes and ears fast shut, that I might neither see nor hear that unfortunate musician. What do you mean, my dear child? Answered Dorothea. Consider what you say. He that sings is a young muleteer. Ah, no, replied Clara, he is a young gentleman of great fortune, and so much master of my heart, that unless he quits it of his own accord, it shall remain eternally in his possession. Dorothea was surprised at this passionate declaration of such a young creature, who seemed to have so much more sensibility than could be expected from her tender years, and said to her, truly, Donna Clara, you talk in such a manner that I do not understand you. Pray explain yourself, and tell me the meaning of those expressions about fortune and heart, and that musician whose voice hath thrown you into such disorder. But say no more at present, for I would not, by attending to your transports, lose the pleasure of hearing the singer, who now seems to be tuning his voice, and preparing to give us another song. With all my heart, said Clara, stopping her ears with her fingers, to the farther admiration of Dorothea, who, listening attentively, heard the musician proceed in these words. Roman 1, aspiring hope, thou unconfined, pursuest imaginary path, through woods and rocks and waves combined, defying danger, toil, and death. Roman 2, no laurel shall adorn his brow, no happiness the sluggard crown, who tamely can to fortune bow, and slumber on inglorious down. Roman 3, the joys unmatched bestowed by love, can never be too dearly prized, for undenied examples prove, what's cheaply bought is soon despised. Roman 500. Roman 4, success, by the consenting fair, is oft to perseverance given. Then wherefore should my soul despair of mounting from this earth to heaven? Here the voice ended, and Clara's sighs, beginning afresh, kindled Dorothea's curiosity to know the cause of such agreeable music and grievous lamentation. She therefore now desired to hear what her bedfellow had before proffered to impart. Then Clara, fearful of being overheard by Lucinda, crept close to Dorothea, and applying her mouth to her ear, so that she could securely speak without being perceived, dear madam, said she, that singer is the son of an Aragonese gentleman who is lord of 2 towns, and when at court lives opposite to my father's house. And although our windows are covered with canvas in winter and lattices in summer, I know not how this young gentleman, while he prosecuted his studies, got sight of me either at church or somewhere else, and in short, being smitten, disclosed his passion from the windows of his own apartment, by so many tears and significant expressions that I believed him sincere, and even loved him in my turn, without knowing the nature of my own desires among other signs. He made that of 248 joining his hands, giving me to understand that he would take me to wife. And though I should have been extremely glad to comply with that proposal, as I was alone and motherless, I had nobody to consult, and therefore let it rest, without granting him any other favor except when his father and mine were abroad, that of lifting up the canvas or lattice, that he might have a more perfect view of my person. And this condescension always transported him so much that I was afraid he would have run stark mad with joy in the midst of this commerce. The time of my father's departure drew near, of which being informed, though not by me, for I never had an opportunity of telling him, he fell sick, understand, of grief, so that when we set out I could not see him, as I wished to indulge one parting look. But having traveled 2 days, just as I entered the place at which we lodged last night, I perceived him standing at the gate, disguised so naturally in the habit of a muleteer, that it would have been impossible for me to know him had not his image been so deeply imprinted on my soul. The sight of him filled me with joy and surprise, and he gazed upon me by stealth, unperceived by my father, from whom he always conceals his face when he crosses the road before me, or is obliged to appear at the inns where we lodge, knowing therefore who he is, and that he travels on foot, undergoing so much hardship and fatigue for love of me. I am half dead with grief and anxiety, and wheresoever he sets his feet, there I fix my pitying eyes. I know not what he intends by thus following me, nor how he could manage to escape from his father, who loves him tenderly, because he has no heir but him, and the young gentleman deserves all his affection, as you will perceive when you see him. I can moreover assure you what he sings is the product of his own head, for I have been told that he is a great scholar and an excellent poet. Every time I behold him or hear him sing, I start and tremble from head to foot, being afraid that he will be known by my father, and thus our mutual love be discovered. For though I never spoke to him in my life, my passion is so violent that without him I shall not be able to live. This, dear madam, is all I can say concerning that musician whose voice hath given you such pleasure, and is alone sufficient to convince you that he is not a muleteer, but the lord of towns and hearts, as I have described him. Enough, Donna Clara, said Dorothea, kissing her with great affection. Say no more, but wait with patience till the approach of a new day, when I hope in God to manage matters so well as to bring such a virtuous beginning to an happy end. Ah, madam, replied the young lady, what happy end can be expected, seeing his father is a man of such rank and fortune that he would think me unworthy to be the servant, much less the wife of his son? And as to marrying him without my own father's consent, I would not do it for the whole universe. All I desire is that the young gentleman would return. Perhaps his absence and the length of the journey we have undertaken will alleviate the uneasiness I at present felt, though I must own I believe that remedy will have small effect. I cannot conceive what the deuce is the matter with me, nor how this same love got entrance into my heart, considering how young we both are, for I really believe we are of the same age, and my father says that till Michaelmas next I shall not be 16. Dorothea could not help laughing at these innocent observations of Donna Clara, to whom she said, let us sleep, my dear, during the little that I believe remains of the night. God will grant us a new day, and if my skill fails me not, everything will succeed to our wish. They accordingly went to rest, and a general silence prevailed over the whole house, in which there was not a soul awake, except the innkeeper's daughter and her maid Maritornes, who by this time, being acquainted with the extravagant humor of Don Quixote, and knowing that he was then without the gate keeping guard in arms and on horseback, determined to play some trick upon him, or at least divert themselves in listening to his folly. The inn chancing to have no window, nor opening towards the field, but a hole through which they took in their straw, this pair of demiladies there took their station, and observed Don Quixote, who sat on horseback leaning upon his lance, and breathing from time to time such profound and doleful sighs as seemed to tear his very soul. They likewise heard him pronounce, in a soft, complacent, and amorous tone, O my dear mistress, Dulcinea del Toboso, thou perfection of beauty, scope, and sum total of discretion, cabinet of good humor, depository of virtue, and lastly, the idea of all that is useful, chaste, and delectable in this life. In what art thou at present employed? Art thou reflecting upon thy captive knight, who voluntarily subjects himself to such dangers with the sole view of serving thee give me some information of my love, thou three-faced luminary who now, perhaps with envious eyes beholdest her walking through some gallery of her sumptuous palace, or leaning over some balcony revolving in her mind how, without impairing the delicacy of her honor, she may assuage the torments that this heart endures on her account, how she may crown my sufferings with glory, my care with comfort, in fine my death with new life, and my service with reward, and thou son who by this time must be busy in harnessing thy steeds to light the world, and enjoy the sight of her who is the sovereign of my soul, I entreat thee to salute her in my behalf, but in thy salutation beware of touching her amiable countenance, else I shall be more jealous of thee than ever thou wast of that nimble ingrate, who made thee sweat so much along the plains of Thessaly or banks of Peneus, for I do not remember through which thou ranst so jealous and enamored. So far had the knight proceeded in this piteous exclamation, when the innkeeper's daughter whispered softly, Sir Knight, will your worship be pleased to come this way? Hearing this invitation, he lifted up his eyes, and by the light of the moon, which was then in full splendor, perceived them beckon to him from the straw-hole which he mistook for a window, adorned with gilded bars, suitable to the grandeur of such a magnificent castle as the inn appeared. Then his crazy imagination instantly suggested, as before, that the beauteous damsel daughter of the constable, being captivated by his person, intended again to solicit his love. On this supposition, that he might not seem discourteous or ungrateful, he turned Rosinante, and riding up to the hole, no sooner perceived the two lasses than he said, I am extremely concerned, most beautiful lady, that you have fixed your amorous inclinations where it is impossible they should meet with that return which is due to your rank and qualifications. But you ought not to impute your disappointment to any fault in me, whom love hath rendered incapable of yielding my heart to any other, but to her who at first sight took absolute possession of my soul. Pardon my refusal, honored madam, and retire to your apartment, without seeking to explain your sentiments more fully, that I may not appear insensible or ungrateful. And if your love can find in me the power of giving you any other sort of satisfaction, you may freely command my service, for I swear, by that absent and amiable enemy of mine, to gratify your wish, immediately, even if you should desire to have a lock of Medusa's hair, which was altogether composed of snakes, or the rays of the sun confined in a phial. Sir Knight, answered Maritornes, my lady has no occasion for either of these things. What then is your lady's pleasure? Discreet duenna, resumed the knight, only the favor of one of your beautiful hands, replied Maritornes, with which she may in some measure indulge the longing desire that brought her to the straw-hole, so much to the danger of her reputation, that if she should be detected by her father, the first slice of his indignation would cost her an ear. At least I would fain see him take that liberty, said Don Quixote, but he will take care to refrain from any such acts of barbarity, unless he has a mind I should bring him to the most calamitous exit that ever happened to a father, for having laid violent 250 hands upon the delicate members of his enamored daughter. Maritornes, concluding that he would certainly grant the request, and having already determined on what she was to do, ran down to the stable and laid hold of the halter belonging to Sancho's ass, with which she instantly returned, just when Don Quixote had made shift to set his feet on the saddle, that he might reach the gilded window at which he imagined the wounded damsel was standing. Presenting therefore his hand, receive, madam, said he, that hand, or rather, that chastiser of all evildoers, receive, I say, that hand which was never touched by any other woman, not even by her who is in possession of my whole body. I do not present it to be kissed, but that you may contemplate the contexture of its nerves, the knittings of the muscles, the large and swelling veins, from whence you may conjecture what strength must reside in the arm to which it belongs, that we shall see presently, said Maritornes, who, having made a running knot on the halter, fixed it upon his wrist, and descending from the hole, made fast the other end to the bolt of the hayloft door. The knight, feeling the roughness of this bracelet, said, your ladyship seems to rasp rather than to clasp thy hand. Do not treat it so cruelly, for it is not to blame for what you suffer from my inclination, nor is it just that such a small part should bear the whole brunt of your indignation. Consider that one who is such a friend to love ought not to be so attached to revenge. All these expostulations of Don Quixote were uttered in vain, for as soon as Maritornes had tied him up, she and her companion, ready to expire with laughing, left him fastened in such a manner that it was impossible for him to get loose thus, while he stood on Rosinante's back, with his whole arm thrust up into the straw hole and fast tied to the bolt of the door. He was in the utmost apprehension and dread that if his horse should make the least motion to either side, he must lose his support, and the weight of his whole body hang by one arm, so that he durst not venture to stir, though he might have expected from the patience and peaceful disposition of Rosinante that he would stand motionless for a whole century. In short, finding himself thus tucked up, and the ladies vanished, he imagined that the whole had been affected by the power of enchantment, which he had experienced once before in that same castle, when he was belaboured by the enchanted Moor of a carrier, and cursed within himself his want of conduct and discretion in entering a second time that fortress in which he had fared so ill at first, it being a maxim among knights-errant that when they prove an adventure without success, they conclude it is reserved for another, and therefore think it unnecessary to make a second trial. Nevertheless, he pulled with intention to disengage his arm, but he was so well secured that all his efforts were ineffectual. True it is, he pulled with caution that Rosinante might not be disturbed, and though he had a longing desire of sitting down upon the saddle again, he found that he must either continue in his present upright posture or part with his hand. Then he began to wish for the sword of Amadis, against which no enchantment could prevail, then cursed his fortune, then exaggerated the loss which the world would sustain while he remained enchanted, as he firmly believed himself to be. Then he reflected anew upon his beloved Dulcinea del Toboso. Then he called to his trusty squire Sancho Panza, who stretched upon the panel of his ass, and buried in sleep at that instant, retained no remembrance of the mother that bore him. Then he implored the assistance of the two sages Lurgando and Olquife. Then he invoked his good friend Urganda for succor in his distress, and in fine, the morning found him in that situation so distracted and perplexed that he roared aloud like a bull, without expecting that the day would put an end to this disaster, which he thought would be eternal, believing himself actually enchanted, and this opinion was confirmed by his seeing that Rosinante scarce offered to stir, for he was persuaded that in this manner, without eating, drinking, or sleeping, he and his horse would continue until the evil influence of the stars should pass over, or some other sage of superior skill disengage them from their enchantment. But for once he was mistaken in his calculation, for day had scarce began 251 to dawn, when 4 men on horseback arrived at the inn, well mounted, and accoutred with carbines hanging at their saddle bows. The knight, perceiving from the place where, in spite of his misfortune, he still kept guard, that they thundered for entrance at the gate, which was still shut, called in an arrogant and haughty tone, "Knights or squires, or whosoever you have no business to make such a noise at the gate of this castle, for it is very plain that either the people within are asleep or unaccustomed at these hours to open the fortress, which you cannot enter before the sun rise. Retire therefore, and wait until the day be farther advanced, and then we shall see whether or not you have any title to be admitted." "What the devil of a fortress or castle is this, that we must observe such ceremony?" said one of the company. "If you are the innkeeper, order somebody to open the door. We are all travelers, and only want to bait that we may forthwith proceed on our journey, for we are in haste." "Gentlemen," replied Don Quixote, "do you think I resemble an innkeeper?" "I don't know what you resemble," answered the other, "but this I know, that you talk nonsense in calling this in a castle a castle. It is," cried the knight, "and one of the best in this province. Nay, at this very instant it contains those who have wore crowns on their heads and wielded scepters in their hands." "Or rather the reverse," said the traveller, "that is, the scepter on the head and crown in the hand. But perhaps there may be within some company of strollers who frequently wear these crowns and scepters you mention, for otherwise in such a sorry inn, without any sort of noise or stir, I cannot believe that any persons of such note would lodge. You know little of the world," replied Don Quixote, "since you are so ignorant of the events that happen in knight-errantry." The other horsemen, being tired with this dialogue that passed between the knight and their companion, began again to knock and bawl with such vociferation that the landlord and all the persons in the inn, waking, rose to see who called so furiously. About this time, one of the horses belonging to the travellers drew near and smelled at Rosinante, who, sad and melancholy, with his ears hanging down, stood supporting his outstretched master without stirring, but at length being made of flesh, though he seemed to have been carved out of a block, he was sensible of the civility, and turned about to repay the compliment to the courteous stranger, and scarce had he moved one step when both his master's feet slipping from the saddle, he would have tumbled to the ground had he not hung by his arm, which endured such torture in the shock, that he verily believed it was cut off by the wrist or torn away by the shoulder. He was suspended so low that the tops of his toes almost touched the ground, a circumstance that increased his calamity, for, feeling how little he wanted of being firmly sustained, he stretched and fatigued himself with endeavoring to set his feet upon the ground like those wretches who, in undergoing the strappado being hoisted up a very little space, increase their own torment by their eager efforts to lengthen their bodies, misled by the vain hope of reaching the ground. Romans 17, a continuation of the surprising events that happened in the inn. Don Quixote actually made such a hideous outcry that the innkeeper opened the door and ran out to see what was the matter, while the strangers that remained without were no less astonished at his bellowing maritornes, being also waked by the same noise, conjectured what might be the case, and going straight to the hayloft, without being perceived, untied the halter that sustained him, so that the knight came to the ground, in sight of the landlord and strangers, who running up asked what was the matter with him, and wherefore he cried so violently. Without answering one word, he loosed 252 the tether from his wrist, and rising up mounted Rosinante, braced his target, couched his lance, and making a pretty large circuit in the field, returned at a half-gallop, pronouncing with great emphasis, if any person whatever saith, that I have justly suffered enchantment, I hear, with the permission of my lady Princess Micomicona, give him the lie challenge, and defy him to single combat. The travelers were amazed at his words, but their astonishment abated when the innkeeper told them who Don Quixote was, observing that they ought not to mind what he did, because he was disordered in his brain. They then asked if he had seen a youth about 15 years of age, dressed like a young muleteer, with such and such marks, giving an exact description of Donna Clara's lover. The landlord answered there were so many people in his house that he could not possibly distinguish the person for whom they inquired, but one of them, perceiving the judge's coach, he must certainly be here, said he, for this is the coach which they say he followed. Let one of us stay at the door, and the rest go in to search for him. It will also be proper that one go round the whole house to prevent his escaping over the yard wall. This plan being agreed upon, two of them entered the inn, another remained at the door, and the fourth rode round the house to reconnoiter, while the landlord, observing everything that passed, could not conceive the meaning of all this care and diligence, although he believed they were in search of the youth whom they had described. By this time it was clear daylight, and upon that account, as well as in consequence of Don Quixote's roaring, all the company were awake, and got up, especially Donna Clara and Dorothea, who had slept very little that night, the first being disturbed and alarmed by reflecting that her lover was so near, and the other kept awake by the desire of seeing this pretended muleteer. Don Quixote, seeing that none of the travelers took the least notice of him or made any answer to his defiance, was transported with rage and vexation, and if he could have recollected any law of chivalry authorizing a knight-errant to undertake another enterprise while he was under promise and oath to abstain from any adventure until that in which he was engaged was already achieved, he would have assaulted them all together and forced them to reply contrary to their inclination. But thinking it was neither expedient nor just to begin a new enterprise until he had re-established the Princess Micomicona on her throne, he chose to be silent, waiting to see the effects of that diligence practiced by the newcomers, one of whom found the youth they came in quest of sleeping by the side of a muleteer, and little dreaming that anybody was in search of him, much less that he was in any danger of being discovered. The man, however, shook him by the arm, saying, "Truly, Signor Don Luis, this is a very suitable dress for one of your quality, and the bed in which you now lie extremely well adapted to the tenderness and delicacy in which your mother brought you up." The youth rubbed his sleepy eyes, and looking steadfastly at the person who held him by the arm, no sooner perceived that he was one of his father's servants than he was so much surprised and confounded that for a good while he could not speak one word, while the domestic proceeded, saying, "At present, Don Luis, there is nothing else to be done but to exert your patience and return home, if you are not resolved that your father and my lady shall visit the other world, for nothing else can be expected from their anxiety at your absence. How did my father get notice that I traveled this road, and in this habit? Said Don Luis. A student, replied the servant to whom you imparted your intention, was so much moved by the sorrow that took possession of your parents the moment you were missed, that he disclosed your scheme to your father, who instantly dispatched 4 of his domestics in search of you, and we are all here at your service, infinitely rejoiced that we have now an opportunity of returning speedily and carrying you back to the longing eyes of those by whom you are so much beloved. That may depend upon my own will and the appointment of heaven, said the young nobleman. What should you will or heaven ordain but your immediate return, which indeed you cannot possibly avoid? All this conversation was overheard by the muleteer with whom Don Luis lay, who got up immediately, and going to Don Fernando Cardenio and the ladies, who were already dressed, told them how the man called his fellow servant Don, and communicated everything that passed between them concerning the domestic's proposal of conducting him home again, and the youth's refusal to comply with his desire. This information, together with the knowledge of that sweet voice with which heaven had endowed him, excited in all the company a desire of knowing more particularly who he was, and even of assisting him, should they offer any violence to his inclination for this purpose. Therefore they repaired to the place where he still stood talking and disputing with his father's servant. At the same time Dorothea, coming out of her apartment, followed by Donna Clara, in the utmost confusion, called Cardenio aside, and briefly related to him the story of the musician and the judge's daughter, and he in his turn informed her of what passed on the arrival of his father's servants. This he spoke not so softly, but that he was overheard by Clara, who was so much affected at the news that if Dorothea had not supported her, she would have fallen to the ground. But Cardenio desired them to retire into their apartment, saying he would endeavor to set everything to rights, and they accordingly followed his advice. Meanwhile, the 4 who had come in quest of Don Luis stood round him in the inn, persuading him to return without loss of time and console his melancholy father. But he assured them he could by no means comply with their request until he had finished an affair upon which his honor, life, and soul depended. Then the domestics began to be more urgent, protesting they would in no shape return without him, and declaring that if he would not go willingly, they would be obliged to carry him off by force. That you shall never do, replied Don Luis, unless you carry me off dead. And indeed you may as well kill me as force me away in any shape. Most of the people in the house were now gathered together to hear the dispute, particularly Cardenio, Don Fernando, his companions, the judge, curate, barber, and Don Quixote, who thought it was no longer necessary to guard the castle. Cardenio, being already acquainted with the young man's story, asked what reason the domestics had to carry off the youth contrary to his own inclination. Our motive, replied one of the 4, is to retrieve his father's life, which is in danger of being lost on account of this young gentleman's absence. To this declaration Don Luis answered, there is no reason why I should here give an account of my affairs. I am free, and will return if I please, otherwise none of you shall compel me into your measures. Your honor will, I hope, hear reason, said the servant, or if you should not, it will be enough for us to execute our errand, as we are in duty bound. Here the judge, desiring to know the whole affair from the bottom, the man, having lived in the same neighborhood, knew him, and replied, my lord judge, don't you know that young gentleman is your neighbor's son, who hath absented himself from his father's house, in a dress altogether unbecoming his quality, as your lordship may perceive? Then the judge, looking at him more attentively, recollected his features, and embracing him said, what a frolic is this, Don Luis, or what powerful cause hath induced you to come hither in a garb so ill-suited to your rank and fortune? The tears gushing into the young man's eyes, he could not answer one word to the judge, who desired the 4 domestics to make themselves easy, for all would be well. Then taking Don Luis by the hand, he led him aside, and asked again the cause of his coming in that manner. While he was employed in this and other questions, they heard a great noise at the inn door, occasioned by 2 men who had lodged all night in the house, and who, seeing everybody intent upon knowing the business of the 4 last comers, resolved to march off without paying their reckoning. But the innkeeper, who minded his own affairs more than those of any other person, stopped them on the threshold, demanded his money, and upbraided them for their evil intention with such abusive language as provoked them to answer by dint of fists, which they began to employ so dexterously that the poor 254 landlord found himself under the necessity of calling, allowed for assistance, his wife and daughter seeing nobody, so idle consequently so proper for the purpose, as Don Quixote. The damsel addressed him in these words, Sir Knight, I beseech your worship by the valor, which God hath given you to go to the assistance of my poor father, whom two wicked men are now beating to a jelly to this request. The knight replied with great leisure, and infinite phlegm, beautiful young lady, I cannot at present grant your petition, being restricted from intermeddling in any other adventure, until I shall have accomplished one in which my honor is already engaged. All that I can do for your service is this: run and desire your father to maintain the combat as well as he can, and by no means allow himself to be overcome, until I go and ask permission of the Princess Micomicona to succor him in his distress, and if I obtain it, be assured that I will rescue him from all danger. Sinner, that I am cried Maritornes, who is then present before your worship, can obtain that permission. My master will be in the other world. Allow me, madam, answered Don Quixote, to go and solicit the license I mention, which if I obtain, I shall not make much account of his being in the other world, from whence I will retrieve him, though all its inhabitants should combine to oppose me. At least, I shall take such vengeance on those who have sent him thither, as will give you full and ample satisfaction. So saying, he went and kneeled before Dorothea, begging in the style and manner of knight-errantry that her highness would be pleased to give him permission to run and assist the constable of the castle, who was at that time involved in a very grievous disaster. The princess having very graciously granted his request, he braced on his target, unsheathed his sword, and ran to the gate, where the two guests still continued, pummeled the landlord, but as soon as he beheld them, he stopped short, as if suddenly surprised, and when Maritornes and her mistress asked what hindered him from giving assistance to their master and husband, I am hindered, answered the knight, by a law which will not permit me to use my sword against plebeians, but call hither my squire Sancho, for to him it belongs, and is peculiar to engage in such vengeance and defense. This transaction happened on the very field of battle, while kicks and cuffs were dealt with infinite dexterity, to the no small prejudice of the innkeeper's carcase, and the rage of his wife, daughter, and Maritornes, who were half distracted at seeing the cowardice of Don Quixote and the distress of their lord and master. But let us here leave him a while, for he shall not want one to assist him, or else let him suffer with patience, and hold his tongue, as becomes those who rashly undertake adventures which they have not strength to achieve, and let us retreat backwards about 50 yards to see what answer Don Luis made to the judge, whom we left inquiring the cause of his traveling on foot in such a mean habit. The youth, squeezing both his hands with great eagerness, in token of the excessive grief that wrung his heart, and shedding a flood of tears, replied to this question, Dear sir, I can give you no other reason, but that from the first moment that fortune made us neighbors, and heaven ordained that I should see Donna Clara your daughter and my delight, I that instant made her mistress of my heart, and if your inclination, my real lord and father, does not oppose my happiness this very day, she shall be my lawful wife. For her I forsook my father's house, and disguised myself in this manner, with a resolution to follow whithersoever she should go, directing my views towards her like the arrow to its mark, and the needle to the pole, though she knows no more of my passion than what she may have understood from the tears, which at a distance she hath often seen me shed. You yourself, my lord, know the rank and fortune of my father, whose sole heir I am. If you think that a motive sufficient for venturing to make me perfectly happy, receive me immediately as your son, and though my father, prompted perhaps by other views, should be disobliged at the blessing which I have chosen for myself, it is in the power of time to work greater changes and alterations than human prudence can foresee. Here the enamored youth left off 255 speaking, and the judge remained in the utmost suspense, not only admiring the discretion with which Don Luis had disclosed his passion, but also finding himself perplexed about the resolution he was to take in such a sudden and unexpected affair. He therefore made no other reply for the present, but to desire he would make himself easy and detain his servants a day longer, that he might have time to consider what steps it would be most proper to take for the satisfaction of all concerned. Don Luis kissed his hands by force, and even bathed them with his tears, a circumstance sufficient to melt a heart of marble, much more that of the judge, who, being a man of prudence, had already conceived all the advantages of such a match for his daughter, though he wished it could be effected, if possible, with the consent of the young man's father, who he knew had some pretensions to a title for his son. By this time peace was re-established between the innkeeper and his two lodgers, who, being persuaded by the arguments and exhortations of Don Quixote more than by his threats, had paid their reckoning to the last farthing. And the servants of Don Luis waited the result of the judge's advice together with their master's resolution, when the devil, who is ever watchful, so ordered matters, that the barber should just then enter in that very barber, from whom Don Quixote had retrieved Mambrino's helmet, and Sancho Panza taken the furniture of his ass, which he had exchanged for his own, this individual shaver, as he led his beast to the stable, perceived Sancho employed in mending something that belonged to the panel, and knowing him at first sight, assaulted the squire in a trice, crying, "Ha, Don thief, I have caught you at last, restore my basin and panel with all the furniture you stole from me." Sancho, seeing himself so suddenly attacked, and hearing the reproachful language of his antagonist, with one hand laid fast hold on the panel, and with the other bestowed upon the barber such a slap in the face as bathed his whole jaws in blood, but for all that he would not quit the panel, which he had also seized. On the contrary, he raised his voice so high as to alarm the whole company, and bring them to the scene of contention, crying, "Justice, help, in the king's name, this robber wants to murder me, because I endeavor to recover my own property." "You lie," answered the squire, "I am no robber, my lord Don Quixote won these spoils fairly in battle." The knight, coming up among the rest, beheld, with infinite satisfaction, his squire so alert in offending and defending, and looking upon him from thenceforward as a man of valor, resolved in his heart to have him dubbed with the first opportunity, confident that on him the order of knighthood would be very well bestowed, among other things alleged by the barber. In the course of the fray, "Gentlemen," said he, "that panel belongs as much to me as my soul belongs to God, for I know it as well as if it had been produced by my own body, and though I had all the mind in the world, my ass, which is now in the stable, would not suffer me to tell a falsehood. Since you will not take my word, pray go and try it upon his back, and if it does not fit him to a hair, I shall give you leave to call me the greatest liar upon earth. Besides, the very same day on which they took my panel, they also robbed me of a new brass basin, never handled, that cost me a good crown." Don Quixote, hearing this, could contain himself no longer, but interposed between the combatants, whom he parted, and depositing the panel on the ground to be publicly viewed, until the truth should appear, addressed himself thus to the spectators: "Gentlemen, you may now clearly and manifestly perceive how this honest squire errs in his judgment, by calling that a basin which was, is, and shall be Mambrino's helmet, a piece of armor I won in fair and open battle, and now possess by the just laws of conquest. With regard to the panel, I will not intermeddle. All that I can say of the matter is that my squire Sancho, having asked permission to take the trappings of that coward's horse and adorn his own with them, I gave him leave, and he took them accordingly, though I can give no 256 other reason for their being now converted into a panel, but that such transformations frequently happen in the events of chivalry. Yet as a confirmation of what I say, run, friend Sancho, and bring hither the helmet, which this honest man calls a basin." "'Fore God," answered Sancho, "if your worship has no better proof of our honorable doings than what you mention, Mambrino's helmet will turn out a basin as certainly as this honest man's trappings are transmogrified into a panel do what I order," replied the knight. "Sure I am everything in this castle cannot be conducted by enchantment." Sancho went accordingly, and fetched this basin or helmet of Mambrino, as his master called it, which Don Quixote, taking in his hand, said, "Behold, gentlemen, with what face this plebeian can affirm that this is a basin, and not the helmet I have mentioned. Now I swear by the order of knighthood, I profess that this is the individual helmet which I took from him, without the least addition or diminution, without all manner of doubt," said Sancho, "for since my master won it to this good hour, he hath used it but in one battle, when he delivered those mischievous galley slaves, and if it had not been for that same basin helmet, he could not have come off so well, for there was a deadly shower of stones rained upon his pate in that storm." Chap Roman 18, the decision of the doubts concerning Mambrino's helmet and the panel, with a full and true account of many other adventures. "Gentlemen," said the barber, "pray favor me with your opinion concerning what is affirmed by these gentlefolks, who so obstinately maintain that this is not a basin, but a helmet. And if any one affirms to the contrary," replied Don Quixote, "I will make him sensible that he lies, if he be a knight, and if a plebeian, that he lies 1,000 times. his own townsman who was present, all the while being well acquainted with the knight's humour, resolved to encourage him in his extravagance, and carry on the joke for the diversion of the company. With this view, he addressed himself to the other shaver, saying, "Mr. Barber, or whosoever you are, you must know that I am of the same profession. I have had a certificate of my examination these 20 years, and know very well all the instruments of the art. Without excepting one, I was moreover a soldier in my youth, consequently can distinguish an helmet a morion, and a casque with its beaver, together with everything relating to military affairs. I mean the different kinds of armor wore by soldiers in the field, I say under correction, and still with submission to better judgment, that the object now in dispute, which that worthy gentleman holds in his hand, is not only no barber's bason, but also, as far from being one as black, is from white, or falsehood from truth. I likewise aver, that though it is an helmet, it is not entire. You are certainly in the right, said Don Quixote, for it wants one half, which is the beaver." The curate, who by this time understood the intention of his friend, seconded his asseveration, which was also confirmed by Cardenio, Don Fernando, and his companions, and the judge himself would have bore a part in the jest, had he not been engrossed by the affair of Don Luis, but that earnest business kept him in such perplexity of thought that he could give little or no attention to the joke that was going forward. Plate Roman 9. Don Quixote displays the bason. "Good God," cried the barber with amazement, "is it possible that so many honorable persons should pronounce this bason to be a helmet, an assertion sufficient to astonish a whole university? Let it be never so learned. Well, if that bason be an helmet, I suppose the panel must be a horse's trappings too, as this gentleman says to me." "It seems a panel," replied the knight, "but as I have already observed, I will not pretend to decide whether it be the panel of an ass or the furniture of a steed." Don Quixote has no more to do but speak his opinion, said the curate, "for in affairs of chivalry all these gentlemen, myself, and even the ladies, yield to his superior understanding by 257 heaven." "Gentlemen," cried the knight, "so many strange accidents have happened to me twice that I have lodged in this castle that I will not venture positively to affirm the truth of anything that may be asked relating to it, for I imagine that everything in this place is conducted by the power of enchantment. The first time I passed the night in this place, I was harassed extremely by an enchanted Moor that resides in the castle, while Sancho was almost as roughly handled by some of his attendants, and this very night I was suspended by one arm for the space of 2 hours, without knowing how or wherefore I incurred that misfortune. For me, therefore, to give my opinion in a case of such perplexity would be a rash decision. With regard to the helmet, which they say is a bason, I have already expressed my sentiments, but dare not give a definitive sentence by declaring whether that be a panel or a horse's furniture, that I leave to the judgment of the good company, who, not being knights, as I am perhaps, are not subjected to the enchantments of this place, but enjoying their faculties clear and undisturbed, can judge of these things as they really and truly are, not as they appear to my imagination." "Doubtless," replied Don Fernando. "Signor Don Quixote manifests his own prudence in observing that to us belongs the determination of this affair, which, that it may be the better founded, I will in private take the opinions of this good company one by one, and then openly declare the full result of my inquiry." To those who are acquainted with the knight's humour, this proposal afforded matter of infinite diversion, but the rest, being ignorant of the joke, looked upon it as a piece of downright madness. This was particularly the opinion of the domestics belonging to Don Luis, which was even espoused by himself, and 3 travellers just arrived, who seemed to be troopers of the Holy Brotherhood, as indeed they were, but he that almost ran. Distracted was the barber, whose bason was, even in his own sight, transformed into Mambrino's helmet, while he expected every moment that his panel would be certainly declared the rich trappings and furniture of a horse. Everybody laughed to see Don Fernando going about with great gravity, collecting opinions in whispers, that each might privately declare whether that jewel about which there had been such obstinate disputes was the panel of an ass or the furniture of a steed. Having received the answers of all those who knew Don Quixote, he pronounced aloud, "Truly, honest friend, I am quite tired with asking so many opinions, for every one to whom I put the question affirms. It is downright distraction to call this a panel, which is certainly the furniture of a horse, and that too of an excellent breed. Therefore you must e'en have patience, for in spite of you and the testimony of your ass to boot and horse's furniture, it must remain, as you have failed so egregiously in the proof of what you allege. May I never taste the joys of heaven, cried the transported barber, if you are not all deceived. And so may my soul appear before God, as this appears to me a mere panel, and not the furniture of an horse. But thus might overcomes 112 I say no more, neither am I drunk, being fresh, and fasting from everything but sin. The company laughed as heartily at the simplicity of the barber as the extravagance of the knight, who upon this decision said nothing now remains, but that every one should take his own again, and may St. Peter bless what God bestows. One of the 4 servants belonging to Don Lewis now interposed, saying, if this be not a premeditated joke, I cannot persuade myself that people of sound understanding, such as all this company are or seem to be, should venture to say and affirm that this is no bason, nor that a panel. Yet seeing this is both said and affirmed, I conceive there must be some mystery in thus insisting upon a thing so contrary to truth and experience, for by God an oath he swore with great emphasis, all 258, the people on earth shall never make me believe that this is not a barber's bason, or that not the panel of an heese. Why not of a sheese? Said the curate. That distinction makes no difference, said the servant, nor has it any concern with the dispute, which is occasioned by your saying that it is not a panel at all. At the same time, one of the troopers who had entered and been witness to the quarrel and question could no longer contain his choler and displeasure at what he heard, and therefore said in a furious tone, if that is not a panel, my father never begat me, and he that says or shall say the contrary must be drunk. You lie like an infamous scoundrel, replied Don Quixote, who, lifting up his lance, which he still kept in his hand, aimed such a stroke at the trooper's skull that if he had not been very expeditious in shifting it, he would have been stretched at full length upon the ground, on which the weapon was shivered to pieces. The rest of the troop, seeing their companion so roughly handled, raised their voices, crying for help to the holy brotherhood. The innkeeper, being of that fraternity, ran in for his tipstaff and sword, and espoused the cause of his brethren, the domestics. Surrounded Don Lewis, that he might not escape in the scuffle. The barber, seeing the house turned topsy-turvy, laid hold again of the panel, which was at the same time seized by Sancho. Don Quixote attacked the troopers sword in hand. Don Lewis called to his servants to leave him and go to the assistance of Cardenio and Don Fernando, who had ranged themselves on the side of Don Quixote. The curate exhorted the landlady, screamed the daughter, wept Maritornes, blubbered Dorothea, was confounded Lucinda, perplexed, and Donna Clara fainted away. The barber pummeled Sancho, who returned the compliment. One of the servants, presuming to seize Don Lewis by the arm that he might not run away, the young gentleman gave him such a slap in the face as bathed all his teeth in blood. The judge exerted himself in his defense. Don Fernando, having brought one of the troopers to the ground, kicked his whole carcass to his heart's content. The landlord raised his voice again, roaring for help to the holy brotherhood, so that the whole inn was a scene of lamentation, cries, shrieks, confusion, dread, dismay, disaster, backstrokes, cudgeling, kicks, cuffs, and effusion of blood. In the midst of this labyrinth chaos and composition of mischief, Don Quixote's imagination suggested that he was all of a sudden involved in the confusion of Agramont's camp, and therefore pronounced with a voice that made the whole inn resound, let every man forbear, put up his sword, be quiet, and listen, unless he be weary of his life. On hearing this exclamation, all the combatants paused, while he proceeded thus, did not I tell you, gentlemen, that this castle was enchanted, and doubtless inhabited by a whole legion of devils, as a proof of which you may now perceive with your own eyes how the discord and mutiny in Agramont's camp is translated hither. Behold, in one place we fight for a sword, in another for a horse, in a third for an eagle, and in a fourth for a helmet. In short, we are all by the ears together, for we know not what advance. Therefore, my lord judge and Mr. Curate, and in the persons of Agramont and King Sobrino, re-establish peace among us, for by Almighty God it were wicked and absurd that persons of our importance should be slain in such a frivolous cause. The troopers, who did not understand the knight's style and found themselves very severely treated by Don Fernando Cardenio and their companions, would not be pacified. But it was otherwise with the barber, who in the scuffle had lost both his panel and beard. Sancho, who like a faithful servant minded the least hint of his master, willingly obeyed, and the servants of Don Luis were fain to be quiet, seeing how little they had got by concerning themselves in the fray. The innkeeper alone insisted upon their chastising the insolence of that madman, who was every moment throwing the whole house into confusion. At length the disturbance was appeased. The panel remained as an horse's furniture till the day of judgment, the basin as an helmet, and the inn as a castle in Don Quixote's imagination. Everything being thus amicably composed by the persuasion of the judge 259 and priest, the servants of Don Luis began again to press him with great obstinacy to set out with them for his father's house immediately, and while he expostulated with them, the judge consulted with Don Fernando Cardenio and the curate about what he should do on this occasion, imparting to them the declaration Don Luis had made. At last it was agreed that Don Fernando should tell the servants who he was, and express a desire that Don Luis should accompany him to Andalusia, where his brother the Marquis should entertain him according to his rank and merit, for he well knew the young gentleman was fixed in the determination of being cut to pieces rather than return to his father at that time. The domestics, being informed of Don Fernando's quality, and understanding the resolution of Don Luis, determined amongst themselves that 3 of them should return and give the father an account of what had happened, while the 4th should attend the young gentleman until they should either come back for him or know his father's pleasure. In this manner was that accumulation of quarrels appeased by the authority of Agramant and prudence of King Sobrino. But the enemy of concord and rival of peace, being thus foiled and disappointed, and seeing how little fruit he had reaped from the labyrinth of confusion in which he had involved them, determined to try his hand once more and revive discord and disturbance anew, and these were the means he practiced for this purpose. The troopers, apprised of the quality of those with whom they had been engaged, were fain to be quiet and retreat from the fray, concluding that whatever might happen they would have the worst of the battle. But one of them, who had been pummeled and kicked by Don Fernando, recollected that among other warrants for apprehending delinquents, he had one against Don Quixote issued by the Holy Brotherhood on account of his having set the galley slaves at liberty. As Sancho had very justly feared this coming into his head, he was resolved to assure himself whether or not the knight's person agreed with the description, and pulling out of his bosom a bundle of parchment, he soon found what he sought, and beginning to spell with great deliberation, for he was by no means an expert reader between every word, he fixed his eyes upon the knight, whose physiognomy he compared with the marks specified in the warrant, and discovered beyond all doubt that he was the very person described. No sooner was he thus convinced than, putting up the parchment, and holding the warrant in his left hand, he with his right seized Don Quixote so fast by the collar that he could scarce fetch his breath, roaring aloud, "Help, in the name of the Holy Brotherhood, and that you may see my demand is just read, that warrant for apprehending this highwayman." The curate, upon perusing the warrant, found what the trooper said was true, and that the description exactly agreed with the person of Don Quixote, who, seeing himself so unworthily treated by such a ragamuffin, was incensed to the highest degree, so that every bone in his body trembled with rage, and he made shift to fasten on the trooper's throat with both hands so violently that if his companions had not come to his assistance, he would have quitted his life before the knight had quitted his hold. The innkeeper, being obliged to succor his brethren, ran immediately to their assistance. His wife, seeing her husband re-engaged in the quarrel, exalted her voice anew maritorns, and the daughter squalled in concert, imploring heaven and the bystanders for help. Sancho, perceiving what passed by the Lord, cried, "He, what my master says about the enchantments of this castle is certainly true, for it is impossible to live an hour in quiet within its walls." Don Fernando parted the knight and trooper to their mutual satisfaction, unlocking their hands, which were fast clinched in the double collar of the one and the windpipe of the other. But for all that, they did not cease demanding their prisoner and the assistance of the company in binding and delivering him to their charge, agreeable to the service of the king and the order of the Holy Brotherhood, in whose behalf they repeated their demand of favor and assistance to secure that felon, robber, and thief, Don Quixote smiled at hearing these epithets, and with much composure replied, "Come hither, ye vile 260 and base-born race. Do you call it the province of an highwayman to loose the chains of the captive, and set the prisoner free, to succor the miserable, raise the fallen, and relieve the distressed, infamous crew whose low and groveling understanding renders you unworthy that heaven should reveal to you the worth that is contained in knight-errantry, or make you sensible of your sin and ignorance in neglecting to revere the very shadow, much more the substance of any knight. Come hither, ye rogues in a troop, and not troopers, ye robbers licensed by the holy brotherhood, and tell me what ignorant wretch he was who signed a warrant of caption against such a knight as me, who did not know that we are exempted from all judicial authority, and that knight's own sword is his law, he being privileged by his valor, and restricted only by his will and pleasure, who was the blockhead, I say, who does not know that no gentleman's charter contains so many rights and indulgences as adhere to a knight-errant the very day on which he is dubbed, and devotes himself to the painful exercise of arms. What knight-errant ever paid tax, toll, custom, duty, or excise? What tailor ever brought in a bill for making his clothes? What governor ever made him pay for lodging in his castle? What king did ever neglect to seat him at his own table? What damsel ever resisted his charms, or refused to submit herself entirely to his pleasure? And will, and in fine, what knight-errant ever was, is, or will be, whose single valor is not sufficient to annihilate 400 troopers, should they presume to oppose him? Chap Roman 19, in which is concluded the notable adventure of the trooperswith, an account of the surprising ferocity of our worthy knight Don Quixote. While Don Quixote harangued in this manner, the curate was employed in persuading the troopers that he was a man disordered in his judgment, as they might perceive both by his words and actions, and therefore they ought not to proceed any farther in the affair, for even if they should apprehend him, he would soon be dismissed as a person non-composed to this observation. The man who had the warrant replied that it was not his business to judge of Don Quixote's madness, but to obey the orders of his superiors, and that if he was apprehended once, they might discharge him 300 times over, if they would. For all that, said the priest, you must not carry him off at present, nor do, I believe he will suffer himself to be so treated. In short, the curate talked so effectually, and the knight himself acted such extravagancies, that the troopers must have been more mad than he if they had not plainly perceived his defect. Therefore they thought proper to be satisfied, and even performed the office of mediators betwixt the barber and Sancho Panza, who still maintained the fray with great animosity, for the troopers, as limbs of justice, brought the cause to an arbitration, and decided it in such a manner as left both parties, if not fully satisfied, at least in some sort content, with the determination, which was that the panels should be exchanged, but the girths and halters remain as they were. With regard to Mambrino's helmet, the curate, unperceived by Don Quixote, took the barber aside, and paid him 8 reals for the basin, taking a receipt in full that cleared the knight from any suspicion of fraud from thenceforward for ever. Amen. These 2 quarrels, which were of the greatest importance of any that happened, being luckily composed, it remained that 3 of the servants belonging to Don Luis should return, and the 4th accompany his master to the place whither Don Fernando intended to conduct him, and as good luck and favorable fortune had already began to quell the spirit of discord and smooth all difficulties in behalf of the lovers and heroes of the inn, they were resolved to proceed in such a laudable work, and bring everything to a happy conclusion, for the domestics were satisfied with what Don Luis proposed, a circumstance that gave such pleasure to Donna Clara, that everybody who 261 beheld her face might have discerned the joy of her soul. Zoraida, though she did not well understand the incidents she had seen, was sorrowful and gay by turns, according as she perceived the company affected, particularly her Spaniard, upon whom her eyes and heart were always fixed. The innkeeper, who took particular notice of the full satisfaction which the barber had received from the curate, demanded payment of Don Quixote of the reckoning, as well as for the damage he had done to the bags, and the loss of his wine, swearing that neither Rozinante nor Sancho's ass should stir from the stable, until he should be satisfied to the last farthing. The curate pacified the landlord, and Don Fernando paid the bill, although the judge very frankly offered to take that upon himself. In this manner universal concord was restored, so that the inn no longer represented the disorder in Agramont's camp, but rather the peace and quiet that reigned in the time of Octavius Caesar, and this blessing was generally ascribed to the laudable intention and great eloquence of the priest, together with the incomparable generosity of Don Fernando. Don Quixote, now finding himself freed and disentangled from so many broils, in which both he and his squire had been involved, thought it high time to proceed on his journey, in order to finish that great adventure to which he had been summoned, and chosen he therefore with determined purpose, went and fell upon his knees before Dorothea, who refusing to hear him in that posture, he rose in obedience to her will and expressed himself in this manner: "It is a common proverb, beauteous princess, that diligence is the mother of success, and in many important causes experience hath shewn that the assiduity of the solicitor hath brought a very doubtful suit to a very fortunate issue. But the truth of this maxim is nowhere more evinced than in war, where activity and dispatch anticipate the designs of the enemy and obtain the victory before he has time to put himself in a posture of defense. This I observe, most high and excellent princess, because in my opinion our stay in this castle is unprofitable and prejudicial, as we may one day perceive when it is too late, for who knows, but by means of secret and artful spies your enemy, the giant, may get notice that I am coming to destroy him, and taking the opportunity of our delay fortify himself in some impregnable castle, against which all my diligence and the strength of my indefatigable arm will not avail. Wherefore, most noble princess, let us, as I have already observed, prevent his designs by our activity, and set out immediately in the name of good fortune, which your highness shall not long sigh, for after I shall have come within sight of your adversary." Here the knight left off speaking, and with great composure expected the answer of the beautiful Infanta, who with a most princely air, and in a style perfectly well suited to his address, replied in this manner: "I thank you, Sir Knight, for the desire you express to assist me in my necessity, like a true knight, whose duty and province it is to succor the fatherless and distressed, and heaven grant that your desire and my expectation may be fulfilled, that you may see there are grateful women upon earth. With regard to my departure, let it be as speedy as you please. My will is altogether included in yours. Dispose of me, therefore, according to your own pleasure, for she who hath once invested you with the charge and defense of her person, and solely depends upon your valor for being re-established on her throne, would act preposterously in seeking to contradict what your prudence shall ordain in the name of God." Then cried Don Quixote, "Since a princess humbles herself thus before me, I will not let slip the opportunity of raising her up, and placing her upon the throne of her ancestors. Let us depart immediately, for the desire of seeing you restored the length of the journey, and the common reflection that delays are dangerous act as spurs upon my resolution. And since 262, heaven hath not created nor hell ever seen an object that could strike me with terror and consternation. Go, Sancho, saddle Rozinante, prepare the queen's palfrey, and get ready your own ass, while we take leave of the constable and these noble personages, and set forward on our journey without loss of time." Here Sancho, who was present all the time, shook his head, saying, "Ah, master, master, there are more tricks in town than you dream of. With submission to the honorable Lappets, be it spoken, what tricks can there be either in town or city that can redound to my discredit, rascal?" Cried the knight. "Nay, if your worship be in a passion," replied the squire, "I will keep my tongue within my teeth, and not mention a syllable of what, as a trusty squire and faithful servant, I am bound to reveal to my master. Say what thou wouldst," answered Don Quixote, "so thy words have no tendency to make me afraid, for in being susceptible of fear thou showest the baseness of thy own character, as I in being proof against all sorts of terror preserve the dignity of mine. As I am a sinner to God," cried Sancho, "that is not the case, but this I know for truth and positive certainty, that this lady who calls herself queen of the great kingdom of Micamican is no more a queen than my mother, for if she were what she pretends to be, she would not be nuzzling into a corner with one of this company at every snatch of an opportunity." Dorothea's face was overspread with a blush at these words of Sancho, for sooth to say, her husband Don Fernando had several times, as he thought unperceived, made free with her lips, as earnest of that reward his affection deserved. And in so doing she was observed by Sancho, who thought that such condescension in her looked more like the behavior of a courtesan than that of such a mighty princess, so that she neither could nor would answer one word to this charge, but suffered him to proceed in these words. This dear master I make bold to mention, because if after we have travelled the Lord knows how far, and passed many weary days and bitter nights, he that is taking his recreation in this inn should gather the fruit of all our labour, we need not be in such a perilous hurry to saddle Rosinante, prepare the palfrey, and get ready the ass, but had better remain in peace where we are, and as the saying is, while we enjoy our meal, let every harlot mind her spinning wheel. Gracious heaven, what a torrent of indignation entered the breast of Don Quixote, when he heard these indecent expressions of his squire. Such, I say, was the rage that took possession of his faculties, that with a faltering voice and stammering tongue, while his eyes flashed lightning, he exclaimed, O villainous, inconsiderate, indecent, and ignorant peasant, thou foul-mouthed, unmannerly, insolent, and malicious slanderer, darest thou utter such language against these honourable ladies? In my presence darest thou entertain such disgraceful and audacious ideas in thy confused imagination? Get out of my sight, monster of nature, depository of lies, cupboard of deceit, granary of knavery, inventor of mischief, publisher of folly, and foe to that respect which is due to royalty. Go nor presume to see my face again, on pain of my highest displeasure. So saying, he pulled up his eyebrows, distended his cheeks, looked round him, and with his right foot stamped violently upon the floor, in consequence of the wrath that preyed upon his entrails. Sancho was so shrunk and terrified at these words and furious gestures that he would have been glad if the earth had opened that instant under his feet, and swallowed him up, and not knowing what else to do, he sneaked off from the presence of his incensed master. But the discreet Dorothea, who was so well acquainted with Don Quixote's humour, in order to appease his indignation, accosted him thus: Sir Knight of the rueful countenance, let not your wrath be kindled by the nonsense which your good squire hath uttered, for perhaps he might have had some sort of reason for what he said, and as from his good understanding and Christian conscience, he cannot be suspected of a design to bear false witness against any person, whatever it is to be supposed, and indeed I firmly believe that everything in this castle, as you, Sir Knight, have observed, being conducted by means of 263 instruments, Sancho, through that diabolical medium, must have seen what he affirms so much, to the prejudice of my honour and reputation. I swear, by Almighty God, cried Don Quixote, that your highness hath hit upon the true cause, and the eyes of that poor sinner Sancho have been fascinated by some delusive vision of what could not possibly be real, for, unless he had been misled by enchantment, such is the innocence and simplicity of that miserable wretch, that I know he neither could nor would invent a slander against any living soul. That certainly is, and shall be the case, said Don Fernando, for which reason Signor Don Quixote ought to pardon and restore him to the bosom of his favour, sicut erat in principio, before those illusions impaired his understanding. The knight promised to forgive him accordingly, upon which the curate went in quest of Sancho, who came in with great humility, and falling on his knees, begged leave to kiss his master's hand. This favour was granted by Don Quixote, who also gave him his benediction, saying, Thou wilt now, son Sancho, be convinced of the truth of what I have so often told thee, that all things in this castle are performed by the power of enchantment. I believe so too, replied the squire, except in the affair of the blanketing, which really happened in the ordinary course of things. Thou must not imagine any such thing, answered the knight, for had that been the case, I should have revenged thy cause at the time, and even now would do thee justice, but neither at that time nor now could I or can I find any persons to chastise as the cause of thy disaster. The company being desirous of knowing the affair of the blanket, the landlord gave a very minute detail of Sancho's capering, to the no small diversion of all present, except the squire himself, who would have been very much out of countenance, had not the knight assured him anew that the whole was affected by enchantment, though the folly of Sancho never rose to such a pitch, but that he firmly believed, without the least mixture of doubt or delusion, that his blanketing had been performed by persons of flesh and blood, and not by phantoms or imaginary beings, according to the opinion and affirmation of his master. 2 days had this illustrious company already passed at the inn, from whence, thinking it now high time to depart, they concerted matters in such a manner as that, without putting Dorothea and Don Fernando to the trouble of returning with Don Quixote to the place of his habitation, in order to carry on the scheme concerning the restoration of Queen Micomicona, the curate and barber were enabled to execute their design of carrying him to his own house, where endeavors might be used for the cure of his disorder. In consequence of this plan, they agreed with the master of an ox wagon who chanced to pass that way for transporting the knight in the following manner, having made a sort of wooden cage capacious enough to hold Don Quixote at his ease, Don Fernando, with his companions, the servants of Don Luis, together with the troopers and innkeeper by order and direction of the curate, covered their faces and disguised themselves, some in one shape, some in another, so as to appear in Don Quixote's eyes quite different from the people he had seen in the castle. Thus equipped, they entered with all imaginable silence into the chamber where he lay asleep, and, fatigued with the toil he had undergone in the skirmishes already described, and laying fast hold on him, while he securely enjoyed his ease, without dreaming of such an accident, tied both his hands and feet so effectually, that when he waked in surprise, he could neither move nor do any other thing but testify his wonder and perplexity at the sight of such strange faces. He then had recourse to what his distempered imagination continually suggested, and concluded that all these figures were phantoms of that enchanted castle, and that he himself was without all question under the power of incantation, seeing he could not even stir in his own defense. And this conceit was exactly foreseen by the curate, who was author of the whole contrivance, the only person of the whole company who remained unaltered both in figure and intellect, was Sancho, who, though his lack of understanding fell very little short of his master's infirmity, was not so mad, but that he knew every one of 264 the apparitions, though he durst not open his mouth, until he should see the meaning of this assault and capture of the knight, who likewise expected in silence the issue of his own misfortune. Having brought the cage into his apartment, they enclosed him in it, and fixed the bars so fast that it was impossible to pull them asunder. Then, taking it on their shoulders, in carrying it out, they were saluted by as dreadful a voice as could be assumed by the barber. I do not mean the owner of the panel, who pronounced these words, O knight of the rueful countenance, afflict not thyself on account of thy present confinement, which is necessary towards the more speedy accomplishment of that great adventure in which thy valor hath engaged thee, and which will be achieved when the furious Manchegan lion is coupled with the white Tobosian dove, their lofty necks being humbled to the soft matrimonial yoke, from which unheard-of conjunction the world shall be blessed with courageous whelps, who will imitate the tearing talons of their valiant sire. And this will happen ere the pursuer of the fugitive nymph shall have twice performed his visit through the resplendent constellations in his natural and rapid course. And, O thou the noble and obedient squire that ever wore sword in belt, beard on chin, or smell in nostril, be not dismayed nor discontented at seeing the flower of knight-errantry thus carried off before thine eyes, for if it please the Creator of this world, soon shalt thou be so exalted and sublimed as that thou wilt not even know thyself, neither shalt thou be defrauded of the fruit of those promises which thy worthy Lord has made in thy behalf. And I assure thee in the name of the sage Faberiana that thy salary shall be faithfully paid. As in effect thou wilt see follow therefore the footsteps of the valiant and enchanted knight, for it is necessary that you should proceed together to the end of your career. And as I am not permitted to declare myself more explicitly, I bid you heartily farewell, and will return I well know whither. Towards the end of this prophecy, he raised his voice to the highest pitch, and then sunk it gradually to such a faint and distant tone that even those who were privy to the joke were tempted to believe what they had heard. Don Quixote remained very much comforted by this prophecy, the meaning of which he no sooner heard than comprehended, interpreting the whole into a promise that he should one day see himself joined in the just and holy hands of matrimony with his beloved Dulcinea del Toboso, from whose fortunate womb would proceed those whelps, meaning his sons, which would perpetuate the glory of La Mancha. In this persuasion, therefore, and firm belief, he raised his voice, and heaving a profound sigh replied, O thou whosoever thou art, whose prognostication sounds so favorably in mine ears, I beg thou wilt in my name beseech the sage enchanter, who takes charge of my affairs, that he will not leave me to perish in the confinement which I now suffer, until I shall have seen the accomplishment of those joyful and incomparable promises which thou hast uttered in my behalf. So shall I glory in the hardships of this prison, and bear with pleasure these chains with which my limbs are fettered, and instead of comparing the boards on which I lie to the rough, uncomfortable field of battle, consider them as the soothing down of the most happy and luxurious marriage bed, with respect to the consolation of Sancho Panza, my squire, I confide in his virtue and affection, which will not allow him to forsake me either in prosperity or adversity, for should his evil fortune or my unhappy fate hinder me from bestowing upon him the island or some equivalent according to my promise at least, he shall not lose his wages specified, and bequeath to him in my will that is already made a recompense, which though proportioned to my own slender ability, comes far short of his great and faithful services. Here the squire bowed in the most respectful manner, and kissed both his hands, as he could not make his compliments to one of them, apart they being fast bound together. Then the 265 apparitions, taking the cage upon their shoulders, carried it to the wagon, in which it was immediately fixed. Chap Roman 20, an account of the strange manner in which Don Quixote was enchanted with other remarkable events. Don Quixote, seeing himself thus encaged and placed upon a cart, could not help saying, many very grave histories have I read concerning knights-errant, but never did I read, see, or hear that enchanted knights were transported in this manner at such a pace, as these lazy, slow-footed animals seemed to promise, for they used always to be carried through the air with surprising swiftness, wrapped up in some dark and dusky cloud, or in a fiery chariot, or mounted on a hippogriff, or some such creature, so that before God I am utterly confounded at my own fate, in being thus transported on a wagon drawn by oxen. But perhaps the chivalry and enchantments of this age follow a different path from that which was pursued of old, and as I am a new knight on the face of the earth, and the first who revived the long-forgotten order of errantry, perhaps they might have also newly invented other kinds of incantation, and other methods of conveying those whom they enchant. What is thy opinion of the matter, son Sancho? I know not what my opinion is, replied the squire, because I am not so well read in the scriptures of errantry as your worship, but for all that I will venture to affirm and swear to it, that these apparitions who stroll about us are not altogether Catholic. Catholic, my stars, answered the knight, how can they be Catholic, when they are all devils who have assumed fantastical shapes, and come hither on purpose to perform this deed, and leave me in my present situation? But that thou mayest be convinced of the truth of what I allege, endeavor to touch and feel them, and thou wilt perceive that they have no other bodies, but forms of condensed air, consisting of nothing but mere semblance. For God, sir, cried Sancho, I have made that trial already, and that same devil who goes about so busy is well provided with good, substantial flesh, and has another property widely different from what is reported of evil spirits, all of whom they say stink of brimstone and other bad smells, whereas he is so well scented with amber that you may perceive it at the distance of half a league. Sancho made this remark on Don Fernando, who being a man of fashion, probably wore scented linen. Marvel not at that circumstance, friend Sancho, replied the knight, for thou must know that devils are a set of very sagacious beings, and although they bring smells along with them, they themselves being spirits can produce no smell, or if any odor proceeds from them, it cannot be agreeable, but rather stinking and unwholesome, because they carry their hell about them wheresoever they are, and their torments admit of no kind of alleviation. Now sweet smells, being agreeable and delicious, cannot possibly proceed from beings which are productive of naught, but evil. Therefore, if in thy opinion that devil smells of amber, either thy senses are perverted, or he wants to impose upon thy understanding by making thee believe that he is not an inhabitant of hell. Don Fernando and Cardenio, overhearing this dialogue between the master and the squire, were afraid of Sancho's stumbling upon the discovery of their whole plot, in which he seemed already to have made great progress, therefore determined to hasten their departure, and, calling the landlord aside, ordered him to saddle Rozinante and put the panel on Sancho's ass. This talk he performed with great dispatch, while the 266 curate agreed to give the troopers so much a day for attending Don Quixote to the town where he lived. Cardenio, having fastened the target to one side of the pummel of Rozinante's saddle and the basin to the other, made signs for Sancho to mount his ass and lead his master's steed by the bridle, and then stationed 2 of the troopers with their carbines on each side of the wagon. But before it began to move, the landlady, her daughter, and maritores came out to take leave of Don Quixote, feigning themselves extremely affected with his misfortune, upon which he said to them, "Weep not, worthy ladies, all these disasters are incident to those who choose my profession, and if I were not subject to such calamities, I should not deem myself a renowned knight-errant, for these things never happen to knights of little fame and reputation, who are never regarded, scarce even remembered on the face of the earth. It is quite otherwise with the valiant, whose virtue and valor are envied by many princes and rivals, who endeavor by the most perfidious means to destroy them. But nevertheless virtue is so powerful that of herself she will, in spite of all the necromancy possessed by the first inventor, Zoroaster, come off conqueror in every severe trial, and shine refulgent in the world, as the sun shines in the heavens. Pardon me, beauteous ladies, if I have given you any disgust through neglect or omission, for willingly and knowingly I never offended a living soul, and pray to God to deliver me from this prison in which I am confined by some malicious enchanter. For if I regain my liberty, the favors I have received from your courtesy in this castle shall never escape my remembrance, but always be acknowledged with gratitude, service, and respect." While the knight made these professions to the ladies of the castle, the curate and barber took their leave of Don Fernando and his companions, the captain and his brother, and all the happy ladies, especially Dorothea and Lucinda. They embraced each other and agreed to maintain a correspondence by letters, Don Fernando giving the curate a direction by which he might write to him an account of the knight's future behavior and fate, than which he protested nothing could yield him more pleasure, and promising for his own part to inform the priest of everything which he thought would conduce to his satisfaction, relating to his own marriage, the baptism of Zoraida, the success of Don Luis, and the return of Lucinda to her father's house. The priest, having assured him that he would obey his commands with the utmost punctuality, they embraced again, and repeated their mutual proffers of service. The innkeeper, coming to the curate, put into his hand a bundle of papers, which he said he had found in the lining of the portmanteau, along with the novel of the impertinent curiosity, and since the owner had not returned that way, he desired the priest to accept of them, for as he himself could not read, he had no occasion for such useless furniture. The curate thanked him for his present, which he immediately opened, and found written in the title page Rinconete and Cortadilla, a novel. From hence he concluded that since the impertinent curiosity was an entertaining story, this might also have some merit, as being probably a work of the same author, and on this supposition put it carefully up, intending to peruse it with the first convenient opportunity. Then he and his friend, the barber, mounting their beasts with their faces still disguised, that they might not be known by Don Quixote, jogged on behind the wagon, and the order of their march was this: first of all proceeded the cart, conducted by the driver and guarded on each side by the troopers with their carbines, as we have already observed. Then followed Sancho Panza upon his ass, leading Rozinante by the bridle, and in the rear of all came the curate and the barber, masked and mounted on their trusty mules, with a grave and solemn air, marching no faster than the slow pace of the oxen would allow, while the knight sat within his cage, his hands fettered, and his legs outstretched, leaning against the bars, with such silence and resignation that he looked more like a statue of stone than a man of 267 flesh and blood. In this slow and silent manner had they traveled about a couple of leagues, when they arrived in a valley, which the wagoner, thinking a convenient spot for his purpose, proposed to the curate that they should halt to refresh themselves and let the oxen feed. But the barber was of opinion that they should proceed a little farther to the other side of a rising ground, which appeared at a small distance, where he knew there was another valley, better stored with grass, and much more agreeable than this, in which the wagoner proposed to halt. The advice of Mr. Nicholas was approved, and they jogged on accordingly. About this time, the curate, chancing to look back, perceived behind them 6 or 7 men, well mounted, who soon overtook them, as they did not travel at the phlegmatic pace of the oxen, but like people who rode on ecclesiastic mules, and were desirous of spending the heat of the day at an inn that appeared within less than a league of the wagon. These expeditious strangers, coming up with our slow travelers, saluted them courteously, and one among them, who was actually a canon of Toledo and master of those who accompanied him, observing the regular procession of the wagon troopers, Sancho, Rocinante, the curate and barber, and in particular Don Quixote encaged and secured as he was could not help asking why and whither they were conveying that man in such a manner, though he had already conjectured from the badges of the troopers that he must be some atrocious robber or delinquent, the punishment of whom belonged to the Holy Brotherhood. One of the troopers, to whom the question was put, answered, Signia, the gentleman himself will tell you the meaning of his travelling in this manner. For our parts, we know nothing at all of the matter. The knight, overhearing what passed, said to the strangers, Gentlemen, if you are skilled and conversant in matters of knight-errantry, I will communicate my misfortune. Otherwise, there is no reason why I should fatigue myself with the relation. By this time, the curate and barber, having perceived the travellers in conversation with the knight, came up in order to prevent their plot from being discovered, just as the canon had begun to answer Don Quixote in these words, Truly, brother, I am better acquainted with books of chivalry than with the summaries of Villalpando, so that if there be nothing else requisite, you may freely impart to me as much as you please, God's name. Then said Don Quixote, If that be the case, you must know, Signior Cavalier, that I am enchanted in this cage, through the envy and fraud of mischievous necromancers, for virtue is always more persecuted by the wicked than beloved by the righteous. A knight-errant I am, though none of those whose names fame never enrolled in her eternal records, but of that number whom Marga, and in despite of envy herself, and all the magi whom Persia ever produced, with the Brahmins of India and gymnosophists of Ethiopia, will leave their names engraved on the temple of immortality, as examples and patterns to succeeding ages, by which all knights-errant may see what steps they must follow if they wish to attain the height and honorable summit of arms. Here the curate, interposing, said, Signior Don Quixote speaks no more than the truth. He is enchanted in that wagon not on account of his own crimes or misdemeanors, but through the malice of those who are disgusted at virtue and offended at valor. This Signior is the knight of the rueful countenance, whose name perhaps you have heard, and whose valiant exploits and mighty achievements will be engraved on durable brass and carved in eternal marble, in spite of the unwearied efforts of malice to cancel and of envy to obscure them. The canon, hearing such a style proceed not only from the prisoner's mouth, but also from the lips of him who was free, had well nigh crossed himself with astonishment, and could not conceive what had befallen him, while his whole company were seized with the same degree of amazement. But Sancho Panza, who was near enough to hear what passed, being willing to undeceive the strangers, said to them, Gentlemen, whether what I am going to say be ill or well taken, I must tell you the case. Is this my 268 Master Don Quixote is no more enchanted than the mother that bore me. He enjoys his right wits, eats, drinks, and does his occasions like other men, and as he himself was wont to do before he was encaged. Now, if this be the truth of the matter, how can any man persuade me that he is enchanted, since I have heard divers persons observe that those who were enchanted neither eat, sleep, nor speak, whereas my master, if he is not hindered, will talk like 30 barristers. Then turning to the curate, he proceeded thus, Mr. Curate, you think I don't know you, and imagine that I cannot dive into the meaning of these new enchantments. But you are mistaken. I know you very well for all your masking, and can smell out your plots. Disguise them as you will. In short, as the saying is, just our virtue's fears, when envy domineers and bounty will not stay where niggards bear the sway. Damn the devil, if it had not been for your reverence, my master by this time would have been married to the Princess Micomicona, and I should have been an earl. At least for less I could not expect, either from the generosity of my lord of the rueful countenance, or from the greatness of my own services. But now I see the truth of what is commonly said, that fortune turns faster than a mill-wheel, and that those who were yesterday at top may find themselves at bottom. Today it grieves me on account of my poor wife and children, who, instead of seeing their father come home in the post of governor or viceroy of some land or kingdom, as they had great reason to expect, will behold him returning in the station of a common groom. All this I have observed, Mr. Curate, for no other reason but to prevail upon your fathership, to make a conscience of the ill treatment my master receives at your hands, and consider that God may call you to account in the next world for this captivity of my lord Don Quixote, and for all the succors and benefits that are prevented by his being thus confined. Snuff me these candles, cried the barber, hearing the squire's declaration. Why, sure, Sancho, you belong to your master's fraternity. By the Lord, I find you ought to keep him company in his cage, and undergo the same sort of enchantment, so much are you infected with the humor of his chivalry. In an unhappy moment were you got with child by his promises, and in an evil hour did that island you harp so much upon take possession of your skull. I am not with child by any person whatever, answered Sancho, nor will I suffer any king in Christendom to beget a child upon my body, for though I be a poor man, I'm an old Christian, and owe no man a farthing. If I long for an island, others long for things that are worse, every one being the son of his own works, the lowest mortal may come to be. Pope much more governor of an island, especially as my master may gain more than he knows well what to do with. Mr. Barber, you had better think before you speak. There is something else to do than shaving of beards, and one Pedro may differ from another. This, I say, because we know one another, and you must not think to palm false dice upon me with regard to the enchantment of my master. God knows the truth, and there let it lie, for, as the saying is, the more you stir it, the more it will. You know what the barber durst not make any reply, lest Sancho's simplicity should discover what he and the curate were so desirous of concealing, and the priest, being under the same apprehension, desired the canon to ride on with him a little before the wagon, promising to disclose the mystery of the encaged knight with other particulars that would yield him some diversion. The canon put on accordingly with his servants, listening attentively to everything the curate was pleased to communicate concerning the rank employment, madness, and manners of Don Quixote, for he briefly recounted the cause and beginning of his disorder, with the whole progress of his adventures, until he was secured in the cage by their contrivance, that they might carry him home to his own house, and endeavor to find some cure for his distemper. The canon and his servants were astonished anew at hearing the strange story of Don Quixote, which being finished, the Toledan replied, Truly, Mr. Curate, I am firmly persuaded that those books of chivalry are very prejudicial in the commonwealth, for though I have been induced by a false taste and idle curiosity to read the beginning of almost every one that hath been printed, I never could prevail upon myself to read any one of them from the first to the last page, because, in my opinion, they are all of the same stamp without any essential difference, and indeed that kind of composition seems to fall under that species of writing called the Milesian fables, which are no other than extravagant tales calculated for mere amusement without any tendency to instruction. On the contrary, the scope of your apologues is to convey instruction and delight together. Now, though the principal intention of those books is to delight and entertain the reader, do not see how they can answer that end, being as they are stuffed with such improbable nonsense, for the pleasure that the soul conceives is from the beauty and harmony of those things which are contemplated by the view or suggested by the imagination, so that we can receive no pleasure from objects that are unnatural and deformed. And what beauty, symmetry, or proportion can be observed in a book containing the history of a youth of 17, who with one backstroke cuts through the middle a giant like a tower with as much ease as if he had been made of paste, and in the description of a battle, after having observed that there are no less than 1,000,000 of combatants on the side opposite to that which the hero of the piece espouses, we must, in despite of common sense, believe that such a knight obtained the victory by the single valor of his invincible arm. Then how shall we account for the confidence with which some queen, empress, or orphan heiress throws herself into the protection of an unknown knight-errant? What mind, if not wholly barbarous and uncultivated, can be pleased with an account of a huge tower full of knights sailing upon the sea like a ship, before the wind being overnight upon the coast of Lombardy, and next morning arrived in the dominions of Prester John in the Indies, or in some other country which Ptolemy never discovered nor Marcus Polus ever saw? If to this observation it be answered that the authors of those books do not pretend that the stories they contain are true, and therefore they are under no necessity of adhering to such niceties of composition, I reply that fiction is always the better the nearer it resembles truth, and agreeable in proportion to the probability it bears, and the doubtful credit which it inspires, wherefore all such fables ought to be suited to the understanding of those who read them, and written so as that by softening impossibilities, smoothing what is rough, and keeping the mind in suspense, they may surprise, agreeably perplex, and entertain, creating equal admiration and delight. And these never can be excited by authors who forsake probability and imitation, in which the perfection of writing consists. I have never as yet seen in any book of chivalry an entire body of a fable, with all its members so proportioned, as that the middle corresponds with the beginning, and the end is suitable to both. On the contrary, one would think the author's intention is commonly to form a chimera or monster, instead of a figure well proportioned in all its parts. Besides, their style is usually harsh, their achievements incredible, their amours lascivious, their courtesy impertinent, their battles tedious, their dialogue insipid, their voyages extravagant, and in short the whole void of all ingenuity of invention, so that they deserve to be banished as useless members from every Christian commonwealth. The curate, who had listened with great attention, hearing the canon talk so sensibly, looked upon him as a man of excellent understanding, and assented to everything he said, observing that in consequence of his being of the same opinion, and of the grudge he bore to such books of chivalry, he had burned a great number of those that belonged to Don Quixote. He then gave him a detail of the scrutiny 270, which had been made, distinguishing such as he spared from those that he condemned to the flames. The traveller laughed heartily at this account of such an extraordinary trial, saying that notwithstanding what he had advanced to the disadvantage of such books, there was one thing in them which he could not but approve, namely the subject they presented, for a good genius to display itself, opening a large and ample field in which the pen might at leisure expatiate in the description of shipwrecks, tempests, battles, and encounters, painting a valiant general with all his necessary accomplishments, say, and penetrating into the enemy's designs, eloquent and effectual, either in persuading or dissuading his soldiers, ripe in counsel, prompt in execution, and equally brave in standing or in giving an assault one, while recounting a piteous tragical story at another time, describing a joyful and unexpected event. Here, a most beautiful lady endued with virtue, discretion, and reserve; there a Christian knight possessed of courtesy and valor; in the third place an outrageous boasting barbarian, and in a fourth a polite, considerate, gallant prince, not forgetting to describe the faith and loyalty of vassals, together with the grandeur and generosity of great men. The author may also show himself an astrologer, geographer, musician, and skilled in state affairs. Nay, if he be so minded, he will sometimes have an opportunity of manifesting his skill in necromancy and magic. He may represent the cunning of Ulysses, the piety of Nes, the valor of Achilles, the misfortunes of Hector, the perfidy of Sinon, the friendship of Euryalus, the liberality of Alexander, the ability of Caesar, the clemency and candor of Trajan, the fidelity of Zopyrus, the wisdom of Cato, and finally all those qualifications which constitute the perfection of an illustrious hero, sometimes uniting them in one, sometimes dividing them into several characters, and the whole being expressed in an agreeable style and ingenious invention that borders as near as possible upon the truth, will doubtless produce a web of such various and beautiful texture, as when finished to display that perfection which will attain the chief end and scope of such writings, which, as I have already observed, is to convey instruction mingled with delight. Besides, the unlimited competition of such books gives the author opportunities of showing his talents in epics, lyrics, tragedy, and comedy, and all the different branches of the delicious and agreeable arts of poetry and rhetoric, for epics may be written in prose as well as verse. Chap Roman 21, in which the canon prosecutes the subject of knight-errantry, and makes other observations worthy of his genius. Mr. Canon, said the curate, what you have observed is extremely just, and therefore those authors deserve the greater reprehension who have composed such books without the least regard to good sense or the rules of art by which they might have conducted their plans, and rendered themselves as famous in prose as the two princes of Greek and Latin poetry are now in verse. I myself, replied the canon, have been tempted to write a book of chivalry, observing all the maxims and precautions I have now laid down. Nay, to tell you the truth, no less than 100 sheets of it are already written, and in order to try if my own opinion of it was well-founded, I have communicated my performance to a great many people who are passionately fond of that kind of reading, not only men of learning and taste, but also ignorant persons who chiefly delight in extravagant adventures, and I have been favored with the agreeable approbation of them all. Nevertheless, I have not proceeded on the work, because I not only thought it foreign to my profession, but likewise concluded that the world abounds much more with fools than people of sense, and though an author had better be applauded by the few that are wise than laughed at by the many that are foolish, I was unwilling to expose myself to the uninformed judgment of the arrogant vulgar, whose province it principally is to read books of this kind. But what contributed most to 271, my laying aside the pen, and indeed all thoughts of bringing the work to a conclusion, was a reflection I made upon the comedies of the present age. If, said I to myself, our modern plays, not only those which are formed upon fiction, but likewise such as are founded on the truth of history, are all, or for the greatest part, universally known to be monstrous productions without either head or tail, and yet received with pleasure by the multitude who approve and esteem them as excellent performances, though they are far from deserving that title, and if the authors who compose and the actors who represent them affirm that this and no other method is to be practiced, because the multitude must be pleased that those which bear the marks of contrivance and produce a fable digested according to the rules of art serve only for entertainment to 4 or 5 people of taste, who discern the beauties of the plan, which utterly escape all the rest of the audience, and that it is better for them to gain a comfortable livelihood by the many than starve upon reputation with the few. At this rate, said I, if I should finish my book, after having scorched every hair in my whiskers in poring over it, to preserve those rules and precepts already mentioned, I might fare at last like the sagacious botcher who sewed for nothing and found his customers in thread. I have sometimes endeavored to persuade the players that they were mistaken in their maxims, and that they would bring more company to their house and acquire much more reputation by representing regular comedies than such absurd performances, but I always found them so obstinately bigoted to their own fancies that no evidence or demonstration could alter their opinion in the least. I remember I once said to one of these pragmatic fellows, "Don't you recollect that a few years ago 3 tragedies were acted composed by a celebrated poet of this kingdom, and that they raised admiration, pleasure, and surprise in all who saw them, exhibited gentle as well as simple, ignorant as well as learned, and brought more money to the actors than 30 of the best that have since appeared?" "Doubtless," answered the player, "you mean Isabella Phillies and Alexandria." "The very same," said I. "And pray take notice whether or not they are composed according to rule, or failed to please everybody because they were regular, wherefore the fault does not lie in the multitudes demanding absurdities, but in those who can represent nothing else. For there is nothing absurd in the play of ingratitude, revenge, nor in Numantia, the merchant lover, the favorable female foe, nor in some others which are composed by poets of genius to their own reputation and the advantage of those who represented them." I made use of many more arguments, by which he seemed to be confuted, though not so much satisfied or convinced as to retract his erroneous opinions. "Mr. Canon," said the curate, interrupting him in this place, "the subject you have touched upon awakes in me an old grudge I have bore to our modern plays, even equal to that I entertain against books of chivalry. Comedy, according to Tully, ought to be the mirror of life, the exemplar of manners and picture of truth, whereas those that are represented in this age are mirrors of absurdity, exemplars of folly, and pictures of lewdness. For sure nothing can be more absurd in a dramatic performance than to see the person who in the first scene of the first act was produced a child in swaddling clothes appear a full-grown man with a beard in the second, or to represent an old man active and valiant, a young soldier cowardly, a footman eloquent, a page, a counselor, a king, a porter, and a princess a scullion. Then what shall we say concerning their management of the time and place in which the actions have or may be supposed to have happened? I have seen a comedy, the first act of which was laid in Europe, the second in Asia, and the third was finished in Africa. Nay, had there been a fourth, the scene would have shifted to America, so that the fable would have traveled 272 through all the 4 divisions of the globe. If imitation be the chief aim of comedy, how can any ordinary understanding be satisfied with seeing an action that passed in the time of King Pepin and Charlemagne ascribed to the Emperor Heraclius, who being the principal personage, is represented like Godfrey of Boulogne, carrying the cross into Jerusalem, and making himself master of the Holy Sepulchre, an infinite number of years having passed between the one and the other, or, when a comedy is founded upon fiction, to see scraps of real history introduced, and facts misrepresented both with regard to persons and times, not with any ingenuity of contrivance, but with the most manifest and inexcusable errors and stupidity, and what is worst of all, there is a set of ignorant pretenders who call this the perfection of writing, and that every attempt to succeed by a contrary method is no other than a wild goose chase again. If we consider those plays that are written on divine subjects, how many false miracles do they contain, how many apocryphal events misunderstood by the author, who frequently confounds the operations of one saint with those of another. Nay, in profane subjects they have the assurance to work miracles for no other respect or consideration, but because they think such a miracle will make a very decent appearance in such a place, and as they term it, attract the admiration of the vulgar, and bring them in crowds to the play. But all this redounds to the prejudice of truth, the contempt of history and scandal of our Spanish wits, so that the authors of other nations, who punctually observe the unities of the drama, conclude that we are barbarous and ignorant from our absurd and preposterous productions. Neither is it a sufficient excuse to say that the intent of all well-governed commonwealths in permitting public plays to be acted is to entertain the common people with some honest recreation, in order to divert those bad humors which idleness usually engenders, and that since this end is answered by any play whatever, either good or bad, there is no occasion to cramp and limit the authors or actors to the just laws of composition, the purpose of the legislature being, as I have said, accomplished without any such restriction to this suggestion. I answer that the same end, without any sort of comparison, will be much better answered by good than bad comedies, for after having seen an artful and well-digested play represented, the hero will go away delighted with the comic parts, instructed by the serious, and agreeably surprised with the incidents, collecting information from the dialogue, precaution from the deceits of the fable, experience from the examples exhibited, affection for virtue and indignation for vice. All these sensations, I say, will a good comedy excite in the spectator's mind, let it be never so stupid and uncultivated, for of all impossibilities it is the most impossible that a comedy thus perfect in all its parts should not yield more entertainment, satisfaction, and delight than one that is defective in each particular, as the greatest part of our modern pieces are. Neither is this want of correctness always to be laid to the author's charge, for there are some poets among us who are perfectly well acquainted with the rules of writing, and could easily avoid any such errors of composition. But as their pieces are made for sale, they say, and it is very true, that the players would not purchase them if they were of any other stamp, so that the author is fain to accommodate himself to the demand of the actor who pays him for his work. The truth of this observation evidently appears in a great number of comedies, which have been composed by a most happy genius of these kingdoms, with so much wit, pleasantry, elegance of versification, genteel dialogue, sententious gravity, and finally, with such elocution and sublimity of style, that the whole world resounds with his fame. Yet in suiting himself to the false taste of the actors, he hath not been able to bring them all to the requisite point of perfection. 273 others, again, are so inconsiderate in their productions, that after representation, the players have been frequently obliged to fly and abscond for fear of chastisement, on account of having exhibited something to the prejudice of royal heads or dishonor of noble families. Now all these inconveniences, with many more that I do not choose to mention, might be prevented, if there was at court some person of taste and learning, appointed to examine every dramatic performance before its appearance on the stage. And this precaution should affect not only the plays composed in Madrid, but all pieces whatever to be represented within the monarchy of Spain, for without the approbation of this licenser signed and sealed, no magistrate should allow any production to be acted within the bounds of his jurisdiction. In consequence of this expedient, the actors would take care to submit every play to the censure of the examiner, that they might afterwards represent them with safety, and the authors would employ more caution and study in their compositions, knowing that they must pass the rigorous examination of an intelligent judge. In this manner good comedies would be produced, and the aim of such writings happily accomplished to the entertainment of the people and the credit of Spanish wits, while the actors would represent them with security and advantage, and the state be exempted from the trouble of chastising such delinquents. And if the same licensor or any other person were invested with the charge of examining books of chivalry before they see the lightsome performances of that sort would certainly appear in all the perfection you have described, enriching our language with the delightful and precious treasure of eloquence, while the old romances would be entirely eclipsed by the light of the new that would furnish rational amusement not only for the idle, but also for those who are most industrious, seeing it is impossible for the bow to continue always bent, or that feeble nature can subsist without some innocent recreation. Thus far had the canon and curate proceeded in their conversation, when the barber, coming up to them, said to his townsman, "Mr. Licentiate, this is the place in which I propose to halt, that the oxen might have fresh pasture in abundance." The curate approved of the hint, and communicated their intention to the canon, who resolved to stay with them, being invited by the situation of a delicious valley that presented itself to his view, that he might therefore enjoy the agreeable spot together with the conversation of the curate, for whom he had already conceived an affection, and be more particularly informed of Don Quixote's exploits. He ordered his domestics to proceed to an inn which was not far off, and bring from thence victuals sufficient for the whole company, for he was resolved to spend the afternoon where he was. One of the servants told him that the sumpter mule which by that time had reached the inn carried provision enough, and that they should want nothing but barley for the beasts. "If that be the case," said the canon, "carry the rest to the inn, and bring the sumpter mule hither." Meanwhile Sancho, perceiving that he might now speak to his master without being overheard by the curate and barber, of whom he was suspicious, approached the cage, and thus addressed himself to the knight: "Truly, sir, in order to disburthen my conscience, I must tell you something concerning this same enchantment. These people with masks on their faces are no other than the curate and barber of our town, who I verily believe have contrived to carry you off in this manner out of pure envy and spite, because your worship has got the heels of them in your famous achievements. Now this being supposed, it follows as plain as the nose upon my face that you are not enchanted, but rather fooled and bamboozled, as a proof of which I desire to ask you one question, which if you answer as I do believe you will, your worship may clap your 10 fingers on the trick and perceive that you are not enchanted, but that your whole brain is turned topsy-turvy. Ask what you will, son Sancho," replied Don Quixote. "I will freely answer and satisfy your doubts to the 274 best of my power, with regard to your saying that those who attend us are our friends and townsmen, the curate and barber. So indeed they may appear to your eye, but that they are really and effectually so you must by no means believe. On the contrary, you are to conclude that if they resemble our friends, the enchanters, who can assume what form they please, have taken that appearance and resemblance to mislead your credit and bewilder your imagination in such a labyrinth of perplexity that even the clue of Theseus would not extricate your thoughts. Besides, they may have done it with a view of confounding my judgment, that I might not be able to guess from what quarter my misfortune proceeds. For if on the one hand you affirm that I am attended by the barber and curate of our town, and on the other hand I find myself encaged, though I am sensible that nothing but supernatural force could suffice to confine me, thus what would you have me say or think, but that the manner of my enchantment exceeds everything I have read in all the histories that treat of enchanted knights? Wherefore set your heart at rest, and take it for granted that these are as far from being the persons you have mentioned as I am from being a Turk. With respect to thy desire of asking me questions, I repeat my promise of answering, even if thy interrogation should last till tomorrow morning." "God's blessed mother," cried the squire with great vociferation, "is it possible that your worship can be so thick-skulled and brainless as not to perceive the truth of what I allege, and see that this imprisonment and misfortune is more owing to malice than enchantment? But seeing it is so, I will venture to prove beyond all contradiction that you are no more enchanted than my ass. Tell me therefore, as God shall deliver you from this mischance, and as you hope to see yourself in the arms of my lady Dulcinea when you least expect any such good luck." "Truce with thy conjuration," said the knight, "and ask what thou wilt. I have already promised to answer with the utmost punctuality. "That is my request," answered Sancho, "and what I want to know is that your worship will tell me without eking or curtailing God's precious truth, but in honest simplicity of heart, as it ought to be, and always is told those who, like your worship, profess the occupation of arms under the title of knight-errants. I tell thee," cried the knight, interrupting him, "I will not in the least prevaricate despatch." Then Sancho, "For truly I am quite tired with so many salvos, solicitations, and preambles. I make so bold," replied the squire, "because I am well aware of my master's goodness and sincerity, which being as it were to the purpose, I ask with reverence be it spoken whether or not, since you have been confined, and as you suppose enchanted in this cage, your worship hath felt any motion or desire to undam either way, as the saying is. "I do not know what you mean by undamning," answered Don Quixote. "You must be more explicit, Sancho, if you expect an answer to the purpose. Is it possible," said the squire, "that your worship should be ignorant of the meaning of the word undamning, which is the first thing the boys learn at school? Well, then you must know, I wanted to ask, if you never had any inclination to do that which nobody else can do for you. "Now I understand thee, Sancho," said the knight. "Verily, I have had divers calls of that nature, one of which is at present very importunate. Pray fall upon some method to disembarrass me, for I believe all is not so sweet and clean as it ought to be." Chap Roman 22, the sage conversation that passed between Sancho Panza and his master Don Quixote. "Ha," cried Sancho, "have I caught you at last? This is what I wanted to know with all my heart and soul. Come on, sir, there is no denying of what is commonly said, when any person is in the dumps. I know not what is the matter with such an one. He neither eats, drinks, nor sleeps, nor answers to the purpose. 275. When he is spoke to, sure the man must be enchanted, from whence we are to conclude that those who are enchanted neither eat, drink, sleep, nor do their natural occasions, as I have observed. But this is not the case with such as are disturbed with the inclination that your worship at present feels, drinking when they can get liquor, eating when they can lay hold on food, and giving plain answers to every question that is asked." "Thou art in the right," replied Don Quixote, "but I have already told thee that there are different kinds of enchantment, and time may have so entirely altered the fashion that those who are under the power of enchantment in this age may, like me, retain the use of their faculties, though it was quite otherwise of old, so that there is no arguing or drawing consequences against the different practice of different times. I am sensible and certain of my being enchanted, and this is sufficient for the quiet of my conscience, which would give me great uneasiness if I had the least doubt about my fate, and allowed myself to be in this cage like an idle coward, deceitfully withholding my succor from a great number of the needy and oppressed, who at this very hour must be in the most absolute and extreme necessity from the want of my aid and protection. "Nevertheless," answered the squire, "for your more abundant satisfaction, your worship, methinks, might try to escape from this prison. For my own part, ill be bound not only to give my assistance, but even to work your deliverance, and then you may endeavor to remount your trusty Rosinante, who trudges along as melancholy and sad as if he was enchanted also. This being performed, let us try our fate once more in quest of adventures, and if they do not turn out to our expectation, it will be time enough to return to the cage, in which I promise, on the faith of a true and loyal squire, to shut myself up with your worship, if perchance through your ill fortune or my folly, this that I mention should not succeed. I am content to follow thy counsel, brother Sancho," replied the knight, "and whenever thou shalt perceive a proper conjuncture for effecting my deliverance, I will implicitly obey thee in every thing, but thou wilt soon find thyself deceived in thy opinion of my mishap." This conversation between the knight-errant and the erring squire lasted until they arrived at the place in which the curate, canon, and barber, who had already alighted, waited for them. The wagoner, immediately unyoking his oxen, turned them loose in that verdant and delicious spot, the coolness of which was extremely inviting not only to enchanted people like Don Quixote, but also to persons of intelligence and discretion like his squire, who besought the curate to let his master come out of the cage for a few minutes, because without such permission the prison would not be quite so clean as the decency of such a night required. The curate, understanding what he meant, told him that he would willingly grant his request, were he not under some apprehension that his master, finding himself at liberty, would play one of his old pranks, and be gone where men should never see his face again. I will be bound for his good behavior, answered Sancho, and I also said the canon, especially if he will promise, on the word of a knight, not to stir from our presence, until he shall have obtained our consent. I will, cried the knight, who overheard all that passed, the more so, as one who like me is enchanted cannot be at liberty to make use of his own person, for the enchanter can so utterly deprive him of all motion that he shall not be able to stir from the place for 3 whole ages, and if he should make his escape, would whisk him back through the air. In twinkling, this being the case, he said they might very safely uncage him, especially as such indulgence would redound to the benefit of the whole company, for he protested that if they did not comply with his present necessities, he should be obliged to incommode their sense of smelling, unless they removed to a greater distance from the place of his confinement. The canon, confiding in his word and honor, took him by the hands tied as they were, and helped him to descend from his cage. Then the knight, being infinitely rejoiced at his momentary 276 deliverance, stretched every joint in his body, and going up to Rozinante, gave him a slap on the buttocks, saying, I still hope in God and his blessed mother, thou flower and mirror of steeds, that in a short time we shall both obtain our heart's desire, thou prancing under the agreeable pressure of thy lord. And I mounted upon thy trusty back, exercising the employment for which heaven sent me into the world. Having pronounced this apostrophe, he retired with Sancho to a remote place, from whence he returned much eased and comforted, and more desirous than ever of executing the project of his squire. The canon could not help gazing upon him, being struck with admiration at the strange, unaccountable symptoms of his disorder, for, in all his conversation and replies, he gave evident proofs of an excellent understanding, and never lost himself, except on the subject of chivalry, as we have formerly observed. He was therefore touched with compassion for his infirmity, and when the whole company were seated on the grass waiting for the return of the sumpter mule, addressed himself to the knight in this manner. Is it possible, good sir, that the idle and unlucky reading of books of chivalry can have so far impaired your judgment as that you should now believe yourself enchanted, and give credit to other illusions of the same kind, which are as far from being true as truth is distant from falsehood? Is it possible that the human understanding can suppose that ever this world produced that infinite number of Amadis with the whole crowd of famous knights, so many emperors of Trebizond, Fleximarts, of Hyrcania, palfreys, damsels, serpents, dragons, and giants, so many incredible adventures, enchantments of different kinds, battles, dreadful encounters, magnificence of apparel, enamored princesses, squires, created earls, witty dwarfs, billets, amorous expressions, valiant ladies, and finally such extravagant events as are contained in books of knight-errantry. For my own part, when I read a performance of that sort, without reflecting that it is a legend of vanity and lies, my imagination is a little amused, but as soon as I begin to consider it in the right point of view, I dash the volume against the wall, and would even commit it to the flames, if I should chance to be near a fire, as a criminal richly deserving such punishment on account of its falsehood and imposture, so contrary to nature and bewildered from the track of common sense, and as an inventor of new sects and preposterous ways of life, misleading and inducing the ignorant vulgar to believe the absurdities which it contains, nay, so presumptuous are such productions as to disturb the minds of gentlemen of birth and education, as may be too plainly perceived by their effects upon you, Signior, whom they have reduced to such a pass as to make it necessary that you should be cooped up in a cage, and transported from place to place on a wagon like a lion or tiger, exhibited as a show for money. Go to Signior, Don Quixote, have pity upon yourself, return into the bosom of discretion, and put those happy talents which heaven hath been pleased to bestow upon you to a better use, employing your genius in other studies, which may redound to the increase of your honor, as well as to the good of your soul. Or if swayed by your natural inclination, you are still desirous of reading the histories of exploits and achievements, you may have recourse to the book of Judges in the Holy Scripture, and there you will find real miracles of might, and actions equally valiant and true. Portugal produced a Viriatus Rome, a Caesar Carthage, and Hannibal Greece, and Alexander Castile, a Count Fernan Goncalves Valencia, a Cid Andalusia, a Gonzalo Fernandez, Estremadura Diego Garcia de Paredes Xerez, a Garcia Perez de Vargas Toledo, a Garcilaso, Sevilla Don Manuel de Leon. The history of their valiant exploits will afford entertainment, instruction, surprise, and delight to readers of the most sublime conceptions. Such study as this would be worthy of the good sense of Signor Don Quixote, who would thus become learned in history, enamored of virtue, improved 277, in worth bettered, in morals brave, without rashness cautious, without cowardice, while the whole would redound to the honor of God, his own particular emolument, and the renown of La Mancha, from whence, I understand, his family and origin is derived. Don Quixote listened with infinite attention to his harangue, and even after he perceived it was finished, looked steadfastly at the canon for some time before he answered, in these words: Signor Hidalgo, if I am not mistaken, the scope of your discourse was to convince me that there never were knights-errant in this world, that all the books of chivalry are false, deceitful, unprofitable, nay, mischievous, in a commonwealth, that I have been much to blame in reading, more so in believing, and most of all in imitating the characters they describe, by following the most painful profession of knight-errantry. And lastly, you deny that ever there was an Amadis either of Gaul or Greece, or that any one of that vast number of knights recorded in those writings had any real existence. You have exactly summed up my allegations, said the canon. You were likewise pleased to add, resumed the knight, that such books had done me infinite prejudice, impaired my judgment, and reduced me to the necessity of being confined in a cage, and that I would do well to amend and alter my course of studies, and to use performances which contain more truth, instruction, and delight. That, said the canon, was my precise meaning. Why, then, cried Don Quixote, in my opinion, the person impaired in his judgment and enchanted is no other than your worship, who have presumed to utter such blasphemies against an order so well received in the world, and established as truth, that he who like you denies it deserves the same punishment you inflicted upon those books that gave you disgust. For to say that there never was such a person as Amadis or any other of those adventurous knights with whom history abounds is like an endeavor to persuade people that frost is not cold, that the sun yields no light, and the earth no sustenance. Will any earthly eloquence make a man believe that the story of the Infanta Floripes and Guy of Burgundy is false, or that of Fierabras with the bridge of Mantible, which happened in the time of Charlemagne, and I vow to God, is as true as that the sun shines at noonday? If this be a lie, you may also affirm that there never was such an event as the Trojan War, nor such persons as Hector and Achilles, or the 12 peers of France, or Arthur, King of England, who to this day survives in the likeness of a raven, and is every moment expected to reascend his throne. People may as well venture to say that the history of Guarino Mesquino and the suit of St. Grail are pure fiction, and look upon the amours of Don Tristan and Queen Iseo with those of Ginebra and Lancelot as altogether apocryphal, though there are people who almost remember to have seen the Duenna Quintanona, who was the best wineskinker in Great Britain. This is so true that I myself have heard my grandmother by the father's side often say, when she happened to see a duenna with a reverend Biggin grandson, there is a person very like the Duenna Quintanona, from whence I conclude that she must either have known her personally, or at least seen some picture of that venerable matron. Then who can deny the history of Peter of Provence and the fair Magalona, since to this day may be seen in the royal armory the very peg that turned the wooden horse upon which the valiant Peter travelled through the air, by the same token that it is something larger than the pole of a coach, and stands near the saddle of Babieca. Nay, at Roncesvalles you may see Orlando's horn as big as a weaver's beam, from all which circumstances we may justly infer that the 12 peers, the Peters, the Cids, with all those who are called knights-errant, actually existed, according to the records of their fame. Otherwise, they may as well deny that the valiant Portuguese Juan de 278 Merlo was a knight-errant, though it is well known that he went to Burgundy and fought in the city of Raz with the famous Lord of Charn, called Monseigneur Pierre, and afterwards in the city of Basel with Monseigneur Henrique de Remiston, gaining the victory in each of these combats with abundance of honorable fame. Neither, I suppose, will they credit the defiance and adventures that were also achieved in Burgundy by those valiant Spaniards Pedro Barba and Gutierre Quixote, from whom I am lineally descended on the father's side, who conquered the sons of the Count de Saint-Pol. Nay, let them likewise refuse to own that Don Fernando de Guevara went in quest of adventures into Germany, where he fought with Messer George, a knight of the household, to the Duke of Austria, and say that the justs and tournaments at Suro de Quinones and the Pass were mere illusion, as well as the enterprises of Monseigneur Louis de Falces against Don Goncalo de Guzman, a Castilian knight, together with many other exploits performed by Christian warriors belonging to these and other foreign realms, so authentic and true, that I repeat my asseveration, he who denies them is void of all reason and common sense. The canon was struck with admiration when he heard Don Quixote utter such a medley of fiction and truth, and perceiving that he was intimately acquainted with every circumstance regarding and concerning the achievements of knight-errantry, answered him in these words: Signor Don Quixote, I cannot deny, but what you have said is partly true, particularly that which regards the Spanish knights. I grant also that there was an order called the 12 Peers of France, but cannot believe that they performed all those exploits recounted by Archbishop Turpin, for the truth is they were a set of knights chosen by the kings of France under the title of the 12 Peers, because they were all equal in point of virtue, rank, and valor. At least, if they were not, they ought to have been possessed of this parity of qualifications, for it was an association resembling the modern orders of St. Jago and Calatrava, which suppose that every member is valiant, virtuous, and noble. And as we now say a knight of St. Juan or Alcantara, in those days they said a knight of the 12 Peers, because those who professed that military order were equal in all respects, and 12 in number, that there were such persons as the Cid and Bernardo del Carpio. I make no question, but whether or not they performed all those exploits which are ascribed to them is, I believe, extremely doubtful with respect to the peg of Count Peter, which you say stands by the saddle of Babieca in the royal armory. To my shame be it spoken, I am either so ignorant or short-sighted, that although I have seen the saddle, I could never observe the peg large, as you have been pleased to describe it, but there it certainly is, replied the knight, and what makes it the more remarkable, it is said to be kept in a case of calves' leather, that it may not rust. It may be so, said the canon, but by my holy orders I do not remember to have seen any such thing, yet granting it to be in that place, I am not therefore bound to believe the stories that are recounted of so many Amadis and such a rabble of knights, nor is it reasonable that a person of honor like you, endowed with so many happy talents, should give credit to such extravagant rhodomontades as are related in the lying legends of knight-errantry. Chap Roman 23 of the sage contest between Don Quixote and the canon with other events. A good jest, truly, replied Don Quixote, that books printed with the license of kings and approbation of those who are appointed to examine them read with universal delight, celebrated by great and small, rich and poor, knights and plebeians, the learned and illiterate, finally, by persons of all ranks and degrees. Whatever should contain nothing but lies, notwithstanding the appearance of truth which they maintain, in mentioning the father, mother, country, 279 relations, condition, birthplace, and in giving an exact journal of the exploits peculiar to every individual knight. Cease, therefore, good sir, to vent such blasphemy, and believe that in this particular I advise you to act according to the dictates of good sense. Read them again, and you will see what pleasure you will reap for your pains, for what can be more entertaining than to see, as it were before our eyes, a vast lake of boiling pitch, through which an infinite number of serpents, snakes, and alligators, with many other kinds of fierce and terrible creatures, are continually winding and writhing along, then to hear a most dismal voice that seems to issue from the middle of this pitchy pool pronounce, O knight, whosoever thou art, that now standest gazing at the dreadful lake, if thou wouldst enjoy the bliss that is concealed beneath these sable waves, display the valor of thy dauntless breast, and dart thyself amidst these black and burning billows. Otherwise thou art not worthy to behold the mighty wonders deposited and contained within the 7 castles of the 7 nymphs that dwell below this sullen flood. Scarce hath the sound of this dismal voice ceased to vibrate on his ear, when the knight, without the least hesitation or reflecting upon the danger, he incurs, nay, without putting off his heavy armor, but recommending himself to God and his mistress, plunges at once into the burning lake, and when he neither cares nor knows what will be his fate, finds himself in the midst of a delightful plain, by which the Elysian fields are infinitely excelled. There the heaven seems more transparent, and the sun shines with new luster. The eye is entertained with an agreeable forest of tall and leafy trees, whose verdure delights the view, while the ear is regaled with the sweet and artless notes of an infinite number of little painted warblers that hop from bough to bough. Here he perceives a brook, whose refreshing waters, clear as liquid crystal, run murmuring on the yellow sand and glistening pebbles that emulate the purest pearls and heaps of sifted gold. In one place springs an artificial fountain adorned with variegated jasper and polished marble. In another rises a rustic grotto in which the small shells of the mussel and the white and yellow twisted domes of the snail, placed in beauteous disorder and mixed with bits of shining crystal and counterfeit emeralds, compose such an agreeable variety that nature seems to be excelled by imitative art. In a third place, all of a sudden, appears a strong castle or magnificent palace, the walls of massy gold, the battlements of diamond, the gates of hyacinth, and finally, the workmanship so admirable as infinitely to excel the materials, which are no less than adamant, carbuncles, rubies, pearls, emeralds, and gold. Nay, after having thus feasted his eyes, there still remains for him to see a fair bevy of damsels coming out at the castle gate, dressed in such gay and splendid attire, that were I to describe it, minutely as it is represented in the history, I should never have done. Then she who appears the principal takes by the hand the undaunted knight, who threw himself into the boiling lake, and silently leading him into the rich castle or palace, strips him as naked as he was when his mother bore him, and bathes him in water of an agreeable temperature, then anoints his whole body with aromatic essences, and puts upon him shirt of the finest lawn, all scented and perfumed. Then comes another damsel, and throws over his shoulders a mantle, which at least is usually valued at the price of a whole city or more. After all this ceremony, what a sight it is when, as they relate, he is conducted into another hall, in which a table is furnished with such elegance as to excite his admiration and suspense, when they sprinkle upon his hands water distilled from amber and odoriferous flowers, when he is seated upon a chair of ivory, and attended by all those damsels who serve him in amazing silence, when he is allured by such a variety of dishes, and so savorily cooked, that the appetite is confounded in its choice. Then to hear music during his repast, without seeing the minstrel or knowing from whence the sounds proceeds. And after he has refreshed himself, and the table is 280 uncovered, while he lolls at ease upon his chair, perhaps picking his teeth according to custom, he is surprised with the sight of another young lady much more beautiful than any of the former, who enters the hall, and sitting down by the knight begins to tell him whose castle that is, and how she is enchanted within it, relating other circumstances which create wonder in him and raise the admiration of those who read the story. I need not farther expatiate on this subject, since from what hath been said it plainly appears that any part whatever of the history of any knight-errant whatever must yield pleasure and surprise to any reader whatsoever. Believe me, therefore, good sir, and as I have already hinted, take the trouble of reading those books, and you will see what effectual antidotes they are against melancholy, and how they improve the disposition when it is bad. For my own part, one can safely aver that since I professed the order of knight-errantry, I have been valiant, courteous, liberal, well-bred, generous, civil, daring, good-humored, and a patient endurer of toils, captivities, and enchantment. And though I so lately found myself shut up in a cage, like a madman, I hope, by the valor of this my arm, provided heaven shall favor and fortune cease to oppose me, in a few days to see myself sovereign of some kingdom, when I shall be enabled to demonstrate the gratitude and generosity which reside within my breast. For truly, Signia, a poor man is incapable of exerting the virtue of liberality, let him possess it in never so eminent a degree, and that gratitude, which is restrained to goodwill alone, is like faith, without works no more than the ghost of virtue. Wherefore I wish fortune would speedily furnish me with an opportunity of making myself an emperor, that I may exercise the virtues of my heart in bestowing benefits on my friends, especially on my poor squire Sancho Panza, one of the best men in the world, whom I intend to create an earl, in consequence of a promise which he obtained from me long ago, though I fear he wants capacity to manage his estate." These last words being overheard by Sancho, he said to his master Signor Don Quixote, "I wish you would take the trouble to give me that same earldom which is as firmly promised by your worship as expected by me, and I will undertake to find ability to manage it, or if I should find myself at a loss. I have heard it often said that there are certain persons who farm the estates of great noblemen at so much a year, and take charge of the whole, while the owner lolls at his ease enjoying his income, without troubling his noddle about any other affairs. Now, I would live in the very same manner, minding the cares of this world as little as possible, but leaving off all sorts of business, enjoying my rents like any duke. And let the world wag, brother Sancho, said the canon, that is to be understood only of the spending your income, but the lord of a great estate must have regard to the administration of justice, which requires ability, sound judgment, and principally an upright intention, for if this be wanting in the beginning, the middle and end will always be involved in error, and therefore heaven usually assists the righteous intent of the simple, while it confounds the wicked aims of the cunning. "I know nothing of these philosophies," answered the squire, "but this I know, that I wish to God I had this earldom, as soon as I should find understanding to manage it, for I have as big a soul as my neighbors, and as much body as he that has more, and would be as much a king in my own estate as any he that wears a head, and so being I would do what I pleased, and doing what I pleased I should please myself, and pleasing myself I should be satisfied, and in being satisfied I should have nothing more to desire, and having nothing more to desire there would be an end. So let the earldom come a God's name, I wish we could see it." As one blind man said to another, "These are no bad philosophies, as you call them, Sancho," said the canon, "but for all that there is much to be said on the subject of earldoms, I know not what more can be said," replied Don Quixote. "For my own part, I do no more than follow the example transmitted to me by the great Amadis de Gaul, who 281 created his squire earl of the Firm Island, and therefore I may without scruple of conscience bestow the same honor on Sancho Panza, who is one of the best squires that ever served knight-errant." The canon was amazed at the methodical madness of Don Quixote manifested in his description of the Knight of the Lake, and in the impression which the false adventures of chivalry had made upon his imagination. Neither was his wonder diminished when he considered the folly of Sancho, who so ardently desired the possession of that island, which his master had promised to give him as the reward of his services. By this time the canon's servants had returned from the inn with the sumpter mule, and instead of a table spread a carpet on the green grass under the shade of some trees, where the company, seating themselves all round, went to dinner, that the wagoner might not lose the opportunity of such a convenient situation, as we have already observed. While they thus enjoyed themselves, their ears were struck with a sudden noise, and the sound of a bell issuing from the midst of some briars and thickets that surrounded the place where they sat, and immediately appeared a beautiful shegoat, her skin speckled with spots of white, black, and gray, followed by the goatherd, who in his rustic dialect called to her to stop and return to the fold. The fugitive goat, trembling with affright, came towards the company and there stopped, as if to implore their protection, while her keeper, seizing her by the horns, accosted her in these words, as if she had been possessed of sense and understanding: "Ah, you spotted wanton, what a rambler you have become of late! The wolves will feast upon you one day. What is the matter with you, my pretty child? Yet what else can it be, but that you are a female, and consequently inconstant, a plague upon your disposition, and all those you resemble. Return, my darling, and if you are not so happy, at least you will be more secure in the fold among your companions, for if you who ought to watch over and guide the rest stray about in this imprudent manner, what must become of them?" These words of the goatherd diverted those who heard them, especially the canon, who said to him, "I beseech you, brother, to pacify yourself, and be not in such a hurry to drive back your goat, which being a female, as you observe, will follow her natural disposition, in spite of all you can do to oppose it, take this morsel and assuage your choler with a cup of wine, and in the meantime the goat will repose herself." So saying, he presented to him on the point of a fork the hind quarter of a cold rabbit, which was thankfully accepted by the goatherd, who, having taken a long draught and composed himself, said to the company, "Gentlemen, you must not take me for a simpleton, because I talk to this animal as if it were a rational creature, for really there is a mystery concealed beneath the words I have uttered. I am a peasant, 'tis true, yet not so rustic, but that I know how to converse with men as well as beasts. I firmly believe what you say," replied the curate, "for I myself have experienced that the mountains produce learned men, and that philosophers are to be found within the shepherd's cot. At least," resumed the goatherd, "the cottage may contain those who are warned by woeful experience, and to convince you feelingly that what I allege is true, I, though undesired and self-invited, saving the good pleasure of this good company, entreat a moment's hearing, while I recount a true story which will confirm what that gentleman," pointing to the curate, "and myself have observed." To this proposal Don Quixote replied, "As this affair seems to bear something of the shadow of an adventure, I for my part will gladly give you the hearing, brother, and so will all those gentlemen who are persons of taste and lovers of curious novels that surprise, delight, and entertain the sensible hearer, for I hope your story will certainly produce these agreeable effects." "Begin then, friend, we are all attention, by your leave," cried Sancho. "I will e'en betake myself with this piece of pasty to yonder brook, and lay in store for 3 days, for I have heard my master Don Quixote observe that the squire of a knight-errant ought to eat as often and as much as he can, because they are frequently so bewildered 282 in woods and forests that it will take them 6 whole days to disengage themselves. And if a man's belly or his bags be not well lined with provision, there he may stay, as he often does, till he withers into perfect mummy." "You are in the right, Sancho," said the knight. "Go where you will, and eat as much as you please. For my own part, my grosser appetite is satisfied, and now I want refreshment for the mind, which I shall enjoy in listening to this honest countryman's story." "We shall all share in the repast," replied the canon, who entreated the peasant to perform his promise. Then the goatherd gave the goat, which he held by the horns, 2 slaps on the buttocks, saying, "Lie down by my side, you speckled nanny, we shall have time enough to return to the fold." The creature seemed to understand his meaning, for he was no sooner set than she lay down very quietly, and looking in his face, gave him to understand that she was attentive to what he was going to say, upon which he began his story in these words. Roman 24, the story which the goatherd recounted. To the conductors of Don Quixote. 3 leagues from this valley stands a village, which, though small, is one of the richest in all this country, and therein dwelt a farmer in great repute, and albeit respect follows worldly wealth. He was more beloved for his virtue than respected for his riches, but what he regarded as the best part of his good fortune, as he himself was wont to say, was a daughter he had of such exceeding beauty, rare discretion, modesty, and grace, that every one who saw and knew her marveled at the happy talents with which heaven and nature had enriched her body and her soul in the cradle. She was handsome and continually increased in beauty, till at the age of 16 she was a most enchanting creature. The fame of her charms began to spread over all the neighboring villages, but what need I say the neighboring villages? It extended to distant cities, and even made its way into the king's court, filling the ears of all sorts of people who came from all parts to see her, as if she had been some great curiosity or miracle-working image. Her father watched over her with great care, and she took great care of herself, for truly a maiden's own prudent reserve is a better guard upon her conduct than all the bolts and spies and padlocks upon earth. The father's wealth and the daughter's beauty moved a great many people, both of town and country, to demand her in marriage. But he, like one who has the disposal of a rich jewel, was perplexed in his mind, and could not determine in favor of any one of the infinite number that solicited his consent among the crowd of her suitors. I was one who conceived great and flattering hopes of success, because her father knew me to be his townsman of an honest family, in the flower of my age, rich in wealth, and in point of understanding not very poor. She was also courted by another young man of our town, who was in every respect my equal, so that her father was perplexed, and wavered in his choice, because he thought his daughter would be well bestowed upon either of us. Wherefore, in order to deliver himself from this suspense, he resolved to communicate our demands to Lindra, for that is the name of this wealthy maiden who hath made me miserable. And since we were equal in all qualifications, to refer the whole affair to the choice and decision of his beloved daughter, an example worthy to be followed by every father in the settlement of his children, not that I would have parents leave them to their own choice in things that are manifestly wicked and base, but first propose a number of prudent schemes, out of which they may be allowed to fix upon that which is most to their liking. I know not to which of us Lindra gave the preference, this only I know, that her father put us off on pretense of his daughter's tender years in general terms, which neither laid him under any 283 obligation, nor gave us any cause of complaint. I think proper to tell you that I am called Eugenio, and my rival Anselmo, that you may be acquainted with the names of the persons principally concerned in this tragedy, which is still depending, though one may easily foresee that it must have a melancholy end. But to return to my story, just about that time there came to our town one Vincent de la Rosa, the son of a poor laboring man that lived in the village. This Vincent, who was just returned from being a soldier in Italy, and other foreign parts, had been carried away, when he was a boy about 12 years of age, by a captain that chanced to march through the town with his company. And now, after an absence of another dozen of years, he returned in the garb of a soldier, pinked up in 1,000 colors, and bedecked with a power of glass toys and slender chains of steel. Today he dressed himself out in one gay suit, tomorrow in another, but all his finery and gewgaws were of little weight or value. The laboring people, who are naturally malicious, nay, when idleness gives them opportunity, downright malice itself, observed, and took an exact account of all his ornaments and fine apparel, and found that he had no more than 3 suits of different colors with garters and hose, but he found means to disguise them by such inventions that one who had not been at the pains to detect him would have sworn that he had appeared in more than 10 different dresses, and in upwards of 20 plumes of feathers. And you must not think it impertinent or foolish in me to give you this account of his clothes, because they bear a considerable share in the story. He used to seat himself upon a stone under a tall poplar that grew in our marketplace, and there keep us all gaping around him at the exploits which he recounted. If you would take his word for it, there was not a country on the face of the earth which he had not seen, nor a battle in which he had not served. He had killed a greater number of Moors than ever Tunis or Morocco produced, and by his own account fought more single combats than were ever maintained by Gant Luna, Diego Garcia de Paredes, and 1,000 more whom he named, gaining the victory in each without losing one single drop of his blood. Then he would show the marks of wounds, which, though not to be distinguished, he gave us to understand were the effects of musket he had received in different actions and encounters. Finally, with incredible arrogance, he used to thou his own equals, even those who knew his extraction, and say that his own arm was his father, his family, the work of his own hands, and being a soldier he owed nothing even to the king himself. With all his boasting, he knew something of music, and could thrum upon the guitar, so as that some people said he made it speak. But his talents did not end here, for he was also a piece of a poet, and wrote ballads 1.5 leagues long upon every silly trifle that happened in the village. Well then, this soldier whom I have described, this Vincent de la Rosa, this braggadocio, this gallant, this musician and poet, was often seen and observed by Lindra from the window of her apartment that looked towards the marketplace. She was captivated by the tinsel of his gaudy clothes, and enchanted by his ballads, for he gave away 20 copies of each, that he composed. The feats he related of himself reached her ears. In short, as the devil himself must certainly have ordained, she fell in love with him even before he had the presumption to make any attempt upon her heart. And as in the affairs of love, everything is easily accomplished by the man who is already in possession of the woman's affection, Lindra and Vincent soon came to a right understanding, and before any one of her numerous admirers had the least inkling of her inclination, she had already gratified it by leaving the house of her loving and indulgent father-mother. She had none, and running away with the soldier who triumphed in that enterprise, and more effectually than in any one he had ever undertaken. This event filled not only the whole village, but likewise all who heard of it with admiration. I, for my part, was amazed. Anselmo, astonished; the father, overwhelmed with sorrow; and the relations with shame. Justice, however, being solicited, the troopers immediately took the road, examined every copse and thicket thereabouts, and after a search of 3 days, found the giddy Lindra in the cave of a mountain naked, to the smock and stripped of a great quantity of money and precious jewels, which she had carried off when she made her escape, when she was brought back to the presence of her afflicted father, and questioned about her misfortune. She frankly owned that Vincent de la Rosa had imposed upon her that, under promise of marriage, he had persuaded her to forsake her father's house, promising to conduct her to Naples, which he said was the most beautiful and flourishing city in the whole world, that she inadvertently and fondly believed his false professions, and robbing her father put herself under his protection. That same night she was missed, when he carried her to a rocky mountain, and confined her in the cave, where she was found. She likewise affirmed that the soldier, without making any attempt upon her virtue, had stripped her of all she had, and left her in that forlorn condition, a circumstance that surprised all who heard it, the soldier's countenance being so incredible. But she insisted upon it with such earnest asseverations that the disconsolate father was, in some sort, comforted, making little account of the money he had lost, since his daughter was allowed to keep the jewel, which when once lost, there is no hope of retrieving. The same day that Lindra appeared, her father removed her from our eyes, and shut her up in a monastery of a neighboring town, hoping that time would efface some part of the bad opinion his daughter had incurred. The tender years of Lindra served as an excuse for her misconduct, especially with those who are not concerned in the affair. But those who know her discretion and good sense do not ascribe her fault to ignorance, but to mere levity and the natural disposition of women, which is always injudicious and imperfect. Lindra, being thus secured, Anselmo's eyes were blind to everything that could yield him pleasure, and mine remained in darkness, without the least glimpse of light, to direct them to any agreeable object. The absence of Lindra increased our affliction, and exhausted our patience. We cursed the soldier's finery, and exclaimed against her father's want of care. At length, we agreed to quit the village and repair to this valley, where he feeding a vast flock of sheep, which are his own property, and I tending a numerous fold of goats, which are also mine, we spend our lives under the cool shade of lofty trees, and give vent to our passion either by singing in concert the praise or dispraise of the beautiful Lindra, or each by himself singing in the lonely grove, and ejaculating his complaint to heaven. In imitation of us, many more of Lindra's lovers have betaken themselves to these rugged mountains and the exercise of the same employment, so that this spot seems to be transformed into a pastoral Arcadia, every field being crowded with shepherds and folds, and every corner resounding with the name of the fair Lindra. One curses and calls her fickle, inconstant, and immodest a second, condemns her credulity and lightness of behavior a third, acquits and forgives her while she is arraigned and reproached by a fourth. Some celebrate her beauty, others find fault with her disposition. In short, she is censured and adored by them all. Nay, to such a pitch hath their extravagance risen that some of them complain of her disdain, though they never spoke to her, and others in their lamentations pretend to feel the rage of jealousy, which is a passion she never inspired. For, as I have already mentioned, her fault was known before her inclination was suspected. There is not the hollow of a rock, the margin of a rill, nor the shade of a tree that is not occupied by some shepherd, recounting his misfortune to the winds. Wherever an echo can be formed, it repeats the 285 name of Lindra. The hills resound with Lindra, the rivulets murmur Lindra. In short, Lindra keeps us all enchanted and perplexed, hoping we know not how, and dreading we know not what. Among the wrong-headed society, he that shows the least, though he has the greatest share of judgment, is my rival Anselmo, who, notwithstanding all the cause he has to be dissatisfied, complains of absence, only turning his lamentation to the sound of the rebeck, which he touches with admirable skill. In verses that show the excellence of his genius, I follow a more easy, and in my opinion a wiser course, namely to inveigh against the levity of the female sex, their fickleness, their double-dealing, their rotten promises, their broken faith, and finally their want of judgment in bestowing their affections. These, gentlemen, are my reasons for the discourse you heard me address to my goat, whom, because she is a female, I despise, although she be the best of the fold. This is the story I promised to recount, and if I have been prolix in the narration, I shall not be brief. In what service you shall please to command. Hard by is my cottage, in which I have plenty of new milk, and most savory cheese, with abundance of the fruit, in season no less agreeable to the taste than to the view. Chap Roman 25, of the quarrel that happened between Don Quixote and the goatherd, with the curious adventure of the disciplinance, which the knight happily achieved with the sweat of his brow. This story of the goatherd gave infinite pleasure to all that heard it, especially to the canon, who observed with admiration his manner of relating it, as distant from the rustic phrase of a peasant, as near approaching to the polite style of a courtier. And therefore he said the curate had justly observed that the mountains sometimes produced learned men. Everybody made proffers of service to Eugenio, but he that showed himself most liberal in compliment was Don Quixote, who said to him, "Truly, brother goatherd, were it possible for me to undertake any new adventure, I would forthwith set forward in your behalf and deliver Lindra from that monastery, in which she is doubtless detained against her will in spite of the abbess, and all that should oppose my design, and would put her into your hands to be treated according to your good will and pleasure, so far as is consistent with the laws of chivalry, by which all damsels are protected from wrongs, though I hope in God that a malicious enchanter shall not so far prevail, but that he may be excelled in power by another of a more righteous disposition. And then you may depend upon my favor and assistance, according to the duty of my profession, which is no other than to succor the wretched and the weak." The goatherd stared at Don Quixote, and being struck with admiration at his rueful aspect and dishevelled locks, said to the barber who sat near him, "Signor, pray, who is that man who looks and talks so wildly?" "Who should it be?" answered the barber, "but the renowned Don Quixote de la Mancha, the redresser of grievances, the righter of wrongs, the protector of damsels, the terror of giants, and thunderbolt of war." "That discourse," replied the peasant, "puts me in mind of those books which treat of knights errant who were commonly distinguished by such titles as you bestow on that man. But I suppose you are pleased to be merry, or else the apartments of this poor gentleman's skull are but indifferent furnished." "You are a most impudent rascal," cried the knight, overhearing what he said. "It is your skull that is unfurnished and unsound, but mine is more pregnant than the abominable whore that brought you forth." So saying, he snatched up a loaf and flung it at the goatherd with such fury that he levelled his nose with his face. Eugenio, who did not understand raillery, finding himself maltreated in earnest, without any respect for the carpet, tablecloth, or company, leaped upon the knight, and laying hold of 286, his collar with both hands, would certainly have strangled him if Sancho Panza had not at that instant sprung to his master's assistance, and pulling his antagonist backwards, tumbled him over upon the table, where plates, cups, victuals, wine, and all went to wreck. Don Quixote, finding himself disengaged, arose, and in his turn got upon the goatherd, who, being battered by the master and kicked by the man, was creeping about on all fours in quest of a table knife with which he intended to take some bloody revenge, but was prevented by the canon and curate. The goatherd, however, managed matters so as that he got the knight under him, when he rained such a shower of kicks and cuffs upon his carcase that our hero's countenance was as much overflowed with blood as his own. The curate and canon were ready to burst with laughing. The troopers capered about with joy, and the whole company hallooed according to the practice of the spectators. When two dogs are engaged, Sancho Panza alone was distracted, because he could not get out of the clutches of one of the canon's servants, who hindered him from assisting his master. In fine, when everybody was thus regaled and rejoiced, except the combatants who worried each other, they heard a trumpet utter such a melancholy note that they could not help turning their heads and looking towards the place from whence the sound seemed to come. But he on whom it made the greatest impression was Don Quixote, who, though lying under his antagonist very much against his inclination, and more than sufficiently pummel, said to the goatherd, "Brother devil, for sure thou canst be nothing else, who hast strength and valor sufficient to overcome my efforts. I beg a truce for 1 hour, only because the doleful sound of that trumpet, which salutes our ears, seems to summon me to some new adventure." The goatherd, being by this time heartily tired of drubbing as well as of being drubbed, immediately complied with his request, and Don Quixote, starting up, directed his view towards the place whence the sound seemed to issue, where he descried a great number of people dressed in white like disciplinants coming down the side of a neighboring hill. That year the heavens had withheld refreshing showers from the earth, and through all the villages of that district the people instituted processions, disciplines, and prayers, beseeching God to open the fountains of his mercy and favor them with rain. For this purpose, the inhabitants of a neighboring village were then going in procession to a holy hermitage built on an eminence that skirted the valley, and Don Quixote, seeing the strange dress of the disciplinants, without recollecting that he had frequently seen such habits before. Concluded the whole to be an adventure which it was the province of him as a knight-errant to achieve. What served to confirm him in this notion was an image clothed in black, which was carried before them, and which he supposed to be some princess whom those discourteous robbers were carrying off by force. This whim no sooner entered his brain than he ran with great agility to Rozinante, who was feeding very quietly, and taking the bridle and shield, which hung upon the pommel of the saddle, clapped the bit in his mouth in a twinkling, and demanding his sword from Sancho, mounted his steed, and braced his target, calling aloud to the company, "Now, honorable gentlemen, ye shall perceive the importance of those who profess the order of knight-errantry. Now I say ye shall, in the deliverance of that excellent lady, who is at present a captive, behold how much knights-errant ought to be esteemed." So saying, he clapped heels to Rozinante's spurs. He had none, and at a hand gallop, for we do not find in this true history that ever Rozinante went full speed rode up to attack the disciplinants. Though the canon, curate, and barber made efforts to detain him, they found it impracticable. He was even deaf to the cries of Sancho, who bawled with great vociferation, "Where are you going, Signor Don Quixote? What devil possesses and provokes you to act against our Catholic faith? Take notice a plague upon Medicae notice, that this is no other than a procession of disciplinants, and that lady carried on the bier the blessed 287 image of the Immaculate Virgin. Consider, Signor, what you are about, for sure I am you do not know." In vain did Sancho strain his lungs. His master was so intent upon overtaking the apparitions, and setting the lady in black at liberty, that he heard not one syllable, nor if he had would he have returned, even if the king had commanded him so to do. When he approached the procession, he stopped Rozinante, who was already out of breath, and with a hoarse, disordered voice pronounced, "You there, who perhaps disguise yourselves for no good, stop, and give ear to what I am going to say." Those who carried the image were the first that halted, and one of the four priests, who sung the litanies, observing the strange aspect of Don Quixote, the leanness of Rozinante, with other ridiculous circumstances belonging to both, answered in these words, "Friend, if you have anything to say, speak quickly, for these our brethren are all this while scourging their own flesh, and we cannot, nor is it reasonable we should tarry to hear anything that cannot be comprehended in 2 words. I will comprehend what I have to say in 1, replied the knight, "and it is this: I command you instantly to set free that beautiful lady, whose tears and melancholy deportment clearly demonstrate that you are carrying her off contrary to her inclination, after having done her some notorious wrong. And I, who was born to redress such grievances, will not suffer you to proceed 1 step farther, until she shall have obtained that liberty she deserves." From these words, concluding that he must be some madman, all of them began to laugh very heartily, and their mirth acting as a train of gunpowder to the knight's collar, he drew his sword, and without uttering another word, attacked the bearers, one of whom, leaving his share of the load to his companions, opposed himself to this aggressor, brandishing a fork or pole, on which, when they were wearied, they supported the bier. Don Quixote, with a furious backstroke, cut this implement in 2, but with the piece which remained in the hand of the defendant, received such a thwack upon the shoulder above his sword-arm that his buckler was unable to sustain the shock of such a rude assault, and down came the poor knight in a most lamentable condition. Sancho Panza, who came puffing after his master, seeing him fall, called aloud to his antagonist to forbear, for he was a poor enchanted knight, who had never done the least harm to man, woman, or child. But the peasant's forbearance was not owing to this exclamation of the squire so much as to the situation of Don Quixote, who neither moved hand nor foot, so that, believing he had done his business, he hastily gathered up his frock and fled through the field as nimble as a buck. By this time the whole company were come up to the place where Don Quixote lay, and those belonging to the procession, seeing so many people running towards them, accompanied by the troopers with their crossbows, began to be in dread of some mischievous event, and formed themselves into a circle around the image. Then the disciplinants, lifting up their hoods and wielding their scourges, and the priests their long tapers, waited the assault with full determination to defend themselves, and if possible act offensively against all who should attack them. But fortune disposed of things more favorably than they expected, for all that Sancho did was to throw himself upon the body of his master, who he believed was actually dead, and utter the most doleful and ludicrous lamentation that ever was heard. The curate was immediately known by a brother of the cloth, who belonged to the procession, and this acquaintance dispelled the apprehension which both squadrons had began to conceive. Our licentiate told his friend, in a few words, who Don Quixote was a part, which he and the whole crowd of disciplinants went to see whether or not the poor knight was dead, and heard Sancho Panza, with tears in his eyes, lamenting in these words, O flower of chivalry, who by the single stroke of a cudgel hast finished the career of thy well-spent life, O thou honor of thy family, thou glory of La Mancha, I, and of the whole world, which being deprived of thee will soon be filled 288 with evildoers, who will prosper without fear of chastisement for their wicked deeds. O thou wast more liberal than all the Alexanders that ever lived, for thou gavest me for 8 months' service only the best island that ever the sea surrounded. O thou wast humble with the haughty and haughty, with the humble tempting dangers, enduring disgraces in love, without cause, imitating the good, scourging the wicked, a professed enemy to everything that was base, in short, a knight-errant, and that is everything in one word. The cries and groans of Sancho revived his master, and the first words he pronounced were these: he who is condemned to live absent from the most amiable Dulcinea is subjected to much greater hardships than these friends Sancho helped to lay me on the enchanted car, for I am incapable of pressing Rozinante's saddle, this whole shoulder being crushed to pieces that ill do. Very willingly, dear master, replied the squire, and let us return to our own habitation, in company of these gentlemen who wish you well, and there we will lay a scheme for another sally, which I hope will be more fortunate and creditable. You are in the right, Sancho, replied Don Quixote, and it will be very prudent in us to let the malign influence of the stars pass over. The canon, curate, and barber approved of his intention, and being extremely diverted with the squire's simplicity, conveyed the knight to his former situation in the wagon. The procession was formed anew, and set forwards accordingly. The goatherd took his leave of the company. The troopers, being unwilling to go farther, were paid by the curate for their trouble, the canon having entreated the priest to inform him by letter of Don Quixote's fate with regard to the continuation or cure of his extravagance, bade him farewell, and proceeded on his journey. In short, there was a general separation, till at length the curate, barber, Don Quixote, and Panza were left by themselves with the trusty Rozinante, who with the patience of his master bore and beheld everything that passed. The wagoner, yoking his oxen, accommodated the knight with a truss of hay, and with his usual phlegm jogged on according to the priest's directions, till at the end of 6 days they arrived at their own village, which they entered about noon, and it chancing to be Sunday, the marketplace, through which they were obliged to pass, was crowded with people who, running to see what was in the cage, recognized their townsman, and were struck with astonishment. A boy ran immediately to his housekeeper and niece, whom, when he informed of their master's arrival, in a most meager, withered condition, stretched upon a truss of hay in a wagon, it was a piteous thing to hear the cries that were uttered by these worthy ladies, who buffeted themselves through vexation, and vented bitter curses against the wicked books of chivalry, which lamentations, buffetings, and curses were repeated with greater violence than ever when they saw the knight enter his own gate. Sancho Panza's wife, who had got intimation that he was gone with Don Quixote in quality of his squire, hearing of his return, ran straight to her husband, and the first question she asked was whether or not the ass was in good health, when the squire answered that the ass was in better health than his master. Thanks be to God, cried she, for that and all his other mercies. But now tell me, friend, what good you have got by your squireship. Have you brought home a new petticoat for me, or shoes for your children? I have brought no such matters, my dear, replied Sancho, but things of greater consideration and importance. I am glad of that, with all my heart, said the wife. Pray show me these things of greater consideration and importance, that the sight of them may rejoice my heart, which hath been so sad and discontented all the weary time of your being away. You shall see them at home, answered Sancho, and harkye, wife, make yourself easy for the present, for an it please God that we set out again in quest of adventures, you shall speedily behold your husband an earl or governor of an island. I don't mean your common islands, but one of the best that 289 ever was seen. The Lord in heaven grant it, husband, for I am sure we have need enough of such windfalls. But tell me, what is an island? For truly I know not the meaning. Of the word honey was not made for the mouth of an ass. Said the squire, you shall see what it is all in good time, my dear eye, and admire to hear all your vassals call you my lady. What is that you say, Sancho, of ladies' islands and vassals? Cried Joan Panza, for that was the name of the squire's wife, though she was not related to Sancho before marriage. But it is the custom in La Mancha for the women to take the names of their husbands. Don't be in such a hurry to know everything, Joan, replied the squire. It is sufficient that I tell thee nothing but truth. Let this therefore stop that mouth of thine. Meantime, however, I care not if I tell thee that it is one of the most pleasant occupations in the world for an honorable person like me to be squire to a knight-errant when he is in quest of adventures. True, it is the greatest part of them do not fall out quite so much to one's liking as one could wish for. Out of 100 in which we are engaged, 99 are generally cross and unfortunate, that I know by experience, having been sometimes threshed and sometimes blanketed. But howsoever, it is a curious pastime to be always in expectation of adventures, crossing huge mountains, searching woods, climbing rocks, visiting castles, lodging at inns where we live at rack and manger, and the devil a farthing to pay. While this conversation passed between Sancho and his wife, the housekeeper and niece received Don Quixote, whom they undressed and put to bed in his old chamber, while he eyed them askance, without being able to comprehend where he was. The curate laid his injunctions on the niece to cherish her uncle with great tenderness, and charged them both to take especial care that he might not escape again, giving them an account of the trouble he had been at in bringing him back to his own house. Here they raised their voices again, in concert, renewing their curses upon the books of chivalry, and beseeching heaven to confound the authors of such madness, and lies to the lowest pit of hell. In short, they were half distracted with the apprehension of losing him again as soon as his health should be re-established, and this was actually the case. But the author of this history, although he inquired with the utmost curiosity and diligence concerning the actions of Don Quixote in his third sally, could never find any satisfactory and authentic account of them. Only fame hath preserved some memoirs in La Mancha, by which it appears that Don Quixote, when he set out the third time, went to Saragossa, where he was present at a most celebrated tournament, in which many things happened to him worthy of his genius and valor, but with regard to his death and burial, he could obtain no information, and must have remained entirely ignorant of that event, had he not luckily met with an old physician who had in his custody a leaden box, which he said he found under the foundation of an ancient hermitage. That was repairing this box contained some skins of parchment on which were written in Gothic characters and Castilian verse many of our knights' exploits, with a description of Dulcinea's beauty, Rocinante's figure, Sancho's fidelity, and Don Quixote's own funeral, celebrated by divers epitaphs and panegyrics on his life and morals. All that could be read and fairly copied are those which are here inserted by the faithful author of this new and surprising history, who, in recompense for the immense trouble he has undergone in his inquiries and in examining the archives of La Mancha, that he might publish it with more certainty, desires the reader to favor him with the same credit which intelligent persons give to those books of chivalry that pass so currently in the world, and herewith he will rest fully satisfied, and perhaps be animated to search after and find out other histories, if not as authentic, at least as full of invention and entertainment. The verses which were written in the first skin of parchment found in the leaden box were these: The Academicians of Argamasilla, a town of La Mancha, on the life and death of the valiant Don Quixote de la Mancha, hoc scripserunt. Monicongo, Academician of Argamasilla, on the sepulture of Don Quixote. Epitaph. The bully that La Mancha decked with spoils that shame the Cretan Jason, whose judgment ripe and wit unchecked the trumpet of renown shall blazon, that arm whose valor did extend to GTA from remote Cathay, that muse which did the welkin rend with verse which brazen plates display, who Amadis left far behind, and deemed Galajor a mere baby, whose valor with such luster shinned, as showed Evan Biliani's shabby. He that on Rocinante rode, now mingles with this clay-cold clod, Paniguado academician of Argamasilla, in praise of Dulcinea del Toboso. Song. The maid you see with checks, so bluesy, high-chested, vigorous, and fruzy, Dulcinea famed, Toboso's princess, Don Quixote's generous flame evinces. For her on foot he did explore the sable mountain o'er and o'er, through many a weary field did halt, and all through Rozinante's fault. Hard fate that such a dame should die, in spite of him and chivalry, that he whose deeds e'en stones proclaim should mourn a disappointed flame. Capriccioso, a most ingenious academician of Argamasilla, in praise of Rozinante, the renowned steed of Don Quixote de la Mancha, on a proud trunk of adamant, whose bloody branches smelled of war, La Mancha's frantic white did plant, his standard glittering from afar. There hung his arms, there gleamed his sword, that wont to level hack and hew. Yet shall the wondering muse afford, for new exploits a style that's new. Let Gaul of Amadis be proud, Greece boast the champions she hath bore. Don Quixote triumphs o'er the crowd of all the warlike knights of yore, for neither Gaul nor Greece can vie with famed La Mancha's chivalry. Evan Rozinante wears the bay. Let Brillador and Bayard bray. Burlador, an Argamassillan academician, on Sancho Panza. Song. Here Sancho view of body small, but great in worth, in action clear, the best and simplest squire of all. The world ere saw I vow and swear, and earl he surely might have been, had not this knavish age of brass, with insolence and envious spleen, conspurred against him and his ass, that ass on which he gently trotted, at gentle Rozinante's tail. Vain man, with flattering hope besotted, how in a dream thy prospects fail. Catch Diablo, academician of Argamasilla, on the sepulchre of Don Quixote. Epitaph. On Rozinante's back, the knight that whilome travelled through highway path and track, is here bemurred and gravelled, and eke as stiff as he. The block of Sancho Panza, a trusty squire purdy, as ever mortal man saw. Tiquitac, academician of Argamasilla, on the sepulchre of Dulcinea del Toboso. Here lies Dulcinea, once so plump, but now her fat all melts away, for death with an inhuman thump has turned her into dust and clay. Of a true breed she surely sprung, and wanted not external grace. Quixote's heart with love she stung, and shone the glory of her race. These were all the verses which could be read, the rest being worm-eaten, were delivered to an academician that he might attempt to unravel their meaning. By conjecture this task, we understand, he has performed with infinite pains and study, intending to publish them to the world, in expectation of the third sally of Don Quixote. Forse oltre cantera con miglio pletro. End of the second volume. Volume the third. Part Roman II. Preface. Heavens, with what eagerness must thou be waiting for this prologue, courteous reader, whosoever thou art, gentle or simple, in hopes of finding it replete with resentment, reproaches, and revenge against the author of the second Don Quixote, him, I mean, who it is reported was engendered at Tordesillas and brought forth in Tarragona. But truly I have no intention to give thee that satisfaction, for although injuries may awaken indignation in vulgar breasts, mine, I hope, will always be an exception to that rule. Thou wouldst be glad, perhaps, to find me bellowing upon him the epithets of ass, blockhead, and insolent coxcomb, but such low revenge never once entered my imagination. His own conscience will sufficiently chastise him. Let him therefore chew the cud of remorse, and digest it, if he can. I own, I cannot help feeling the unjust reproach, when he taxes me with lameness and old age, as if it had been in my power to retard the lapse of time, or that I had been maimed in some tavern brawl, and not on the most glorious occasion that ever the past or present age beheld or posterity can ever hope to see. If my wounds do not brighten in the eyes of every spectator, they are at least esteemed by those who know where they were acquired, and who thinks that a soldier who falls in battle makes a much more noble appearance than he who saves himself by flight. This opinion is so rooted within my own breast that were such an impossibility proposed and effected, I would rather be lame as I am, with the share I had in that stupendous action, than sound of body, without the honor of having been there. The wounds that appear in a soldier's countenance and bosom are so many stars to guide the rest of mankind to the haven of honor and the desire of honest praise. And it ought to be observed that an author does not write with his gray hairs, but according to the dictates of his understanding, which is usually improved by years and experience. I perceive also that he calls me envious, and as if I were utterly ignorant, is at the pains to describe the nature of envy, though I protest of the two kinds I only harbor that which is pure virtuous and noble. This being the case, as it undoubtedly is, I have not the least inclination to inveigh against any priest, especially one who bears the office of familiar to the Holy Inquisition, and if what he says be advanced in behalf of him whose cause he seems to espouse, he is altogether mistaken in my opinion of that person, whose genius I adore. I admire his works together with his continual occupation in the practice of virtues, but I am actually obliged to this honorable author for saying that my novels are more satirical than exemplary, though he owns they are good of 290 for their kind, for without being exemplary, they cannot possibly be good. I suppose, gentle reader, thou art by this time of opinion that I walk with great circumspection, and scrupulously confine myself within the bounds of modesty, conscious that it is inhuman to heap affliction on the afflicted, and that this gentleman's must needs be very great, since he dares not appear in the open field and in the face of heaven, but conceals his name and dissembles his country, as if he had been guilty of high treason. Tell him, therefore, in my name, if ever thou shouldst chance to find him out, that I do not at all think myself injured by what he has done, for well do I know what temptations the devil spreads before us, and that one of his most effectual snares is to make a man believe that he has capacity to write a book by which he shall obtain an equal share of money and reputation. In confirmation of what I say, I will beg the favor of you to tell him a short story. There was in Seville a certain madman seized with the most diverting whim that ever entered the brain of a lunatic. He used to walk with a hollow cane pointed at one end, and whenever he met with a dog in the street or in any other place, he clapped his foot on one of the creature's hind legs, pulled up the other with his hand, and applying as well as he could the pipe to his posteriors, instantly blew him up as round as a bowl. This operation being performed, he clapped him twice on the belly, and dismissed the patient, saying very gravely to the mob that never failed to gather round him, "Gentlemen, I suppose now you think it is an easy matter to blow up a dog in like manner. I say, I suppose your worship thinks it an easy matter to write a book. If this story should not be to his liking, be so good, friendly reader, as to tell this other, which also relates to a dog and a madman. There was another idiot in Cordova who had a trick of carrying upon his head a piece of marble or heavy stone, and as often as he perceived any dog off his guard, he would approach him slyly and let it fall plump upon his head. This was no joke to the poor dog, who used to run barking and howling the length of 3 whole streets before he ventured to look behind. But among others, he one day happened to discharge his burden on a capmaker's favorite dog. Down went the stone upon his head, and the injured beast set up the howl. The master, seeing what passed, was filled with indignation, snatched up his measure, and sallying out upon the lunatic, did not leave a whole bone in his skin, saying at every blow he bestowed, "Dog, rascal, use my spaniel in this manner. Did not you see, barbarous villain, that my dog was a spaniel?" Thus repeating the word spaniel a great many times, he beat the aggressor into jelly. The madman, being documented, sneaked off, and kept his chamber a whole month, at the end of which he returned to his former pastime with a greater stone than ever, and coming up to a dog that lay asleep, considered him with great attention, but was afraid of discharging the stone, saying, "Where spaniel?" In short, all the dogs he afterwards met with, whether curs or mastiffs, were in his opinion spaniels, so that he never ventured to repeat his experiment. Now this may be the fate of our historian, who will not choose to open the floodgates of his wit again in composing books, which if bad are harder than stone. Tell him likewise that I value not his threats a farthing when he says that his performance will deprive me of bread, but answer him with a quotation from the famous interlude of the Parandenga, "To 24 live my Lord, and Christ be with us, all long live the great." Count de Lemos, whose well-known Christian generosity supports me against all the strokes of adverse fortune and long life, to the transcendent charity of the most illustrious Archbishop of Toledo, Don Bernardo de Sandoval, why Rojas, if there was not one printing press in the whole world, or if more books were published against me than there are letters in the couplets of Mingo Ribulgo, these two princes, unsolicited by any adulation or other kind of praise on my part, but purely out of their own benevolence, have been pleased to honor me with their countenance and favor, in which I think myself infinitely more happy and rich than if I had been conducted to the highest pinnacle of fortune. In the ordinary way, honor may be enjoyed by a poor, but never by a vicious man. Nobility may be clouded by indigence, but never altogether obscured, for virtue shining by its own internal light, even through the inconveniencies and crannies of poverty, will recommend itself to the esteem of high and princely minds, and of consequence obtain their favor and protection. Thou needest say no more to him, nor will I thee any farther trouble, except to observe that thou art to consider this second part of Don Quixote as a work of the same artificer, and composed of the same materials with the first, in which I present the knight at full length, and in short exhibit him dead and buried, that no man for the future may presume to raise fresh evidence against him, those already examined being sufficient for the purpose, the more so as a man of honor has already given an account of his ingenious follies, without any intention to resume the subject, for there may be too much even of a good thing, and the scarcity of those things which are in themselves indifferent often brings them into some degree of estimation. I had almost forgot to tell thee that thou mayest expect the Persiles, which I am now finishing together with the second part of Galatea. Approbation. By order of Signor Dr. Gutierrez de Cetina, Vicar General of the city of Madrid, where His Majesty keeps his court, I have perused the second part of the sage knight Don Quixote de la Mancha, written by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, in which I can find nothing unworthy of a zealous Christian, or deviating from that respect which is justly due to good example and moral virtue. On the contrary, the performance contains much erudition and profitable amusement, not only in the well-supported sequel of his design to extirpate those vain and lying books of chivalry which had already too far spread their infection, but also in the purity of his Castilian language, unadulterated with insipid affectation, which every man of sense abhors, and in his manner of correcting the vicious, who generally feel the point of his satire, yet he so wisely observes the laws of Christian rebuke, that the patient laboring under the infirmity which he intends to cure may in such sweet and palatable medicine, even without his own knowledge or the least hindrance and loathing, swallow down an effectual detestation for vice, so that he will find himself at once delighted and reformed in consequence of an art which is known to few. There are many authors who, not knowing how to blend and mix instruction with delight, have seen all their tedious labors miscarry, because not being able to imitate Diogenes as a learned philosopher, they have presumed licentiously, not to say obscurely, to mimic him as a cynic, giving ear to slander and inventing things that never happened, by which means they enlarge the vicious capacity of those whom their harsh reproofs stigmatize, and perhaps strike out new paths of lewdness hitherto unknown, so that instead of reformers they become teachers and abettors of vice. In this manner they grow hateful to men of sense, and lose all their credit, if they had any, with the people who refuse to encourage their writings, while the vicious are rather hardened than amended by their rash and imprudent corruption, for the knife and caustic are not proper for all kinds of tumors, some of which are more successfully treated by soft and gentle remedies, by the application of which the experienced and learned physician often attains his end of discussing them, a period much more eligible than that which is obtained by the barbarity of steel. The writings of Miguel de Cervantes have met with a very different reception, not only from our nation, but likewise from strangers who, as if he was something miraculous, are inflamed with the desire of seeing the author of those books, which have met with such general applause on account of the decency and decorum, as well as the agreeable sweetness of his style, in Spain, France, Italy, Germany, and Flanders. This I can with great truth affirm, that on the 20th and 5th day of February, in this year of God, 1697 and 15, I attended my master his Grace Don Bernardo de Sandoval y Rojas, Cardinal Archbishop of Toledo, when he returned the visit of the French ambassador, who came to treat about a double match betwixt the princes and princesses of France and Spain, and several gentlemen of that country belonging to the embassy who were equally sensible and well-bred, as well as lovers of the belles letters, in their conversation with me and the other chaplains of the cardinal, desired to know what books of genius were in highest esteem among us. I chanced to mention this performance, which was then under my examination, but no sooner did they hear the name of Miguel de Cervantes than they began to expatiate upon the high esteem in which France and the neighboring kingdoms held his productions, namely the Galatea, which one of them could almost repeat with the novels, and the first part of Don Quixote. Such were the commendations they bestowed upon them, that I offered to introduce them to the author, whom they honored with 1,000 demonstrations of regard. They were curious to know his age, profession, quality, and fortune, and when I found myself obliged to tell them he was a soldier and a gentleman oppressed with poverty and old age, one of them replied in these very words, "What does not Spain load such a man with riches and maintain him out of the public treasury?" Another of those gentlemen, hearing this observation, interposed, saying with great vivacity, "If necessity compels him to write, God grant that he may never enjoy affluence, but in being poor enrich the world with his works." I believe this will be thought rather too much for a certificate, and some will say that I have even encroached upon the bounds of flattery, but the truth of my allegation disproves that suspicion, and acquits me of the charge. Besides, in this age adulation is bestowed upon none but those who are in a capacity of greasing the fist of the flatterer, who, though he praises in fulsome fiction, experts to be rewarded in substantial truth. Madrid, Feb. 27, 1615. The licentiate Marx Tours. The ordinary license. By order and command of the Lords of Council, I have caused to be examined the book specified in this petition, which book contains nothing to the prejudice of religion or morals, but on the contrary is fraught with much lawful amusement, blended with moral philosophy, wherefore it may be allowed to be printed. Madrid, Nov. 5, 1615. Dr. Gutierrez de Cetina. Approbation. By order and command of the Lords of Council, I have perused the second part of Don Quixote de la Mancha, written by Miguel de Cervantes, a book that contains nothing to the prejudice of 298 our holy Catholic faith or sound morals. On the contrary, much honest recreation and agreeable amusement, such as the ancients judged not only allowable, but convenient for the commonwealth. Even the severe Lacedaemonians erected a statue to the goddess of laughter, and the Thessalians instituted festivals to the same power, according to Pausanias, quoted by Vossius lib. Roman 2 de signis eccles, cap 10, for exhilarating the melancholy and raising the dejected spirits, as observed by Tully in his first book De Legibus, and by the poet who says, "Interpone tuis interdum gaudia curis," which maxim hath been the guide of this author, who has mingled fiction with truth, delight with instruction and morals, with pleasantry, disguising the hook of reproof with the bait of sprightly entertainment, and fulfilling the sequel of his well-executed scheme to depreciate and expel the books of chivalry from the mischievous contagion of which he hath purged these kingdoms with admirable diligence and dexterity. In short, it is a work worthy of that great genius which is the honor and ornament of our nation, and the envy and admiration of strangers. This is my opinion. With submission, Roman 100, Madrid, March 17, 1615. Joseph de Valdeville. Book Roman 1, Chap. Roman 1 of the behavior of the curate and barber. With regard to Don Quixote's infirmity, Cid Hamet Benengeli, in the second part of this history, containing the third sally of Don Quixote, relates that the curate and barber forbore to visit him for a whole month, that they might not revive and recall to his imagination the remembrance of things past. But during all that time, they frequently went to see the housekeeper and niece, on whom they laid strong injunctions to cherish the knight with great care and tenderness, and treat him with such comfortable food as should be most agreeable to his stomach and brain, in which they reasonably supposed that his whole disorder lay. The ladies assured them it was their chief study, which they would prosecute with all imaginable care and satisfaction, for they began to perceive that their master at certain intervals gave tokens of being in his right, which this information afforded great pleasure to the two friends, who now concluded they had acted wisely in bringing him home on the enchanted wagon, as hath been recounted in the last chapter of the first part of this sublime and punctual history, and determined to pay him a visit that they might be convinced of his amendment, which they deemed almost impossible, though they agreed to avoid with great care the subject of chivalry, that they might run no risk of ripping up the wound so lately closed. In short, they entered his chamber, and found him sitting upon his bed, in a waistcoat of green baize, and a red-to-laden nightcap so meagre shrunk and withered that he looked like an Egyptian mummy. He received them very courteously, and when they inquired into the state of his health, spoke of his indisposition, and himself with great judgment and elocution, the conversation happening to turn on what is called reasons of state and modes of administration. They amended certain abuses, and condemned others, reforming one custom, and banishing another, as if each of the three had been a new legislator, a modern Lycurgus, or regenerated Solon. And in such a manner did they furbish up the commonwealth, that one would have imagined they had committed it to a forge, and brought out another quite different from that which they put in. Don Quixote spoke on every subject that was handled with 300 such discretion as actually convinced the two examiners that he was quite sound, and had recovered the right exercise of his judgment, while the niece and housekeeper, who were present all the time, thought they could never be thankful enough to God when they heard their master talk so sensibly. But the curate, altering his first resolution, which was to avoid the subject of chivalry, now determined to make an experiment by which he should be thoroughly satisfied whether the knight's cure was real or imaginary. With this view, he from one thing to another came to mention some news from court, and among other pieces of intelligence, said he was certainly informed that the Turk had taken the sea with a powerful armament, though his design was not known, nor could it be guessed where the expected storm would burst, but that these preparations, which keep us almost constantly in arms, had alarmed all Christendom, and that his Majesty had ordered the coasts of Naples and Sicily, with the island of Malta, to be provided against all attempts to this intimation. Don Quixote replied, His Majesty has acted like a most prudent warrior in providing for the safety of his dominions, that the enemy may not find them unprepared. But if he would take my advice, I would furnish him with an expedient which I believe our sovereign at present little thinks of. The curate no sooner heard these words than he said within himself, Lord, have mercy upon the poor Don Quixote. If I am not mistaken, thou art just going to cast thyself headlong from the highest pinnacle of madness into the profound abyss of thy folly. But the barber, who immediately adopted the same suspicion, asked the knight what that expedient was which he thought should be put in practice, by way of prevention, observing that it was perhaps such a scheme as deserved to be inserted in the list of those impertinent advices usually offered to crowned heads. Mine, Mr. Shaver, said Don Quixote, will be pertinent, not impertinent. I don't say otherwise, replied the barber. I only made that observation because experience hath shewn that all or the greatest part of those projects which have been offered to his Majesty are either impossible, extravagant, or prejudicial to the state. My scheme, answered the knight, is neither impossible nor extravagant, but on the contrary, the most easy, just, brief, and expeditious that ever projector conceived. Methinks your worship is very slow in delivering it. Signor Don Quixote, said the priest, I should not choose, answered the knight, to have what I say here carried by tomorrow morning to the ears of the lords of the council, by which means another may reap the credit and reward of my labor. For my own part, cried the barber, I here give my word before God, never to disclose what your worship shall impart either to king or knave or any mortal man, an oath I learned in the romance of the curate, who in the preface gives the king notice of the robber that stole his 100 ducats, an ambling mule. I am not acquainted with the story, said Don Quixote, but the oath is a good oath, because I am convinced that Mr. Nicholas is an honest man be, that as it will reply the curate I will be bound for him, and undertake that with regard to this affair he shall speak no more than if he was actually dumb, on pain of whatever penalty you shall think proper to inflict. And who will be security for you, Mr. Curate? Said the knight. My profession, answered the priest, by which I am bound to keep secrets. Body of me, cried Don Quixote, his majesty has nothing to do but to issue a proclamation commanding all the knights-errant in Spain to assemble at his court by such a day. And although not more than half a dozen should come, among these one may be found who is alone sufficient to overthrow the whole Turkish power. Pray, gentlemen, give attention and take me along with you. Is it such a new thing for a single knight to cut in pieces a whole army of 200,000 men, as if they had but one common throat, or were made of gingerbread? How many histories are there, think you, filled with such marvelous exploits? Unfortunate it is for me, I will not say for any other, that the renowned Don Bilianes is not now alive, or some knight of the innumerable race of Amadis de Gaul, for if any one of them was now living 301, to confront the Turks, in good sooth I should not choose to farm their conquests, but God will provide for his own people, and produce some champion who, if not equal in valor to former knights-errant, at least will be inferior to none of them in point of courage. Heaven knows my meaning, I will say no more. Lackaday, cried the niece, when she heard this insinuation, ill be hanged if my uncle is not resolved to turn knight-errant again. A knight-errant, replied Don Quixote, I will live and die, and the Turks may make their descents or ascents when they will, with all the power they are masters of. I say again, heaven knows my meaning here. The barber, interposing, gentleman, said he, I beg you will give me leave to tell a short story of what happened at Seville. It comes so pat to the purpose that I have a strong inclination to relate it. Don Quixote and the curate granted his request, and the rest yielded him attention when he began in these words. There was in the madhouse at Seville a certain lunatic, whom his relations had sent thither on account of the defect in his judgment. He had taken his degrees in the canon law at Osuna, and many were of opinion that if he had acquired them at Salamanca, he would not have been a bit the wiser. This graduate, having been confined some years, took it in his head that he was quite well and restored to his right wits, and in this imagination wrote to the archbishop, earnestly entreating him, with many sensible arguments, to give order that he should be extricated from the misery in which he lived, since, through the mercy of God, he had recovered his lost judgment, though his relations kept him still in confinement, that they might enjoy his estate, and in despite of truth were resolved that he should be mad to the day of his death. The archbishop, persuaded by the many sensible and pathetic letters he received, ordered one of his chaplains to go to the rector of the madhouse and inquire into the truth of what the licentiate alleged, and even to talk with himself, that if he should find him quite recovered, he might bring him away and set him at liberty. The chaplain obeyed the command of his grace, and the rector assured him that the man was still mad, for, although he would very often talk like a person of excellent understanding, at the long run he commonly broke out into folly and nonsense, as absurd as the first part of his discourse was rational and discreet. However he himself might make the experiment by conversing with the licentiate, the chaplain accordingly went to his apartment and talked with him a whole hour and more, during which time the lunatic did not utter one vague or incoherent sentence, but on the contrary spoke so judiciously that the chaplain could not help believing him quite sound of intellect. Among other things, he told him the rector was his enemy, and pronounced him still distracted, though with lucid intervals, that he might not lose the presents which he received from his relations, so that the greatest cause of his misfortune was no other than his own affluent estate, which, to enjoy his adversaries craftily, pretended to doubt of the mercy which the Lord had vouchsafed him in reconverting him from a beast into a man. In short, he talked so effectually as to render the rector suspected to prove his relations covetous and unnatural, and himself so discreet that the chaplain determined to carry him forthwith to the archbishop, that his grace might be personally satisfied of the truth. With 302 this laudable intention, he desired the rector to order the licentiate to be dressed with the clothes in which he entered the house. The rector again advised him to consider what he was about, for the licentiate was without all question still distracted, but these cautions and counsels had no effect in dissuading the chaplain from carrying him off, and the rector, seeing the archbishop's order, was obliged to obey, so that the licentiate received his own clothes, which were decent and new. Seeing himself thus diverted of the badge of his disorder, and habited again like a person of sound intellects. He besought the chaplain that he would be so charitable as to allow him to go and take leave of his companions in affliction. The other granted his request, and said he would accompany him in order to see the patients, upon which they went upstairs, followed by several persons who chanced to be then present. The licentiate, going to the gate of a cell, in which there was a furious madman, though at that time he was calm and quiet, said to him, "Brother, have you any commands for me? I am going to my own house, for God of his infinite goodness and mercy, without any desert of mine, hath been pleased to restore unto me the use of my reason, and I am now perfectly recovered, so that there is nothing impossible to the power of the Almighty put. Therefore your hope and trust in him, who, as he hath restored me to my former state, will grant the same indulgence to you. If you confide in his protection, I will take care to send you some cordial food, and be sure at all events to eat it, for you must know, I conclude from experience, that all our disorder proceeds from an empty stomach, and the brains being filled with wind. Take heart, brother, take heart, for despondence under misfortune consumes the constitution, and hastens the stroke of death. This discourse being overheard by another lunatic, who was confined in a cell opposite to that of the furious patient, he started up stark, naked, from an old mat, on which he lay, and roared aloud, "Who is that going away so sober and so sound?" The licentiate replied, "'Tis I, brother, who am going home, being under no necessity of tarrying longer in this place. Thanks be to heaven for the signal favor I have received." "Take care what you say, Mr. Licentiate, and let not the devil deceive you," answered the madman. "Halt a little, stay where you are, and spare yourself the trouble of being brought back. I know that I am perfectly recovered," said the licentiate, "and shall have no farther occasion to visit the stations. 1:30. "You recovered?" cried the other. "Good, we shall see you, but I swear by Jupiter, whose majesty I represent on earth, that for the transgression this day committed in Seville, by discharging you from the house, as a person of sound judgment, I will take such vengeance as shall be a monument of wrath for ever and ever. Amen. Dost thou not know, pitiful licentiate, that all this is in my power, being, as I have already observed, Jove the Thunderer, who wield the flaming bolts with which I use to threaten, and can destroy the universe. But with one evil only will I chastise this ignorant people. I will not suffer one drop of rain to fall upon the city, nor its confines, nor indeed in any part of this district, for the space of 3 whole years, reckoning from the day and minute in which this dreadful menace is made. Thou free, thou sound, thou recovered, and I mad, I distracted and confined. I will sooner hang myself than rain one spoonful." The bystanders were very attentive to the vociferous exclamations of this madman, when our licentiate, turning to the chaplain, and taking him by the hand, said, "Dear sir, give yourself no uneasiness or concern about what he says, for if he who is Jupiter withholds refreshing showers from the earth, I who am Neptune, the father and god of waters, will rain as often as I please, should there be occasion for it, in consequence of the privilege I possess to this promise." The chaplain, 303, replied, "Nevertheless, Signor Neptune, it will not be politic to incense Signor Jupiter. Therefore your worship will be so good as to stay where you are till some other day, when we may have more leisure and convenience to remove you." The rector and the rest of the company could not help laughing. The chaplain was out of countenance. The licentiate was stripped and sent back to his cell. And so ends my story. "And this is the story, Mr. Barber," said Don Quixote, "which came so pat to the purpose that you could not help relating it. Ah, Mr. Shaver, he must be blind indeed, that cannot see through the bottom of a sieve. Is it possible your worship does not know that comparisons in point of genius, virtue, beauty, and descent are always odious and ill received? I, Mr. Barber, am not Neptune, god of waters, neither do I set up for being thought a wise man, knowing that I am not so. The sole end of my labors is to convince the world of its error in not seeking to renew those most happy times when the order of knight-errantry exerted itself in full perfection. But this depraved age of ours is unworthy of tasting that felicity which was enjoyed by those ages when knights-errant undertook the charge, and burdened their shoulders with the defense of kingdoms, the protection of damsels, the relief of wards and orphans, the chastisement of the proud, and the promotion of the humble. The greatest part of your modern knights rustle in damask brocades and other rich and splendid attire. Instead of rattling in coats of mail, no knight now sleeps in the open field, exposed to the inclemency of the weather, armed at all points cap a pee. No warrior in this degenerate age sits on horseback, and without disengaging his feet from the stirrups, but leaning upon his lance endeavors to take, as it were, a snatch of sleep after the example of former knights-errant. No champion nowadays, coming out of some dreary wood, immediately enters another rocky wilderness, through which he reaches the barren and deserted coast of the rough and stormy sea, where, finding in some creek a crazy boat without oars, sails, mast, or tackle, he intrepidly throws himself into it, and launches out upon the implacable billows that whirl him aloft to heaven, and then sink him to the profound abyss, while his unshaken soul defies the storm. Then, when he dreams of no such matter, he finds himself 3,000 leagues, and more from the place where he embarked, and leaping ashore on some remote and unknown country achieves adventures worthy to be written not on parchment, but on brass. But now sloth triumphs over activity, idleness over toil, vice over virtue, arrogance over valor, and the theory over the practice of arms, which obtained and shone resplendent in those golden ages that produced knights-errant. Pray, tell me, who could be more honorable and valiant than the famous Amadis de Gaul, who more discreet than Pomerin of England, who more insinuating and pliant than Tarante the White, who more gallant than Lifuat of Greece, who more hacked and hacking than Don Bilianes, who more intrepid than Pyrrhion of Gaul, or who more daring than Felixmart of Hyrcania, who more sincere than Esplandian, who more desperate than Cirongilio of Thrace, who more brave than Rhadamant, who more prudent than King Sobrino, who more bold than Reynaldo, who more invincible than Roldan, and who more gallant and courteous than Ruggiero, from whom, according to Turpin in his Cosmographia, the present Dukes of Ferrara are descended. All these, with many more which I could name, Mr. Curate, were knights-errant, and the very light and glory of chivalry. These, or such as these, are the champions proposed by my scheme, which, should it take place, would effectually serve his Majesty's purpose, spare an infinite expense, and the Turk would even tear his own beard. In despair, in that case, I would tarry where I am, since the chaplain would not think fit to enlarge me, and if Jupiter, as the barber said, would not reign here, am I ready to frustrate his intent. This I mention that Mr. Basson there may know I understand his meaning. Verily, Signor Don Quixote, said Mr. Nicholas, I meant no harm, so help me God. My 304 intention was good, and therefore your worship ought not to be displeased whether I am displeased or not, replied the knight. I myself know best. Here the curate, interposing, said, though I have hitherto scarce opened my mouth, I cannot be easy under a scruple which tears and gnaws my conscience, and which arose from what Signor Don Quixote hath just now asserted in greater matters. Mr. Curate may command me, answered the knight. Out with your scruple, then, for scruples of conscience are very uncomfortable companions. With your good permission, replied the priest, this it is: I can by no means persuade myself that the whole tribe of knights-errant whom your worship have named were really and truly earthly persons of flesh and blood. On the contrary, I imagine all these things are fictions, fables, and lying dreams recounted by men who are awake, or rather by those who are half asleep. That, said Don Quixote, is another error incident to many people who do not believe that any such knights ever existed, and I have on divers and sundry occasions endeavored to dissipate that almost general mistake by the light of truth. Sometimes, indeed, I have not succeeded in my attempts. However, I have frequently gained my point by supporting it on the shoulders of demonstration. And truly the case is so clear that I could almost affirm I have with my own eyes beheld Amadis de Gaul, who was a tall man of a fair complexion, well furnished, with a black beard, his aspect something between mild and severe, concise of speech, slow to anger, and soon appeased. In the same manner, methinks, I could delineate and paint all the knights-errant that ever were recorded in history, for according to the ideas formed by reading these histories, and by comparing their exploits and dispositions, sound philosophy may discover their lineaments, statures, and complexions. Signor Don Quixote, said the barber, how large do you think the giant Morgante must have been? As to the affair of giants, answered the knight, there are different opinions, some affirming and others denying the existence of any such beings, but the Holy Scriptures, which surely cannot fail one atom in point of truth, put that affair beyond all dispute in relating the story of that Philistine Goliath, who was 7 cubits and a half in height, a most amazing stature. Besides, in the island of Sicily, several thigh and shoulder bones have been dug up so large as to manifest that the persons to whom they belonged must have been huge giants, as tall as high towers, and this can be proved by mathematical demonstration. But nevertheless, I will not pretend to ascertain the size of Morgante, though I believe he was not very tall, because I find in the history, which gives a particular account of his exploits, that he often slept under a roof. Now, if there was any house capacious enough to receive him, his magnitude could not be very extraordinary. No, surely, said the curate, who, being diverted with his extravagant assertions, asked his opinion concerning the looks and persons of Reynaldo de Montalban, Don Orlando, and the rest of the 12 peers of France, who were all knights-errant. With regard to Reynaldo, answered Don Quixote, I will venture to say he was broad-visaged and of a ruddy complexion, with large rolling eyes full of punctilio, excessively choleric, and a friend to robbers and vagabonds. As for Roldan or Rotolando or Orlando, for he is mentioned in history by all these names, it is my opinion, and I affirm that he was of a middling stature, broad-shouldered, somewhat bandy-legged, of a dark complexion, and carroty beard, hairy all over, with a frowning aspect, sparing of speech, though very affable and well-bred. If Roldan was not more comely than you have represented him, replied the curate, I do not wonder that Angelica the fair disdained and deserted him for the gallantry, mirth, and pleasantry of the little smock-faced Moor, to whose embraces she yielded. And surely she was in the right to prefer the smoothness of Medoro to the roughness 305 of Roldan. That same Angelica, Mr. Curate, said the knight, was an unsettled, rambling young woman that longed after novelties, and left the world as full of her impertinent actions as of the fame of her beauty. She undervalued 1,000 noblemen, 1,000 valiant and discreet admirers, and contented herself with a yellow-haired page who had neither fortune nor reputation, but that of being grateful to his friend, the renowned Ariosto, who sung the praises of her beauty, either not daring or not designing to rehearse what happened to her after her base intrigue, because he deemed it a theme not extremely honorable for his muse, dropped her at these lines. Another bard may sing in loftier lay how he obtained the scepter of Cathay. And truly this was a sort of prophecy, for the poets are also called vates, which in Latin signifies diviners, and it was plainly verified in the event. An Andalusian bard, having since that time sung in verse her tears and lamentation, as the most famous and sublime genius of Castile, hath celebrated her beauty. Pray tell me, Signia, Don Quixote, said the barber, among all those authors who have written in her praise, hath not some one or other composed a satire against my lady Angelica? I firmly believe, replied the knight, that if Sacripante or Roldan had been bards, they would have made the damsel smart severely, it being natural and peculiar to poets who are disdained and rejected by their false mistresses, whether real or imaginary, to revenge themselves by satires and lampoons, a resentment altogether unworthy of generous breasts. But hitherto I have not met with any such defamatory verses against the lady Angelica, though she made strange confusion in the world. That is a wonder, indeed, said the curate, when, hearing the housekeeper and niece, who had some time before quitted the company, bawling aloud in the yard, they ran out to see what was the occasion of such noise. Chap Roman II. The notable fray that happened between Sancho and Don Quixote's niece and housekeeper, with other diverting incidents. The history relates that the noise which Don Quixote, the curate, and barber heard was occasioned by the niece and housekeeper scolding at Sancho, who struggled to get in and see his master, while they defended the door. What does the swag-bellied lurcher want in this house? Said the housekeeper. Get you home, brother. It was you and none but you that turned my poor master's brain, enticing him from his own home to stroll about the highways to this apostrophe. Sancho, replied housekeeper of Satan, 'tis my brain that's turned. 'Twas I that was enticed to stroll about the highways, and not thy master, for he carried me a rambling, so that you have reckoned without your host. 'Twas he that wheedled me from my own house with the promise of an island, which I expect to this good hour. Devil choke thee with islands, thou cursed cormorant, cried the niece. And pray what is an island? Is it anything to eat, thou gorbellied glutton? Hano, not to eat, but to govern, answered Sancho, and a fat government. It is better than 4 cities, or the places of any 4 of the king's alcades. Be that as it will, said the housekeeper, thou shan't set foot in this house, thou bag of mischief and bundle of malice. Go and look after thy own family, fatten thy hogs, and let us hear no more of these islands or oilands. The curate and barber were highly entertained with this dialogue, But Don Quixote, fearing that Sancho would open his budget and disburden himself of some mischievous load of folly by blabbing things not much to his credit, called him, in bidding the women hold their tongues and give him entrance. Sancho, being accordingly admitted, the curate and barber took their leave of Don Quixote, whose recovery they despaired of, seeing him so unalterably 306 fixed in his folly, and so wholly possessed with the frantic spirit of knight-errantry. You shall see, neighbor, said the curate to the barber, that when we least think of it, this poor gentleman will make another sally. That I make no doubt of, answered the barber, but I don't wonder so much at the madness of the knight as at the simplicity of the squire, who believes so devoutly in this island that I think all the invention of man could not extract it from his skull-god. Mend them, replied the curate. Meanwhile, let us keep a strict eye over their behavior, and observe the operation of their joint extravagance, for the madness of the master seems to have been cast in the same mold with the foolishness of the man, and in my opinion, the one without the other would not be worth a farthing. True, said the barber, and I should be glad to know what they are now talking of. I dare say, replied the curate, the niece and housekeeper will give us a good account of their conversation, for they are none of those who can resist the opportunity of listening. In the meantime, Don Quixote, having shut himself up in his apartment with Sancho, said, It gives me much concern, Sancho, to hear thee say as thou dost, that I enticed thee from thy cottage, when thou knowest that I at the same time quitted my own house together. We set out, lived, and travelled together, sharing the same fortune, and the same fate. If thou hast been once tossed in a blanket, I have been bruised 100 times, and this is the only preeminence I enjoyed. And that's but reasonable, replied Sancho, according to your worship's own remark, that misfortune belongs more to knights-errant than to their squires. There you are mistaken, Sancho, said Don Quixote, for the Latin adage says, Quando caput dolit Roman 100. Nay, quoth Sancho, I understand no lingo, but my mother tongue. The meaning, said the master, is, when the head aches, all the members are affected. I therefore, as thy lord and master, am thy head, and thou as my servant are a part of me, so that whatever mischief has happened or may happen to me ought to extend to thee likewise in the same manner, as I bear a share in all thy sufferings, so it ought to be, said Sancho. But when I as a member was tossed in a blanket, my head sat peaceably on the other side of the wall, and beheld me vaulting in the air, without feeling the least uneasiness. And since the members are obliged to ache with the head, I think it is but just that the head should ache with the members. How canst thou affirm, Sancho, replied Don Quixote, that I felt no pain while thou was tossed in the blanket? Say, or think so no more, for I was at that time more afflicted in mind than thou in body. But let us waive this subject for the present, and time will no doubt offer an opportunity of considering it more maturely, and of setting everything to rights. And tell me, friend Sancho, how I am spoke of in this place. What say the vulgar? What character do I bear among the gentry? And how am I treated by the knights? What is their opinion of my valor, exploits, and courteous behavior? And how do they relish the design I have undertaken of raising and restoring to the world the long-forgotten order of knight-errantry? In short, Sancho, I desire that thou wilt inform me of everything thou hast heard on this subject, without adding to the good or subtracting from the evil, it being the duty of faithful servants to represent the truth to their masters in its own native form, neither exaggerated by adulation nor diminished by any other vain respect. And let me tell thee, Sancho, if the naked truth was always conveyed to the ears of princes undisguised by flattery, we should see better days, and other Ras would deserve the name of the Iron Age more than the present, which would be justly looked upon as the age of gold. Remember this advice, Sancho, and inform me with honesty and discretion of all that thou knowest in regard to what I have asked. That I will with all my heart, sir, answered Sancho, on condition that your worship won't be offended with the truth, since you desire to see it in its nakedness, just as it came to my knowledge. I shall not be offended in the least, replied Don Quixote. 307 Speak, therefore, freely, without going about the bush. Well then, said the squire, in the first place you must know that the common people think your worship a stark-staring madman, and me a most notorious fool. The better sort say that, scorning the rank of a private gentleman, you have put Don before your name, and dubbed yourself knight, with a small garden, a few acres of land, and a doublet clouded on both sides. The knights, forsooth, are affronted that your small gentry should pretend to vie with them, especially those needy squires who sole their own shoes and darn their black hose with green silk. That observation, said Don Quixote, cannot affect me, for I always wear good clothes, and never appear patched. My doublet may indeed be torn, but then it is by my armor, not by time touching the valor, courtesy, adventures, and design of your worship, said Sancho. There are different opinions. Some say he is mad, but a diverting madman. Others allow that he is valiant, but unlucky. A third set observe that he is courteous, but impertinent. And in this manner we are handled so severely that neither your worship nor I have a whole bone left. You see, Sancho, said Don Quixote, that whenever virtue shines in an eminent degree, she always meets with persecution. Few or none of the celebrated heroes of antiquity could escape the calumnies of malice. Julius Caesar, a most daring, wise, and valiant general, was accused of being ambitious and not over cleanly in his customs or apparel. Alexander, who by his achievements acquired the name of great, was said to be a drunkard, and Hercules, renowned for his labors, reported to have been lewd and effeminate. Don Galaor, brother of Amadis de Gaul, was grumbled at for being excessively quarrelsome, and Amadis himself ridiculed as an arrant whiner. Therefore, son Sancho, among so many aspersions thrown upon such great men, I may well overlook what is said against me, since it is no worse than what thou hast repeated. That's the very thing, body of my father, replied Sancho. What is there? Anything more, said his master. More, cried the squire, the tale is yet unfleed. What you have heard is but cakes and gingerbread. But if your worship would know all the backbitings we suffer, I will this moment bring hither one who can inform you of every circumstance without losing a crumb. For last night the son of Bartholomew Carrasco arrived from Salamanca, where he has been at his studies and got a bachelor's degree, and when I went to welcome him home, he told me there was a printed book of your worship's history, in which you go by the name of the ingenious squire Don Quixote de la Mancha, and that I am mentioned in it by my own name of Sancho Panza, as well as my lady Dulcinea del Toboso, with other things that passed between you and me, only at hearing of which I crossed myself through fear, wondering how they should come to the knowledge of the historian. You may depend upon it, Sancho, said Don Quixote, the author of our history must be some sage enchanter, for nothing is hid from writers of that class. How can he be a sage enchanter, said Sancho, when bachelor Samson Carrasco, for that's the name of him who told me, says the author of our history, is called Cid Hamet Benengeli? That name is Moorish, replied Don Quixote. Very like, said the squire, for I have often heard that the Moors are very fond of beans and jellies. Thou must certainly be mistaken, Sancho, said Don Quixote, in the surname of that Cid, which in Arabic signifies signia. Very possible, answered the squire, but if your worship desires to see the bachelor, I will bring him hither in a twinkling. Thou wilt oblige me very much, my friend, said Don Quixote, for what thou hast told me has bred such doubts and suspense within me that I cannot eat a morsel with any satisfaction until I am informed of the whole affair. Then I'll go seek him, replied Sancho, who, leaving his master, went in quest of the bachelor, with whom he returned in a little time, and a most pleasant dialogue ensued. Roman 3. The ludicrous conversation that passed between Don Quixote Sancho Panza and the bachelor Samson Carrasco. Don Quixote remained extremely pensive in expectation of the bachelor Samson Carrasco, from whom he hoped to hear news of himself in print. According to Sancho's information, though he could hardly persuade himself that there could be such a history extant, the blood of his enemies, whom he had slain, being scarce, as yet dry upon the blade of his sword, and yet they would have his high achievements already recorded in printed books. He therefore imagined that some sage, either friend or foe, had cast them off by the power of enchantment, if a friend in order to aggrandize and extol them above the most distinguished exploits of knight-errantry, if an enemy to annihilate and depress them beneath the meanest actions that ever were recorded of any squire, although, said he within himself, the deeds of squires are never committed to writing, and if my history actually exists, seeing it treats of a knight-errant, it must of necessity be pompous, sublime, surprising, magnificent, and true. This reflection consoled him a little, but he became uneasy again when he recollected that his author was a Moor, as appeared by the name of Cid, and that no truth was to be expected from that people, who are all false, deceitful, and chimerical. He was afraid that his amours were treated with some indecency that might impair and prejudice the honor of his lady Dulcinea del Toboso, wishing for nothing more than a true representation of his fidelity, and the decorum he always preserved in refusing queens, empresses, and damsels of all ranks, thus keeping the impulse of his passions under the rein. Tossed therefore, and fluctuating on these and many other fancies, he was found by Sancho and Carrasco, whom the knight received with great courtesy. The bachelor, though his name was Samson, was not very big, but a great wag of a pale complexion and excellent understanding. He was about the age of 24, had a round visage, flat nose, and capacious mouth, all symptoms of a mischievous disposition, addicted to jokes and raillery, as appeared when he approached Don Quixote, before whom he fell upon his knees, saying, "Permit me to kiss your most puissant hand, Signor Don Quixote de la Mancha, for by the habit of St. Peter, which I wear though I have received no other orders than the first. For your worship is one of the most famous knights-errant that ever were or ever will be within the circumference of the globe. Blessed be Cid Hamet Benengeli, who wrote the history of your greatness, and thrice blessed that curious person who took care to have it translated from the Arabic into our mother tongue for the entertainment of mankind." Don Quixote, raising him up, said, "'Tis true, then, that there is a history of me, and that the sage who composed it is a more so true Signor," said Samson, "that to my certain knowledge there are 12,000 volumes of it this day in print. Let Portugal, Barcelona, and Valencia, where they were printed, contradict me, if they can. It is even reported to be now in the press at Antwerp, and I can easily perceive that there is scarce a nation or language into which it will not be translated. One of the things," said Don Quixote, "on this occasion, which ought to afford the greatest satisfaction to a virtuous and eminent man, is to live and see himself celebrated in different languages, and his actions recorded in print with universal approbation. I say with approbation, because to be represented otherwise is worse than the worst of deaths in point of reputation and renown," said the bachelor. "Your worship alone bears away the palm from all other knights-errant, for the Moor in Arabic, and the Christian in his language, have been careful in painting the gallantry of your worship to the life, your vast courage in encountering dangers, your patience in adversity, your fortitude in the midst of wounds and mischance, together with the honor and chastity of your platonic love for my lady Donna Dulcinea del Toboso." Here Sancho, interposing, said, "I 309 never heard my lady called Donna Dulcinea, but simply the Lady Dulcinea del Toboso, so that there the history is wrong." "That is no material objection," answered Carrasco. "No, sure," replied the knight. "But tell me, Mr. Bachelor, which of my exploits is most esteemed in this history?" "As to that particular," said the bachelor, "there are as many different opinions as there are different tastes. Some stick to the adventure of the windmills, which to your worship appeared monstrous giants, others to that of the fulling mills, this reader to the description of the two armies which were afterwards metamorphosed into flocks of sheep, while another magnifies that of the dead body which was carrying to the place of interment at Segovia. One says that the deliverance of the galley slaves excels all the rest, and a second affirms that none of them equals the adventure of the Benedictine giants, and your battle with the valiant Biscayner." Here Sancho, interrupting him again, said, "Tell me, Mr. Bachelor, is the adventure of the young Usians mentioned, when our modest Rosinante longed for green peas in December, 130? "Nothing," replied Samson, "has escaped the pen of the sage author, who relates everything most minutely, even to the capers, which honest Sancho cut in the blanket." "I cut no capers in the blanket," answered Sancho, "but in the air, I grant you, I performed more than I desired. In my opinion," said Don Quixote, "there is no human history that does not contain reverses of fortune, especially those that treat of chivalry, which cannot always be attended with success." "Nevertheless," resumed the bachelor, "some who have read your history say they should not have been sorry had the author forgot a few of those infinite drubbings which in different encounters were bestowed on the great Don Quixote. But in this consists the truth of history," said the squire. Don Quixote observed that they might as well have omitted them, for those incidents which neither change nor affect the truth of the story ought to be left out, if they tend to depreciate the chief character. Take my word for it, said Aeneas was not so pious as Virgil represents him, nor Ulysses so prudent as he is exhibited by Homer. True, said Samson, but it is one thing to compose as a poet, and another to record as an historian. The poet may relate or rehearse things not as they were, but as they ought to have been, whereas an historian must transmit them not as they ought to have been, but exactly as they were, without adding to or subtracting the least tittle from the truth. Since this Moorish gentleman has told all the truth, said Sancho, I don't doubt that among the drubbings of my master he has mentioned mine also, for they never took the measure of his shoulders without crossing my whole body. But at this I ought not to wonder, since as he observes when the head aches the members ought to have their share of the pain. You are a sly rogue, Sancho, replied Don Quixote, and I find you don't want memory when you think proper to use it. If I had all the mind in the world, said Sancho, to forget the blows I have received, the marks, which are still fresh upon my carcase, would by no means allow me. Hold your peace, Sancho, said the knight, and don't interrupt Mr. Bachelor, whom I entreat to proceed, and let me know what more is said of me in this same history. I, and of me too, cried Sancho, who they say am one of the principal personages of it. You mean persons, and not personages, friend Sancho, said Samson. What have we got? Another reprimander of words, said the squire. Since it is come to this, we shall never have done. Plague light on me, Sancho, replied the bachelor, if you are not the second person of the history 310, and there are many who would rather hear you speak than the first character in the book, though some there be also who say you are excessively credulous in believing there could be any foundation for the government of that island, which was promised to you by Signor Don Quixote here present. There is no time lost, said Don Quixote, while thou art advancing in years, Sancho. Age will bring experience, and then thou wilt be more qualified and fit to govern than thou art at present. For God, sir, said Sancho, the island, which I cannot govern with these years, I shall never govern were I as old as Methusalem. The mischief is that this same island is delayed. I don't know how, not that I want Noddle to govern it. Recommend it, Sancho, said Don Quixote, to the direction of heaven, which does all for the best, and may perhaps exceed your expectation, for not a leaf can move upon a tree without the permission of God. True, said Samson, if it be the will of God, Sancho shall not want 1,000 islands, much less one to govern. I have seen governors in my time, quoth Sancho, who to my thinking did not come up to the sole of my shoe, and yet they were called your lordship, and served in plate. Those were not governors of islands, replied Samson, but of other governments, more easily managed, for such as govern islands ought at least to have some grammatical knowledge. I know very well how to cram, said Sancho, but as to the matted coal, I will neither meddle nor make, because I don't understand it, but leaving this government in the hands of God, who will dispose of me the best for his own service. I am Mr. Bachelor Samson Carrasco, infinitely pleased and rejoiced that the author of our history has spoke of me in such a manner as not to give offense, for, by the faith of a good squire, if he had said anything of me that did not become an old Christian, as I am, the deaf should have heard of it. That were a miracle indeed, answered Samson. Miracle or no miracle, said Sancho, let every man take care how he speaks or writes of honest people, and not set down at a venture the first thing that comes into his jolter head. One of the faults that are found with the history, added the bachelor, is that the author has inserted in it a novel entitled The Impertinent Curiosity, not that the thing itself is bad or poorly executed, but because it is unseasonable and has nothing to do with the story of his worship Signor Don Quixote. I'll lay a wager, cried Sancho, that this son Cur has made a strange hodgepodge of the whole. Now, I find, said the knight, that the author of my history is no sage, but some ignorant prater, who without either judgment or premeditation has undertaken to write it at random, like Orbinger, the painter of Ubeda, who being asked what he painted answered just as it happens, and when he would sometimes scrawl out misshapen cock, was fain to write under it in Gothic letters, this is a cock, and my history being of the same kind, will need a commentary to make it intelligible. Not at all, answered Samson. It is already so plain that there is not the least ambiguity in it. The very children handle it, boys read it, men understand, and old people applaud it. In short, it is so thumbed, so read, so well known by everybody, that no sooner a meager horse appears than they say, there goes Rosinante. But those who peruse it most are your pages. You cannot go into a nobleman's antechamber, where you won't find a Don Quixote, which is no sooner laid down by one than another takes it up, some struggling, and some entreating for a sight of it in. Find this history is the most delightful and least prejudicial entertainment that ever was seen, for in the whole book there is 311, not the least shadow of a dishonorable word, nor one thought unworthy of a good Catholic. To write otherwise, said Don Quixote, were not to publish truth, but to propagate lies, and those historians who deal in such ought to be burnt like coiners of false money. But I cannot imagine what induced the author to avail himself of novels and stories that did not belong to the subject, when he had such a fund of my adventures to relate he doubtless stuck to the proverb. So the gizzard is crammed, it matters not how, for truly had he confined himself to the manifestation of my reveries, my sighs, my tears, my benevolence and undertakings, he might have compiled a volume larger, or as large as all the works of Tostatus bound together. Really, Mr. Bachelor, according to my comprehension, it requires great judgment and a ripe understanding to compose histories, or indeed any books whatever, for to write with elegance and wit is the province of great geniuses. Only the wittiest person in the comedy is he that plays the fool, for he must be no simpleton who can exhibit a diverting representation of folly. History is a sacred subject, because the soul of it is truth, and where truth is, there the divinity will reside. Yet there are some who compose and cast off books, as if they were tossing up a dish of pancakes. There is no book so bad, said the bachelor, but you may find something good in it, doubtless, replied the knight. But it frequently happens that those who have deservedly purchased and acquired great reputation by their writings lose it all, or at least forfeit a part of it in printing them. The reason, said Samson, is that printed works are perused with leisure, consequently their faults easily observed, and the greater the reputation of the author is, the more severely are they scrutinized. Men celebrated for their genius, great poets and illustrious historians, are for the most part, if not always, envied by those whose pleasure and particular entertainment consists in criticizing the works of others without having obliged the world with anything of their own. That is not to be wondered at, said Don Quixote, for there are many theologists who make but a poor figure in the pulpit, and yet are excellent in discerning the faults and superfluities of those who preach well. That is all true, Signor Don Quixote, said Carrasco, and I could wish that those censurers were either a little more compassionate or something less scrupulous than to insist upon such blemishes of the work they decry as may be compared to little spots in the sun, and as aliquando bonus dormitat homerus. Consider how long the author watched in order to display the light of his performance, with as little shade as possible, perhaps, to those things which disgust them are no other than moles that sometimes add to the beauty of the face on which they grow, and therefore I affirm that he who publishes a book runs an immense risk, because it is absolutely impossible to compose such an one as will please and entertain every reader. I believe few will relish that which treats of me, said the knight. Quite the contrary, answered Samson, for as stultorum infinitus est, numerous the number of those who are delighted with your history is infinite, though some accuse the author's memory as false or faulty, because he has forgot to tell who the thief was that stole Sancho's dapple, of whom there was not a word mentioned. We can only infer from the history that he was stolen, and by and we find the squire mounted on the same beast, without knowing how he was retrieved. They say likewise that he has omitted telling what Sancho did with 312 those 100 crowns which he found in the portmanteau in Sierra Morna, and which are never mentioned, though many people desire to know what use he made of them. And this is one of the chief defects in the work. Mr. Samson, answered the squire, I am not in humor at present to give accounts and reckonings of that affair, for I feel a certain quamishness in my stomach, and if I don't recruit it with a couple of draughts of old Stingo, I shall be in most grievous taking. I have the cordial at home, and my dame waits for me. But when I have filled my belly, I will return and satisfy your worship, and all the world in whatever they shall desire to ask, both with regard to the loss of my beast and the spending of the 100 crowns. So, without expecting a reply or speaking another word, he hied him home, while Don Quixote desired and entreated the bachelor to stay and do penance with him. The bachelor accepted the invitation, and stayed. A pair of pigeons was added to the knight's ordinary. He talked of nothing but chivalry at table, and Carrasco encouraged the discourse. The repast ended, they took their afternoon's nap. Sancho returned, and the former conversation was renewed. Chap Roman 4, in which Sancho Panza satisfies the doubts and answers the questions of bachelor Samson Carrasco, with other incidents worthy to be recited and known. Sancho, returning to his master's house, resumed the former conversation to gratify Mr. Samson, who said he wanted to know when, in what manner, and by whom his ass had been stolen. You must know then, said he, that very night we fled from the Holy Brotherhood, and got into the Brown Mountain, after the misventuresome adventure of the galley slaves, and the corpse that was carrying to Segovia. we took up our quarters in a thicket, where my master and I being both fatigued and sorely bruised in the frays, we had just finished went to rest, he leaning upon his lance, and I lolling upon Dapple, as if we had been stretched upon 4 feather beds. I in particular slept so sound that the thief whosoever he was had an opportunity of coming and propping me up with 4 stakes fixed under the corner of my panel, on which I was left astride, so that he slipped Dapple from under me without my perceiving it in the least. And this is no difficult matter, nor new device, said Don Quixote, for the same thing happened to Sacripante at the siege of Albraca, where by this contrivance his horse was stolen from between his legs, by the famous robber Brunillo 137. When morning came, proceeded Sancho, I no sooner began to stretch myself than the stakes gave way, and down I came to the ground with a vengeance. I looked for my beast, and finding he was gone, the tears gushed from my eyes, and I set up a lamentation, which if the author of our history has not set down, you may depend upon it, he hath neglected a very excellent circumstance. A good many days after this mischance, as I chanced to be travelling with my lady, the Princess Micomicona, descrying a person riding towards me in the habit of a gypsy, I immediately knew my own ass, and discovered the rider to be Gins de Passamont, that impostor and notorious malefactor, whom my master and I delivered from the Gallichain. The error lies not in that part of the history, replied the bachelor, but consists in the author's saying that Sancho rode on the same ass, before it appears that he had retrieved him as, so that affair, said the squire, I can give you no satisfactory answer. Perhaps it was an oversight in the historian, or owing to the carelessness of the printer. Doubtless it was so, replied Samson, but what became 313 of those 100 crowns? Were they laid up or laid out? I laid them out, answered Sancho, in necessaries, for my own person, my wife and children, and those crowns were the cause of my gossips, bearing patiently my ramblings and rovings, in the service of my lord and master Don Quixote. For if, after such a long absence, I had come home without my ass, and never a cross in my pocket, I might have expected a welcome the wrong way. Now, if you have anything else to ask here, I am ready to answer the king in person, and it matters not to any person whether I did or did not bring them home, or whether I spent them or lent them, for if the blows I have received in our peregrinations were to be repaid with money rated at no more than 4 maravedis apiece, another 100 crowns would not quit 1/2 of the score. Therefore, let every man lay his hand upon his heart, and not pretend to mistake an hawk for a handsaw, for we are all as God made us, and a great many of us much worse. I will take care, said Carrasco, to apprise the author of the history, that if it should come to another edition, he may not forget to insert what honest Sancho observes, as it will not a little contribute to raise the value of the work. Mr. Bachelor, said the knight, did you, in reading it, perceive anything else that ought to be amended? There might be some things altered for the better, replied Carrasco, but none of such consequence as those already mentioned. And pray, resumed Don Quixote, does the author promise a second part? Yes, said Samson, but he says he has not yet found it, nor does he know in whose possession it is, so that we are still in doubt whether or not it will see the light on that account. Therefore, and likewise, because some people say that second parts are never good, while others observe that too much already hath been written concerning Don Quixote, it is believed that there will be no second part, though there is a third sort more jovial than wise, who cry Quixote, for ever let the knight engage, and Sancho Panza, harangue come, what will we shall be satisfied. And how does the author seem inclined, said the knight? How, answered Carrasco, to set the press a-going as soon as he can find the history, for which he is now searching with all imaginable diligence, thereto swayed by interest more than by any motive of praise. Since the author keeps interest and money in his eye, said Sancho, it will be a wonder if he succeeds, for hell do nothing but hurry like a tailor on Easter Eve, and your works that are trumped up in a haste are never finished with that perfection they require. I would have Mr. Moore take care and consider what he is about for my master, and I will furnish him with materials in point of adventures and different events, sufficient to compose not only 1, but 100 second parts. What I suppose the honest man thinks we are now sleeping among straw, but let him lift up our feet, and then he will see which of them wants to be shod. All that I shall say is, if my master had taken my advice, we might have been already in the fields redressing grievances and righting wrongs, according to the use and custom of true knights errant. Scarce had Sancho pronounced these last words, when their ears were saluted by the neighing of Rozinante, which Don Quixote considered as a most happy omen, and determined in 3 or 4 days to set out on his third expedition accordingly. He declared his intention to the bachelor, whose advice he asked with regard to the route he should take. Samson said that, in his opinion, he ought to direct his course towards the kingdom of Aragon and go to Saragossa, where in a few days was to be held a most solemn tournament on the festival of St. George. There he would have an opportunity of winning the palm from the Aragonian knights, which would raise his reputation above that of all the champions upon earth. He applauded his design as a most valiant and honorable determination, and begged he would be more cautious in encountering dangers, because his life was not his own, but the property of 314, all those who had occasion for protection and succor in distress. That is the very thing I repose, Mr. Samson, said the squire, for my master thinks no more of attacking 100 men in arms than a hungry boy would think of swallowing half a dozen pippins. Body of the universe, Mr. Bachelor, if there are times for attacking, there are also seasons for retreating. The cry must not always be St. Jago. Charge Spain, especially, as I have heard. And if I remember aright, my master himself has often observed that valor lies in the middle between the extremes of cowardice and rashness. This being the case, I would not have him fly without good reason, nor give the assault when he is likely to be overpowered by numbers. But above all things, I give my master notice that if he carries me along with him, it shall be on condition that he fight all the battles himself, and I be obliged to do nothing but tend his person, that is, take care of his belly, and keep him sweet and clean, in which case I will jig it away with pleasure. But to think that I will put hand to sword, even against base-born plebeians, with cap and hatchet, is a wild imagination for my own part, Mr. Samson. I do not pretend to the reputation of being valiant, but of being the best and loyalest squire that ever served a knight-errant. And if my master Don Quixote, in consideration of my great and faithful services, shall be pleased to bestow upon me one of those many islands which his worship says will fall in his way, I shall very thankfully receive the favor, and even if he should not keep his word, here stand I simple, as I am, and one man must not depend upon another, but trust in God alone. Besides, the bread I eat without a government mayhap will relish better than the dainties of a governor, and how do I know but the devil may in these governments raise some stumbling block, over which I shall fall and beat out my grinders. Sancho I was born, and Sancho will I die, but nevertheless, if by the favor of Providence I could fairly and softly, without much risk or anxiety, obtain an island or some such matter, I am not such a ninny as to throw it away, for, as the saying is, when the heifer is offered, be ready with the rope, and when good fortune comes to thy door, be sure to bid it welcome. Brother Sancho, said the bachelor, you have spoke like a professor, but for all that put your trust in God and Signia, Don Quixote, who instead of an island will give you a whole kingdom. The one as likely as the other, answered Sancho, though I dare venture to assure Signia Carrasco that the kingdom which my master shall bestow upon me will not be put into a rotten sack, for I have felt my own pulse, and find myself in health sufficient to rule kingdoms and govern islands, as I have upon many other occasions hinted to my master. Consider, Sancho said the bachelor, that honors often change the disposition, and perhaps when you come to be governor, you will not know the mother that bore you. That may be the case, answered the squire, with those who were born among mallows, but not with me, who have got 4 inches of old Christian suet on my ribs. Then, if you come to consider my disposition, you will find I am incapable of behaving ungratefully to any person, whatever God grant it to be so, said the knight. But this will appear when you arrive at the government, which methinks I have already in mine eye. He then entreated the bachelor, if he was a poet, to favor him with a copy of verses on his intended parting from his mistress Dulcinea del Toboso, and desired that every line might begin with a letter of her name, so that the initials being joined together might make Dulcinea del Toboso Carrasco, though he owned he was not one of the 315 famous poets of Spain, who were said to be but 3.5 promised to compose such an acrostic as he desired, which by the by he foresaw would be no easy task, because the name consisted of 17 letters, and if he should make 4 stanzas of 4 lines, each one must be left out, or should they be composed of 5 called decimas, or roundelays 3 letters, would be wanting to complete the number. However, he would endeavor to sink 1 letter as much as he could, so that in 4 stanzas the name Dulcinea del Toboso should be included. That must be done at all events, said Don Quixote, for if the name be not plain and manifest, no woman will believe that she was the subject of the poem. This affair being thus settled, as also the time of their departure, which was fixed at the distance of 8 days, Don Quixote charged the bachelor to keep it secret, especially from the curate Mr. Nicholas, his niece and housekeeper, that they might not obstruct his honorable and valiant determination. Carrasco, having promised to observe this caution, took his leave of the knight, whom he begged to favor him on every occasion with an account of his good or evil fortune, and Sancho went home to provide everything necessary for their expedition. Chap Roman 5 of the sage and pleasant dialogue between Sancho Panza and his wife Teresa Panza, with other incidents worthy to be most happily recorded. The translator says he looks upon this chapter as apocryphal, because it represents Sancho Panza speaking in a style quite different from that which might be expected from his shallow understanding, and making such ingenious observations as he thinks it impossible he should know, but he would not leave it out, that he might punctually perform the duty of a faithful translator, and therefore proceeds in these words. Sancho returned to his own house in such high spirits that his wife perceived his gaiety at the distance of a bow-shot, and could not help saying, "What is the matter, friend Sancho, that you seem so joyful to this question?" The squire answered, "And it pleased God, wife, I should be very glad if I were not so joyful, as I seem to be truly husband." Replied Teresa, "I don't understand you, and cannot conceive what you mean by saying you should be very glad and it pleased. You are not so joyful, for simple though I be, I am always glad with what makes me joyful." "Mark me, Teresa," said the squire, "I am rejoiced, because it is determined that I shall return to the service of my master Don Quixote, who is going to make a 3rd sally in quest of adventures, and I must accompany him in his expedition, for so my destiny will have it, together with the comfortable and lively hope of finding another 100 crowns like those I have expended on the other hand. Sorry am I to part with thee and my children, and if God would permit me to eat my bread drished at home, without dragging me over cliffs and cross-paths, and this might be done at a small expense, if he would only say the word, it is plain that my joy would be more firm and perfect, whereas that which I feel at present is mingled with the melancholy thoughts of leaving thee, my duck. Wherefore I justly said, I should be glad, and it pleased God I were less joyful. Verily, Sancho, said his wife, ever since you made yourself a member of knight-errantry, you talk in such a roundabout manner that there is no understanding what you say. Let it suffice, answered the squire, that I am understood by God, who is the understander of all things, and there let it rest. Meanwhile, take notice, gossip, it will be convenient for you to tend Dapple for these 2 or 3 days with special care. Let his allowance 316 be doubled, that he may be enabled to carry arms and look out for the panel and the red of the tackle, for we are not going to a wedding, but to traverse the globe and give and take dry blows with your giants, dragons, and hobgoblins, and hear nothing but hissing, roaring, bellowing, and bleating, and all this would be but flowers of lavender, were it not our doom to encounter with young usians. And enchanted Moors, I very well believe that Squire Sarant do not eat the bread of idleness, replied Teresa, and therefore, husband, I shall continually pray to our Lord to deliver you from such misfortunes. I tell thee, wife, said Sancho, if I did not expect to see myself in a little time governor of an island, I should drop down dead upon the spot. By no means, dear husband, cried Teresa, let the hen live though she have the pip, and I hope you will live though the devil run away with all the governments upon earth. Without a government did you come from your mother's womb, without a government have you lived to this good hour, and without a government shall you go or be carried to your grave in God's own time. There are many in the world who have no governments, and yet for all that they live, and are numbered among the people, hunger is the best sauce, and as that is never wanting among the poor, they always relish what they eat. But take care, Sancho, if you come to a government, that you do not forget me and your children. Consider Sancho has already 15 good years over his head, and that it is time for him to go to school, if in case his uncle the abbot has a mind to breed him to the church. Consider too, that your daughter Mary Sancho will not break her heart if we marry her, for I am much mistaken if she does not long for a husband as much as you do for a government, and the short and long of it is you had better have your daughter ill-buckled as a wife than well kept as a concubine. Take my word for it, answered Sancho, if by the blessing of God I come to any sort of government, I intend, my dear, to match Mary Sanchez so high that nobody shall come near her, without calling her your ladyship. Never think of that, Sancho cried. Teresa, match her with her equal, which will be more prudent than to raise her from clogs to pattens, from good 14-penny, hoyden grey, to farthingales and petticoats of silk, and from Molly and thou to Donna, and my lady such yon. The girl's head would be quite turned, and she would be continually falling into some blunder that would discover the coarse thread of her homespun breeding. Shut that foolish mouth of thine, said Sancho. In 2 or 3 years, practice, quality, and politeness will become quite familiar to her, or if they should not, what does it signify? Let her first be a lady, and then happen what will. Meddle, Sancho, with those of your own station, replied Teresa, and seek not to lift your head too high, but remember the proverb that says, when your neighbor's son comes to the door, wipe his nose, and take him in. It would be a fine thing, truly, to match our Mary with a great count or cavalier, who would, when he should take it in his head, look upon her as a monster, and call her country wench and clodbreaker's and hempspinner's brat. That shall never happen in my lifetime. Husband, it was not for that I brought up my child, do you find a portion? And as to her marriage, leave that to my care. There is Lope Tacho, old John Tacho's son, a jolly young fellow, stout and wholesome, whom we all know, and I can perceive that he has no dislike to the girl. Besides, he being our equal, she will be very well matched with him, for we shall always have them under our eye, and the 2 families will live together, parents and children, sons-in-law and grandsons, and the peace and blessing of God will dwell amongst us. Wherefore you shall not match me her in your courts and grand palaces, where she will neither understand nor be understood. Hark, ye, you beast and yokefellow, for Barabbas, replied Sancho, why wouldst thou now, without rhyme or reason, prevent me from matching my daughter, so as that my grandchildren shall be persons of quality? Remember, Teresa, I have often heard my elders and betters observe, he that's coy when fortune's kind may after seek, but never find. And should not I be to blame if 317 now that she knocks at my door, I should bolt it against her? Let us therefore take the advantage of the favorable gale that blows. It was this uncommon style, with what Sancho says below, that induced the translator to pronounce the whole chapter apocryphal. Can't you perceive, animal with half an eye, proceeded Sancho, that I shall act wisely in devoting this body of mine to some beneficial government that will lift us out of the dirt, and enable me to match Mary Sancho according to my own good pleasure? Then wilt thou hear thyself called Donna Teresa Panza, and find thyself seated at church upon carpets, cushions, and tapestry, in despite and defiance of all the small gentry in the parish, and not be always in the same moping circumstances, without increase or diminution, like a picture in the hangings. But no more of this. Sanchica shall be a countess, though thou shouldst cry thy heart out. Look before you leap, husband, answered Teresa. After all, I wish to God this quality of my daughter may not be the cause of her perdition. Take your own way, and make her duchess or princess, or what you please, but ill assure you it shall never be with my consent or good. Well, I was always a lover of equality, my dear, and can't bear to see people hold their heads high without reason. Teresa, was I christened a bare and simple name, without the addition, garniture, and embroidery of Don or Donna. My father's name is Cascajo, and mine, as being your spouse, Teresa Panza, though by rights I should be called Teresa Cascajo, but as the king minds, the law binds, and with that name am I contented, though it be not burdened with a Don which weighs so heavy that I should not be able to bear it. Neither will I put it in the power of those who see me dressed like a countess or governor's lady to say, mind, Mrs. Porkfeeder, how proud she looks. It was but yesterday she twirled hard at the distaff, and went to mass with the tail of her gown about her head instead of a veil. But now forsooth she has got her fine farthingales and jewels, and holds up her head, as if we did not know her. If God preserve me in my 7 or 5 senses, or as many as they be, I shall never bring myself into such a quandary. As for your part, spouse, you may go to your governments and islands and be as proud as a peacock. But as for my daughter and me, by the life of my father, we will not stir one step from the village, for the wife that deserves a good name stays at home as if she were lame, and the maid must be still a-doing that hopes to see the men come a-wooing. You and Don Quixote may therefore go to your adventures, and leave us to our misventures, for God will better our condition, if we deserve his mercy, though truly I cannot imagine who made him a Don. I am sure neither his father nor grandfather had any such title. I tell thee, wife, replied the squire, thou hast certainly got some devil in that carcase of Then the Lord watch over thee, woman, what a deal of stuff hast thou been tacking together without either head or tail, what the devil has your cascajo's jewels proverbs, and pride to do with what I have been saying. Hark, ye, you ignorant beast, for such I may call thee, as thou hast neither capacity to understand my discourse, nor prudence to make sure of good fortune when it lies in thy way. Were I to say that my daughter shall throw herself from the top of a steeple, or go strolling about the world like the Infanta Donna Urraca, thou wouldst have reason to contradict my pleasure. But if in 2 turnings of a ball and 1 twinkling of an eye our good fortune should lay a title across our shoulders, and raising thee from the stubble set thee in a chair of state under a canopy, or lay thee upon a sofa consisting of more velvet almohadas. And there are Moors in all the family of the almohadas in Morocco, wherefore wouldst not thou consent, and with me enjoy the good luck that falls ill? Tell thee wherefore, husband, replied Teresa, because as the saying is, what covers discovers thee. The eyes of people always run slightly over the poor, but make an halt to examine the rich. And if a person so examined was once poor, then 318 comes the grumbling and the slandering, and he is persecuted by backbitters who swarm in our streets like bees. Give ear, Teresa, and listen to what I am going to say, answered Sancho, for mayhap thou hast never heard such a thing in all the days of thy life, and I do not now pretend to speak from my own reflection, but to repeat the remarks of the good father who preached last Lent in our village. He said, if I right remember, that all objects present to the view exist and are impressed upon the imagination with much greater energy and force than those which we only remember to have seen. The arguments here used by Sancho contributed also to make the translator believe this chapter apocryphal, because they seem to exceed the capacity of the squire who proceeded thus, from whence it happens that when we see any person magnificently dressed and surrounded with the pomp of servants, we find ourselves invited, and as it were compelled to pay him respect, although the memory should at that instant represent to us some mean circumstances of his former life, because that defect, whether in point of family or fortune, is already past and removed, and we only regard what is present to our view. And if the person whom fortune hath thus raised from the lowness of oblivion to the height of prosperity be well-bred, liberal, and courteous, without pretending to vie with the ancient nobility, you may take it for granted, Teresa, that nobody will remember what he was, but reverence what he now is, except the children of envy, from whom no thriving person is secure. I really do not understand you, said Teresa. You may do what you will, but seek not to distract my brain with your rhetoric and haranguing, for if you be revolved to do what you say, you must call it resolved, woman, and not revolved, cried Sancho. Never plague yourself to dispute with me, husband, answered Teresa. I speak as God pleases and meddle not with other people's concerns. If you are obstinately bent upon this same government, I desire you will carry your son Sancho along with you, and from this hour teach him the art of that profession, for it is but reasonable that the sons should inherit and learn the trade of their fathers as soon as I have obtained my government, said Sancho. I will send the money for him by the post, as by that time I shall have plenty, for there are always people in abundance that will lend to a governor who has no money of his own, and be sure you clothe him in such a manner as to disguise his present condition, and make him appear like what he is, to be send you the money, answered Teresa, and I will dress him up like any branch of palm. 145. Well, then, said Sancho, we are agreed about making our daughter a countess. That day I behold her a countess, cried the wife, I shall reckon her dead and buried. But I tell you again, you may use your pleasure, for we women are born to be obedient to our husbands, though they are no better than blocks. So saying, she began to weep as bitterly as if she had actually seen her daughter laid in her grave. Sancho consoled her by saying that although she must be a countess, he would defer her promotion as long as he could. Thus ended the conversation, and the squire went back to Don Quixote to concert measures for their speedy departure. Chapter Romans 6 of what passed between Don Quixote, his niece, and housekeeper, being one of the most important chapters of the whole history. While this impertinent conversation passed between Sancho Panza and his wife Teresa Cascajo, Don Quixote's niece and housekeeper were not idle, for collecting from 1,000 symptoms that their master wanted to give them the slip a third time, and return to the exercise of his unlucky knight-errantry, they endeavored by all possible means to divert 319 him from his extravagant design. but all they could say was like preaching to the dessart or hammering cold iron. However, among many other arguments, the housekeeper said to him, "As I hope to be saved, dear master, if your worship will not settle at home in your own house, but are resolved to stray about the mountains and valleys like a troubled ghost, in quest of what you term adventures, but what I call mischances, I will complain in person, and raise up my voice to God and the king, that they may apply some remedy to your disorder to this declaration." The knight replied, "Mrs. Housekeeper, how God will accept of thy complaints, I know not, neither can I guess in what manner his majesty will answer thy petition. This only I know, that if I were king, I would excuse myself from answering that infinite number of impertinent memorials, which are daily presented, for one of the greatest of the many fatigues that attend royalty is that of being obliged to listen and reply to all petitions. Therefore, I would not have his majesty troubled with any affair of mine. Pray, sir, said the housekeeper, are there no knights at court? Yes, there are many, answered Don Quixote, and it is reasonable that there should be always a good number in attendance to adorn the court and support the pomp and magnificence of majesty. Would it not be better then for your worship, replied the matron, to be one of that number, and serve your king and master quietly and safely at court? You must know, good woman, said Don Quixote, all knights cannot be courtiers, neither can or ought all courtiers to be knights errant. There ought to be plenty of both, and though we are all knights, there is a great difference between the one sort and the other. Your courtiers, without crossing the thresholds of their own apartments, travel over the world in maps gratis, and never know what it is to suffer either heat, cold, hunger, or thirst in their journey, whereas we real knights-errant measure the whole globe with our own footsteps, exposed night and day on horseback and afoot to the summer's sun and winter's cold, and all the inclemencies of the weather. We not only seek to see the picture, but the person of our foe, and on all emergencies and occasions attack him, without paying any regard to the trifling rules of challenges, whether, for example, his sword and lance be shorter or longer than our own, whether he wears about him any relic or secret coat of mail, or whether the sun and wind be equally divided, with other ceremonies of that nature, which are usually observed in duelling, and which, though I know them punctually, thou art little acquainted with. Thou must also know that a good knight-errant, though he sees 10 giants whose heads not only touch, but overtop the clouds, with legs like lofty steeples and arms resembling the masts of vast and warlike ships, while each eye as large as a mill-wheel beams and burns like a glass furnace, is by no means confounded or abashed, but on the contrary with genteel demeanor and intrepid heart approaches assaults, and if possible vanquishes and overthrows them in a twinkling, though they are armed with the shell of a certain fish, said to be harder than adamant, and, instead of a sword, use a keen cimeter of damask steel, or a huge club, armed with a point of the same metal, as I have seen on a dozen different occasions. All this I have mentioned, good woman, that thou mayest see what difference there is between knights of different orders, and every prince ought in reason to pay greater respect to his second, or rather this first species of knights-errant, among whom, as we read in history, there have been some who were the bulwarks not only of one, but of many kingdoms. Ah, dear sir, cried the niece, interrupting him, consider that all those stories of knights-errant are nothing but lies and invention, and every one of the books that contain them deserves, if not to be burnt, at least to wear a San Benito or some other badge, by which it may be known for an infamous perverter of virtue and good sense. By the God that protects 320 me, cried the knight, wert thou not undoubtedly my niece, as being my own sister's child, I would chastise thee in such a manner for the blasphemy thou hast uttered, that the whole world would resound with the example. How shall a pert baggage, who has scarce capacity enough to manage a dozen lace bobbins, dare to wag her tongue in censuring the histories of knights-errant? What would Signor Amadis say to such presumption? But surely he would forgive thy arrogance, for he was the most humble and courteous knight of his time, and besides the particular champion and protector of damsels. But thou mightest have been heard by another who would not treat thee so gently, for all are not affable and well-bred. On the contrary, some there are extremely brutal and impolite. All those who call themselves knights are not entitled to that distinction, some being of pure gold and others of baser metal, notwithstanding the denomination they assume. But these last cannot stand the touchstone of truth. There are many plebeians who sweat and struggle to maintain the appearance of gentlemen, and on the other hand, there are gentlemen of rank who seem industrious to appear mean, and degenerate. The one sort raise themselves either by ambition or virtue, while the other abase themselves by viciousness or sloth, so that we must avail ourselves of our understanding and discernment in distinguishing those persons who, though they bear the same appellation, are yet so different in point of character. Good God, said the niece, that your worship should be so learned, that even if need were you might mount the pulpit, or go a-preaching in the streets, and yet remain in such woeful blindness and palpable folly as to persuade the world that you are a valiant and vigorous righter of wrongs, when you are old, feeble, and almost crippled with age, but above all things to give yourself out for a knight, when you are no such thing, for though rich gentlemen may be knighted, poor gentlemen like you seldom are. There is a good deal of truth in what thou hast observed, cousin, replied Don Quixote, and I could tell thee such things concerning families as would raise thine admiration. But these I suppress, that I may not seem to mix what's human with what's divine. Take notice, however, my friends, and be attentive to what I am going to say. All the families in the world may be reduced to four kinds, which are these: one, that from low beginnings hath extended and dilated to a pitch of power and greatness; another, that from great beginnings hath continued to preserve and maintain its original importance; a third, that from vast beginnings hath ended in a point diminishing and decaying from its foundation into an inconsiderable point, like that of a pyramid, which in respect of its base is next kin to nothing; a fourth, and that the most numerous had neither a good foundation nor reasonable superstructure, and therefore sinks into oblivion unobserved. Such are the families of plebeians and ordinary people. The first, that from low beginnings hath mounted to power and greatness, which it preserves to this day, is exemplified in the house of Ottoman; that from an humble shepherd, who gave rise to it, attained that pinnacle of grandeur on which it now stands; the second sort of pedigree, that without augmentation hath preserved its original importance, is exhibited in the persons of many princes, who are such by inheritance and support their rank, without addition or diminution, containing themselves peaceably within the limits of their own dominions; of those who from illustrious beginnings have dwindled into a point, there are 1,000 examples in the Pharaohs and Ptolemies of Egypt, the Caesars of Rome, with all the tribe, if they may be so called, of our Median, Assyrian, Persian, Greek, and barbarian princes, monarchs, and great men. All these families and states, together with their founders, have ended in a very inconsiderable point, since at this day it is impossible to trace out one of their descendants, or if we could, he would be found in some base and low degree. I have nothing to say of the plebeians, who only serve to increase the number of the living, without deferring any other fame or panegyric from what I have said. 321 would have you infer, my precious wiseacres, that there is a great confusion of pedigrees, and that those only appear grand and illustrious whole representatives abound with virtue, liberality, and wealth. I say virtue, liberality, and wealth, because the vicious great man is no more than a great sinner, and the rich man without liberality, a mere covetous beggar. For happiness does not consist in possessing, but in spending riches, and that not in squandering them away, but in knowing how to use them with taste. Now a poor knight has no other way of signalizing his birth, but the practice of virtue, being affable, well-bred, courteous, kind, and obliging a stranger, to pride, arrogance, and slander, and above all things charitable, for by giving 2 farthings cheerfully to the poor, he may show himself as generous as he that dispenses alms by sound of bell, and whosoever sees him adorned with these virtues, although he should be an utter stranger to his race, will conclude that he is descended of a good family. Indeed, it would be a sort of miracle to find it otherwise, so that praise is always the reward of virtue, and never fails to attend the righteous. There are 2 paths, my children, that lead to wealth and honor. One is that of learning, the other that of arms. Now, I am better qualified for the last than for the first, and as I judge from my inclination to arms, was born under the influence of the planet Mars, so that I am as it were obliged to choose that road which I will pursue in spite of the whole universe. You will therefore fatigue yourselves to no purpose in attempting to persuade me from that which heaven inspires, fortune ordains, reason demands, and above all things my own inclination dictates. Knowing, as I do, the innumerable toils annexed to knight-errantry, I am also well acquainted with the infinite benefits acquired in the exercise of that profession. I know the path of virtue is very straight, while the road of vice is broad and spacious. I know their end and issue is different. The wide extended way of vice conducts the traveler to death, while the narrow toilful path of virtue leads to happiness and life. Not that which perisheth, but that which hath no end. And I know, as our great Castilian poet observes, by these rough paths of toil and pain, immortal feats of bliss we gain, denied to those who heedless stray in tempting pleasure's flowery way. "Ah, woe is me," cried the cousin. "My uncle is a poet too. He knows everything, and can do everything. I'll lay a wager, if he should turn bricklayer, he could build a house like any cage. I do assure thee, niece," replied Don Quixote, "if those knightly sentiments did not wholly engross my attention, there is not a thing on earth that I could not make, nor a curiosity that should not go through my hands, especially bird cages and toothpicks." Here the conversation was interrupted by a knocking at the gate, which, as they found upon inquiry, was made by Sancho, whose presence was no sooner intimated than the housekeeper ran away to hide herself, that she might avoid the sight of him, whom she abhorred. The niece therefore opened the door, and his master came out to receive him with open arms. Then, shutting themselves up together, another dialogue passed no ways inferior to the former. Romans 7, of what passed between Don Quixote and his squire, with other surprising incidents. The housekeeper, seeing that her master and Sancho were locked up together, immediately guessed the subject of the conversation, and imagining that the result of this confutation would be a third sally, she put on her veil, and, full of trouble and anxiety, went in quest of the bachelor Samson Carrasco, thinking that as he was a well-spoken man, and her master's new friend, he might persuade him to lay aside such an extravagant design. Accordingly, she found him taking a turn in his own yard, and fell upon her knees before him in a cold sweat, occasioned by her vexation. Carrasco, seeing her appear with such marks of sorrow 322, and consternation, said, "What is the matter, Mrs. Housekeeper? What hath befallen you? Something seems to have harrowed up your very soul." "Nothing at all, dear Mr. Samson," cried the housekeeper, "only my master is breaking out. He is certainly breaking out." "How breaking out?" said Samson. "Is any part of his body unsound? Where should it break out?" replied the other. "But through the gate of his madness. My meaning, dear bachelor of my soul, is that he is going to make another sally, and that will be the third, searching up and down the world for what he calls adventures, though I cannot imagine why they should have that name. The first time he returned so battered and bruised that they were fain to lay him across an ass like a sack of oats, because he could not sit upright. The second time he was brought home in a wagon, stretched and cooped up in a cage, in which he imagined himself enchanted in such a woeful plight that he could scarce be known by the mother that bore him, so lank and meagre, with his eyes sunk into the lowest pit of his brain, so that before I could bring him into any tolerable degree of strength, I expended more than 600 new-laid eggs, as God and all the world know as well as my hens. That will not suffer me to tell a lie. That I verily believe," said the bachelor. "Your hens are so good, plump, and well-bred, that they would rather burst than say one thing and mean another. Well, then, Mrs. Housekeeper, nothing else hath happened, neither have you met with any other misfortune, but the apprehension of what your master Don Quixote will do. Nothing else said she. "Give yourself no trouble, then," resumed the bachelor, "but go home, God's name, and get ready something hot for my breakfast, and in your way repeat St. Apollonia's prayer. If you can, I will follow in a little time, and then you shall see wonders." "Dear heart," cried the housekeeper, "St. Apollonia's prayer, say you, that I should repeat if my master had the toothache? But lackaday, his distemper lies in his skull." "I know what I say," answered Samson. "Take my advice, Mrs. Housekeeper, and do not pretend to dispute with me, for I would have thee to know that I am a bachelor of Salamanca. There's no higher bacheliering than that." She accordingly moved homeward, while Samson went to communicate to the curate that which will be in due time disclosed. While Don Quixote and Sancho were closeted together, there passed between them a conversation which the history recounts with great punctuality and truth. "Signia," said the squire, "I have at length traduced my wife to consent that I shall attend your worship wheresoever you please to carry me, say reduced and not traduced." "Sancho," replied the knight, "I have once or twice, if my memory serves me," said Sancho, "entreated your worship not to correct my words, if you understand my meaning. And when you can't make it out, I desire you would say, Sancho, or devil, I don't understand thee. Then if I fail in explaining myself, you may correct me as much as you please, for I am so facile. I do not understand thee now, cried Don Quixote, nor can I comprehend what thou wouldst be at in saying I am so facile, so facile. Said the squire, that is whereby, as how I am just so nay now thou art more and more unintelligible. Replied the knight, if your worship does not understand me now. Answered Sancho, I know not how to express it, for I am already at my wit's end. And Lord have mercy upon me, O now, I conceive thy meaning. Said the knight, thou wouldst say thou art so docile, gentle, and tractable, as to comprehend everything I say, and retain whatsoever I shall teach thee'll lay. A wager, said the squire, that from the beginning you knew my meaning by my mumping, but wanted to confound me by leading me into 1,000 more blunders. It may be so, said the knight. But in reality, what says Teresa? Teresa, answered Sancho, says I must be sharp with your worship. 323, fast, bind fast, find he that shuffles does not always cut, and that a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Now, I know that a wife's counsel is bad, but he that will not take it is mad, so say I, replied Don Quixote. Proceed, friend Sancho, you speak like an oracle today. Why, then the case is this, resumed Sancho, your worship very well knows we are all mortal here today, and gone tomorrow, for the lamb goes as fast as the dam, and no man in this world can promise himself more hours of life than God is pleased to grant him, because death is deaf, and when he knocks at the door of life, is always in a hurry, and will not be detained either by fair means or force, by scepters or mitres, as the report goes, and as we have often heard it declared from the pulpit. This is very true, said the knight, but I cannot guess what you drive at. What I drive at, answered Sancho, is that your worship would appoint me a certain monthly salary for the time I shall serve you, to be paid out of your estate, for I do not choose to depend upon recompenses that come late or low or never. God will protect me with my own. In short, I would know what I have to trust to, whether little or much, for the hen clucks though, but on one egg many littles make a mickle, and he that is getting aught is losing not. True it is, if it should happen, which I neither believe nor expect, that your worship can give me that island you have promised me so long, I am not so greedy or ungrateful, but that I will suffer my rent to be appraised, and my salary deducted in due portion. 148, to be sure, friend Sancho, said the knight, all portions ought to be proportioned. I understand you, replied the squire. I should have said proportion instead of portion, but that is of no signification, since my meaning is comprehended by your worship. I, and so thoroughly comprehended, said Don Quixote, that I have penetrated into the inmost recesses of thy thoughts, and perceive the mark at which those innumerable shafts of thy proverbs are aimed. Look, you, Sancho, I would appoint thee a salary, if I could find in any history of knights-errant one precedent by which I might discover or have the least glimpse of what they used to give monthly or yearly. But I have carefully perused all or the greatest part or those histories, and cannot remember to have read that any knight-errant ever paid a certain salary to his squire. I only know that all of them trusted to favor, and when it was least in their thoughts, provided their masters chanced to be fortunate, they found themselves rewarded with an island or something equivalent, and at least were honored with rank and title. If with these hopes and expectations you are willing to return to my service, do it a God's name. But if you think I will unhinge and deviate from the ancient customs of chivalry, you are grievously mistaken. Wherefore, friend Sancho, you may go home again and declare my intention to your wife Teresa, and if she is pleased, and you are willing to depend upon my favor, bene quidem. If not, let us shake hands and part. While there are peas in the dove-house, I shall never want pigeons. And remember, my child, that it is better to be rich in hope than poor in possession, and that a good claim is preferable to bad pay. I talk in this manner, Sancho, to show that I can pour forth a volley of proverbs as well as you. And finally, I must, and will give you to understand, that if you do not choose to serve me on those terms, and share my fortune whatsoever it may be, I pray God may prosper, and make a saint of you. For my part, I shall not want squires more obedient and careful, though less troublesome and talkative, than your worship. When Sancho heard this firm resolution of his master, the sky began to lure, and down flagged the wings of his heart in a moment, for he had believed that the knight would not set out without him for all the wealth in the world. While he thus remained pensive and dejected, in came Samson Carrasco, followed by the niece, who was very desirous. 324, to hear with what arguments he would dissuade her uncle from going again in quest of adventures. Samson, who was a notable wag, no sooner entered than embracing the knight, as at first he pronounced with an audible voice, "O flower of knight-errantry, resplendent son of arms, thou glory and mirror of the Spanish nation, may it please the Almighty of his infinite power, that if any person or persons shall raise any impediment to obstruct thy third sally, they may never extricate themselves from the labyrinth of their desires, or accomplish what they so unjustly wish." Then turning to the duenna, Mrs. Housekeeper, said he, "You need not now repeat St. Apollonia's prayer, for I know it is the precise determination of the stars that Signor Don Quixote shall again execute his new and lofty plan, and I should greatly burden my confidence if I forbore to intimate and desire that this knight will no longer withhold and detain the force of his valiant arm, and the virtue of his heroic soul, because by his delay he retards the righting of wrongs, the protection of orphans, the honor of maidens, the favor of widows, the support of wives, with many other things of that nature, which regard, concern, depend upon, and appertain to the order of knight-errantry. Courage, Signor Don Quixote, beautiful and brave may your worship and grandeur set out before tomorrow morning. And if anything be wanting to forward your expedition, here am I ready to make it good with my person and fortune, and if need be to serve your magnificence in quality of squire, an office, in the execution of which I should think myself extremely happy." Don Quixote, hearing this proffer, turned to Sancho, saying, "Did not I tell thee, Sancho, that I should not want for squires? Take notice who it is that offers to attend me, who but the unheard of bachelor Samson Carrasco, the perpetual darling and delight of the courtyards, belonging to the Salamancan schools, sound of body, strong of limb, a silent sufferer of heat and cold, hunger and thirst, and endued with all those qualifications which are requisite in the squire of a knight-errant. But heaven will not permit me for my own satisfaction to break and demolish this pillar of learning, this urn of sciences, and to hew down such an eminent branch of the liberal arts. No, let this new Samson stay at home, and honor the place of his nativity together with the gray hairs of his ancient parents, while I make shift with any sort of squire, since Sancho will not vouchsafe to go along with me." "Yis, I do vouchsafe," cried Sancho, blubbering. "It shall never be said of me, dear master, that when the victuals were eaten up, the company sneaked off. I am not come of such an ungrateful stock, for all the world, and especially my own townsmen, know what sort of people the Panzas were of whom I am descended. Besides, I have perceived, and am sensible by many good works and more good words, that your worship is actually inclined to do for me, and if I have haggled more than enough about my wages, it was to please my wife, who, if she once takes in hand to persuade me to anything, no Cooper's adze drives the hoops of a barrel as she drives at her purpose, until she hath gained it. But after all, a man must be a man, and a woman now, I being a man every inch of me, when or wheresoever I please to show myself, that I cannot deny I am resolved to be master in my own house, in spite of the devil, the world, and the flesh, and therefore your worship has no more to do, but prepare your will with the codicil, so as that it cannot be rebuked, and then let us take our departure, that we may not endanger the soul of Mr. Samson, whose conscience, he says, prompts him to persuade your worship to make a third sally through the world. And here I promise again to serve your worship faithfully and lawfully, as well as, and better than all the squires that ever attended the knights-errant, either in past or present time." The bachelor was astonished at hearing the manner and conclusion of Sancho's speech, for although he had read the first part of his master's history, he never believed him so diverting as he is there represented. But now hearing him talk of the will and codicil that could not be rebuked, instead of revoked, he was convinced of the truth of what he had read, and confirmed in the opinion 325 of his, being one of the most solemn simpletons of the present age, saying within himself, two such madmen, as the master and his squire, are not to be paralleled upon earth. In fine, Don Quixote and Sancho were reconciled, and embraced each other, and in consequence of the opinion and assent of the great Carrasco, whom they looked upon as an oracle, it was determined that they should depart in 3 days, during which they would have time to provide themselves with necessaries for the journey, and find a complete helmet for the knight, who insisted upon carrying one along with him into the field. Samson accordingly undertook to accommodate him, saying he could command an helmet that was in possession of a friend of his, though the brightness of the metal was not a little obscured by the rust and mold which it had contracted. Innumerable were the curses which were vented against the bachelor by the housekeeper and niece who tore their hair and scratched their faces, and like the hired mourners formerly in use, lamented the departure, as if it had been the death of their master. But Samson's view in persuading him to another sally was to execute a design which he had concerted with the curate and barber, as will appear in the sequel. In short, during those 3 days, Don Quixote and Sancho furnished themselves with everything they thought they should have occasion for. The squire pacified his wife, the knight appeased his niece and housekeeper, and on the evening of the 4th day, without being perceived by any living soul, but the bachelor who insisted upon accompanying them half a league out of town, they set out, and took the road to Toboso. Don Quixote mounted on his trusty Rozinante, and Sancho throned upon his old friend Dapple, with a pair of bags well lined with bellatimber, and a purse of money which his master deposited in his hands in case of accidents in their expedition. Samson, embracing the knight, entreated him to write an account of his good or evil fortune, that he might congratulate or sympathize with him, as the laws of friendship require. Don Quixote assured him he would comply with his request. The bachelor returned to the village, and the other two pursued their way towards the great city of Toboso. Roman 8, an account of what happened to Don Quixote in his journey to visit his mistress Dulcinea del Toboso. Blessed be the Almighty Allah, saith Cid Hamet Benengeli in the beginning of this chapter, and this benediction he repeats 3 times in consequence of finding Don Quixote and Sancho in the field again, observing that the readers of this agreeable history may assure themselves that from this period the exploits of the knight and his squire begin. He therefore persuades them to forget the former adventures of our sage hero, and fix their attention upon those which are to come, and which now begin in the road to Toboso, as the others took their origin in the field of Montiel. And truly his demand is but reasonable, considering the fair promise he makes. Thus, therefore, he proceeds. Scarce had Samson left Don Quixote and Sancho by themselves, when Rozinante began to neigh, and Dapple to bray most melodiously, a circumstance which was looked upon by both our adventurers as a fortunate signal, and most happy omen, though, to deal candidly with the reader, the brayings of the ass exceeded in number the neighings of the horse, from whence Sancho concluded his fortune would surmount and overtop that of his master. But whether or not he founded his belief on his knowledge in judicial astrology, I cannot determine, the history being silent on that subject, yet certain it is he had been heard to say, when he stumbled or fell, that he wished he had not stirred over his own threshold, for nothing was to be got by a stumble or fall, but a torn shoe or broken bone, and truly simple as he was, he had some reason for making that observation. Friend Sancho, said Don Quixote, the night is so far advanced that we shall not be able to reach Toboso by daylight, yet thither I am determined to go before I engage in any 326 other adventure, that I may receive the benediction and good leave of the peerless Dulcinea, by the help of which I shall certainly achieve and happily perform the most perilous exploits. For nothing in this life exalts the valor of knights-errant so much as the favor of their mistresses. I am of the same way of thinking, replied the squire, but I believe your worship will find some difficulty in seeing her in a proper place for courtship, or indeed for receiving her blessing, unless she throws it over the pales of the yard, through which I saw her for the first time when I carried the letter that gave an account of the folly and mad pranks I left your worship committing in the heart of the Brown Mountain. Didst thou then actually imagine, said Don Quixote, that those were the pales of a yard over, or through which thou sawest that paragon of gentleness and beauty? Certainly, they could be no other than galleries, arcades, or corridors, such as belong to rich and royal palaces. It may be so, answered Sancho, but either my memory fails me very much, or to me they seemed no better than the pales of a farmer's yard. Be that as it will, resumed Don Quixote, thither we will go, and at any rate get sight of her, for be it through pales, windows, crannies, or the rails of a garden, so the least ray of that sun of beauty reach mine eyes, it will enlighten my understanding and fortify my heart in such a manner that I shall remain the unequaled phnix of valor and discretion. Truly, sir, said the squire, when I saw that same son of my lady Dulcinea del Toboso, it was not so bright as to send forth any rays at all, but the case was the wheat that her ladyship was winnowing, as I told you before, raised such a cloud of dust about her, as quite darkened her countenance. Wilt thou still persist, Sancho? Replied the errant, in saying, thinking, believing, and affirming that my mistress Dulcinea was employed in such a mean office, so wide of all that is or ought to be practiced by persons of rank, who are created and reserved for other exercises and amusements that denote their quality at the distance of a bowshot. Thou seemest to forget, O Sancho, those verses of our poet, in which he paints the labors that in their crystal bowers engrossed the four nymphs, who, raising their heads above the waves of their beloved Tagus, sat down to work in the verdant meadow those rich and silken webs which, as the ingenious poet describes, were with gold and pearls adorned and interweaved. In this manner my mistress must have been employed when thou saw'st her, but some wicked enchanter, envious of my happiness and fame, converts and perverts everything that yields me pleasure into shapes and figures different from its real appearance. And in that history of my achievements, which they say is printed, if the author be some sage, who is an enemy to my success, I am afraid he hath confounded one thing with another, and clogged every fact with 1,000 falsehoods, straying from his subject to recount actions quite foreign to the skilful detail of a true history. O envy, thou root of infinite mischief and cankerworm of virtue, the commission of all other vices, Sancho, is attended with some sort of delight, but envy produces nothing in the heart that harbors it, but rage, rancor, and disgust. So say I, master, answered Sancho, and I suppose in this legend or history of us, which bachelor Carrasco says he has seen, my reputation goes like a jolting hackney coach, and is tossed about, as the saying is, like a tennis ball, though in good faith I never spoke an ill word of any enchanter whatsoever, nor am I rich enough to stir up envy in any living soul. True it is I am a little waggish, and have a small spice of knavery at bottom, but all this is crowned and covered with the broad cloak of my simplicity, which is always natural and never affected, and if there was nothing else but my believing, as I always do, firmly and sincerely in God, as well as in all that is owned and believed by the Holy Roman Catholic Church, and my being a mortal enemy, as I certainly am to the Jews, the historians ought to have mercy upon me, and use me tenderly in their writings, but let them say what they will, I naked was born, and naked remain. And if I lose nothing, as little I gain, though provided 327 I see myself mentioned in a book, and circulate through the world from hand to hand, I don't value what they can say of me a fig's end. That observation, said Don Quixote, puts me in mind of what happened to a famous poet of this age, who, having composed a severe satire against the court ladies, omitted to insert one in particular by name, so that it was doubtful whether or not she was implied in any part of the performance. The lady, thus neglected, complained to the poet, asking what he had seen in her character unworthy of being described among the rest, and desiring him to enlarge the satire that she might be included in the supplement or look to himself. The author complied with her request, lashing her in terms not fit to be named, and she was perfectly well satisfied with the fame of being infamous. Of a piece with this ambition was that reported of the shepherd who set fire to the celebrated temple of Diana, reckoned one of the wonders of the world, with no other view than to render his name immortal. And although there was a severe edict prohibiting all persons whatever from making mention of his name, either by word or writing, that he might not accomplish his aim, it is very well known at this day that his name was Erostratus. This likewise bears an affinity to that occurrence which passed at Rome between that great Emperor Charles V and a certain knight. The emperor went to visit the famous temple of the Rotunda, which was of old called the Pantheon, but is now happily named the Church of All Saints, the most entire edifice that remains of heathen Rome, and which most of all evinces the grandeur and magnificence of its founders. It is built in the shape of half an orange, of a vast extent, and very well lighted, though it has but one window, or rather a round lanthorn at its top, from whence the emperor considered the inside of the structure, being attended by a Roman knight, who described the excellence and ingenious contrivance of that vast and memorable work, and after they had descended, said to him, "Sacred sir, 1,000 times was I seized with an inclination to clasp your majesty in my arms, and throw myself down from the lanthorn in order to eternize my name. I thank you, replied the emperor, for having resisted such a wicked suggestion, and henceforward will never give you an opportunity of repeating such a proof of your loyalty. Avoid my presence, and never presume to speak to me again. But notwithstanding this severe command, he conferred upon him some extraordinary favor. My meaning, Sancho, is that the desire of fame is a most active principle in the human breast. What dost thou imagine was the motive that prevailed on Horatius to throw himself from the bridge, armed at all points, into the depth of the river Tiber? What induced Mutius to burn his hand and arm? What impelled Curtius to dart himself into the flaming gulf which opened in the midst of Rome? What prompted Caesar to pass the Rubicon, in spite of all the unfavorable omens that appeared? And to give you a more modern instance, what consideration bore the ships, and left on shore encompassed with enemies, those valiant Spaniards in the New World, under the conduct of the most courteous Cortes? All these, and many other great and various exploits, were, and shall be performed in consequence of that desire of fame, which flatters mortals with a share of that immortality which they deem the merited reward of their renowned achievements, although we Catholic Christian knights-errant ought to pay greater attention to that glory which is to come, and eternally survives within the ethereal and celestial mansions, than to the vanity of that same which is obtained in this present perishable state, and which, considered in its longest duration, must end at length with the world itself, which hath its appointed period. Wherefore, Sancho, our works must not exceed the limits prescribed by the Christian religion, which we profess. We must, in slaying giants, extirpate pride, get the better of envy by benevolence and virtue, resist anger with patience and forbearance, conquer gluttony and sloth by temperance and watchfulness, luxury and lewdness by our fidelity to those whom we constitute mistresses of our inclination, and idleness by traveling through all parts of 328, the world, in quest of opportunities to evince ourselves not only Christians, but moreover renowned knights. Thus, Sancho, thou seest the means of acquiring that superlative praise which produces fame and reputation. All that your worship hath hitherto said, replied the squire, I understand perfectly well. But for all that I wish you would dissolve me one doubt, which hath this moment struck me in the noddle. Thy meaning is resolve, Sancho, said the knight, in good time out with it, and I will give thee satisfaction as far as my own knowledge extends. Tell me, then, Signor, proceeded Sancho, where now are all those Julys and Augusts, and adventuresome knights, who died so long ago? The heathens, answered Don Quixote, are doubtless in hell, and the Christians, if they were good Catholics, either in purgatory or in heaven. Right, said the squire. Let us next inquire if the tombs that contain the bodies of that sort of gentry are lighted with silver lamps, or the walls of their chapels adorned with crutches, winding sheets, periwigs, legs, and eyes made of wax. If not, pray in what manner are they adorned? To this question Don Quixote answered that the sepulchres of the heathen heroes were for the most part sumptuous temples. The ashes of Julius Caesar were placed upon the top of a stone pyramid of vast dimensions, still to be seen at Rome under the name of St. Peter's obelisk. The Emperor Adrian's tomb was a building as large as a good village, formerly called Moles Adriani, but at present the castle of St. Angelo, and Queen Artemisia buried her husband Mausolus in a monument that was accounted one of the 7 wonders of the world. But none of these sepulchres, nor any other belonging to the heathens, were adorned with shrouds, offerings, or marks to denote the sanctity of the persons there buried. So I perceive, said Sancho. And now tell me whether it be more meritorious to slay a giant, or raise up the dead to life again? The answer is plain, replied the knight. It is more meritorious to reanimate the dead. Then I have caught you fairly, cried the squire. He who revives the dead restores sight to the blind, straightens the crooked, heals the sick, before whose tomb the lamps continually burn, whose chapels are filled with devout people, who adore his relics upon their knees. I say he shall have more fame in this world, and that which is to come, than all the heathen emperors and knights-errant that ever lived, have left, or will leave behind them. I am very sensible of the truth of what you allege, answered the knight. Now this grace, this prerogative, or what you call it, resumed the squire, is veiled in the bodies and relics of the saints, and with the approbation and license of our Holy Mother Church, they have their lamps, tapers, shrouds, crutches, pictures, periwigs, eyes, and legs, whereby the devotion of the people is increased, and their own Christian fame, promulgated, the bodies and relics of saints are carried upon the shoulders of kings, who kiss the very fragments of their bones with which they enrich, and adorn their most precious altars and oratories. What wouldst thou have me infer from all this? Said Don Quixote. My meaning, replied Sancho, is that we should turn saints immediately, and so with the greater dispatch acquire that fame which we are in search of, and pray take notice, Signor, it was but yesterday or t'other day, as one may say in comparison, that they canonized and beatified 2 barefooted friars, and people now think it a great happiness to be allowed to touch and kiss the iron chains with which they girded and tormented their poor bodies, and which are in greater esteem than the sword of Orlando, which, as the report goes, is kept in the armory of our Lord, the King, whom God in heaven bless. Wherefore, dear master, it is better to be an humble friar of any order whatever than the most valiant knight that ever breathed, for with God 24 of disciplines will more avail than as many thousand backstrokes, whether they be bestowed on giants, dragons, or hobgoblins. All this is very true, answered Don Quixote, but we cannot all be friars, and various are the paths by which God conducts the good to heaven. Chivalry itself is a religious order, and some that were knights are now 329 saints in glory. True, resumed the squire, but I have often heard it observed that there are more friars than knights in heaven. The reason, said the knight, is because there is a greater number of monks than of the other order, and yet there are many knights errant, replied the squire. There is indeed a good number, answered Don Quixote, but very few that deserve the name. In this and other such discourse they passed that night and the following day without encountering anything worthy of being mentioned, a circumstance that chagrined our knight not a little. Next day, however, in the twilight, they descried the great city of Toboso, at sight of which Don Quixote's spirits were exhilarated, and Sancho's depressed, because he did not know where to find the house of Dulcinea, whom he had never seen, neither had his master ever beheld this peerless princess, so that the one suffered perturbation from the desire of seeing her, and the other because he had not seen her, and indeed Sancho could not contrive how to manage the affair when his master should send him to Toboso. In fine, Don Quixote resolved to enter the city in the dark, and with this view they tarried in a grove of oaks not far from the gate, till the night was advanced, then entered the town, where they met with things which amount to things indeed. Chap Roman 9, which contains what you will see in the perusal of it. It was midnight or thereabout when Don Quixote and Sancho, leaving their covert, entered the city of Toboso, which was then in profound silence, all its inhabitants being asleep, and lying with outstretched legs. As the saying is, the night was clear, though Sancho wished it otherwise, that in the darkness he might find an excuse for his imposition, and nothing was heard in the whole town but the barking of dogs, which thundered in Don Quixote's ears, and very much disturbed the heart of Sancho. Yet from time to time they were saluted by the braying of asses, the grunting of hogs, and the mewing of cats, which different notes, being augmented by the stillness of the night, were considered as ill omens by the enamored knight, who nevertheless said to his squire's son, Sancho, lead on to the palace of Dulcinea, whom perhaps we shall find awake. Body of the sun, cried Sancho, what palace should I lead to? When I saw her highness, she was in a very small cottage. Then she must have been retired, answered the knight, to some small apartment of her castle, to divert herself with her damsels, according to the use and custom of princesses and ladies of rank. Signor, said the squire, since your worship, in spite of all that I can say, will have my lady Dulcinea's house to be a castle, is this an hour to find the gate open? And will it be decent for us to throw the whole family into confusion and uproar by making a racket and demanding entrance at this time of night? Do you think we are going to a bawdy house like your fornicators, who rap and knock and enter at any hour of the 24th of all? Let us fairly find the castle, replied the knight, and then I will tell thee what is to be done. And take notice, Sancho, for either mine eyesight fails me, or that great shadowy building before us is the palace of Dulcinea. Advance. Then answered Sancho, perhaps it may be so, and yet though I should see it with mine eyes and touch it with my hands, I will believe it, as much as I believe it is now 12 o'clock at noon. Don Quixote, however, proceeded, and having gone about 200 paces, came up with the building that produced the shadow, and perceiving it an high steeple, found it was no castle, but in reality the principal church in town. We are arrived at the cathedral, Sancho, said he. So I perceive, replied the squire, and God grant we be not arrived at our graves, for it is no good sign to be strolling about churchyards at these hours. Besides, I have already told your worship, if my memory serves me right, that my lady's house stands in a blind alley. The curse of God light on thee for a blockhead, as thou art, cried Don Quixote. Where didst thou ever hear of castles and royal palaces 330 built in blind alleys? Signia, answered Sancho, every country has its own customs, and perhaps it is the custom here in Toboso to raise palaces and grand edifices in blind alleys. I therefore humbly beseech your worship to let me search all the streets and alleys I shall meet with, and who knows, but in some corner I may light on this same castle, which I wish the dogs had devoured before it had brought us to such perplexity and confusion. Talk respectfully, Sancho, of those things that appertain to my mistress, said the knight. Let us spend our holiday in peace, and not throw the helve after the hatchet. Well, I will be pacified, answered the squire, though how can I endure your worship should expect that I who have seen my lady's house but once should know it always, and even find it out in the middle of the night, when you yourself are at a loss, though you must have seen it 1,000 times. You distract me, Sancho, cried Don Quixote. Hark ye, heretic, have not I told you 1,000 times that in all the days of my life I never saw the peerless Dulcinea, nor ever crossed the threshold of her palace, being only enamored by hearsay, and the great reputation of her beauty and discretion? I hear your worship say so now, replied Sancho, and tell you in my turn, that if you have not seen her, no more have Roman one. That is impossible, resumed the knight. At least you told me you had seen her winnowing wheat, when you brought back an answer to the letter with which I sent you to her habitation. Truly, Signia, you must not depend upon that, answered Sancho, for you must know my seeing her and bringing back the answer was also upon hearsay, and I am as incapable of giving any account of the lady Dulcinea as I am of pulling the moon by the nose. Sancho, said Don Quixote, there is a time for jesting, and a time when jokes are very unseasonable. Though I say I have never seen or spoke with the mistress of my soul, there is no reason for thy making the same declaration, which thou knowest is so contrary to the truth. While they thus conversed together, they perceived a person passing that way with a couple of mules, and by the noise of a plowshare which they dragged along, justly concluded that he was a peasant who had risen before day to go to labor. They were not mistaken. It was actually a laborer who went along singing the ballad of Roncesvalles, which the knight no sooner heard than he exclaimed, let me die, Sancho, if anything lucky will befall us tonight. Don't you hear what that peasant is singing? Yes, said Sancho, but what has the defeat at Roncesvalles to do with our affair? If he had sung the ballad of Calenos, it would have been the same thing with regard to our good or evil fortune. Don Quixote said to the peasant, who was by this time commute, can you tell me, honest friend, and the blessing of God attend you, in what part of this city stands the palace of the peerless Princess Donna Dulcinea del Toboso? Señor, answered the young man, I am a stranger, and have been but a few days in town in the service of a rich farmer whose lands I till, but in that house that fronts you live the curate and sexton of the parish, and either or both can give your worship an account of that same princess, for they keep a register of all the inhabitants of Toboso, though I believe there is no such thing as a princess in the whole place. There are indeed many ladies of fashion, and every one may be a princess in her own house. She, whom I ask for, must be one of these, said the knight. It may be so, answered the peasant, but I shall be overtaken by the morning. So saying, he drove on his mules, without waiting for any more questions. Sancho, seeing his matter in suspense, and over and above dissatisfied Signia, said he, day begins to break, and it will not be altogether convenient to let the sun find us here in the street. We had better quit the city and look out for some wood in the neighborhood, where your worship may 331 enjoy the cool shade, and I will return by day and search every hole and cranny in Toboso for this house, castle, or palace of my lady, and it will be very unfortunate indeed if I cannot find it, and if I have the good luck to meet with her ladyship, I will tell her where and how I have left your worship, in expectation of her contriving some means, whereby you may visit her without any prejudice to her honor and reputation. Sancho, cried Don Quixote, thou hast uttered 1,000 sentences within the compass of a few words. The counsel thou hast given me I relish, and most willingly receive. Come, my son, let us go in quest of some thicket, where I may embower myself, while thou shalt return to seek sea and talk with my mistress, from whose courtesy and discretion I hope to receive more than miraculous favors." Sancho burned with impatience to see his master fairly out of town, that he might not detect the falsehood of the answer which he pretended to bring from Dulcinea while he remained in the Brown Mountain. He therefore pressed him to depart, and about 2 miles from the city they found a thicket or wood, where Don Quixote took up his residence, while Sancho went back to commune with Dulcinea, and in the course of his embassy met with adventures that demand new credit and fresh attention. Chap Roman 10 gives an account of the stratagem which Sancho practiced in order to enchant the lady Dulcinea, with other circumstances equally ludicrous and true. The author of this stupendous history, when he comes to relate what is contained in this chapter, says he would have willingly passed it over in silence, because he was afraid that it would not be believed, for here the madness of Don Quixote soars to the highest pitch of extravagance that can be imagined, and even by 2 bow shots, at least, exceeds all credit and conception. Yet, notwithstanding this jealousy and apprehension, he has recounted it in the same manner as it happened, without adding to the history or detracting one tittle from the truth, undervaluing the risk he runs of being deemed apocryphal. And surely he was in the right, for truth may bend, but will never break, and always surmounts falsehood as oil floats above water, wherefore he proceeds in the narrative saying, "Don Quixote, having taken his station in the forest grove, or wood near to the great city of Toboso, ordered Sancho to go back to town, and not return to his presence before he should have spoken to his mistress, and begged in his name that she would be pleased to grant an interview to her captive knight, and deign to bestow upon him her blessing, through which he might expect the most happy issue to all his attempts and enterprises." The squire, having undertaken to execute this command, and to bring back as favorable an answer as he had brought the first time, "Go, my son," said the knight, "and be not confounded when you find yourself beamed upon by that resplendent sun of beauty which is the object of your inquiry. Happy thou above all the squires that ever lived. Be sure to retain in thy memory every circumstance of thy reception. Observe, if she changes color, while thou art delivering my message, if she is discomposed, and under confusion at the mention of my name, whether she sinks upon her cushion, or happens at the time to be seated under the rich canopy of her authority. If she be standing, take notice whether or not she sometimes supports herself on one foot, sometimes on the other. And if she repeats her answer more than once, changing it from kind to harsh, from sour to amorous, and if she lifts up her hand to adjust her hair, although it be not disordered, finally, son, mark all her gestures and emotions, and if thou bringest me an exact detail of them, I shall be able to divine her most abstruse sentiments touching the concerns of my passion for. Know, Sancho, if thou art still to learn among lovers the least gesticulation in their external behavior, while the conversation turns upon their amours, is as it were a messenger 332 that brings a most certain account of what passes within the soul. Go, friend, and enjoy thy fate so much more favorable than thy master's, and return with much more success than that which I dread and expect in this cruel solitude, where I now remain. I go, replied Sancho, and will return in a twinkling. Therefore, good your worship, do encourage that little heart of yours, which at present must be no bigger than a hazelnut, and consider, as the saying is, a stout heart flings misfortune where you meet with no hooks. You need expect no bacon. And again, the hare often starts where the hunter least expects her. This I observe, because though we did not find the palace and castle of my lady in the night, now that it is day, I hope to stumble upon it when I least expect to see it. And if so be I once catch it, let me alone with her. Sancho, said the knight, God grant me better fortune in my desires than you have in the application of the proverbs you utter. This was no sooner said than Sancho, switching Dapple, quitted the knight, who remained on horseback, resting his legs upon his stirrups, and leaning upon his lance, his imagination being engrossed by the most melancholy suggestions. Here let us leave him and proceed with Sancho Panza, who, parting from his master in equal perplexity and confusion, no sooner found himself clear of the wood than, looking back, and perceiving that Don Quixote was not in sight, he alighted from his ass, and sitting down at the root of a tree, began to catechize himself in these words. "Brother Sancho, be so good as to let us know where your worship is going. Are you in search of some stray beast? No, truly. What then is your errand? Why, really, I am going in search of a thing of naught, a princess, God wot, and in her the sun and the whole heaven of beauty. And pray, where may you expect to meet with this that you mention, Sancho? Where, but in the great city of Toboso? Well, and by whose order are you going upon this inquiry? By order of the renowned knight, Don Quixote de la Mancha, the righter of wrongs, who gives thirst to the hungry and food to those that are dry. All this is mighty well, but do you know the house, Sancho? My master says it must be some royal palace or stately castle, but have you never once seen this same princess? Neither I nor he ever set eyes on her. And do you think it will be well bestowed if the inhabitants of Toboso, getting notice that you are come with an intention to wheedle away their princesses and disturb their dames, should break every bone of your skin and grind your ribs to a paste with pure cudgelling? Verily, they would not be much to blame, unless they considered that I do nothing but execute my master's command, and being only a messenger am not in fault. Never trust to that, Sancho, for the Manchegans are as choleric as honorable, and will not suffer themselves to be tickled by any person whatever. Echoed, if you are once smoked you will come but scurvily off. Bodykins, since that be the case, why should I plague myself seeking a cat with 3 legs for another man's pleasure? Besides, you may as well seek for a magpie in Rabna or a bachelor in Salamanca. As for Dulcinea in Toboso, the devil, and none but the devil, has sent me on this fool's errand." The result of this soliloquy was another that broke out in these words: "There is a remedy for everything but death, under whose yoke we must all pass, will we nil we, when this life is at an end. This master of mine, as I have perceived by 1,000 instances, is mad enough to be shackled among straw, and truly, I am not much behind him in folly. Nay, indeed, I am more mad than he, seeing I serve and follow him. If there be any truth in the proverb that says, 'Tell me your company, and I will tell you your manners,' and the other not he with whom you was bred, but he by whom you are fed. Now he being, as he certainly is, a madman, I, and so mad as, for the most part, to mistake one thing for another, affirming white to be black and black to be white, as plainly appeared when he took the windmills for giants, the mules of the friars for dromedaries, the flocks of sheep for opposite armies, and a great many other things in the same style. I 333 say it will be no difficult matter to make him believe the first country wench I shall meet with to be his mistress Dulcinea, and if he boggles at swallowing the cheat, I will swear lustily to the truth of what I affirm, and if he swears also I will swear again, and if he is positive, I will be more positive, so that, come what will, my obstinacy shall always exceed his. Perhaps by this stubborn behavior I shall get rid of all such troublesome messages for the future, when he finds what disagreeable answers I bring, or perhaps, which I rather believe, he will think that one of those enchanters, who he says bear him a grudge, hath transmogrified her shape in order to vex and disquiet him." Sancho, having found out this expedient, was quite calm and satisfied in his mind, and thinking he had brought the business to a good bearing, remained where he was till the evening, that Don Quixote might think he had sufficient time to execute his orders and return. Everything succeeded so well to his wish that, when he got up to Mount Dapple, he descried 3 country wenches riding from Toboso towards the place where he stood upon 3 young he or she asses, for the author does not declare their sex, though in all likelihood they were of the female gender, as your village maidens commonly ride upon sheeses. But this being a circumstance of small importance, we shall not give ourselves any trouble to ascertain it. In short, Sancho no sooner perceived the wenches than he rode back at a round trot to his master, whom he found sighing bitterly and pouring forth 1,000 amorous complaints. The knight, seeing him arrive, "Well, friend Sancho," said he, "is this day to be marked with a white or black stone?" "Your worship," answered the squire, "had better mark it with red ochre, like the titles on a professor's chair, that it may be seen the better by those who look at it." "At that rate," replied Don Quixote, "thou bringest me good news." "So good," answered Sancho, "that your worship has nothing to do but to mount Rozinante and gallop into the plain, where you will see my lady Dulcinea del Toboso, and 2 of her damsels coming this way to pay you a visit." "Gracious God," cried the knight, "what is that you say, friend Sancho? Take care how you deceive me." "Endeavoring by feigned joy to enliven my real sadness." "What should I get by deceiving your worship?" said the squire, besides you can easily be satisfied of the truth of what I say. Make haste, Signor, come and see our mistress the princess arrayed, and adorned in short, as she ought to be. Her damsels and she are all one flame of gold, all covered with pearls, diamonds, rubies, and brocade more than 10 hands deep, their hair flowing loose about their shoulders, like so many sunbeams waving with the wind, and moreover, they are mounted on 3 pied belfries that it would do one's heart good to see them. Palfreys, you mean, Sancho, said the knight. There is no great difference, answered the squire, between palfreys and belfries, but be that as it will, they are the finest creatures one would desire to see, especially my lady Dulcinea, who is enough to stupefy the 5 senses. Come, then, my son, replied Don Quixote, and as a gratuity for bringing this piece of news, equally welcome and unexpected, I bestow upon thee the spoils of the first adventure I shall achieve, and if thou art not satisfied with that recompense, I will give unto thee the foals that shall this year be brought forth by my 3 mares, which thou knowest we left with young upon our town common. I stick to the foals, cried the squire, for as to the spoils of our first adventure, I question whether or not they will be worth accepting. By this time they were clear of the wood, and in sight of the 3 countrymaidens, when the knight, lifting up his eyes and surveying the whole road to Toboso without seeing anything but them, began to be troubled in mind, and asked Sancho if the ladies had got out of town. When he left them out of town, said Sancho, what are your worship's eyes in the nape of your neck, that you don't see them coming towards us, glittering and shining like the sun at noon? I see nobody, replied the knight, but 3 countrywenches riding upon asses. God deliver me from the devil, cried the squire. Is it possible? 334, that 3 belfries, or howdyacallums, white as the driven snow, should appear no better than asses in your worship's eyes? By the Lord, ill give you leave to pluck off every hair of my beard. If that be the case, then I tell thee, Sancho, said his master, they are as certainly he or she says, as I am Don Quixote, and thou Sancho Panza at least. So they seem to me. Hold your tongue, Signia, replied Sancho, and never talk in that manner, but snuff your eyes and go, and make your reverence to the mistress of your heart, who is just at hand. So saying, he advanced towards the damsels, and alighting from Dapple, seized one of their beasts by the halter, then fell upon his knees before the rider, to whom he addressed himself in this manner: Queen, Princess, and Duchess of Beauty, will your highness and greatness be pleased to receive into grace and favor your captive knight, who sits there stupefied to stone, utterly confounded and deprived of pulse, at seeing himself in presence of your magnificence. I am Sancho Panza, his squire, and he is the perplexed and downtrodden knight, Don Quixote de la Mancha, alias the Knight of the Rueful Countenance. Plate Roman 2. Don Quixote worships his lady. By this time Don Quixote, having placed himself on his knees by Sancho, gazed with staring eyes and troubled vision upon the object which the squire called Queen and Princess, and perceiving nothing but a country wench's visage, and that none of the most agreeable, for it was round and flat-nosed, he remained in the utmost confusion and surprise, without daring to open his lips. The other 2 damsels were equally astonished at seeing a couple of such different figures kneeling before their companion, whom they had detained, but she, breaking silence, pronounced in a most ungracious and resentful manner, "Get out of the way, and let us pass, for we are in a hurry." To this apostrophe Sancho replied, O Princess and universal lady of Toboso, do not your magnificent bowels yearn to see upon his marrow bones, before your sublimated presence, the very pillar and prop of knight-errantry? One of the other 2, hearing this pathetic remonstrance, bawled aloud, Would I had the currying that ass hide of thine mind, forsooth, how your small gentry come and pass their jibes upon us countryfolks, as if we could not give them as good as they bring. Go about your business, friend, and leave us to mind earn, and so God be why. Here the knight interposing said, Rise, Sancho, I can plainly perceive that fortune, not yet tired of persecuting me, hath barred every avenue by which any comfort could arrive at the miserable soul that this carcase contains, and thou the essence of everything that is desirable in nature, thou sum of human perfection and sole remedy of this afflicted heart, by which thou art adored, although that malicious enchanter, my inveterate enemy, hath spread clouds and cataracts before mine eyes. To them and them only changing and transforming thy unequalled beauty into the appearance of a poor country wench, if he hath not also altered my figure into that of some frightful spectre horrid, to thy view deign to look upon me with complacency and love, because thou mayest perceive by this submissive posture I have assumed, even before thy person, thus disguised the humility with which my soul adores thy charms. You may go kiss my granum, cried the damsel. I am a fine madam truly, to hear such gibberish. We should be more obliged to you if you would get out of our way, and let us go about our own affairs. Sancho accordingly quitted his hold, leaving her free to go whither she would, and highly pleased with the issue of his stratagem, the supposititious Dulcinea no sooner found herself at liberty than, pricking her palfrey with a goad, which was in the end of a stick she had in her hand, the creature galloped across the field with great speed, and feeling the application more severe than usual, began to plunge and kick in such a manner that my lady fell to the ground. Don Quixote, perceiving this accident, ran with great eagerness to raise her up, and Sancho made haste to adjust and gird on the panel which had got under the ass belly. This affair being set to rights, the knight went to lift his enchanted mistress in his arms, and placed her on her seat again. 335. But she, starting up from the ground, saved him that trouble, for retreating a few paces backwards, she made a small run, and clapping both hands upon the crupper, leaped upon the panel, as nimble as a falcon, seating herself astride like a man. By St. Roque, cried Sancho, my lady mistress is as light as a hawk, and can teach the most dexterous horseman to ride at one jump. She has sprung into the saddle, and without spurs made her palfrey fly like any zebra, and truly her damsels are not a whit behind, for they go scouring along as swift as the wind. This was actually true, for Dulcinea was no sooner remounted than the other two trotted after her, and at last disappeared after having gone more than half a league at full speed, without once looking behind them. Don Quixote followed them with his eyes, until they vanished. Then turning to his squire Sancho, said he, thou seest how I am persecuted by enchanters, and mayest perceive how far the malice and grudge they bear me extends, seeing they have deprived me of the pleasure I should have enjoyed at the sight of my mistress in her own beauteous form. Surely I was born to be an example of misery, the very mark, and but for all the arrows of misfortune. Nay, thou art also to observe, Sancho, that those traitors were not contented with a simple metamorphosis of my Dulcinea, but have transformed and changed her into the base and homely figure of that country wench, robbing her at the same time of that which is so peculiar to ladies of fashion, I mean that sweet scent which is the result of their living among flowers and perfume. For know, my friend, when I went to lift Dulcinea upon her palfrey, as thou sayest it was, though to me it seemed neither more nor less than a sheath, I was almost suffocated and poisoned with a whiff of undigested garlic. O ye miscreants, cried Sancho, O ye malicious and mischievous enchanters, would to God I could see you all strung by the gills like so many haddocks. Much you know, much you can, and much more will you still be doing. Was it not enough, ye knaves, to change the pearls of my lady's eyes into a couple of cork-tree galls, and her hair of shining gold into the bristles of a red cow's tail, and in short so transmography every feature of her countenance, without your meddling with the sweetness of her breath, by which they might have discovered what was concealed beneath that bark of homeliness, though to tell the truth I saw not her homeliness, but beauty, which was exceedingly increased by a mole upon her upper lip, something like a whisker, consisting of 7 or 8 red hairs like threads of gold, as long as my hand, according to the correspondence which the moles of the face have with those of the body, said Don Quixote. Dulcinea must have just such another on the brawny part of her thigh of the same side, but hairs of such a length are, methinks, rather too long for moles. I do assure your worship, answered Sancho, they seemed as if they had come into the world with her. I very well believe what you say, my friend, replied the knight, for nature hath bestowed nothing on Dulcinea but what is perfectly finished, wherefore if thou hadst seen 100 such moles in her, would they be so many moons and resplendent stars. But tell me, Sancho, that which you adjusted, and which to me seemed a panel, was it a plain pad, or a side saddle? It was a great side saddle, answered the squire, so rich that half the kingdom would not buy it. And why could not I see all this, said the knight. I say again, Sancho, and will repeat it 1,000 times, that I am the most unfortunate of men. The rogue Sancho, finding his master so dexterously gulled, and hearing him talk in this mad strain, could scarce refrain from laughing in his face. In fine, a good deal more of this sort of conversation having passed between them, they remounted their beasts and took the road to Saragossa, where they expected to arrive time enough to be present at the solemn festival yearly celebrated in that famous city. But before they accomplished their journey, they met with adventures which for their variety, novelty, and greatness deserve to be read and recorded as in the sequel. Chap Roman 11 of the strange adventure which befell the valiant Don Quixote. With the cart or wagon containing the Parliament of Deaths, Don Quixote jogged along exceedingly pensive, his thoughts being engrossed by the scurvy trick which the enchanters had played him in transforming his mistress Dulcinea into the disagreeable figure of a country wench, and he could not conceive what remedy he should find for restoring her to her former shape. So much was he absorbed in this reflection that he insensibly dropped the reins upon the neck of Rozinante, who, being sensible of the liberty he enjoyed at every 2 steps, turned aside to take a pluck at the inviting pasture with which those fields abounded. At length Sancho Panza roused him from this fit of musing, saying, "Signor, melancholy was not made for beasts, but for men, and yet if men encourage melancholy too much, they become no better than beasts. Good your worship be contented, mind what you ray about, take hold of Rozinante's reins, rouse up awake, and show that gaiety which all knights errant ought to have. What the devil is the meaning of all this faint-heartedness? Sure you don't know whether we are here or in France. Let Satan rather run away with all the Dulcineas upon earth, for the health of one single knight is of more value than all the enchanted persons or transformations that ever were known." "Peace, Sancho," cried Don Quixote with a voice that was none of the faintest. "Peace, I say, and utter not such blasphemies against that enchanted lady, of whose disgrace and misfortune I am the sole cause, for, from the envy of my wicked foes, her mischance hath sprung. So, I say," answered Sancho, "for he that hath seen her before, let him look at her now, and her fortune deplore. Well mayest thou make that observation, Sancho," said the knight, "seeing thou sawest her in the full perfection of her beauty, as the enchantment did not extend so far as to disturb thy vision, or conceal her charms from thy view. No, against me alone and my longing eyes was the force of its poison directed. Yet nevertheless, Sancho, I cannot help observing that you made but an indifferent picture of her beauty, for if I rightly remember, you likened her eyes to pearls. Now eyes resembling pearls are more peculiar to dead whitings than to living beauties, and in my conjecture Dulcinea's must be rather like green emeralds arched over with 2 celestial rainbows. Those pearls, therefore, must be compared to her teeth, which without doubt you have mistaken for her eyes." "Nothing more likely," answered the squire, "for I was as much confounded by her beauty as your worship by her ugliness. But let us recommend this whole business to God, who foreordains everything that is to happen in this vale of tears, in this evil world of ours, where scarce anything is to be had without a mixture of falsehood, knavery, and sin. One thing, dear sir, of all others gives me the greatest pain, and that is to think what method is to be fallen upon when your worship, after having vanquished some giant or knight, shall command him to go and present himself before the beauty of the lady Dulcinea. Where will this poor giant, or this poor miserable object of a vanquished knight, find out the person to whom he is sent? Methinks I see them strolling up and down, and gaping about through the streets of Toboso in quest of my lady Dulcinea, and if they should stumble upon her in their way, they would no more know her than they would know my father." "Sancho," resumed Don Quixote, "perhaps the enchantment will not extend so far as to disguise Dulcinea to the eyes of those vanquished giants and knights who shall present themselves before her, and in 1 or 2 of the first whom I shall conquer and send thither, we will make the experiment, commanding them to return and give me an account of what shall happen to them with regard to that affair." "Truly, Signor," said Sancho, "I heartily approve of your worship's scheme, because by this artifice we will soon learn what we want to know, and if so be that she is only concealed from your worship, you are the most unfortunate person." 337 of the 2, "For as my lady Dulcinea enjoys good health and satisfaction, we will comfort ourselves, and make the best of a bad bargain, going about in quest of adventures, and leaving the rest to time, who is the best physician for these and other greater calamities." Don Quixote would have replied, but was prevented by the appearance of a sort of wagon that crossed the road full of the strangest figures that can be imagined and conducted by a frightful demon that drove the mules, the cart being altogether open without tilt or cover the first figure that struck. The eyes of Don Quixote was death itself in human shape, next to which appeared an angel with broad painted wings. On one side stood an emperor with a crown seemingly of gold upon his head, and hard by death was the god Cupid with his bow, quiver, and arrows, but without the bandage on his eyes there was likewise a knight armed cap a pie, except that he wore neither helmet nor headpiece, but a hat adorned with a plume of variegated feathers. Besides these, there were other personages of different countenance and dress, so that the whole group appearing of a sudden discomposed our hero a little, and filled the heart of Sancho with fear. But Don Quixote soon recollected himself and rejoiced, because he looked upon it as some new and perilous adventure. On this supposition, and with an effort of courage capable of encountering the greatest danger, he placed himself before the wain, and with a loud and threatening voice pronounced, "Driver, coachman, devil, or whatsoever thou art, tell me straight whither thou art going, and who those people are whom thou drivest in that carriage, which looks more like Charon's bark than any modern vehicle." The devil, stopping his wagon, very courteously replied, "Signia, we are players, belonging to the company of Angulo el Malo, and have this morning, which is the octave of Corpus Christi, been representing in a village on the other side of yon hill, the piece called the Parliament of Death, which we are going to act over again this very evening in that other village now in sight. We therefore travel in our habits to save ourselves the trouble of undressing and dressing anew. This young man plays the part of Death, that other represents an angel. The woman, who is the author's wife, acts the queen. He with the plume of feathers is our hero, the emperor you may distinguish by his gilded crown. And I am the devil, which is one of the best characters in the performance, for I myself am the chief actor of this company. If your worship is desirous of knowing anything else concerning our affairs, question me freely, and I will answer with the utmost punctuality, for being a devil, I understand everything. By the faith of a knight-errant, said Don Quixote, when I first descried the wagon, I thought myself on the eve of some great adventure, and now I affirm that a man ought to examine things with more senses than one before he can be assured of the truth. Proceed, my honest friends, a God's name, in order to exhibit your entertainment, and if I can serve you in any respect, you may command my endeavors, which shall be heartily and freely exerted for your advantage, for from my childhood I have been a great lover of masks and theatrical representations. While this conversation passed between them, they chanced to be overtaken by one of the company, dressed in motley, hung round with a number of morrice bells, with a pole in his hand, to the end of which were tied 3 blown ox bladders. This merry Andrew, advancing to Don Quixote, began to fence with his pole, beating the ground with his bladders, and skipping about, so that his bells rung continually, till at length Rozinante, being disturbed at the uncommon apparition, took the bridle between his teeth, and the knight, being unable to restrain him, began to gallop across the plain with more nimbleness than could have been expected from the bones of his anatomy. Sancho, seeing his master in danger of falling, leaped from Dapple and ran with all dispatch to give him all possible assistance. But before he came up, the knight was overthrown close by Rozinante, who had come to the ground with his lord, and this was the usual end and consequence of all his frolicsome adventures. Scarce had Sancho quitted his beast to run to the 338 assistance of his master, when the bladder-shaking devil jumped upon Dapple, and began to belabor him with his rattle, so that, being frightened at the noise, rather than with the smart of the application, he took to his heels, and flew towards the village, where they intended to perform. Sancho, seeing at the same time the career of Dapple and his masters, Fall scarce knew which of these misfortunes he ought first to remedy, but at length, as became a loyal servant and trusty squire, his love for his master prevailed over his tenderness for the beast, though every time he saw the bladders railed aloft and discharged upon Dapple's buttocks, he felt the pangs and tortures of death, and would rather have received every thwack upon the apple of his own eye than have seen it fall upon the least hair of his ass tail. In this state of perplexity and tribulation, he arrived at the place where Don Quixote lay in a very indifferent plight, and helping him to mount Rozinante, Signia, said he, the devil has run away with Dapple. Which devil? Cried the knight. He with the bladders, answered the squire. I will retrieve him, replied Don Quixote. even if he should conceal him in the darkest and deepest dungeon in hell. Follow me, Sancho. The wagon moves slowly, and the mules shall atone for the loss of Dapple. There is no occasion for putting ourselves to that trouble, said the squire. Good your worship, be pacified, for I see the devil has quitted my ass and returned to the rest of his crew. This observation was actually true. Dapple and his new rider had come to the ground in imitation of the knight and Rozinante, upon which the devil trudged on foot to the village, and the ass returned to his right owner. For all that, said Don Quixote, it will not be amiss to punish the troop for that devil's incivility, though it should be in the person of the emperor himself. I hope your worship's imagination will harbor no such thoughts, answered Sancho. Take my advice, and never meddle with players, who are a set of people in such high favor with the public that I have known an actor taken up for 2 murders, and yet scape scot-free. Your worship must know that, being the ministers of mirth and pleasure, they are favored, protected, assisted, and esteemed by everybody, especially if they belong to the king's company or to some grandee, in which case all or most of them look like princes in their manners, and dress nevertheless. Replied the knight, that farcical devil shall not escape unpunished, or applaud himself for what he has done, though all mankind should appear in his favor. So saying, he rode towards the wagon, which was by this time pretty near the village, and called aloud, Stay, my merry men, halt a little, and I will teach you how to treat the asses and cattle belonging to the squires of knights-errant. Don Quixote hallooed so loud as to be heard and understood by the people in the wagon, who, judging by his words the intention of the speaker, Death instantly jumped out of the cart, and was followed by the emperor, the devil-driver, and the angel with the queen and Cupid in their train. In short, the whole company armed themselves with stones, and drawing up in order of battle, stood without flinching to receive the assailant at point of pebble. The knight, perceiving them arranged in such a formidable squadron, their arms lifted up in a posture that threatened a powerful discharge of stones, checked Rozinante, and began to consider in what manner he should attack them with least hazard to his person. During this pause Sancho came up, and seeing him bent upon assaulting such a well-compacted brigade, it will be the height of madness, said he, to attempt any such adventure. Consider, dear sir, that there is no kicking against the pricks, and that there is no armor upon earth sufficient to defend your body from such a shower, unless your worship could creep into a bell of brass. You ought also to remember that it favors more of rashness than of true valor for one man to attack a whole army in which death and emperors fight in person, being aided and assisted both by good and evil angels. And if that consideration will not prevail upon you to be quiet, you ought to be diverted from your purpose by knowing certainly that among all those enemies in the appearances 339 of kings, princes, and emperors, there is not so much as one single knight-errant. Now indeed, cried Don Quixote, thou hast hit upon the sole reason that can and ought to dissuade me from my determined design. I neither can nor ought to draw my sword, as I have told thee on many other occasions, against any person who hath not received the honor of knighthood. To thee, Sancho, it belongs, if so thou art inclined to take vengeance for the injury done to Dapple, while I from hence will assist and encourage thee with salutary advice. Signia, answered the squire, there is no occasion to take vengeance of any person whatever, for it is not the part of a good Christian to revenge the wrongs he hath suffered. Besides, I will prevail upon my ass to leave the affair to my inclination, which is to live peaceably all the days that heaven shall grant me in this life. Since that is thy determination, replied the knight, honest Sancho, discreet Sancho, Christian and sincere Sancho, let us leave these phantoms and go in quest of adventures more dignified and substantial, for this country seems to promise a great many, and those very extraordinary too. He accordingly turned his horse. Sancho went to catch Dapple, while Death with his whole flying squadron returned to their wagon and proceeded on their journey. Thus was the dismal adventure of the wagon of Death happily terminated by the wholesome advice which Sancho Panza gave to his master, who next day met with another equally surprising in the person of an enamored knight-errant. Chapter Roman 12 of the strange adventure that happened to the valiant Don Quixote in his encounter with the Knight of the Mirrors. The night that followed the rencounter with death, Don Quixote and his squire passed among some tall and shady trees. The night, by Sancho's persuasion, having eaten of what was found in the store that Dapple carried during this meal, Sancho said to his master, "What a fool should I have been, Signia, if I had chosen by way of gratification the spoils of your worship's first adventure, instead of the three foals. Verily, verily, a bird in hand is worth two in the bush. But, for all that, answered Don Quixote, hadst thou suffered me to attack them, as I intended, thou wouldst have enjoyed among the spoils the emperor's golden crown, with Cupid's painted wings, which I would have stripped off against the grain, and put into thy possession. The scepters and crowns of your stage emperors are never made of pure gold, but of tin or tinsel," replied the squire. "True," said the knight, "the ornaments of comedy ought not to be rich and real, but feigned and artificial, like the drama itself, which I would have thee respect, Sancho, and receive into favor together with those who represent and compose it, for they are all instruments of great benefit to the commonwealth, holding, as it were, a looking-glass always before us, in which we see naturally delineated all the actions of life, and no other companion whatever represents to us more lively what we are, and what we ought to be, than comedy and her attendants. For example, hast thou never seen a play acted, in which kings, emperors, popes, knights, ladies, and many other characters were introduced? One acts the ruffian, another the sharper, a third the merchant, a fourth the soldier, a fifth the designing fool, and a sixth the simple lover. But the play being ended, and the dresses laid aside, all the actors remain upon an equal footing." "Yes, I have seen all this," answered Sancho. "Then the very same thing," said the knight, "happens in the comedy and commerce of this world, where one meets with some people playing the parts of emperors, others in the characters of popes, and finally all the different personages that can be introduced in a comedy. But when the play is done, that is, when life is at an end, death strips them of the robes that distinguish their stations, and they become all equal in the grave." "A brave comparison," cried Sancho, "though not so new, but I have heard 340 it made on divers and sundry occasions, as well as that of the game of chess, during which every piece maintains a particular station and character, and when the game is over, they are all mixed, jumbled, and shaken together in a bag like mortals in the grave." "Sancho," resumed the knight, "every day you become less simple and more discreet." "Yes," said the squire, "some small portion of your worship's discretion must needs stick to me, as lands which are in their own nature sapless and barren, being well dunged and cultivated, come to yield excellent fruit. My meaning is that your worship's conversation hath fallen like dung upon the barren desart of my understanding, which, being cultivated by the time of my service and communication, will, I hope, produce blessed fruit, such as shall not disgrace nor stray from the path of that good breeding which your worship hath bestowed on my narrow capacity." Don Quixote could not help smiling at the affected terms in which Sancho delivered himself, though what he said of his own improvement was actually true, for at certain times he talked to admiration, and yet when he attempted to argue or speak in a polite style, his efforts always, or for the most part, ended in precipitating himself from the pinnacle of simplicity to the depth of ignorance, his chief talent laying in his memory, which never failed to furnish him with proverbs that he lugged into his discourse, whether they were pat to the purpose or not, as may be seen and observed through the whole course of this history. In this and other such conversation, the greatest part of the night elapsed, when Sancho began to be inclined to let fall the portcullises of his eyes, as he termed it, when he wanted to go to sleep. He therefore unpanelled Dapple to let him graze among the rich pasture with which the place abounded, but Rozinante's saddle he would not remove, in consequence of his master's express order, which was never to unsaddle his steed while they were in the field, or did not sleep under cover, it being an ancient established custom, observed by all knights errant in these cases, to take the bridle out of the horse's mouth, and hang it upon the pommel of the saddle, but to leave the saddle itself untouched. This expedient was accordingly performed by Sancho, who turned Rozinante loose with Dapple, and between these two animals such a strict reciprocal friendship subsisted that, according to tradition from father to son, the author of this true history wrote particular chapters on this very subject, but in order to preserve the decency and decorum which belongs to such an heroic composition, omitted them, though sometimes he seems to neglect this precaution, and writes that these two friends used to approach and scrub each other most lovingly, and after they had rested and refreshed themselves, Rosinante would stretch his head more than half a yard over Dapple's neck, while the two were wont to stand in this posture, with their eyes fixed upon the ground 3 whole days together, at least, till they were parted or compelled by hunger to go in quest of sustenance. Nay, it is confidently reported that the author had compared their mutual attachment to the friendship of Nissus or Euryalus, or that which subsisted between Pylades and Orestes. If this be the case, we may with admiration conceive how firm the fellowship of those two pacific animals must have been to the utter confusion of mankind, who so little regard the laws of friendship and society. According to the common saying, there is no trust in profession, the staff will turn into a spear. And as the song goes, the modes of the court so common are grown that a true friend can hardly be met. Let no man imagine the author went out of his road in comparing the friendship of brutes with that of the human species, for men have received valuable hints and learned many things of importance from beasts, such as the clyster from stork's gratitude, and the use of vomits from dog's vigilance, from the crane foresight and frugality, from the ant honesty, from the elephant and loyalty, from the horse. In fine, Sancho went to sleep at the 341 root of a cork tree, and Don Quixote began to slumber under an oak. But being in a very little time awaked by a noise behind him, he started up, and employing both eyes and ears to distinguish whence it proceeded, he perceived 2 men on horseback, one of whom, letting himself drop, as it were from the saddle, said to the other, "Alight, my friend, and unbit the horses, for this place seems to abound with pasture for them, and with silence and solitude, which are the necessary food of my amorous thoughts." He had no sooner pronounced these words than he threw himself upon the ground, and his armor rattled as he fell, furnishing Don Quixote with a manifest proof of his being a knight-errant. He therefore approached Sancho, who was asleep, and shaking him by the arm with no small difficulty, brought him to himself, saying in a low voice, "Brother Sancho, here is an adventure, God grant it may be a good one," answered the squire. "And pray, Signior, whereabouts may her ladyship beware?" said Don Quixote. "Turn thine eyes this way, and behold, lying upon the grass, a knight-errant, who, by what I have already observed, cannot be over and above easy in his mind. For I saw him throw himself upon the ground with evident marks of vexation, and heard his armor clatter in his fall. But how has your worship found that this is an adventure?" replied the squire. "I will not positively say that it is altogether an adventure," answered the knight, "but rather the beginning of one, for thus they usually commence. But hark, he seems to tune a lute or rebeck, and by his hawking and hemming I suppose he is going to sing in good faith." "It is even so," said Sancho, "and he must be some knight-errant in love." "All knights-errant are so," resumed Don Quixote, "but let us listen, and by the thread of his song discover the clue of his thoughts, for from the abundance of the heart the tongue speaketh." Sancho would have made some reply, but was prevented by the voice of the Knight of the Wood, which was neither very sweet nor disagreeable, and listening with surprise, they heard him sing the following song. Roman 1, subjected to thy sovereign will. Ah, cruel maid, my fate decree. The sentence, though inhuman still, shall never be declined by me. Roman 2, say that my death thy joy would move. My breath with freedom ill resign. Or wouldst thou listen to my love? The God himself shall whisper mine. Roman 3, this heart thy vassal whilst I live. Like ductile wax and diamond hard, thy stamp will yieldingly receive, and keep impression unimpair. Roman 500. The Knight of the Wood finished this complaint with an ah that seemed to be heaved from the bottom of his soul, and soon after exclaimed in a sorrowful tone, "O thou most beautiful and ungrateful woman upon earth, is it possible that the most serene Casildea de Vandalia has doomed this her captive knight to consume and exhaust himself in continual peregrinations, in harsh and rugged toils? Is it not enough that I have established the fame of thy beauty above all comparison, by the extorted confession of all the knights of Navarre, Leon, Tartesia, Castile, and finally of La Mancha?" "Not so neither," cried Don Quixote, interposing, "for I who am of La Mancha never made any such acknowledgment, neither could I or ought I to make a confession so prejudicial to the beauty of my own mistress. Therefore, Sancho, this knight must certainly be disordered in his judgment. But let us listen, perhaps he will explain himself." "Very like," answered the squire. "He seems to be in the humor of complaining for a whole month." But this was not the case, for the Knight of the Wood, hearing people talk so near him, proceeded no farther in his lamentation, but starting up called, with a courteous and sonorous voice, "Who is there? Are you of the number of the happy or afflicted of the afflicted?" replied Don Quixote. "Come hither." Then resumed the stranger, "and depend upon it, you will 342 find the very essence of sorrow and affliction." Don Quixote, hearing him speak in such civil and pathetic terms, went towards him with Sancho at his back, when the complaining knight took him by the hand, saying, "Sit down, Sir Knight, for that you are one of those who profess knight-errantry, I am convinced by finding you in this place, accompanied by solitude, and the dues of knight, which are the peculiar companions of those who belong to our order." To this address, Don Quixote replied, "I am a knight of that order you mention, and though melancholy, mischance, and misfortune have taken up their habitation in my soul, they have not been able to banish from it that compassion which I feel for the unhappy. From the soliloquy you just now uttered, I gather that your misfortunes are of the amorous kind. I mean, that they proceed from the passion you entertain for that beautiful ingrate, whom you named in your complaint." While this conversation passed, they sat down together upon the grass, with all the marks of amity and good fellowship, as if at break of day they had not been doomed to break each other's head. "Perchance, Sir Knight," said the stranger, "you are in love by mischance." "I am so," answered Don Quixote, "though the vexation that proceeds from well-placed affection ought rather to be deemed a benefit than misfortune." "True," said the Knight of the Wood, "if our judgment and reason are not disturbed by disdain, which if exerted severely seems akin to revenge." "I never was disdained by my mistress," replied Don Quixote. "No, indeed," cried Sancho, who stood hard by, "my lady is as meek as a lamb and as soft as butter." The stranger knight asked if that was his squire, and the other answering in the affirmative, "I never saw a squire," said he, "that like him durst intrude upon his master's conversation. At least, I can say so much for mine, who though as tall as his father was never known to open his lips when I was engaged in discourse." "In good faith," cried Sancho, "I have spoke, and will speak again before as good a man as but let that wrist, the more you stir it, the more it will." Here the other squire took hold on Sancho by the arm, saying, "Let you and I go somewhere, and talk our bellies full in our own way, and leave our masters at liberty to recount their amours, for sure I am the night will be spent before they are done with." "All my heart," replied Sancho, "and I will tell your worship who I am, that you may see whether or not I am qualified to be ranked among your talking squires." They accordingly retired together, and between them passed a conversation, every bit as merry as that of their masters was grave. Chapter Roman 13, in which is continued the adventure of the Knight of the Wood with a sage, uncommon, and agreeable dialogue that passed between the two squires. The knights and their squires, being thus parted, the first entertained each other with the story of their loves, while the last indulged themselves with a reciprocal account of their own lives. But the history first of all records the conversation of the domestics, and then proceeds to relate what passed between the masters. The squires, therefore, having chosen a situation at a convenient distance from the knights, he of the wood accosted Sancho in these words: "Signor, this is a troublesome life that we squires to knights-errant lead. In good sooth, we earn our bread with the sweat of our brows, which is one of the curses that God denounced against our first parents. It may also be said," replied Sancho, "that we earn it with the frost of our bodies. For no creatures on earth suffer more heat and cold than the miserable squires of knight-errantry, and even that would be more tolerable if we had anything good to eat, for hardy fare lightens care, as the saying is. But we often pass a whole day, nay, sometimes two, without ever breaking our fast, except upon the winds of heaven. All this, said the other, may be endured with the hope of reward, for if the knight-errant 343 is not extremely unfortunate, his squire must in a very little time see himself recompensed with the handsome government of some island, or with the possession of a profitable earldom." "For my own part," answered Sancho, "I have already told my master that I shall be satisfied with the government of an island, which he has been so noble and generous as to promise me divers and sundry times, and I," said the stranger, "am contented with a canonship, which my master has already bespoke for me on account of my faithful services." "It seems, then, your master must be an ecclesiastical knight," replied Sancho, "seeing he can provide for his squire in the church. But as for mine, he is a mere layman, though I remember that certain very wise persons, and yet I believe not very honest at bottom, advised him to procure for himself an archbishopric, but he would be nothing but an emperor, and I was then in a grievous quandary for fear he should take it in his head to be of the church, in which case I should not have been qualified to hold a benefice, for your worship must know, though I look like a man, I am no better than a beast at church matters. Verily, said he of the wood, your worship mistakes the matter quite. Your governments of islands are not at all desirable. Some are vexatious, some are beggarly, others attended with much melancholy and fatigue. In short, the most creditable and orderly brings along with it a load of care and inconvenience that lies heavy on the shoulders of the unhappy person whose lot it is to bear it. It would be abundantly better for us to undergo this accursed slavery, to return to our own homes, and there amuse ourselves with more agreeable pastime, such for example as hunting or fishing. For what squire is there on earth so poor as to want a horse, a couple of hounds, and a fishing rod, wherewith to entertain himself at his own habitation? For my own part, answered Sancho, I want none of these conveniencies. True it is I have not a horse, but then I am in possession of an ass, which is worth my master's steed twice over. God, let me never see a joyful Easter, if I would truck with him for 4 bushels of barley. To boot, you may laugh, if you will, at the price I set upon dapple, for that is the colour of my beast. Then I should never be in want of hounds, for there are plenty and to spare in our town, and you know nothing is so relishing as to hunt at another's expense. Really and truly, Signor Squire, resumed the stranger, I am fully resolved and determined to quit these knights-errant with all their crazy pranks, and betake myself to my own town, where I will bring up my children, for thank God, I have 3 like as many oriental pearls, and I have a couple, said Sancho, that may be presented to the Pope in person, especially my daughter, whom I breed up to be a countess by the blessing of God, though it be contrary to her mother's inclination. And of what age may this young lady be, whom you are breeding for a countess? Said the squire of the wood. 15 years or thereabouts, answered Sancho, but she is as tall as a spear, fresh as an April morn, and strong as a porter. These are qualifications not only for a countess, but even for the nymph of the greenwood tree. Said the other, ah, the horse and baggage, what a buxom jade she must be. Sancho, nettled at this epithet, replied, she is no whore, neither was her mother before her, nor shall either of them be so, and please God, whilst I live, so I think you might talk more civilly, for considering your worship has been bred among knights-errant, who are as it were courtesy itself, methinks your words might be better chosen. How little are you acquainted with the nature of commendation, Signor Squire, answered he of the wood. Don't you know that when any cavalier at a bull feast wounds the bull dexterously, or when any person behaves remarkably well, the people exclaim how cleverly the son of a whore has done it, and that which looks like reproach is on such occasions a notable commendation. Take my word, Signor, you ought to renounce all children, if their behavior does not entitle the parents to such praise. I do renounce them, answered Sancho, at that rate, and for that reason your worship may call my wife and 344 daughter as many whores as you please, for both in word and deed they richly deserve the name, and that I may see them again, I beseech God to deliver me from this mortal sin, which will be the case if he delivers me from this dangerous employment of squire, which I have incurred a second time, being seduced and enticed by a purse of 100 ducats, which I found one day in the midst of the brown mountain. And the devil continually sets before mine eyes here and there and every where a bag full of doubloons, which at every step methinks I have fast in my clutches, hugging it in my arms, and carrying it home to my own house, where I purchase mortgages and estates and live like any prince. And while I please myself with these notions, I bear, without murmuring, all the toils and fatigues I undergo in the service of the wiseacre my master, who I know is more of a madman than a knight. So that according to the proverb, replied the stranger, covetousness bursts the bag. But if you talk of wiseacres, there is not a greater in the universe than my master, who is one of those concerning whom people say he is burdened like an ass with another man's load, for truly he is turned mad that another knight may turn wise, and is going about in quest of that, which when he hath found it may hit him in the teeth. And pray, is he in love? Said Sancho. Yes, replied the other, he is enamored of one Casildea de Vandalia, the most fickle dame that ever was seen, but her cruelty is not the foot that he halts upon at present. He has got other crotchets of greater importance, grumbling in his gizzard, which ere long will more plainly appear. There is no road so smooth, resumed Sancho, but y'all meet with rubs and hollows in it. Other people use beans, but I boil whole kettles full. Madness is always more accompanied and followed after than discretion. But if it be true, as it is commonly alleged, that company affliction lessens the weight of it, I shall comfort myself by reflecting that your worship serves a master, who is as distracted as mine distracted. I grant you, said he of the wood, but valiant and still mere mischievous than valiant or distracted. That is not the case with my master, replied Sancho. He has nothing at all mischievous about him. On the contrary, is as dull as a beetle, and knows not what it is to harm man, woman, or child, or to harbor the least malice, but seeks to do good unto all mankind. A child may persuade him that it is night at noon, and indeed, for that very simplicity, I love him as my own bowels, and cannot find in my heart to leave him, notwithstanding all the mad pranks he is guilty of. But for all that, Signor and brother of mine, said the stranger, if the blind lead the blind, they are both in danger of falling into the ditch. We had much better retire fair and softly, and return to our own habitations, for they who go in search of adventures do not always find them to their liking. About this time Sancho began to hawk a kind of dry spitting, which being observed by the charitable squire of the wood, methinks, said he, we have talked till our tongues cleave to the roofs of our mouths, but I have got something that will agreeably moisten them at my saddle-bow. He accordingly got up, and going aside to his horse, soon returned with a large leathern bottle of wine and a pie half a yard long. And this is really no exaggeration, for it contained a whole fed rabbit so large that when Sancho felt it, he took it for a whole goat, or a large kid at least, crying, as soon as he perceived it, how does your worship usually carry such provision as this about with you? What I think, answered the other, die, take me for a hackney squire. I carry a better cupboard on my horse's crupper than e'er a general on his march. Sancho fell to without staying for entreaty, and swallowed, in the dark, huge mouthfuls, with as much ease as if it had been flummery, saying between 345 whiles, yes, indeed your worship is a true and loyal squire, well damned and gristed, as the saying is, grand and magnificent withal, as plainly appears from this banquet, which if it did not come hither by the art of enchantment, at least seems so to have done. This is not the case with such an unlucky poor devil as me, who carry nothing in my bags but a piece of cheese hard enough to knock out a giant's brains, accompanied by 3 or 4 dozen of carobs, and as many hazelnuts, thanks to the niggardliness and opinion of my master, and the rule he observes, by which knights-errant must maintain and support themselves with nothing but dried fruits, and the herbs of the field. In good faith, brother, resumed he of the wood, my stomach was not made for your sweet thistle, wild pear, and mountain roots. Let our masters please themselves with their own opinions and rules of chivalry, and live according to their meager commands. For my own part, I always carry some cold pasty, happen what will, and this bottle hanging at my saddle-bow, which I love so devoutly that I kiss and embrace it almost every minute. So saying, he handed it to Sancho, who, lifting it up to his mouth, stood gazing at the stars a whole quarter of an hour, and when his draught was out, he hung his head on one side, pronouncing with a long sigh, ah, whoreson, how catholic it is. You see now, said he of the wood, hearing Sancho's whoreson, how you have praised the wine by giving it such a title. I am sensible, replied Sancho, and confess that it is no disparagement to anybody to be called the son of a whore, when it is understood in the way of commendation. But tell me, Signor, by the life of what you best love, is not this wine from Cividad real? You have an excellent taste, answered he of the wood. It comes from no other part, ill assure you, and has moreover some good years over its head. Let me alone for that, said Sancho. You'll never catch me tripping in the knowledge of wine, let it be never so difficult to distinguish. Is it not an extraordinary thing, Signor Squire, that I should have such a sure and natural instinct in the knowledge of wine, that give me but a smell of any kind whatever, and I will tell you exactly its country growth and age, together with changes it will undergo, and all other circumstances appertaining to the mystery. But this is not to be wondered at, for by my father's side I had 2 kinsmen, who were the most excellent tasters that La Mancha hath known for these many years. As a proof of which I will tell you what once happened to them. A sample of wine was presented to them out of a hogshead, and their opinions asked concerning the condition and quality, that is, the goodness or badness of the liquor to which it belonged. One of them tasted it with the tip of his tongue, the other did no more than clap it to his nose. The first said the wine tasted of iron, the other affirmed it had a twang of goat's leather. The owner protested that the pipe was clean, and the contents without any sort of mixture that could give the liquor either the taste of iron or the smell of goat's leather. Nevertheless, the 2 famous tasters stuck to the judgment they had given. Time passed on, the wine was sold, and when the pipe came to be clean they found in it a small key tied to a leathern thong. By this your worship may perceive whether or not one who is descended from such a race may venture to give his opinion in cases of this nature. Therefore, I say, replied the stranger, that we ought to quit this trade of going in quest of adventures and be contented with our loaf, without longing for dainties. Let us return to our own cottages, where God will find us if it be his blessed. I will serve my master till he arrives at Saragossa, said Sancho, and then we shall come to a right understanding. In fine, the two honest squires talked and drank so copiously that sleep was fain to tie up their tongues and allay their drought, which it was impossible to remove. Each therefore, grasping the bottle, which by this time was almost empty, fell asleep, with the morsel half chewed in his mouth. In this situation we will leave them for the present, and relate what happened between the Knight of the Wood and him of the rueful countenance. Chap Roman, wherein the adventure of the Knight of the Wood is continued. In the course of the conversation that passed between the two knights, the history relates that he of the wood said to Don Quixote, finally, Sir Knight, you must know my destiny, or rather my choice, led me to place my affection on the peerless Casildea de Vandalia. I call her peerless, because she has no equal either in point of stature, quality, fortune, or beauty. Now this lady, in return for all my virtuous inclination and amorous desires, like the stepmother of Hercules, employs me in many various toils and dangers, promising at the conclusion of each that with the next my cares shall be finished. But thus she goes on, stringing one labor to another without number, and I know not which will be the last. That is to produce the accomplishment of my wishes. At one time she commanded me to go and challenge that famous giantess of Seville, called Geralda, who is so valiant and strong, her body being made of brass, and who, without shifting her station, is the most changeable and fickle female in the whole world. I came, saw, and conquered, fixing her motionless to one point, for during a whole week the wind blew from the north. Another time she ordered me to weigh the ancient figures called the valiant bulls of Gisando, an enterprise more suitable to porters than to knights. Nay, she even commanded me to throw myself headlong into the Gulf of Cabra, an adventure equally new and dangerous, and bring to her particular account of what is contained in that dark and deep abyss. I fixed the inconstant Geralda, weighed the bulls of Gisando, precipitated myself into the gulf, and brought to light the secrets of its abyss. And yet my hopes are dead, ah how dead, while her cruelty and disdain are still alive, ah how much alive. In short, to conclude, she ordered me to traverse all the provinces of Spain, and compel every knight-errant in the kingdom to confess that she is preferable in point of beauty to all the women upon earth, and that I am the most valiant and amorous knight in the world. In consequence of this command, I have traveled over the greatest part of Spain, and vanquished many knights who have presumed to contradict my assertion, but I value and applaud myself chiefly for having conquered in single combat that so renowned knight Don Quixote de la Mancha, and made him confess that my Casildea is more beautiful than his Dulcinea. Now, in that single conquest, I deem myself superior to all the knights in the universe, for that same Don Quixote hath vanquished all his contemporaries, and I, in conquering him, have transferred and conveyed to my own person all his honor, glory, and reputation, the victor being always honored in proportion to the fame of his vanquished foe. Wherefore the innumerable achievements of the said Don Quixote are placed to my credit, as if they were the effects of my own personal prowess. Don Quixote was astonished at hearing the Knight of the Wood talk in this manner, and was 1,000 times tempted to give him the lie. Nay, you lie was at the very tip of his tongue, but repressing his indignation as well as he could, that he might make the stranger's own tongue convict him of falsehood, he replied very calmly that your worship, Sir Knight, may have vanquished the greatest part of the knights-errant in Spain, and even in the whole world, I do not pretend to question, but that you have conquered Don Quixote de la Mancha, I doubt very much. Perhaps it might be another who resembles him, though there are few such. How not conquer him, cried he of the wood. Now by yon canopy of heaven, under which we sit, I engaged, overcame, and subjected that very individual 347 Don Quixote. He is a tall, meager, long-legged, lanthorn-jawed, stalking figure, his hair inclining to grey, his nose hooked and aquiline, with long, straight black mustachios. In his excursions, he assumes the name of the Knight of the Rueful Countenance, and is attended by a peasant called Sancho Panza, who serves him in quality of squire. He presses the loins, and governs the reins of a famous steed hight Rosinante, and, in fine, he avows as the mistress of his heart one Dulcinea del Toboso, formerly known by the name of Aldonza Lorenz, in like manner my own mistress, whose name is Casildea, being a native of Andalusia, is now distinguished by the appellation of Casildea de Vandalia. If all these proofs are not sufficient to evince my veracity, here is my sword, which shall make a convert of incredulity itself. Have a little patience, Sir Knight, said Don Quixote, and give ear unto what I am going to say. You must know that same Don Quixote you mention is the dearest friend I have upon earth, so that I may say I love him as well as my own individual person. Now your description of him is so punctual and exact that I should never doubt, but he is actually the person you have vanquished, did I not see with my eyes, and as it were feel with my hands, the impossibility of the fact, and yet as divers enchanters are his enemies, particularly one who persecutes him incessantly, some one among them may have assumed his figure and allowed himself to be overcome in order to defraud the knight of that fame which his gallant exploits had collected and acquired through the whole known world. In confirmation of this conjecture, I must also tell you that about 2 days ago those perverse enchanters transformed the shape and person of the beautiful Dulcinea del Toboso into that of a mean and plebeian country wench, so that Don Quixote must have also undergone a transformation. And if all this is not enough to ascertain the truth of what I say, here is Don Quixote himself, who will maintain it by force of arms, on horseback or on foot, or in any shape you please. So saying, he started up, and grasping his sword, stood waiting for the resolution of the Knight of the Wood, who with great deliberation replied, a good paymaster needs no pawn, Signor Don Quixote. He who could vanquish you when you was transformed may well hope to reduce you in propria persona. But as it is unseemly for knights to perform their exploits in the dark like robbers and ruffians, let us wait for day, that the sun may shine upon our works, and let this be the condition of our combat, that the vanquished shall comply with the will of the victor, and do everything that he shall desire, provided his commands be such as a knight-errant can decently obey. Don Quixote assured him that he was extremely well satisfied with the condition and proviso upon which they went in quest of their squires, who were found snoring in the very same attitudes in which sleep had surprised them. They wakened, and ordered them to get their horses ready, for by sunrise they intended to engage in a most unparalleled and bloody single combat. Sancho was astonished and confounded at this piece of news, despairing of his master's safety, when he recollected what the other squire had told him concerning the valor of the Knight of the Wood. The two squires, however, without pretending to make any words, went to look for their cattle, and found the 3 steeds with Dapple, for they had smelled each other out, very sociably met together. While they were thus employed, brother, said he of the Wood to Sancho, you must know that it is customary with your warriors of Andalusia, when they are godfathers in any quarrel, not to stand idle with their arms across, while their godsons are engaged. This I hint by way of apprising you that while our masters are at it, we must exchange a few dry blows. To that custom, Signor Squire, answered Sancho, may pass current with those ruffians and warriors you mention, but that it prevails among the squires of knights-errant, I can by no means believe. At least, I have never heard such a custom mentioned by my master, who knows all the ordinances of chivalry by rote, besides granting it to be fact, and expressly ordained, that the squires 348 must go to loggerheads while their masters are engaged. I will by no means comply with it, but pay the penalty incurred by peaceable squires, which I am sure cannot exceed a couple of pounds of wax, and that will not cost me so much as the pence I should expend in the cure of my head, which I should lay my account with having split and divided into 2 halves, and moreover it is impossible that I should fight, because I have got no sword, and never wore one in my born days. I know a very good remedy for that inconvenience, said the stranger. Here are a couple of linen bags of the same size. You shall take one, and I the other, and play away upon each other with equal arms. With all my heart, answered Sancho. That sort of exercise will serve to dust our jackets without hurting our skin. Not quite so, neither, resumed the other, for that the bags may not flap in the air, we will clap into each half a dozen clear smooth pebbles of equal weight and magnitude, so that we may thwack one another without hurt or damage. Body of my father, cried Sancho, mind what sable furs and flakes of carded cotton he would line the bags withal, to prevent them from grinding our skulls and making a paste of our bones. Harkee, master of mine, ill have nothing to do with them, though they were fluffed with balls of silk. Let our masters fight as they shall think proper, but for our parts let us drink and live quietly, for old Father Time will take care to rid us of our lives, without our seeking occasions to throw them away before the appointed season, at which, being ripe, they drop off of their own accord. But for all that, replied he of the wood, we must have a bout, if it should not last half an hour. By no means, said Sancho, I shall not be so uncivil and ungrateful as to have any difference, let it be never so small, with a person at whose cost I have both eaten and drank. Besides, who the devil do you think can fight in cool blood, without any sort of anger or provocation? I know how to remove that objection, resumed the stranger. Before we begin the battle, I will come up fair and softly, and give your worship 2 or 3 such hearty boxes on the ear, as will lay you flat at my feet, and awaken your choler, though it should sleep sounder than a dormouse. Against that expedient, answered Sancho, I know another twice as good, for I will lay hold on a good cudgel, and before your worship comes to awaken my choler, give your own such a lullaby of dry beating that it shall never wake, but in the next world, where y'all have reason to know that I am not a man who will suffer his nose to be handled by any person whatsoever. Wherefore, let every one look to his own affairs, though it would be the wisest course for every man to let his own collar lie still and sleep, for nobody knows the heart of his neighbor, and some who go out for wool come home quite shorn. God himself bestowed his blessing upon peace and curse upon contention, for if a cat that is confined, provoked, and persecuted turns into a lion, the Lord knows what I who am a man may turn into. I therefore, Signor Squire, give your worship notice that all the mischief and damage which shall proceed from our quarrel must be charged to your account. Mighty well, replied the stranger, we shall see what is to be done when God sends us morning. Now 1,000 kinds of painted birds began to warble from the trees, and in their various and sprightly notes seemed to welcome and salute the fresh and joyous morn, which already through the gates and balconies of the east disclosed her beauteous visage, while from her hair distilled an infinite number of liquid pearls, in which delicious liquor the herbs being bathed seemed to sprout and rain a shower of seed pearl upon the earth. The willows shed savory manna, the fountains laughed, the brooks murmured, the woods rejoiced, and the meadows adorned themselves at her approach. But scarce had the light of day rendered objects distinguishable, when the first thing that presented itself to the eyes of Sancho Panza was the nose of his brother squire, which was so large as almost to overshadow his whole body. It is actually said to have been of excessive magnitude, crooked in the middle, and studded all over with warts of a mulberry color, like the fruit called 349 Berengina, and it hung down 2 fingers' breadth below his mouth. The size, color, warts, and curvature of this feature rendered the face so frightful and deformed that Sancho no sooner beheld it than he began to shake in every limb like a child troubled with convulsions, and resolved in his heart to endure 200 buffetings before his choler should be awaked, so as to fight with such a hobgoblin. Don Quixote, surveying his antagonist, found his visor already down and closed in such a manner as effectually concealed his face, but he perceived him to be a muscular man of a middling stature. Over his arms he wore a loose coat or cassock, to all appearance of the finest cloth of gold powdered, with a number of small moons, formed of the brightest looking-glass, which had a most magnificent, gay, and shewy effect. Over his helmet waved a great quantity of green, yellow, and white plumes, and his lance, which leaned against a tree, was excessively long and large, armed with above a hand's breadth of pointed steel. All these particulars were observed and considered by Don Quixote, who concluded from what he saw, and observed that the said knight must be a person of Herculean strength. Nevertheless, far from being afraid like Sancho Panza, he with the most gallant intrepidity thus addressed himself to the Knight of the Mirrors, I entreat you by your courtesy, Sir Knight, if your eager desire of fighting hath not destroyed that quality, to lift up your beaver a little, that I may see whether or not the grace of your countenance corresponds with the gallantry of your demeanor. Signor Cavalier, replied he of the looking-glasses, whether you are victor or vanquished in this enterprise, you will have time and opportunity more than sufficient to consider my visage. My reason for not satisfying your desire at present is that I should deem it a notable injury to the beautiful Castle de Vandalia to spend so much time as it would take to lift up my beaver before I compel you to confess what you know I pretend to maintain yet. While we mount our steeds, said Don Quixote, you may easily tell me if I am that same Don Quixote whom you pretend to have overcome. To that question, I answer, said he of the mirrors, that you are as like the knight I overcame as one egg is like another. But as you say you are persecuted by enchanters, I will not venture to affirm whether or not you are the same person. That is enough, replied Don Quixote, to convince me that you are mistaken. Nevertheless, to persuade you beyond all possibility of doubt, let us have recourse to our horses, and in less time than you would have taken to lift your beaver, if God my mistress and my arm avail me, I shall see your face, and you will see I am not that conquered Don Quixote whom you suppose me to be. Thus breaking off the conversation, they mounted their horses, and Don Quixote turned Rozinante in order to take a sufficiency of ground for returning to encounter his antagonist, while he of the mirrors took the same precaution. But the first had not proceeded 20 paces when he was called back by the other, and the two meeting again halfway take. Notice, Sir Knight, said he of the looking-glasses, the condition of our combat is that the conquered, as I have already observed, must be at the discretion of the conqueror. I know it, answered Don Quixote, provided the commands imposed upon the vanquished be such as do not transgress the bounds of chivalry. So I understand the conditions, answered he of the mirrors. At that instant, the strange nose of the squire presented itself to the eyes of Don Quixote, who was no less astonished than Sancho at the sight, insomuch that he took him for some monster or new-fashioned man, such as are not commonly found in this world. Sancho, seeing his master set out in order to take his career, would not stay alone with Nozzle, being afraid that one flirt of such a snout in his face would determine the quarrel, and lay him stretched along the ground, either through fear or the severity of the blow. He therefore ran after his master, and laying hold of one of Rozinante's stirrups, when he saw him ready to turn, I beseech your worship, dear master, cried he, before you turn to begin the combat, help me in climbing this cork tree, from whence I may behold more to my liking than from the ground your worship's gallant encounter with 350. That same night I rather believe, Sancho, said Don Quixote, that thy motive for clambering up is to see the bullfight from a scaffold without any danger. To thyself the truth is, answered Panza. The outrageous nose of that squire fills me with such astonishment and affright that I dare not tarry along with him. It is such indeed, replied the knight, that were I any other than what I am, I should be feared at its appearance. Come therefore, and I will help thee to ascend to the place you mention. While Don Quixote stopped until Sancho should get up into the cork tree, the Knight of the Mirrors took as much ground as he thought necessary, and imagining that Don Quixote had done the same without waiting for sound of trumpet or other signal, he turned his horse, which was not a whit superior to Rozinante either in fleetness or appearance, and at his full speed, which was a middling trot, rode forwards to encounter his antagonist. But seeing him busy in the exaltation of Sancho, he pulled in the reins and halted in the middle of his career, a circumstance that gave infinite joy to his steed, which was already so tired that he could not move another step. Don Quixote, perceiving his enemy approaching with such speed, drove his spurs stoutly into the meager flanks of Rozinante, and made him spring forwards in such a manner that the history says this was the only occasion on which he was ever known to gallop, for at all other times his swiftest pace was no other than a downright trot, and with this hitherto unseen fury he arrived at the spot where the Knight of the Mirrors sat, thrusting his spurs rowel-deep into the sides of his horse, without being able to move him one finger's breadth from the place where he had made his halt. In this confusion and dilemma Don Quixote found his antagonist embroiled with his horse, embarrassed with his lance, which either through want of knowledge or of time he had not as yet fixed in the rest. Our Manchegan, who never minded these encumbrances, safely, and without the least danger to his own person, encountered him of the Mirrors with such vigor as to bring him very much against his inclination to the ground over the crupper of his horse, with such a fall that he lay without sense or motion, to all appearance bereft of life. Sancho no sooner saw him unhorsed than, sliding down from the cork tree, he ran down to his master, who, having alighted from Rozinante, stood over the Knight of the Mirrors, untying his helmet, in order to see whether or not he was actually dead. and to give him air in case he should be alive then. It was he saw who can relate what he saw without creating admiration, wonder, and affright. In those who hear it he saw, says the history, the very face, the very figure, the very aspect, the very physiognomy, the very effigies, the very perspective of the bachelor Samson Carrasco. And this he no sooner beheld, than raising his voice, he cried, "Come hither, Sancho, and behold what thou shalt see, but not believe. Quick, my child, and contemplate the power of magic. Here thou wilt see what those wizards and enchanters can do." Sancho accordingly approached, and seeing the face of bachelor Carrasco, began to cross and bless himself 1,000 times. Meanwhile the overthrown knight, giving no signs of life, Sancho said to Don Quixote, "In my opinion, master, right or wrong, your worship should thrust your sword through the jaws of this miscreant, who seems to be the bachelor Samson Carrasco, and in him perhaps you may slay one of those enchanters who are your enemies." "That is no bad advice," said the knight, "for the fewer enemies the better." So saying he drew his sword, in order to put in execution the advice and counsel of Sancho, when the squire belonging to the Knight of the Mirrors came up without his frightful nose, and cried aloud, "Take care what you do, Signor Don Quixote. He who lies at your feet is your friend the bachelor Samson Carrasco, and I am his squire." Sancho, seeing him without his original deformity, and the nose, said he, "I have it here," replied the other, who, putting his hand in his right side pocket, pulled out a pasteboard nose, covered with varnish, such as we have already described. Sancho, having considered him more and more attentively, broke out into a loud exclamation of wonder, crying, "Blessed Virgin, watch over me, sure this is not my neighbor 351, and gossip Tommy Cecil, the very same," answered the unsnouted squire Thomas Cecil. "I am your own friend and gossip Sancho Panza, and I will presently tell you by what roundabout conduits, tricks, and mischievous stories I have been brought hither. In the meantime supplicate and beseech your master's worship not to maltreat, wound, or slay the knight of the looking-glasses who now lies at his feet, for without all doubt he is no other than our townsman, the inconsiderate and ill-advised bachelor Samson Carrasco." About this time the Knight of the Mirrors came to himself, and Don Quixote, perceiving he had recovered the use of his senses, clapped the point of his naked sword to his throat, saying, "Knight, you are a dead man, if you do not instantly confess that the peerless Dulcinea del Toboso excels your Casildea de Vandalia in beauty, and in the next place, you must promise, provided you escape with life from this contention and overthrow, to go to the city of Toboso and present yourself before her in my name, that she may dispose of you according to her good pleasure, and if she leaves you at your own disposal, you shall return in quest of me, for the tracks of my exploits will serve as a guide to conduct you to the place where I shall be, and give me an account of what hath passed between you, these conditions being conformable to what we agreed upon before the combat, and not deviating from the customs of knight-errantry. I confess," said the vanquished knight, "that the clouted dirty shoe of the lady Dulcinea del Toboso excels the dishevelled though shining locks of Casildea. I promise to go and return from her to your presence, and give you a full and particular detail of what you demand. You must in like manner confess and believe," added Don Quixote, "that the knight whom you overcame neither was nor could be Don Quixote de la Mancha, but some other who resembled him, as I confess and believe that, although you appear to be the bachelor Samson Carrasco, you are not really he, but another clothed in his appearance, with which my enemies have invested you in order to arrest my arm and restrain the impetuosity of my rage, so as that I may bear the glory of my conquest with moderation. I confess, judge, and perceive in all respects, as you believe, judge, and perceive," answered the discomfited knight, "and I beseech you to allow me to rise, if the severity of my fall, which hath put me in a miserable plight, will permit me to get up." He was accordingly assisted in rising by Don Quixote and his own squire Tommy Cecil, from whose person Sancho could not withdraw his eyes, while he asked 1,000 questions, the answers to which manifestly showed that he was really and truly the individual Tommy Cecil whom he pretended to be. But the apprehension which Sancho had conceived from what his master said touching the enchanters who had metamorphosed the Knight of the Mirrors into the bachelor Carrasco hindered him from giving credit the truth of what he saw with his own eyes. Finally, both master and man remained under the influence of that deception, while he of the Mirrors, with his squire in exceeding bad humor and evil plight, took his leave of Don Quixote and Sancho to go in quest of some place where he might beplaister and besplinter his ribs. Don Quixote and Sancho returned to the prosecution of their journey, in which the history leaves them, to explain the mystery of the Knight of the Looking-Glasses and his snouted squire. chap Roman, which gives an account and information of the Knight of the Mirrors and his squire. Don Quixote went on his way, rejoicing, he gloried, he triumphed in the importance of his conquest, imagining the Knight of the Mirrors to be the most redoubtable of all knights that had yet ever appeared. And what afforded him likewise great matter of comfort was that this knight, having engaged himself by the ties of honor from which he could not deviate without forfeiting his title to the order, he conceived hopes of hearing soon from Dulcinea, and of being certainly informed 352 whether the enchantment of that princess still continued, though indeed it happened that he and the Knight of the Mirrors thought at that time differently upon this subject, inasmuch as the latter was solely intent upon thinking how he should repair the damage done to his carcase. And here the historian informs his readers that when Samson Carrasco advised Don Quixote to resume the profession of knight-errantry, it was in consequence of mature consultation between him, the curate, and the barber, when they deliberated upon the means of keeping him in peace and quiet at home, so that his brains for the future should not be disturbed in pursuit of those wild extravagances, the result of which was that the only way to cure the frenzy of this unhappy man was at present not to check his ungovernable obstinacy, but to humor it and encourage him to go out again, as they saw it was impossible to prevent him, that Samson should arm himself and take an opportunity of meeting and challenging him as a knight-errant, that he should settle the terms with him, that the vanquished should be at the disposal of the conqueror, that in consequence of this agreement Don Quixote, when overcome, which they looked upon as a matter of little doubt and difficulty, should be ordered to return home and not to pass the bounds of his own village for the space of 2 years, without the goodwill and permission of the other, that no doubt this he would religiously comply with, as not daring to violate the laws of the order, and that there might be hopes he would either in that space of time be naturally cured of those extravagant follies, or they might find out some method of diverting his mind from the farther pursuit of them. Carrasco undertook the affair very readily. And this Thomas Cecil, an intimate friend and companion of Sancho, and a queer sort of fellow, proffered his service to go upon the expedition in the quality of Squire Samson, got himself accoutred in the manner you have read, and Cecil appeared in the terrors of that tremendous pasteboard nose, to disguise himself from Sancho, and being thus equipped, they followed him so close that they were very near coming up with him at the adventure of the wagon of death. They met him, however, in the wood, where ensued what the attentive reader must already be acquainted with, and where had it not been for Don Quixote's heated imagination, which hurried him into the belief that the bachelor was not the bachelor, Signor Samson Carrasco would have been effectually stopped in the progress of his university degrees, and would not even have found a nest where he expected a flight of sparrows. Thomas Cecil, finding the unhappy success that attended their undertaking, said, "Mr. Carrasco, I cannot in my conscience see why we ought to complain. It is one thing to undertake, but another thing to finish. We looked upon Don Quixote as mad and ourselves as hugely wise, but behold the end, we take our march back again, both from a fool's errand, and you most handsomely drubbed to boot, while he pursues his journey in safety and triumph. And I should really be curious to know which is the greatest fool, he who is made so by nature, or he who makes himself one there. Is this difference, replied the bachelor, between a natural and a willful fool, that the former will always remain, so the latter may cease to be so when he has a mind, as that is the case, said Thomas. I think I have been a monstrous fool in coming here to attend you as your squire, and therefore, that I may be so no longer, I will this instant hie me to my own habitation in that particular. You may do what seems good unto you, replied Samson, but as for me, I see not the place of my dwelling until I shall have taken bodily vengeance upon Don Quixote. Tease not now from motives of charity or benevolence, no, tease revenge, and the anguish of my ribs that prompt me to persevere in attempting the work of his reformation. They entertained one another in this manner till they came to a village, where they had the good fortune to find a bone-setter, who put the bachelor's ribs somewhat to rights, and Cecil took the route for his own village, leaving Carrasco deep in his meditations, projecting schemes of revenge in due time. The history will again mention 353 him, but at present let us share with Don Quixote in in the transports of his joy. Romans 16, what happened to Don Quixote with a grave gentleman of La Mancha. Don Quixote, as we have observed, went on his way glorying in his success. From that day he dated himself the most renowned and invincible of all knights that had ever yet gone through a course of labors on this our earth. He looked upon all dangers, all difficulties that possibly could come in his way as already vanquished, already overcome. He now valued not a rush the machinations of the most powerful enchanters, the very traces of former misfortunes, those drubbings out of number he had undergone in discharging the functions of knighthood, were now quite obliterated from his memory. He thought no more of the shower of stones, which had so sorely afflicted his jawbones, nor the mortifying ingratitude of the galley slaves, nor did he think any more of the packstaves of the young Usian carriers, who had the hardiness to make his sides resound like the dusting of a carpet. In short, the idea he conceived of his own felicity was so great that could I, said he to himself, but accomplish the great point of delivering my celestial princess from the power of enchantment, I should not envy the glory that ever was or will be purchased by any knight in the universe. He was lost in these reveries when Sancho interrupted him. Signor, you will hardly believe what a fool I am, but it is an actual truth that I cannot keep myself from thinking on that horrid and unmeasurable nose of my neighbor Tom Cecil. And dost thou really believe, replied the other, that the Knight of the Mirrors was Samson Carrasco, and that thy old companion Thomas Cecil was his squire? As to that affair, I can say nothing to it, answered Sancho. Only one thing I am positive, in that no one but himself could have given me such an account of my house, my wife, and my children. And as to his face, when that nose was slipped off, it was the very individual face of Thomas Cecil, just as I have beheld it many a time when we were next-door neighbors in our village. And as for his voice, I will take my oath, it is the same to a tittle. Come, Sancho, said Don Quixote, let us reason coolly upon this head. What probability is there that Samson Carrasco should come as a knight-errant armed capapi to offer me combat? Am I his enemy, or did I ever give him occasion to bear resentment against me? Do you imagine I am his rival, or that he has entered into the profession of chivalry, as envying the glory I have acquired by arms? But then, sir, answered Sancho, what account can we give of the resemblance of that same knight and his squire to Samson Carrasco and my old friend Thomas Cecil? And if it be enchantment, as your worship says, were there no other two in the world but them whose likeness they could assume? It is all design, answered the other, and the contrivance of those cursed enchanters that persecute me, who, easily foreseeing I should be victorious in the combat, changed the form of the vanquished knight into that of the bachelor, that the friendship I have for him might check the fury of my sword, and shield him against the effects of my just indignation, and by that means save the life of him who by treachery and artifice had attempted to take away mine. But what farther proof need there be of the power of those enchanters to change the appearance of human countenances, the fair into the deformed, and the deformed into the fair, than what thou thyself hast lately found by certain experience, thou who not 2 days since beheld the peerless Dulcinea in all the charms and lustre of perfect beauty, while at the same time she appeared to me an ugly rustic wench with bleared eyes and stinking breath? And doubtless, if the wicked magician could effect such a diabolical enchantment, as that, it is not to be wondered at if he did the like by Carrasco and Thomas Cecil, to rob me of the glory of my victory. However, this is my consolation, that the prowess of my arm 354 hath prevailed against my enemy. Whatever shape he has assumed, it is God alone who knows the truth of all things, answered Sancho, who, well knowing that the transformation of Dulcinea was the effect of his own enchantments, upon that account was not quite convinced by his master's arguments, but durst not mutter the least word, lest something should have dropped from him by which he might have betrayed himself. While they were discoursing in this manner, a gentleman mounted in the jockey fashion on a fine flea-bitten mare came up with them, dressed in a riding coat of fine green cloth, faced with murrey-coloured velvet, and a hunting cap of the same, his furniture of a piece murrey-coloured and green. He had a belt of green and gold at which hung a Moorish scimitar, and his buskins were wrought in the same manner. His spurs were not gilt, but so finely varnished with green that, as they were more of a piece with the rest of his dress, they looked better than if they had been pure gold. when this gentleman overtook them, he saluted them with great politeness, and was spurring on in order to pass them, when Don Quixote, calling to him, said, "Signor, if you are not in haste, and are a-going this way, I should be exceeding glad to join company with you, sir." Answered the other, "I should not have been in such haste to pass you, but was afraid your horse might be unruly in the company of my meriff." "That be all," answered Sancho. "You may stop your mare when you please, with great safety. Ours is the most sober and most discreet horse in the world, and has more breeding than ever to let his naughtiness get the better of him upon such occasions, and never transgressed in this particular. But once and then my master and I both suffered severely in the flesh for it. I say once more, your worship may stop, for if your mare was served up in a dish, our steed would not so much as smell to her." Upon this assurance the gentleman stopped, and looked with amazement at the air and appearance of Don Quixote, who rode without his helmet, which hung like a wallet before Sancho at the pummel of his ass panel. And on the other hand, Don Quixote beheld him with no less attention, conceiving him to be some person of figure and distinction. The traveller seemed to be a man about 50. He had some though few grey hairs, his features were sharp, and in his looks appeared neither levity nor moroseness. In short, his appearance bespoke him a man of consequence. He looked with a kind of astonishment at Don Quixote, as having never beheld such a phenomenon before, the lankness of the horse, and the tall stature of the person that rode him, the sepulchral meagreness of his aspect, his solemn gravity, the strangeness of his armor, altogether forming such a composition as perhaps had never before been seen in that country. Don Quixote observed with what attention the traveller considered him, and by the surprise he saw him in guessing what he wanted to know, as he was himself the very flower of civility and of excessive complaisance, he was resolved to be beforehand with him and save him the trouble of asking any question. "Signor," said he, "I am not at all surprised to find that with amazement you contemplate this my appearance, so new to you and so different from that of other mortals. But your wonder will cease when I have told you that I am of the fraternity of those knights whom people distinguish by the title of adventure hunters. I have left my native home mortgaged, my all bid adieu to ease and pleasure, and cast myself upon fortune to dispose of me as she shall think proper, my design being to awaken the lost and decayed spirit of knight-errantry. It is now some time since I entered upon the resolution of accomplishing this aim, during which period I have suffered a variety of fortune-tossed about from one adventure to another, sometimes triumphant, at other times not so successful, until I have in a great measure fulfilled my design, having relieved many disconsolate widows, afforded protection to many distressed damsels, and been of aid and assistance to divers married women and fatherless children, the true duty and intent of our order, so that by numberless exploits, becoming a Christian hero, I am now celebrated in print through almost all the nations of the 355 habitable globe. 30,000 copies of my renowned history are already in the hands of the public, and if heaven does not think proper to put a stop to it, in all likelihood there will be 1,000 times as many more. In one word, sir, I am Don Quixote de la Mancha, otherwise styled the Knight of the Rueful Countenance, and though I own it is illiberal to sound one's own praises, yet am I sometimes obliged to do it, but then never unless when no one is by to do it for me, so that, Signor, after what I have told you, neither my lance, nor my shield, my horse, nor my squire, the wanness of my countenance, nor the lankness of my person, and all my whole composition together, ought any more to affect you with surprise, since you know the profession I am of, and the order I belong to." There Don Quixote stopped to give the traveller an opportunity of reply, but he was so long before he opened his mouth that it seemed as if he could make no answer. However, after a long pause, "Sir Knight," said he, "you was not mistaken, when by the surprise you saw me and you guessed the desire I had to be informed, but I am still as much surprised as ever, and though what you say may be right, that my knowing who you are ought to have made my wonder cease, it is yet far from having that effect upon me. Can it be possible that there are indeed now in the world knights-errant really existing, and that there are published accounts of real adventures? I should never have once dreamed that there was such a thing upon earth as anyone who assisted married women and orphans, relieved widows, and protected damsels. if I had not had this opportunity of being convinced by now seeing you and heaven. Be praised that this noble history of your real and glorious achievements is in print, as it must efface and discredit those numberless romances about knights-errant who never had being, and with which the world was so pestered and abused to the apparent corruption of the mind of the readers, and the discredit of real and true history. As to that circumstance, sir, there is much to be said, and you must not be too rash in believing that the histories of knight-errantry are all fable. Is there any one, answered the traveller, who makes a doubt of it? I do, for one, answered Don Quixote, but we will drop that subject for the present, as I doubt not. But if we continue any time traveling together, I shall be able, by the blessing of God, to convince you of your error, and to show you that you are prejudiced only by the number of those who have entertained a notion that such accounts are fictitious. These last words of Don Quixote gave the gentleman in green a suspicious idea of his understanding. He had a notion that he must be disordered in his senses, and was expecting some other proof of it, but without entering into farther discourse, Don Quixote desired his companion to let him know who he was, as he himself had given an account of his life and situation, to which request the gentleman replied, Sir Knight of the rueful countenance, I am a gentleman born in a village, where if it pleases God, we shall all dine. Today my fortune is better than moderate, and my name Don Diego de Miranda. I pass my time cheerfully with my wife, my children, and my friends. My usual diversions are fishing and hunting, but I neither keep hounds nor hawks. All I have are some decoy partridges, and a good ferret. My library consists of about some 6 dozen of Spanish and Latin books. Some are books of history, others of piety, for as to books of chivalry, I have not yet allowed them to come under my roof. I am more inclined to the reading of profane than religious authors, if the subjects they treat of are of an innocent nature, if the style is engaging, and the incidents affecting and surprising. But indeed Spain produces mighty few performances of this sort. I live in terms of good neighborhood with all about me. Sometimes I go to their houses, sometimes I invite them to mine. My table is neat and clean, and sufficiently affluent, without extravagance. I slander no one, nor do I allow backbiters to come near me. My eyes pry not into the actions of other men, nor have I any impertinent curiosity to know the secrets of their lives. I go to Mass every day 356, and the poor man partakes of my substance. I make no ostentation in the good I do, that I may defend myself against the attacks of hypocrisy and vainglory, well knowing that the best fortified heart is hardly proof against these sly deceivers. As far as I have an opportunity, I am a reconciler of differences among my neighbors. I particularly pay my devotions to the Blessed Mother, and have an entire dependence on the mercies of God our Savior. Sancho had listened with uncommon attention to what the gentleman in green said, and this discourse seemed to him of such exalted piety and virtue that he immediately conceived such a man must be endowed with the power of working miracles. Fully persuaded of the truth of this supposition, he threw himself off his ass, ran up to the gentleman, seized his right stirrup, and with a heart overflowing with devotion and eyes full of tears, fell a-kissing his feet, which humility. When the traveller perceived, What is the matter, friend? Said he. What is the meaning of these embraces? Pray, let me alone, said Sancho, for in my life, before accepting your worship, did I never know a saint mounted on horseback. I have no title to be thought, so answered the gentleman. On the contrary, I am a miserable sinner, but the simplicity of your behavior, my friend, shows that you yourself must be a very good man. Upon this declaration, Sancho quitted him, and again remounted Dapple, having by his behavior unbended the solemn gravity of his master into a smile, and increased the wonder of Don Diego. Don Quixote then made inquiry into the number of children he had, informing him at the same time that the ancient sages, who were not enlightened with the knowledge of the true God, reckoned the gifts of fortune and nature, abundance of friends, and increase of dutiful children, as constituting part of the supreme happiness. Sir, answered Don Diego, I have one son, and if I had none, should peradventure think myself happier than I am. Not that he is very bad, but because he does not come up to what I would wish him to be. He is now 18 years of age, 6 of which he has spent at Salamanca studying Greek and Latin, and when I would have had him apply to something else, I found him so dipped in poetry if that deserves the name of science, that I could not prevail upon him to take to the study of the law, which was what I wanted he should do, nor would he apply to divinity the first and noblest of all sciences. I was desirous to make him the honor and ornament of his family, as we live in an age, and under a monarch, where useful and virtuous learning is so amply recompensed. For what is learning without virtue no better than pearls on a dunghill, he will spend whole days in examining whether such a verse in Homer's Iliad be expressed with propriety, whether such an epigram of Martial is to be construed into a lewd sense or not, and whether such a verse in Virgil will bear this or that meaning. In a word, these authors with Horace, Persius, Juvenal, and Tibullus engross the whole of his time and conversation. As to the modern authors of his own country, he seems to have no great relish for them, though notwithstanding his seeming disregard, he is now busied in making a kind of commentary upon 4 verses, which I believe are designed as a subject for a prize in the schools. To this information, the other answered Signor children are to be considered as part of the bowels of the parents, and be they good or bad, we must treat them as such, and cherish them accordingly. It is incumbent upon parents to lead them betimes into the paths of decency and virtue, to instill into them sound principles, and train them up in Christian discipline, that by these means they may be the stay of their declining years, and an honor to their own descendants. I am not against using persuasion to incline them either to the study of this or that science, but look upon using force as altogether unwarrantable, more especially as the young gentleman does not study in view of getting his livelihood, he being so fortunate as to have that secured by inheritance. Then I think he should be indulged in pursuing whatever his genius or inclination mostly prompts him to, and though in poetry there is more pleasure than utility, it generally does honor to the person who has a vein for 357. I liken poetry to a young, tender, and beautiful virgin, whom many other virgins, that is, all the other sciences, are assiduous to ornament, enrich, and embellish. Now, as she makes use of them, also likewise does she reflect a luster upon them all. But then this tender virgin is not to be handled roughly. She is not to be dragged through the streets, exposed in public places, or stand as a prostitute at the gates of palaces. She is a kind of alchemy of such rare virtue that whoever knows the nature of her composition may change her into pure gold of inestimable value. Whoever would keep her must narrowly look after her. She must not be indulged in the indecency of obscene satire, nor allowed to run into insipid sonnets. And though she may enjoy the profits arising from heroic poetry, weeping tragedy, or laughing comedy, yet the muse must not be venal. No buffoons must have anything to do with her, and she must be kept sacred from the unhallowed multitude, who neither know nor esteem those hidden treasures she carries about her. And think not that by the multitude I only mean the common rank of men. No, under that class I number all who are strangers to real knowledge, be they peers or be they princes, but whoever is possessed of those qualifications I have been mentioning, and with them attempts the study and execution of poetry, I say his name will be famous and held in veneration, wherever politeness extends its influence. As to what you say of your sons not esteeming the poetry of his own country, I don't think he is quite right in that opinion, and for this reason the mighty Homer did not write in Latin, because he was a Greek, nor Virgil in Greek, for the same reason that he was a Roman, and in general every one of the ancient poets wrote in the language of his own country, and did not seek for another to clothe the majesty of his ideas. As this is the case, I think it should be a prevailing maxim in all countries, nor should we undervalue the German poet for writing in his own language, nor the Castilian, nor even the Biscayan for writing in his. But perhaps your son does not dislike Spanish poetry, but Spanish poets, as being destitute of the knowledge of other languages or sciences that might contribute to cultivate, assist, and enliven their own natural genius. And even this prejudice might be carried too far, for the maxim that a poet is born with his talent is certainly just. That is, a real poet comes forth a poet into the world, and with this natural endowment implanted in him by his Creator, produces without the help of study or cultivation such things as verify that of the poets when they say est Deus in nobis. One so born a poet, if he cultivates his genius by the assistance of art, must be much better, nay, greatly preferable to him, who without natural fire attains to the knowledge of the rules only for it is obvious that as art does not exceed nature, but serves to polish and bring it to perfection, so art assisting nature and nature so assisted by art form the accomplished poet to conclude. Signor, my advice is that your son should be allowed to follow the bent of his own inclination, and as he must be already an exceeding good scholar, having mastered the learned languages, which may be looked upon as having mounted the first steps in his progress to the seat of the sciences, by the assistance of that knowledge, he will be able without more help to climb to the top of human literature, which as much adorns and sets off a gentleman as a mitre does a bishop, or the long robe, the counsel learned in the law. If you find him writing satires injurious to private characters, burn his works. Rebuke him, but if he composes discourses that comprehend for their subject of satire vice in general, as Horace did with so much elegance, then commend him, for though it be unlawful to mark and single out particular persons, it is allowable to write against particular vices, for example, to write against envy, or to lash the envious, and so of others. Here are some poets indeed, who rather than balk their fancy of saying a smart thing, will risk being sent to the Isles of Pontus. As the manners, so will the verses be. If the former are chaste, the latter will be so likewise. Writing is the interpreter of the mind, which will always produce what is consonant to 358 its own native conceptions. And when kings and the great men of the earth once see this wonderful gift of poetry employed on subjects of wisdom, virtue, and dignity, they bestow marks of honor, esteem, and munificence upon the poet. They crown him from the leaves of that tree, which is proof against the glancing thunderbolt, emblematically denoting that such as wear that crown ought to be secure against all hurt or offense. The traveler wondered so much at Don Quixote's discourse that he began to be staggered in his mind whether he was a madman or not. But as this conversation did not altogether hit Sancho's taste, he had in the midst of it gone out of the road to beg a little milk of some shepherds who were milking ewes hard by, and the gentleman in green, who seemed very fond of the good sense and ingenious conversation of Don Quixote, was going to renew their dialogue, when the Don, suddenly lifting up his eyes, saw a carriage with the king's colors meeting them upon the road, and taking this for some new adventure, called to Sancho to bring his helmet. Sancho, hearing the voice of his master, left the shepherd in great hurry, and mounting Dapple, arrived where Don Quixote was, to whom there happened a very terrible and tremendous adventure. Romans 17, which sets before the reader that highest and most exalted pinnacle which the incredible magnanimity of Don Quixote ever did, or ever could arrive at, with the happy issue of the adventure of the lions.